Chapter 571. March 31st, 202, the last day of spring. The brewing light gym was closed today, so Chishu stayed in the ranch to help Jishu with some simple work. After spring, the hot summer came. Before the season change, all the crops in the farmland had to be harvested and picked, and then the summer crop seeds were sown. The couple piled the harvested crops into the warehouse together, and then went to the orchard to pick the ripe fruits. Chishu went to the chicken shed to collect eggs with the help of Babu Tubo, while Jishu went to the underground cave where the saltstone giant and the 3 mice lived to collect rock salt. By the time everything was done, it was already noon. Chishu took out a handkerchief from somewhere, stood on tiptoe to wipe the sweat off Jishu, and then said with a smile, "Are you tired? I go cook. I've learned 2 new dishes recently. Let me show you my cooking skills." Jishu bent down to help Chishu wipe the sweat off. He smiled and said, "Okay, then I go to the apple orchard to see how the apples are growing." "Yeah, go ahead." Chishu went home to cook, while Jishu took Gulden to the apple orchard on the other side of the river. There are many apple trees planted here, and each apple tree is full of big and plump fruits. After being cultivated by Naoki and his mount goat, its quality is no less than the red apples in Kitakami Township. But often such top-quality apples will attract a lot of Pokemon, and fruit worms are one of them. There was a fruit worm on the tree before, but it has evolved into a fennec dragon and was sent to live on the world tree by Naoki. After carefully checking the apple orchard, Naoki saw a few newly moved fruit worms here. Gulden went forward and sniffed their bodies. The fruit worms were frightened and immediately shrank back, trembling there. Naoki, Okay, Gulden, stop scaring people, Naoki said helplessly. Naoki had no intention of driving these Pokemon away. The fruit worms were willing to live in, which showed that his apples were growing well, and the fruit worms had a small appetite. If the scale was not particularly large, the damage to the apple orchard would be minimal. As for whether the fruit-eating worms will multiply in large numbers and become a disaster in the future, Naoki thought it would be better to wait and see. At worst, he would call on new trainers who came to the ranch to challenge him and ask them to subdue the fruit-eating worms. After checking the apple orchard, Naoki went to the braided sheep ranch to check the condition of the braided sheep. The group of braided sheep were lying leisurely on the hillside, basking in the sun and eating grass. Just looking at their appearance, people couldn't help but feel refreshed and even their mood improved. Naoki stayed here for a while, and soon, he heard Chishu's call. "It's time for dinner." Naoki stood up and said to Gulden with a smile, let's go back." "Aw gah." Gulden immediately stood up and followed. 1 person and 1 Pokemon returned home, and the sister AI Guancher had already brought the food to the table. The food filled the table and looked very rich. Chishu grinned and said, "How is it? My sister and I prepared it together." AI. The younger sister AI Guancher beside him also nodded happily. Steamed sea bass, fried pork cutlet, mapo tofu, cold cucumber, shrimp steamed egg. It looked very rich, and Naoki gave a thumbs up without hesitation. "It's amazing." "Hee, don't you look who I am, call everyone back to eat. I also prepared special goat milk snacks for Babu Tubo and Ibrahimovich." As Chishu was talking, the expression on her face suddenly became a little ugly, and a feeling of vomiting came over her, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. "Aww." Gulden and Electric Frog, who were waiting for dinner, immediately looked over here. Noticing this, Naoki frowned and hurriedly stepped forward to pat Chishu on the back. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Are you tired from working this morning? Don't do it next time, just leave it all to me." After a long while, the feeling subsided a little, and Chishu looked a little listless. "I don't know what's going on recently." Hearing this, Gulden seemed to understand something. It suddenly realized something and looked at Chishu's belly. "Aw gah." After its cry, other Pokemon around also looked over. Motor Lizard, Sister Ayaka, Sylveon, Babu. "Huh?" Chishu was puzzled. "What's wrong with my belly?" Seeing this, Naoki was stunned, and suddenly an unbelievable thought popped up in his mind. Could it be? The next second, the two looked at each other, and Chishu also magically understood what Chishu meant. Vomiting, fatigue, loss of appetite. Could she be pregnant? Is it true? Chishu felt like he was dreaming. "I don't know, let's go to the hospital for a checkup after dinner." Chishu forced himself to calm down and helped Chishu sit down. "Are you feeling better now? See if there's anything you want to eat. If not, I make it for you." Hee. Chishu smiled foolishly. "I want to eat the boiled fish you made." "Wait, I make it right away." Naoki looked at Babu Tubo and Gulden. "You eat first, don't wait for me." He hurried to the kitchen, took out the fish he bought from the Jiqing market in the morning from the refrigerator, and started cooking. At the dining table, Chishu stroked her belly with a curious look on her face. Is she really going to have a baby? The Pokemon on the side also realized what happened belatedly. The little sister Ai Guancher showed a happy expression on her face. Ai. It seems that there will be a little life in the family soon. Gu Ledun is very much looking forward to it. Little Master, will it be able to see the Little Master soon? The scene of the last separation is still vivid in my mind. The Little Master pulled its paw and asked when it would come back. And now, it really wants to say to the Little Master, it's back. But Butubo is full of curiosity. It also has a father, and a mother, and knows what it means to have a baby. Naoki's children. Can they become good friends in the future like in Warm Lava Worm House? Bammo. I'm so looking forward to it. Then, they can play hide-and-seek together. Naoki quickly made a boiled fish. After lunch, he handed over the affairs of the ranch to the Ai Guancher brothers and sisters. He drove with Chishu, and went to the Ziqing Town Hospital accompanied by Gulton and Motor Lizard. The doctor in the hospital was startled by Gulton. After understanding the purpose of the two, he began to help Chishu with the examination. Soon, the result came out. Congratulations, this lady is pregnant. The doctor smiled, and looked at the young couple. Hearing this, Naoki felt a bang and was stunned. What? She is really pregnant. Does this mean that he will be a father soon? The picture of a cute child holding his hand, and calling him Dad, in a childish voice, appeared in his mind, and Naoki suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. Great. Be careful when you go back, don't overwork, and pay more attention to rest and supplement nutrition, so that the baby can grow up healthily. The doctor advised. Okay. Jishu got excited and said to Chishu on the way back, from today on, you should rest at home, don't go to the gym, and ask ECI for maternity leave. Although Chishu was also very excited, he was speechless when he saw Jishu like this. How can it be so exaggerated? You heard what the doctor said. Naoki repeated, resist and don't overwork. Ziqing Town is so far from Yangguang City, and Kuailong flies too fast. What if you get sick without paying attention? I shouldn't be that fragile, right? Chishu was a little unconfident after hearing this. She originally thought it was nothing. You still need to pay more attention. As he said this, Naoki took out his mobile phone, called Yessie, explained the situation to her, and wanted to help Chishu apply for a long vacation. Congratulations. Yessie's smiling voice came. It's just, if the Brewing Light Gym is not in operation for such a long time, it will affect this year's league competition. Yessie's voice sounded a little embarrassed. This year, the Padilla League has undergone reforms, and is preparing to hold a league competition like other regions, allowing trainers, who have collected 8 badges to fight and determine the strongest. And now, there is a problem at the Brewing Light Gym. Chishu also felt that this was not a good thing. It's not that exaggerated. I feel pretty good now, and Pokemon battles don't require intense exercise, you just need to use your mouth to command. Naoki, He began to reflect on whether he was too nervous. Yesii on the other end of the phone listened to the conversation between the couple, and her mouth curled up slightly. She pretended to be nonchalant and said, however, if you can find an excellent trainer to help take charge of the Brewing Light Gym, I think Chishu can have a good rest. What? Naoki and Chishu were both slightly stunned. Yes, he explained. In the Padia region, this kind of thing is allowed. Chishu's gym is an electric gym. As long as you find a trainer with 6 electric Pokemon, and strength not lower than the gym leader level, you can help Chishu take over. Is this possible? Naoki was surprised, but the problem is, where can he find a trainer who meets this requirement to be the temporary gym leader of the Brewing Light Gym? Wait, Naoki suddenly thought of something. Although he is not a professional trainer, he has some electric attribute Pokemon around him, and their strength is not lower than that of gym leader. So can he do it? Thinking of this, Naoki asked, can I? Hearing this, Chishu was slightly stunned and looked over in disbelief. But Yessie on the other end of the phone smiled and said, of course you can. Naoki, your strength is obvious to all of us. As long as you have 6 electric attribute Pokemon, you can help Chishu take over. Electric Pokemon. Babutus counts as 1, Jolteon counts as 1, and Zapdos is currently on the World Tree, and can also come to help. In addition, there is Pikachu brought by Mewtwo, but with a Pokemon on the World Tree, there are only 4 Pokemon in the ranch. Of course, it's not limited to electric Pokemon. At this time, Yesii spoke again. If the attribute of the Pokemon when it is crystallized is electric, then it can also appear in the gym battle. This solved Naoki's urgent need. There are so many Pokemon on the ranch and the World Tree, there must be some Taijingian Pokemon. In that case, he just needs to go back and use Taijing energy to see which other Pokemon are Taijingian. Thinking of this, Naoki agreed, okay, I take over. Then it's settled. Yisei smiled and said, I will help you register the gym owner information. The Brewing Light Gym can take a temporary break for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can first get familiar with the work of the gym owner with Chishu, and then go directly to the gym to receive challengers. Okay. Naoki nodded and agreed. After hanging up the phone, Yesie's smile could no longer be concealed. I am indeed a man with foresight, Yesie said. Excellently. After returning to the ranch, Naoki immediately began to use the Taijing beads to check the Taijing attributes of the Pokemon in the ranch. From the Mount Goat to the Saltstone Giant, and then from the Saltstone Giant to the Braided Sheep. However, after checking for a long time, Naoki regretfully found that there was no Pokemon in the ranch whose attribute was Taijing Electric. Chishu followed behind and said when he saw this, if it really doesn't work, I can also give the Electric Belly Frog and the others to you to command. Don't worry, I go to the World Tree to check. Naoki replied, if it doesn't work, we talk about it later. After that, he passed through the reverse world and went to the World Tree to test the Pokemon there. Minxiao is Ice Crystal, Milion is Dragon Crystal, Oliva is Grass Crystal, Charizard is Flying Crystal. Jirachi saw how lively it was here, and ran over to join in the fun. Naoki helped it check it, and with a bright light flashing, a large yellow light bulb with a lightning rune appeared above Jirachi's head. Huh? Jirachi looked up at his head in confusion. Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. The 5th Electric attribute Pokemon was found. Jirachi, are you willing to help me? Naoki asked. Of course, Jirachi is willing. Jirachi answered lively, because Naoki had helped it before, so now it was its turn to help Naoki. Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. Bubble, Jolteon, Zapdos, Pikachu, Jirachi. The only problem is that these Pokemon are too powerful, which may be difficult for challengers, but the Brewing Light Gym is an electric gym, and can only use electric Pokemon. Never mind, those trainers will just suffer for these 10 months, at worst he will let them off a little later. Including Jirachi, there are currently 5 electric Pokemon. One more, and he can have 6 electric Pokemon. However, fate often teases people like this. After checking for an afternoon, Naoki did not see a single electric Pokemon. Although Babuto's parents are also electric-type Pokemon, they work on the World Tree and are old, which is the age for retirement and good life, so they are not suitable for fierce Pokemon battles. Naoki said goodbye to everyone on the World Tree and returned to the ranch. Did you find it? Chishu asked. Naoki shook his head. There is still one missing. Then I will give the Electric Belly Frog to you to command. Chishu said that she had already talked to the Electric Belly Frog today, and the Electric Belly Frog happily accepted this matter. Naoki was about to say hello, but at this moment, he suddenly received a message from Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, Naoki, are you looking for electric attribute Pokemon? Naoki was slightly stunned. Ho-Oh, Jirachi told me, it said it was happy to help you. Wing King, yes, there is only one left. Ho-Oh, so, I think I can help you with this matter. Ho-Oh refers to Reiku. Calculating the time, Reiku and the others are probably about to arrive at the ranch, right? Just in time, let Thunder God help the Rainbow Hero, and let them get to know each other better. However, Naoki didn't understand what Ho-Oh meant. Wing King, what? Ho-Oh, you will see it soon. After seeing this message, Naoki was stunned. See it? What is Ho-Oh talking about? Judging from its meaning, could it be that a Pokemon is on the way to the ranch? Wait, Naoki suddenly thought of an electric-type Pokemon related to Ho-Oh. It shouldn't be referring to Thunder God, one of the 3 sacred beasts, right? What's going on? Thunder God and his companions are on their way to the ranch? Naoki was a little confused. After some contemplation, he quickly calmed down and decided to observe the situation before making a decision. As for now, he should name his baby. Late at night, Naoki sat at his desk and looked up information. Seeing this scene, Chishu was very helpless. Is it too early to name the baby now? Too early? Naoki said puzzledly. If you choose a name now, you won't have to think about it later. Chishu thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed the case, so she also joined the naming queue. In the end, the couple selected more than a dozen names together. Aishu Yushu Yushu Xiaoshu Yushu. Looking at these names, both Naoki and Chishu were a little undecided. How about calling the girl Yushu and the boy Yushu? Chishu suggested, but within a few seconds, she shook her head again. Xiaoshu seems to be good too. I want both. Naoki, He shook his head helplessly, thought about it carefully, and suddenly noticed Golden beside him. Naoki took the paper to Golden. Ah ga. Golden looked up. Naoki smiled and said to it, Golden, we are going to give the baby in the belly a name, but we can't decide which one to call it. Do you have any favorites? As he spoke, Naoki read out the names on the paper. Yushu Yushu Xiaoshu. Hearing these names, Golden blinked, looked down at the paper in front of him, and the image of his little master appeared in his mind. Then he raised his big paw without hesitation and placed it on one of the names. Xiaoshu? When Chishu saw the name, she was very surprised. Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, hee, it seems not bad, it sounds cute. Golden nodded in agreement. Ah ga. In that case, let's decide. Seeing the appearance of one person and one Pokemon, Naoki smiled and said, if it's a girl, call him Xiaoshu. If it's a boy, call him Yushu. Chapter 572. Late at night, Naoki was lying in bed listening to Chishu talking about gym leaders. Guarding the gym, receiving challengers, and issuing gym badges to them, this is the daily work of the gym leader. However, the Padilla League does not have a fixed order for gym challenges, so sometimes there will be new trainers coming to challenge, and sometimes there will be trainers who have collected 7 badges coming to challenge. At this time, we will adjust the Pokemon around us according to the number of badges collected by those trainers. Of course, not all gym battles are 6v6. In addition, you can also make the rules according to your own preferences. 3v3, 2v2, 1v1 are all okay. Hearing what Chishu said, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If it's forced to be 6v6, with the Pokemon lineup he brought, I'm afraid there won't be many trainers who can pass it. In this way, when facing those new trainers, he can send out Jolteon, who has not been trained and fought much. If you encounter an experienced trainer, send Pikachu out. The Pikachu brought by Mewtwo is a copy of Ash's Pikachu, cloned 1-to-1, and its strength is almost the same as Ash's Pikachu. As for Babbitt, Zapdos, and Jirachi, leave them to those trainers who have participated in the league tournament and have rich combat experience, and trainers of the level of the legendary Beastman Darko to challenge. I know, I will run the gym for you when the time comes. You stay at home and have a good rest. My sister Ai Guancher will help me take care of you. Naoki said. Yeah. Chishu hugged Naoki, looking happy. Then don't forget to start live broadcasting. Live broadcasting? Naoki was slightly stunned. Chishu, this way I can see you at home. Naoki was stunned, then smiled. Okay. Chishu got up from the bed and told Naoki his Anchor account and password. You can use my account to live broadcast when the time comes. Naoki smiled and agreed. Okay, no problem. The couple lay in bed, and Golden and Babu Tubo beside them had already fallen asleep. And at this moment, Naoki suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you told Mom and Dad about this? Chishu opened his eyes wide. No, I forgot. Naoki. Forget it. It's so late. They should go to bed. I call them tomorrow morning to tell them the good news. Chishu thought it was impossible for them to go to bed so early. Dad has been addicted to the Pokemon game recently, and he fights for the gym championship every day. Mom said he plays from morning to night. It's only 10:30 now. He probably hasn't fallen asleep yet. As he said that, Chishu got up, took out his phone and dialed. Beep. After 2 beeps, the phone was connected, and the father-in-law's voice came from the other end. Chishu, you haven't rested yet so late? Chishu turned on the hands-free mode, so Chishu could also hear it. The couple looked at each other, and Chishu smiled and said, Dad, I have good news for you. What good news? Chishu won the championship? The man asked. In his opinion, it was very face-saving to have a son-in-law who won the championship. It's better news than that. You're going to be a grandfather, Chishu said. The man on the other end of the phone was shocked. What? Then, accompanied by a rustling sound, Chishu heard his mother-in-law's voice coming from the side. When did it happen? Have you checked it out? Yes. Chishu nodded happily. Chishu and I went to the hospital this afternoon. The doctor said that the baby in my belly is very healthy. You are going to be a grandmother and a grandfather. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then there was a rustling sound, as if someone was packing up. Wait, we be back soon. The couple was originally traveling in the Galar region, and when they heard that their daughter was pregnant, they rushed back to the Padilla region overnight. The next morning, they appeared in the ranch with suitcases, and it seemed that they had not had time to return to Brewing City, and went straight to the ranch. Mom and Dad. Naoki shouted and stepped forward to help them take the luggage. Chishu's mother nodded to Chishu with a smile, and then her eyes turned to her daughter's belly. "Is there really a baby?" she asked. "Really?" Chishu nodded with certainty. The woman covered her mouth in surprise and said in disbelief, "Oh my God, I'm going to be a grandmother soon. Come in first." Chishu smiled and invited the two to come in. The group entered the living room, and before they sat down, the woman took out the gifts brought from the Galar region from the suitcase. "This is the specialty we brought back from the Galar region for you." Chishu took it, and the woman began to pay attention to Chishu's affairs. "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable? What do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you." Chishu giggled, glanced at Chishu across from him, and said, "Don't worry, Mom, I can eat and drink now, my body is healthy, and what do I want to eat? Now she will make it for me." The woman was relieved. "That's good, pregnancy lasts 10 months, you must pay more attention to your health in these 10 months. Have you asked for leave from the gym chief?" "No, but Naoki will take my place," Chishu said with a silly smile. Woman, It seems that their daughter is very happy after marriage, so they can rest assured. Naoki invited the two to have lunch at the ranch, and after lunch, they returned to Nyangwang City. Before leaving, the woman did not forget to remind the young couple that if they encounter anything they don't understand, they can always find her. "I know, don't worry, Mom," Chishu said. "Seeing you are living happily, I feel relieved." The woman said, "Then let's go back. No need to see you off. You can go home and rest." After that, the two left the ranch. Watching the two disappear, Naoki took Chishu's arm and went home. In the afternoon, the Pokemon in the ranch were all basking in the sun leisurely. Golden lay under the eaves, looking at the two lazily. And at this moment, it seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised its head and looked in one direction. Naoki noticed Golden's movements and asked, "What's wrong, Golden?" "Ah, gaw." Naoki and Chishu looked back and saw 3 Pokemon coming from a distance. The one in the middle had fiery red fur, a majestic face, and a mane behind its head that flowed like smoke. The one on the left had a blue body with white block patterns on its body, a blue gem-like headdress on its head, and 2 white ribbon-like tails that fluttered slowly. The one on the right is a Pokemon with golden fur, strong limbs, and sharp fangs. It looks like a saber-toothed tiger, with a light blue tail behind it, and looks very ferocious. The 3 of them came from a distance, and soon walked to the grass not far away, where they stood still and looked straight over. Seeing this, Chishu and Chishu were both slightly stunned. "Those Pokemon are?" Chishu couldn't help asking. "The guards under the Ho-Oh, Inti, Suikun and Reiku," Naoki introduced. At this moment, he finally understood what the Ho-Oh said yesterday. Hearing this, Chishu opened his mouth slightly, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It should be the Ho-Oh who asked them to come," Naoki said. Chishu also noticed that these 3 Pokemon seemed to be looking for her husband. She patted Naoki's arm gently and said to him, "You go, I wait for you at home." Naoki hummed and sent Chishu back to the room, then turned around and looked at the 3 Pokemon again. Golden on the side shook his neck and stood up from under the eaves. The 3 holy beasts were also observing this human, wondering why Lord Fengwang asked them to come here. "Did Lord Fengwang ask you to come here?" Naoki asked. The next second, a solemn and majestic voice, like a middle-aged man, sounded in his mind. "Yes, Lord Fengwang asked us to come here to find you." That was Inti's telepathy. Why look for him? Naoki didn't quite understand what Ho-Oh meant for a moment. After a brief thought, he decided to take the 3 sacred beasts to see Ho-Oh. "In that case, I take you to Ho-Oh. Lord Ho is here too." The 3 sacred beasts were slightly stunned. Before they could react, they saw the human and the red Pokemon leading the way. The 3 sacred beasts looked at their backs, pondered for a moment, and slowly followed. The group entered the reverse world. As soon as they crossed the lake, the 3 holy beasts sensed a terrifying aura. The dangerous aura made Reiku's fur explode uncontrollably. Inti and Suikun also looked alert, and they cast their eyes on Giratina not far away. "Relax, that Pokemon is not dangerous." The 3 holy beasts were slightly startled. Reiku looked at the human in front of him, then looked at the Pokemon, and the hair on his body gradually softened. Naoki nodded at Giratina, and then passed through the green passage in front. The 3 holy beasts followed closely behind, and the next second, the scene in front of them changed drastically. The forest with a strong natural atmosphere, the lake with a fairy air, the grass with dewdrops, and the vibrant scene everywhere, it was like a fairyland. "Where is this place?" Suikun murmured softly. Yuni looked in one direction. "I feel the breath of Lord Fengwang. Lord Fengwang is here." Naoki and Golden continued to move forward, and the three holy beasts followed tacitly. On the way, the three holy beasts looked around like Pokemon who had never seen the world before, and seemed to be interested in everything. Especially when they saw the huge space-time gate in the Expedition Team Guild, they couldn't help but stop and look up. That is the space-time gate connecting to other worlds. Naoki introduced. This is the Expedition Team Guild. The Pokemon living here will go to other worlds to help those Pokemon in need. The place we are currently in is called the World Tree. The three holy beasts didn't know about the Gate of Time and Space, nor had they heard of the World Tree, let alone what the Expedition Guild was. But they understood the words of helping Pokemon in need. Let's go, the Ho is just ahead. Naoki turned around and continued to lead the way. The three holy beasts followed. They walked along a huge branch all the way up, and after about 10 minutes, they suddenly saw a lush tree crowned with thick branches and huge leaves. The Ho was resting on a tree trunk at this time. It seemed to sense a familiar breath and turned its head to look over. The three holy beasts hurried forward to salute. Lord Ho. Naoki and Golden stepped aside to watch the scene. You are here. The Ho glanced at the three Pokemon and asked, Did you see it? What did you see? The three holy beasts were slightly stunned. But soon, they understood what the Ho meant. I saw a huge time-space gate. I saw many Pokemon living here. Lord Ho, what exactly is this place? Suicune asked. Ho slowly replied, As you can see, this is the World Tree, built by Naoki for Pokemon to live. He founded the Expedition Guild and traveled with those Pokemon to various parts of the world and even other worlds to help those Pokemon in need and save those worlds that are about to be destroyed. What? Hearing this, the three sacred beasts were slightly startled. They looked at the human beside them. At this moment, they finally understood why Lord Feng Wang was so optimistic about him. I asked you to come here this time because I wanted you to understand all this. The King of Phoenix said, He is the rainbow brave I chose. There is no need to test him for such behavior. Yes, Lord Feng Wang. The three sacred beasts answered in succession. At this time, the King of Phoenix turned his eyes to Reiku. In addition, Reiku, the rainbow brave currently needs your help. I hope you can do your best to help him. Reiku was stunned on the spot. After a long while, he finally said, Yes, Lord Ho. And Naoki didn't expect that Ho was serious. He actually called Reiku to help him fill the number of his electric attribute gym. Suicune and Inti on the side looked at Reiku, and Reiku cast his eyes on Naoki. What do you need me to do? It asked. Naoki, actually, it's nothing. I just want you to join my Pokemon team and help me fight Pokemon for 10 months. Hearing this, Lei Gong was slightly stunned. Is he going to make it his Pokemon and help him in the battle? Lei Gong narrowed his eyes, and the next second, a thunder exploded from its body, followed by a heavy voice. Then let me see if you can control my power. Naoki, ? Is Lei Gong going to have a Pokemon battle with him? Seeing this, Inti and Suicune stepped aside, leaving enough space for the two to fight. Ho also did not speak, because it believed that Naoki's strength could control Reiku. Naoki, Yes, this is very consistent with the Pokemon world. Reiku should want to see his strength, right? In this case. Guillerton, I leave it to you. Naoki said, although he didn't want to, but at present he only had one Pokemon, Guillerton, with him. Guillerton slowly walked forward and looked at Reiku opposite with his golden pupils. The next second, the battle officially began. Thunder God began to run towards Guillerton at a very fast speed, dense yellow electric currents surging on his body, and at the same time, he let out a long howl like thunder, just like thunder falling from the sky, and the air around him began to vibrate. Dazzling lightning surged out of Thunder God's body, turning into beams of electric current rushing towards Guillerton. Dragon Claw, Naoki said. The moment the order was issued, Guillerton's figure moved. It swung its giant claws so fast that it left a trail of afterimages on the spot, and in a flash it arrived in front of the Thunder God. The dragon claws flashing with purple light swung out fiercely, and the powerful force tore through the Thunder God's electric current and dealt it a heavy blow. What a strong force! The Thunder God showed a solemn expression on his face. Just as it was about to change its strategy, it heard the Rainbow Warrior on the opposite side give another order. Full Fire Ram. The next second, the red Pokemon in front of it suddenly jumped into the air, and the ancient energy surged out of the Pokemon, and then it violently rammed towards it. Danger! Thunder God suddenly felt that he was in danger, and he quickly gathered his supernatural power to try to resist it. The strong superpower surged out, and the air was trembling slightly. Will it work? Thunder God's heart tightened. But then, he saw that the Pokemon broke through the shock of supernatural power and rushed towards him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a lot of dust and smoke was stirred up at the place where Thunder God was. After a while, when the dust and smoke dissipated, Thunder God fell there, as if he had lost his ability to fight. We won, Naoki said. Gyulerton retreated to Naoki's side, and Ho nodded slightly with satisfaction. Use the Pokeball to subdue it. It will help you for me. Naoki, Ho is asking him to subdue Reiku. Naoki looked at Reiku, who also stood up with all his strength and said, I will follow the orders of Lord Ho. A magical power burst out from Reiku, and an empty Pokeball flew out from Naoki's waist automatically, as if it was under control. Lei Gong took the initiative to transform into a red light, and entered the Pokeball. The Pokeball fell to the ground, and shook slightly twice, then stopped. This means that he succeeded in conquering, and also means that he has been recognized by Lei Gong. Naoki, Well, in this case, he will not let down the kindness of Ho and Lei Gong. Naoki went forward to pick up Lei Gong's Pokeball, looked up and thanked Ho. Thank you, Ho, Lei Gong. Please take care of me in the next 10 months. You're welcome, the Ho said softly. The Pokeball containing Reiku shook slightly, as if the Reiku inside was responding. Then, the Ho looked at Inti and Suakun. You two can stay on the World Tree for a while. You can also protect the ranch for Naoki. Inti and Suakun responded, yes. And Naoki looked at the Pokeball in his hand. Bubble, Jolteon, Pikachu, Zapdos, Jirachi, Taijingian, Reiku. In this way, 6 electric attribute Pokemon are gathered. Next, he can go to the Brewing Light Gym to meet the challenges of those trainers on behalf of Chishu. Chapter 573. 2 days later, Nyanwang City, Nyanwang Gym. Naoki sat in the gym owner's seat and looked at the list of trainers who signed up for the gym battle sent by the gym staff. Because the Nyanwang Gym has not been open for 3 days, there are many trainers who come to challenge the gym. Anya, the receptionist of the Nyanwang Gym, said. She looked at the trainer in front of her. The other party was their gym owner's husband Naoki, right? I heard that because Chishu was pregnant, Naoki couldn't bear her running back and forth, so he took the initiative to come over to help his wife. Their gym leader has met a good man, Anya thought. It's okay, we should be able to finish all the battles in one morning. As he spoke, Naoki's eyes swept across the screen of the tablet, and what came into view was the information of the 5 trainers. Name, Rinsho, hometown, Galar region, number of gym badges collected, 5, resume. Participated in the Galar Champions Cup and entered the top 16. Name, Xiaoya, hometown, Padia region, number of gym badges collected, 3, resume, none. Name, Jingtian, hometown, Hoenn region, number of gym badges collected, 6, resume. Saiyu Conference semifinals, Silver Conference semifinals. Name, Calixia, hometown, Padia region, number of gym badges collected, 0, resume, none. Name, Mitsuki, hometown, Padia region, number of gym badges collected, 1, resume, none. There is actually a challenger with such a rich resume. Looking at the information of the trainer named Jingtian, Naoki was a little surprised. The top 4 of the Caillou Conference and the top 4 of the Silver Conference are already the best among the trainers in the Pokemon world. Gym Master, we have sent the message of the Gym Master's return to those trainers in advance this morning. They have come to the gym now. Do you want to start accepting the challenge? Anya asked. Okay. Naoki stood up and left the Brewing Light Gym, heading for the central square of Brewing Light City, where the gym competition was held. When he arrived there, the central square was already surrounded by curious spectators. Most of these people were fans of Chishu, but when they saw that the person standing in the gym leader position was not Chishu, but a man, they were stunned. What's going on? Where's Chishu? Has the gym leader of Nyanwang Gym changed? This person seems to be Chishu's husband. I saw the post Chishu posted. She said she was pregnant, so she asked her husband to take over. If I remember correctly, he seems to be a rancher who runs a ranch in the countryside. Can he really take on this job? He's not just an ordinary rancher. There was a whisper from the audience. The noise was too loud for Naoki to hear clearly, and he didn't bother to listen. He took out his Rotom phone, logged into Chishu's Anchor account, and then started the live broadcast. The next second, Naoki saw a series of question marks on the barrage. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at mobilizing program effects, and I don't know much about live broadcasts, but for her, let's fight. After that, the Rotom phone flew into the air and began to film the battle below. At this time, the first challenger also walked out from the opposite player channel. He was a young man wearing a black jacket, with short black hair, and a proud look. He looked cool and powerful. His name was Jingtian, from the Hoenn region, and he had participated in 2 league competitions and entered the semifinals in both. With such a record, he was obviously not a newcomer. In this case, let's use 3v3 to decide the winner. Welcome to the Brewing Light Gym. I am the gym leader Naoki. I will fight you next. The rules of the game are 3v3. If you defeat my 3 Pokemon, then this electric badge belongs to you, Naoki said. Then let me see the strength of the Brewing Light Gym. Jingtian looked proud. His strength has long surpassed the gym leader level. He said he came to challenge the gym, but in fact he was just going through the process and going to the league competition to fight Pokemon with those strong people. Along the way, he got every gym badge without much effort. He only needed 2 more badges to step onto the stage of the Padia conference. Hearing the tone of the boy opposite him, Naoki narrowed his eyes. He was not a good person. As he expected, the boy moved his wrist, and a Pokeball flew into the air. A beam of white light shot out from the Pokeball, and then a huge Pokemon covered with a green armor-like shell fell to the ground. Under the influence of the power of sand, an invisible breeze blew up on the field, sweeping the entire battlefield with wisps of sand and dust. The weather turned into a sandstorm. That was Banhila with the sand-raising feature. The moment Banhila appeared, the audience felt deeply shocked, and some even had to retreat to a faraway area due to the influence of the sandstorm. Every move of Banhila seemed domineering, with sand and dust constantly floating around it, as if it was a natural desert tyrant. Banjira, a quasi-god Pokemon from the Johto region, has the attributes of rock and evil, and is extremely strong against electric Pokemon. Does this guy want to use his strongest Pokemon to win the gym badge directly? That's not that easy. Naoki threw the Pokeball in his hand. Pikachu, I leave it to you. A white light flashed, and Pikachu appeared on the battlefield. The first gym battle of the Brewing Light Gym, Banjira vs Pikachu, officially begins. Banhila, Earthquake. The battle began. Jingtian mercilessly turned on the attack mode. Banhila roared to the sky, and its right foot stomped on the ground. Boom! The strong shock instantly broke the earth, and a deep crack appeared in the middle. The terrifying earth energy gushed out from it, and attacked Pikachu swiftly and domineeringly. Pikachu, move at high speed. Facing the earthquake that was chasing closely, Naoki chose to let Pikachu increase its speed. Facing the powerful attack of Banjira, a faint blue light appeared on Pikachu's body, and it turned around and began to run on the field at a very fast speed. The ground where Pikachu passed by was cracked, and terrifying energy gushed out from it, following Pikachu closely. It's useless. The attack range of the earthquake is so large, and the field is so small, no matter what, your Pikachu can't run out of the battlefield. Jingtian looked at the scene calmly, as if it was only a matter of time before Pikachu was hit and defeated by the earthquake. Pikachu's figure kept crossing the field, and at this moment, its speed was getting faster and faster, almost leaving a shadow on the ground. Pikachu's speed drove a large amount of airflow, and the sandstorm raised by Banhila began to gather rapidly under the action of the airflow, forming a huge sandstorm ball. It's worthy of being a clone of Pikachu. Naoki narrowed his eyes. Now, Pikachu, jump up and use the electric ball. Pikachu, who heard the command, looked back at the cracked ground, and then jumped up suddenly. At the same time, countless electric currents began to gather rapidly on the tail, and finally condensed into a huge electric ball. Pikachu's body spun in midair, and its tail suddenly exerted force, like a pair of table tennis paddles, throwing the yellow electric ball out. The electric ball landed on the sandstorm ball, and collided with the oncoming earthquake shock wave. Instantly, a violent explosion occurred. The explosion set off a strong shock wave, and the sandstorm weather that had originally condensed was actually completely dispersed by this shock wave. Huh? What's going on? Use the airflow generated by Pikachu's high-speed movement to gather the sandstorm, and then use the power generated by the collision between the electric ball and the earthquake to disperse the sand and dust on the field? In just a moment, Jingtian realized that this gym leader was unusual. Banjira, do another earthquake. Pikachu, rush over and use Iron Tail. Pikachu's speed became extremely exaggerated after moving at high speed. Before Banjira raised his hand to perform the earthquake, Pikachu came in front of it. The lightning-shaped tail condensed with a steel light and hit Banjira's head fiercely. The huge force made Banjira stagger, but he did not fall down. At such a close distance, we can't use earthquake anymore. Banjira, bite it to pieces. Pikachu, give it another iron tail. Banjira's mouth flickered with a faint light, and his huge body suddenly approached Pikachu. Pikachu rushed forward. A beam of white light flashed on his tail, and then hit Banjira's mouth hard. This force almost broke Banjira's teeth, but Jingtian's Banjira was extremely powerful, and he quickly regained his composure and quickly adjusted his state. The thick tail swept out and hit Pikachu away. Pikachu let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground and rolled several times. Banhila, another earthquake. Jingtian frowned. Banhila roared, and the huge power of the earth poured into the earth from its body. For a moment, the earth began to shake violently, and the majestic energy stretched the surface of the earth. The ground cracked rapidly, and the cracks continued to spread towards Pikachu's position. This time, Pikachu had no way to avoid it. With a bang, Pikachu's body was shaken away by the earthquake and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Naoki, it still doesn't work. He remembered that in the anime, Ash's Pikachu had defeated many Banjira. Even Alan's Banjira was defeated by it. Maybe it's because this Pikachu was cloned too early? In addition, Ash's Pikachu followed Ash to many places to compete, while this Pikachu was brought to the World Tree by Mutuo to live a quiet life. Pikachu lost the ability to fight, and Jingtian won the first battle. The referee checked Pikachu's status, and then announced the result. Does Jingtian want to change his Pokemon? No. Jingtian looked at the gym leader on the other side, and thought that although the opponent's tactics and real-time command ability were very good, the strength of his Pokemon was still a little bit worse. Even if he defeated his Banjira, he still had other more powerful Pokemon. If nothing unexpected happened, he could get the next gym badge smoothly. The Brewing Light Gym is nothing special. Jingtian was determined to win. Naoki sighed in his heart. Who should be sent out next? Jolteon. With Jolteon's lazy look and little training and battle experience, even if he is on the field, he will probably be killed instantly by the earthquake of Banjira. I don't want this challenger from outside to get the gym badge so easily. Since Sakaki can use Armored Mutuo to meet the challenger, it shouldn't be too much for him to send this Pokemon now, right? Thinking of this, Naoki took out a Pokeball from his waist. With a flash of white light, a bird Pokemon with sharp eyes and yellow feathers appeared on the battlefield. A sizzling electric current rushed out from its feathers. In an instant, the sky suddenly changed. The originally clear sky gathered dark clouds, and terrifying lightning kept surging in it. With a sizzling sound, the lightning illuminated the dark clouds. Seeing this, the spectators in the square opened their eyes wide instantly. What is that Pokemon? The legendary god of thunder, Zapdos. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw this scene, and for a moment, a string of question marks slid across the barrage frantically. Jingtian recognized the Pokemon at a glance. He had traveled in the Johto region and the nearby islands, and naturally heard the legend of the God of Thunder. And now, the God of Thunder actually appeared here. What is going on? This gym leader actually has a Pokemon like Zapdos. Jingtian opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Although there has been no Pokemon battle yet, judging from the ability of the Zapdos to cause changes in the celestial phenomena as soon as it appeared, it is definitely not something that an ordinary Pokemon can do. Its strength is likely to have broken through the gym leader level and reached the king level or even higher. I have read your information. You have participated in the Silver Conference in the Johto region and the Kaiyu Conference in the Hoenn region, and you have won the top 4 in both. In Jingtian's stunned expression, Naoki smiled and praised, "You are a great trainer, but sometimes strong strength can make people forget their original intentions, become proud and complacent, and look down on others. So next, I will use all my strength to accept your challenge." At this point, I could only bite the bullet. The second battle officially began. Banjira, destroy the beam. Banjira opened his mouth wide, and the blazing milky white energy quickly gathered in his mouth, and then turned into a thick beam of light, which shot out with a bang. Get out of the way. The lightning bird flapped its wings to adjust its body shape, and easily dodged it. It flew towards Banhila, and with a thunder from Naoki, a dazzling lightning burst out from its body. Instantly, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be summoned, and the terrifying lightning contained in them brewed rapidly, and finally turned into a huge beam of lightning, which fell from the clouds to the ground with a bang. Banjila's body was instantly swallowed by the lightning. Outside the square, a girl with pink hair looked at the scene with a dull face. She was holding a petite Ralt in her arms. The girl's name was Karija. She had just turned 10 this year, and had set out on a journey with her original Pokemon Ralt. This Brewing Light Gym was the first gym they were going to challenge. But now, Ralt looked up at its trainer with some uncertainty, and made a faint sound. Ralt, It was going to fight that Pokemon later. Was it true? Chapter 574. Banhila has lost his ability to fight. The match was won by the Gym Master Naoki. The referee stepped forward to check Bangila's condition and announced the result of the match. Banhila was charred by the electricity, and his huge body fell to the ground motionless. His eyes seemed to have turned into mosquito coils, and his armor-like shell was covered with scars. The mobile phone Rotom, which was broadcasting live, took a close-up shot of Bangila's condition. This scene instantly caused everyone to exclaim and gasp. A thunderbolt electrocuted Banhila into this state. The power of the Zapdos's moves was really terrible. It is worthy of being a legendary Pokemon. The appearance of the Zapdos caused the audience to take out their mobile phones to take pictures. The popularity of the live broadcast room began to soar rapidly, and countless new viewers poured into it. On the battlefield, the Zapdos flapped its wings and floated in the air. Jingtian couldn't help but sweat on his forehead, such a terrifying strength. Go on, if you want to get the badge of electricity, then come and prove your strength to me, Naoki said. The gym leader cannot change Pokemon during the process, so he did not take back the lightning bird. Hearing this, Jingtian took a deep breath, then took the Bangira back into the Pokeball, and took out another Pokeball instead. Alito, I leave it to you this time. The second battle, Alito vs. Lightning Bird, officially begins. Shadow Clone, approach it. Jingtian quickly issued the order. Facing such a powerful Zapdos, at this moment, he did not look down on it at all, but showed all his strength. Alito has been with him since the day he started his journey, helping him to get to the top 4 of the Kaiju Conference, and is the most reliable Pokemon around him. Alito on the field flashed the moment the trainer's voice appeared. It rushed towards the location of Zapdos at a high speed, and at the same time, it transformed into dozens of clones, trying to interfere with Zapdos's target. Do you want to use the Shadow Clone to interfere and launch a surprise attack? Naoki saw the opponent's plan at a glance and immediately ordered, Zapdos, discharge. Ziz! A strong electric current exploded from the body of the Zapdos, accompanied by a dazzling flash of lightning, and the entire Zapdos in the air was enveloped in a majestic electric energy. The energy spread rapidly in all directions with Zapdos as the center, until it covered the entire battlefield. All of Alito's shadow clones were swallowed up, and those clones disappeared like bubbles, and the real body hidden in them that was about to launch a surprise attack was also affected by the lightning. Almost instantly, Alito felt the strong current entering his body, and sweeping over his whole body. Zazila! Alito tried to use teleportation to escape from the range of the lightning, but it lost control of its right hand. Oops, the body can't move. Is it paralyzed? Seeing this, Jingtian clenched his hands and shouted loudly, Alega, hold on. Zapdos thunder. Boom! A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky, and the previous scene was repeated. Alega was submerged in lightning. A moment later, Alega fell to the ground. Alega has lost its ability to fight, and this battle is won by the gym leader Naoki. Contestant Jingtian currently has 1 Pokemon left. If he continues to fail, he will lose this gym battle. The referee reminded. Damn, are you going to lose? Jingtian has never met such a tough opponent in his many years of traveling. He thought that the trip to the gym in Padilla would be smooth sailing, and those gym leaders were so vulnerable in front of his powerful Pokemon partners. Sometimes, he even thought that the gym challenge was meaningless because those guys were too weak. He even disdained to communicate with the gym leader in the gym battle, defeated the opponent, got the badge and turned around and left. But now, thinking back to what the other party had just said, was he too proud? Jingtian was completely confused, and he sent out his third Pokemon, a Tanabata Bluebird. But 3 minutes later, Tanabata Bluebird also fell under the lightning of Zapdos. Tanabata Bluebird has lost its ability to fight, and the gym leader Naoki has won this match. The referee blew the whistle in his hand, and announced the result of the match. Jingtian took Tanabata Bluebird back, looked down at the Pokeball in his hand, and then turned around and left. Looking at this scene, Naoki sighed silently in his heart. If this trainer could restrain his temper a little, not be so arrogant when facing other weak trainers, and fight seriously, and go all out no matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would still be willing to give him the gym badge. Because Chishu said that gym battles are not just a test of trainers' strength. In addition, it will also test their will, character and heart. As long as there is one thing that can be recognized by the gym owner, then as long as the opponent's strength is not too bad, the gym owner can give the badge to the opponent as a sign of recognition of the opponent. I hope I can see him again later. Zapdos, come back first. Naoki called back Zapdos, and then waited for the second challenger to enter. The referee looked at the list in his hand and called out loudly, "Next, let's invite Kalicia to enter." Kalicia? Naoki was slightly stunned when he heard this familiar name. If he remembered correctly, this trainer seemed to be a trainer who had just gone on a trip, the kind who had not yet obtained a badge. In this case, he would have to adjust his strength. Naoki already had a candidate in mind for the battle. However, strangely, as time passed, no one was seen in the opposite entrance. Naoki? ? The referee was also very puzzled. Contestant Korishiya? Is contestant Korishiya here? It's your turn to challenge the Brewing Light Gym next. Please come to the central square as soon as possible. Not long after this sentence fell, Naoki saw a girl about 10 years old with long pink hair walking towards him in a panic. Kalicia looked at the gym leader opposite her in horror. She and her Ralt had just witnessed the entire battle. That devilish Zapdos defeated the 3 Pokemon of the last challenger by itself. And that trainer looked so experienced, but he lost like this. Now it was her turn, and they probably had no chance of winning. Looking at the gym leader opposite her, Kalicia was very nervous. Even Ralt in her arms began to tremble. The power of that Zapdos is so terrible. If it is hit by that move, it will die, right? Lalulus couldn't help thinking. At this moment, the same thought came to the minds of the duo. Mom, it's so scary here, I want to go home. When the girl on the opposite side walked to the contestant's position, Naoki noticed that she seemed very nervous. This should be her first time to challenge the gym under the eyes of so many spectators, right? Naoki thought she was not used to this kind of scene, so he spoke to comfort her. Hello, I am Naoki, the owner of this gym. Don't be nervous, relax, just a normal sparring. Kalicia panicked even more, but thinking of her dream of collecting badges and challenging the league competition to become a trainer as powerful as the chief, the girl worked hard to muster up courage. Lalulus, don't be afraid, we have to defeat our opponents together, get badges, and participate in the league competition. At this time, Naoki also took out the Pokeball of Jolteon. With a flash of white light, Jolteon appeared on the field. Welcome to the Brewing Gym. The rules of this gym battle are 1v1. Each person can only use 1 Pokemon. The battle will not end until either party loses the ability to fight. Naoki started to introduce the rules of the game. When Kalicia and Lalulus saw the Pokemon sent by the gym leader, they were stunned. Isn't it the scary bird Pokemon just now? 1v1. Doesn't this mean that as long as they defeat the Jolteon, they can get the gym badge? Kalicia immediately thought this was a very easy thing. She was no longer as scared as before, and turned to Lalulus and said, "Go Lalulus." When Ralt saw that his opponent was not Zapdos, he breathed a sigh of relief. It took the initiative to jump down and walk to the battlefield. Naoki, Ralts? This Pokemon was notoriously weak before it evolved, and it really fits the description of a newcomer. As the referee blew the whistle, the battle officially began. Ralts, telekinesis. The attack methods of new trainers are often very direct and simple. Just go for it, and Kalicia is no exception. Upon hearing the command, a layer of blue light appeared in Lalula's eyes, and a weak telekinesis condensed in its small hands, flying towards the Jolteon opposite. Joras, get out of the way. The Jolteon looked at Lalula's opposite, and began to run around Lalulus, successfully dodging the telekinesis. Missed? Kalicia panicked, and she ordered in a panic, another telekinesis. Lalulus condensed weak telekinesis, constantly aiming at Jolteon and throwing it towards it. Unfortunately, it couldn't hit the fast-running Jolteon. Such continuous attack soon exhausted the superpowers in Lalula's body, making it breathless. Seeing that the time was almost up, Naoki said, "Jolteon, electric net." The Jolteon, which was running on the field, suddenly turned around and ran towards Lalulus. It jumped high and condensed an electric ball in its mouth and spit it out towards Lalulus. The electric ball continued to spread during the flight, and soon turned into the shape of an electric net, accurately covering Lalulus. Under the stimulation of the strong electric current, Lalulus fainted directly. Lalulus. Kalicia was very nervous. The referee came forward to check Lalulus's condition, and then announced the result of the game. Lalulus has lost the ability to fight, and the gym owner Naoki won this gym battle. Naoki, you should have just started traveling not long ago, right? Naoki asked. Kalicia put Lalulus back into the Pokeball, and prepared to take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment later. Hearing this, she nodded. Well, I went on a trip a week ago. No wonder. Naoki twitched his lips, but still gave his own advice. It's too early for you to challenge the gym now. Judging from the appearance of Ralts, I'm afraid it hasn't learned a few moves yet. It's very difficult to challenge the gym in this situation. Huh? Kalisha looked confused. Then what should I do? Naoki. Special training. Take your Ralts to the wild for special training. Fight with those wild Pokemon, or other trainers. Increase combat experience. Hone skills, so that it can gradually become stronger, and when Ralts has made progress, you can come to the gym for testing. It has to be said that the difference in difficulty between trainers who start with Ralts and those who start with Charmander Squirtle is not ordinary. Before evolution, Ralts can only comprehend very limited moves, and its body is very fragile, far inferior to Squirtle and other trainers with tough shells. At this time, smart trainers will capture another Pokemon to help Ralts through the early stage. Looking at the little girl, it seems that there is only one Pokemon around her, Ralts. Kalisha thought seriously for a moment, and then nodded. I understand, thank you very much, Mr. Gym Master. She will take Ralts to the wild for special training. When we become stronger, we will challenge you again, Kalisha said. Naoki smiled slightly. I am looking forward to your growth. Kalisha turned around and left with Ralts. She first went to the Pokemon Center in Brewing City to treat Ralts, and then set off to the forest outside the city to start special training. At the same time, Naoki also welcomed the third challenger. The challenger Rinsho, from the Galar region, had participated in the Galar Champions Cup and entered the top 16. He has currently collected 5 gym badges. Looking at the dark-skinned, tall, and honest boy opposite, Naoki nodded and said, Welcome to the Brewing Light Gym. I am the gym owner Naoki here. The rules of this battle are 3v3. The game will not end until all the Pokemon on either side lose their combat ability. Naoki took out the Jolteon's Pokeball, and a white light flashed, and Jolteon appeared on the battlefield again. Rinsho nodded calmly. Please give me your advice. Go, my friend. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a huge gray body with a metallic luster like steel appeared, with a huge head raised high, and locked onto the Jolteon in front of it with a pair of red eyes that flashed with a breathtaking light. That's Steelix. Seeing this scene, the spectators around the square exclaimed, Oh no, it's Steelix. Electric Pokemon are completely restrained by the ground-type Steelix. As we all know, ground-type Pokemon can transmit the electricity they bear to the earth through their bodies connected to the ground, thus ignoring the damage caused by electric-type moves. That Steelix looks well-trained and has been through many battles. I wonder if it can defeat the legendary Pokemon Zapdos. The anchor is in danger. Chapter 575. The body of Steelix flashed with a breathtaking cold light, and its iron-like body was covered with scars from past battles, giving it a sense of ferocity. Compared to the huge Steelix, the body of the Jolteon opposite seemed so weak and helpless. At this moment, Jolteon looked at the terrifying Steelix in front of him, and couldn't help but have a little retreat in his heart. Woohoo, the battle is so scary. It's more fun to play hide-and-seek with Vaporeon and Flareon at home. However, thinking of Naoki, Jolteon quickly cheered up. Naoki needed help. How could it hide at home and enjoy its life? For Naoki, fight it! With the referee's whistle, the gym battle officially kicked off. Steel Snake dig a hole. Facing the Jolteon restrained by Steelix, Rinsho did not underestimate the enemy, but adopted a conservative tactic right from the start. After the order was issued, Steelix's huge and bulky body unexpectedly became agile and swift at this moment. Its huge head drilled into the ground, just like a mud cow entering the sea, and the whole body immediately drilled into the ground. A bulge appeared on the ground, and it attacked the Jolteon not far away at a very fast speed. It's really tricky, Naoki thought to himself. Jolteon was too lazy to practice, so it didn't have many moves. Although it had eaten the Thunder Bun, Jolteon had not undergone systematic special training, resulting in it having an extraordinary electric attribute energy, but other aspects were very ordinary. Forget it, I just came here to make up the numbers. They went all out, and the rest depended on the level of the opponent. Therefore, Naoki said calmly, Jolteon, move at high speed. Boy! Jolteon started to run quickly, with Steelix chasing closely behind him. Suddenly, Steelix broke out of the ground, and its huge body directly knocked Jolteon out. Jolteon, who suffered such a heavy blow, fell from the sky, lay on the ground with his eyes rolled up, and then fainted. Sure enough, Naoki thought that if it was Pikachu, he could also let Pikachu use Iron Tail to attack Steelix under the ground. Joltbuff loses the ability to fight, and the challenger Rinsho wins this match. The referee announced the result of the match and asked the opponent if he needed to change Pokemon. Rinsho shook his head. No. You were restrained. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations, but the difficulty will not be as low as at the beginning. Naoki took back the Jolteon and took out the second Pokeball. Hearing this, Rinshou's heart tightened, and his right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Did the gym owner send out the powerful Zapdos? However, with a flash of white light, it was not Zapdos that appeared, but a Pikachu. Rinshou heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not Zapdos. Steel Snake, dig a hole again. When the battle started, Rinshou still used the same tactics. Steel Snake's huge body drilled into the ground and began to attack Pikachu quickly. Pikachu, pay attention to your surroundings, Naoki said. Pikapi! Pikachu looked around vigilantly, his eyes locked on the movements of Steelix under the ground. Since Steelix was too large, its body could not be hidden. Even if it used digging holes, it would still support a row of winding bulges on the ground. Seeing that Steelix was about to break out of the ground, Naoki found the right time and said, "Now, jump up and use Iron Tail." As soon as the voice fell, Pikachu reacted subconsciously. As it jumped up suddenly, Steelix under the ground broke out of the ground. Pikachu's lightning tail was covered with a layer of metallic light, and then it turned into steel, and hit Steelix's head heavily, and Steelix's body was knocked to the ground. Has the hole been cracked? Rinshou changed his strategy without hesitation. Now, use Bind. Steelix's body immediately moved, and the hole pulled it closer to Pikachu. Now Pikachu is just between its huge body. The steel body suddenly shrank, like a snake Pokemon hunting, and the hard body instantly bound Pikachu tightly in the middle. Pikachu used his two little claws to support Steelix's body, and tried to break free, but Steelix tied it very tightly, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape. Pikachu, aware of the danger, released a large amount of electricity, but the energy hit Steelix without any pain, and was transmitted to the earth along its body. Electricity-type moves, ineffective. Pikachu, act cute. At this point, he could only act cute to confuse Steelix and break free when it was careless. Don't give it a chance, Steelix, quicksand hell, put an end to it. Rinshou on the opposite side reacted very quickly, and gave orders immediately. Steelix shook his head after hearing the trainer's voice, and got out of the state of being confused by Pikachu's cute appearance. The next second, yellow sand filled the sky, and a quicksand vortex formed with Steelix as the center, trapping Steelix and Pikachu in the middle at the same time. Pikachu! Naoki tried to shout, but his sight was blocked by the vortex formed by the sandstorm, and he couldn't see what was happening inside. Time passed by minute, and the quicksand vortex lasted about 3 minutes. When Steelix's body escaped from the quicksand hell, Pikachu also fell softly to the ground, and it looked like it had lost its ability to fight. Pikachu has lost its ability to fight, and this match is won by Rinshou. The referee announced the result. Come back, Pikachu, you've worked hard, and you should have a good rest next. Naoki took Pikachu back, and then took out the last Pokeball. It seems that you have forced me into a desperate situation. Rinshou dared not neglect it. Was he finally going to send out the Zapdos? Accompanied by a flash of white light, Naoki's last Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. It was the Zapdos that had just completed a series of 3 feats. Seeing this, a barrage of barges flew across the live broadcast room. Sure enough, it's this Zapdos again. I never thought that the owner of the Brewing Light Gym actually has a legendary Pokemon. Zapdos is an electric and flying Pokemon. Even if it is a legendary Pokemon, it has a great disadvantage when facing Steelix. Its proud moves have no effect on Steelix at all. This Zapdos should be the strongest Pokemon of this gym owner, right? The strongest? Do you think this is all Mr. Naoki's strength? No. His strength is far more than this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The trainer who had challenged several trials at Naoki Ranch, but was beaten up, saw the barrage and immediately ran out to popularize science. You have never seen the terrifying Mount Goats. They can summon a large green grass field in an instant, and what's more terrifying is that the green grass field can only be effective for the Mount Goats. That's right, there is also Dragonite, which can control the storm at will. Mr. Naoki is obviously more proficient in grass-type and dragon-type Pokemon than electric-type. The difference in strength between Pikachu, Jolteon and Zapdos is so big. I think this team stationed in the gym is obviously put together temporarily. I don't know what the remaining 3 Pokemon will be. I guess there must be a special individual of Babudu, which can hit people with a hammer like the giant forge. Anyway, it must be stronger than Zapdos. Seeing these comments, some passers-by and netizens from other regions were shocked. What? Isn't Zapdos the strongest Pokemon of this gym leader? That's the legendary Pokemon Zapdos. The audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Generally speaking, in a battle, Zapdos is a trump card that will definitely be saved for the last. And if Zapdos is sent out now, does it mean that the 3 Pokemon behind this gym leader are all stronger than Zapdos? What is going on? This guy is so powerful that he has even far exceeded the gym leader level. Why does he want to be a gym leader here? The answer to this question was quickly given in the comments. Rumor has it that the former gym leader is pregnant, and the current gym leader is filling in for his wife. The challenger of the Nyangwang gym is now in luck. In fact, those netizens were right in their guess, which is exactly why Naoki chose to send out the 3rd Zapdos. The strength of Raikou is unknown, but Naoki estimates that he should be on par with Zapdos. Not to mention the complete form of Babutubo. As for Jirachi, although Jirachi looks very cute, even cute enough to be harmless to humans and animals. However, in fact, it contains a huge amount of comet energy in its body. Jirachi originally absorbed this energy to nourish the land of Fanes, but this was replaced by the leaves of the World Tree, and the comet energy was completely absorbed by it, and used for its own purposes. If all the energy is released, Naoki feels that its power should be no less than a small nuclear bomb. Swoosh! The referee blew the whistle, announcing the official start of the 3rd match. Steel Snake Rockfall. Rincho was the first to give the order. Steel Snake on the ground looked at the Zapdos on the opposite side. Although the opponent was strong, it was not afraid, but its emotions were high. It opened its huge mouth, and the power of rock quickly condensed, creating a huge rock and spitting it towards the Zapdos in the air. Zapdos flapped its wings, nimbly avoided the falling rock, and then let out a sharp bird cry, and then leaned over and rushed towards Steel Snake. No, that Zapdos is too agile, I can't hit it at all. Rincho was very nervous and forced himself to calm down. Calm down, calm down. The most important thing now is to think of a countermeasure. It's our turn. Looking at the movements of Zapdos, Naoki gave an order at the same time. Storm. Zapdos suddenly turned around, and its proud eyes locked on the Steelix below. The sound of electric current exploding came from its wings, and then it swung vigorously. Huh? A strong storm swept across the battlefield in an instant, and even the heavy body of Steelix could not help being shaken by the storm. The fierce storm hit Steelix's steel body, and even though it had thick skin and flesh, the terrifying storm left scars on it. Steelix, hold on. Rincho frowned. It was bad, they were caught in the opponent's rhythm. Steelix then raised its tail, and threw it heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed, and its huge body sank a few points, and then it finally stabilized its figure. Naoki observed the state of Steelix. Seeing that Steelix took the initiative to embed itself into the ground to stabilize its body, he smiled slightly, and then said calmly, "Change the wind direction, use hot air." The wind direction on the field suddenly stagnated. Seeing this, Rincho thought to himself that it was not good, and quickly ordered, "Steelix, dig a hole." But it was too late. The air suddenly became hot, and the temperature continued to rise. The hot breath made the surrounding scene become illusory. The scorching airflow swept over the body of Steelix in an instant. Even though it had entered the cave, the hot wind was pervasive and blew into the cave entrance, following Steelix like a bone-eating maggot. The high temperature caused Steelix's body to twist and tremble uncontrollably. Its huge tail twitched violently, and its huge body broke out of the ground and struggled painfully in the hot wind. Soon, Steelix stopped moving. Swish! The referee stepped forward to check Steelix's physical condition, and then blew the whistle. Steelix has lost his ability to fight, and the match is won by the gym owner Naoki. Rincho took a deep breath and then took out his second Pokemon, the Galar region's water-type starter Pokemon, Chameleon. 3 minutes later, Chameleon was swallowed by the lightning of Zapdos. Next, the third one was Mamoswine. However, this time, within 3 minutes, Mamoswine was submerged by Zapdos's hot wind and suffered the same fate as Steelix. When Rincho's last Pokemon lost its combat ability, the audience was completely silent. What a terrifying strength! That Zapdos once again accomplished a feat of 3 in a row. At this moment, not only the people around the square, but also the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but have a terrible thought in their mind. This Zapdos is already so strong, then how powerful are his remaining 3 Pokemon? While shocked, the audience clicked the follow button one after another and began to reward crazily. No one doesn't like a powerful trainer, especially a trainer who is so powerful that he can capture and control legendary Pokemon. Naoki didn't know what happened in the live broadcast room. After the third trainer left, Anya, a staff member of the gym, came over and said, "Master, the battlefield has been destroyed like this, and we can't continue the battle." Naoki also noticed that scene. The earthquake and the digging just now made the whole square look messy. It is estimated that it will take 5 hours to repair. During this time, please take your Pokemon to rest, Anya said. Hearing this, Naoki said hello. He called Rotom's phone, turned off the live broadcast, and prepared to go home first, and come back to work after the battlefield is repaired. At noon, Yisei finished her work at the Alliance, and suddenly remembered that Naoki seemed to have started to take over at the Brewing Light Gym today. She couldn't help but find Xianli, and asked her about the situation of the Brewing Light Gym. It's been a whole morning. How is Naoki? Are there any outstanding trainers who passed the gym assessment? Yisei asked. Xianli, not even one. Yisei immediately became interested. Huh? What's going on? Naoki's third Pokemon sent out the legendary Pokemon Zapdos to fight, and all the trainers who challenged him were defeated by Zapdos. Xianli paused and said, if this continues, I feel that no trainer can pass the Brewing Light Gym assessment. Hearing this, Yisei's eyelids immediately began to jump. Chapter 576. How can this be possible? No trainer will pass the challenge of the Brewing Light Gym, and no one will participate in this year's Padilla tournament. No one will participate in the Padilla tournament, and Padilla will not be able to attract more outstanding trainers. Without more outstanding trainers, the Padilla region will not be able to develop. By then, the entire Padilla region's business, tourism and other industries will stagnate and will not develop at all. In an instant, Yisei felt an earthquake in his world. We must not let that happen. Xianli twitched her lips and said speechlessly, You chose it, Chief. No, I want to talk to Naoki. After that, Yisei took out the Rotom phone and dialed Naoki's number. The call was quickly connected. Naoki seemed to be having lunch. He and Chishu were sitting at the dining table with a large group of Pokemon and enjoying a sumptuous lunch. Seeing that it was Yisei, Naoki was a little surprised. What's wrong? Is there something wrong, Chief? Naoki, Yisei said with a smile. We are almost there. No need to use all our strength. Naoki understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. I didn't use all my strength, he said. Yisei, It seems to be true. Compared with those electric attribute Pokemon, the other Pokemon in Naoki's ranch seemed to be more powerful. Thinking of this, Yisei didn't know what to say for a while. After a long while, she spoke again to discuss with Naoki. How do you think about this? You don't have to lose to the opponent on purpose, nor do you have to let them win. If you think the opponent is strong, talented, and will become a great trainer in the future, even if they lose, you can give them the gym badge to encourage them to keep going. Naoki was slightly stunned. Is this okay? Yes, he smiled and nodded. Of course, but the premise is that they have a certain talent. I believe you can see it, Naoki. Naoki, Okay, I understand. I try it this afternoon. He nodded. Okay, I leave it to you then. Yisei hung up the phone with a smile. It seems that the chief was also shocked by your performance this morning. Chishu chuckled. Fortunately, you are not a dragon-type gym leader or a grass-type gym leader. Naoki couldn't help but say, otherwise, those trainers would have no way to beat them. Grass-type, Bud Crown, Goat, Eruption, Leafeon. Dragon-type, Gultrin, Motorbike, Dragonite, Dragonite. That's all thanks to the fact that the first Pokemon I encountered when I was a kid was an electric-type Pokemon. Chishu also said with a smile, if it was a dragon Pokemon, I would probably be the owner of a dragon gym now. Don't worry, we can let our child become a trainer specializing in dragons in the future. Naoki couldn't help but fantasize. When the time comes, we can prepare 6 mini dragons for her to travel. 6 quasi-gods to start the game, the dream start of countless trainers. In addition, Dragonite has a very wide skill pool, including water, fire, thunder, ice, dragon, flying, and general. Some can even comprehend the moves of rock, steel, poison, ground, fighting, evil, and superpower. More importantly, they can fly. The only drawback is that the growth period is too long. In the game, you need to be at level 55 to evolve into Dragonite. But it doesn't matter. When the child is born, he will prepare a newly hatched little Dragonite for the child to grow up with her. 10 years is enough for the Dragonite to evolve into Dragonite. When the child is 10 years old, she can directly ride Dragonite to travel, and Dragonite can also accompany her to protect her. As soon as he appeared, he beat all the gym leaders and won the Padilla League Championship, becoming the youngest champion. Naoki thought about it more and more, and his mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. Chishu touched his belly helplessly, and said to the child, Your father has started again. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Naoki rode the Gulton to the Brewing Light Gym to work. Chishu stayed at home, trimming the flower bed that Naoki had not finished trimming last time under the disapproving eyes of his sister Ai Guancher. Ai. Seeing Chishu working, Sister Ai Guancher hurriedly dissuaded him. Chishu laughed and said, "It's okay, this kind of work is not tiring at all, and the internet says that proper exercise will make the baby's body healthier." Ai. Sister Ai Guancher was a little unsure, and she was going to ask her brother to check it out. When Ergian, who was not far away, saw Chishu coming, he also ran over happily, took her hand and invited her to the small garden. Brother Ai Guancher took the opportunity to take over Chishu's work. The Bud Crown King and the Sai Fuhao were also here. The sun was shining brightly at noon, and the warm sunlight fell on the flowers, and the remaining water droplets in the stamens exuded a refreshing fragrance. Chishu looked at the Ai Guancher brother and sister, and then looked at the Ergian in front of him, and then suddenly realized, "You actually cooperated." Bony. Ergian happily ran around Chishu, then pulled out a chair, and invited her to sit here and bask in the sun with everyone. "Thank you very much." Chishu sat down and thanked him. The opposite king of the Bud Crown looked at her belly, where a little life was quietly nurturing. That was the child of his little believer. King of the Bud Crown's eyes were full of love, and he was sincerely happy for Naoki. Chishu noticed King of the Bud Crown's gaze. She couldn't help but lower her head, gently stroked her belly, and thought, "Everyone is looking forward to your birth, baby. You must grow up healthy." In the Brewing Light Gym, the central square that was destroyed in the morning has been repaired by several old construction craftsmen. According to what Yusei had told him, Naoki continued to welcome trainers and look for outstanding talents for the Padilla Alliance. And with a live broadcast in the morning, the Brewing Light Gym soon became a little popular on many forums. The appearance of Zapdos, the gym battle that no one had passed, etc., were among the top 10 hot searches. This series of events also attracted more viewers to the live broadcast room. At 3 p.m., Naoki just started the live broadcast, and the barrage of comments slid across the screen. "I came here because of the reputation. Where is the legendary Pokemon? Is this person the gym owner? Why does he look like a cowboy?" Naoki didn't go to watch it specially. After opening the live broadcast room, he began to receive challengers. The first challenger was a girl named Mitsuki, who had only collected one gym badge so far. Naoki sent out Jolteon to fight, while Mitsuki sent out a sunflower monster. At the beginning of the battle, Naoki ordered Jolteon to use electric shock. Facing the speeding electric light, Mitsuki directly let the sunflower monster use rooting. The 2 feet of the sunflower monster dug deep into the ground, transferring the electric shock of the Jolteon to the ground through its body. The girl was very smart. She first deliberately created an illusion to lure the Jolteon closer, and took the Jolteon's lightning flash, while implanting the parasite seed into the Jolteon's body. When the Jolteon realized something was wrong and retreated, the girl quickly ordered the sunflower monster to use morning light to restore the physical strength consumed by lightning flash. Rooting plus parasite seed plus morning light recovery flow? Naoki saw through the girl's tactics at a glance, and thought to himself that this was good. This was the first trainer he had met who could use tactics. She was only 10 years old, and had only 2 Pokemon with her. It was obvious that she had just started her journey. This smart girl was very talented, and met Yusei's talent selection criteria. Naoki recognized her. He had countless ways to crack this tactic, but because Jolteon currently had too few moves, it was difficult for a good cook to make a meal without rice. Finally, Jolteon fell under the consumption of parasitic seed. Naoki recognized the girl and issued her the first gym badge during his tenure. "Come on, your story has just begun. I am looking forward to your performance in the Padilla tournament," Naoki encouraged. The girl named Mitsuki was very excited and thanked him repeatedly. "Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki." Naoki smiled slightly, and then watched the girl leave with the sunflower monster. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the new viewers saw this immature battle and raised question marks on the barrage. "That's it? So weak? A Jolteon was defeated by a sunflower monster? How dare you call yourself the #1 gym in Padilla? I don't think it's that good. Is it as strong as you say? I let my super strength make it able to get the gym badge with one hand. Just bragging. Are you guys new here? This Jolteon is not the gym owner's strongest Pokemon." At this time, Naoki also welcomed the second trainer who came to challenge him. Seeing this scene, the barrage stopped arguing. Not his strongest Pokemon? Then let me see what other Pokemon he can send out. Everyone waited and saw. This time, the trainer who came was a boy who had collected 3 badges. The boy looked like Xiaoji, and he would become excited when facing a Pokemon battle. This battle was still 1v1. Jolteon had just finished fighting, and Naoki was going to let it rest for a while, so he sent Pikachu to fight. The boy sent a huge Donka. The battle started, and Naoki asked Pikachu to use Iron Tail on Donka. Seeing Pikachu approaching, the boy quickly asked Donka to use Heavy Stomp. For a moment, the ground began to shake violently, and the power of the ground rushed straight to Pikachu, causing it to stagger and fall to the ground. Now, Donka, roll. At the boy's command, Donka curled up, and its huge body turned into a gray tire, rolling towards Pikachu. Pikachu used high-speed movement to dodge, but Donka was chasing closely behind. Naoki tried to let Pikachu use Iron Tail to create uneven terrain on the ground to interrupt Donka's rolling, but Pikachu's action was a beat too slow, causing Donka's rolling to hit, and was knocked away. But Pikachu did not lose its fighting ability, and Donka turned around and attacked again. After several rounds, Pikachu finally lost its ability to fight. Your Donker has done special rolling training, right? After the battle, Naoki asked. Yes. The boy nodded. Naoki was very satisfied. He knew how to restrain attributes, and would conduct special training on the specialties of Pokemon. This person is also a good trainer. Congratulations on passing the challenge. This electric badge belongs to you. Naoki handed over the second gym badge. The boy happily took it. A series of question marks floated across the barrage that witnessed this scene again. Is this the Pokemon you said is not his strongest? I don't think this Pikachu is that strong, right? The barrage above is a fool, right? Is it not normal for gym leaders to send out Pokemon of equal strength when facing new trainers? You haven't fought a gym battle before, have you? Then why are you bragging about the first gym in Padia? I took a look and that's it. If you don't believe it, forget it. Don't pay attention to it. It's useless to say more to such people. They think they are very strong, but in fact they are not even as strong as Mr. Naoki. They only talk about it on the internet. I guess they would be scared to death if they saw Zapdos. At the same time, in the Unova region, in a luxurious manor villa, a young man in fancy clothes was so angry that he trembled all over when he saw the replies on the barrage. The young man's name was Right. He was a child of a big family in the Unova region. He received a good education since he was a child and started to cultivate his own Pokemon when he was 4 years old. When he went out to travel at the age of 10, Right and his Pokemon easily collected 8 badges and became the champion of the league competition that year. Now, seeing that the untouchables in the live broadcast room dared to laugh at him so contemptuously, Right smashed the keyboard in front of him with his fist. Unforgivable. How dare these people? How dare they? When he defeated everyone and became the champion of the tournament, these guys didn't even know where to play hide and seek. Good, very good. Right was enraged. Since these guys dared to say that about him, he would personally take a private plane to the Padia region to prove his strength to those guys. How could a mere gym leader compare to his tournament champion? You guys wait. I'm going to take a plane to the Padia region to challenge him now. Let me see if he is as strong as you say. His hands quickly typed on the keyboard. After sending this barrage in the live broadcast room, Right turned off the computer and stood up. He took his 6 Pokeballs and walked out of the room angrily, ready to use his 6 Pokemon to teach the guy who claimed to be the strongest gym leader in Padia a lesson to prove it to those country bumpkins in the remote countryside. However, his appearance was noticed by the old butler. The old butler hurried forward to ask the situation. Young master, what happened? Uncle An, help me arrange a flight to Padia immediately. Don't ask about other things. I have something important to do there. The old housekeeper was stunned. The young master had always been arrogant by nature, disliked communicating with the outside world, and never traveled to other areas, just because he thought those ordinary things were not worthy of his noble status. But now, the young master suddenly proposed to go out. Forget it, the young master is not young anymore, he must be sensible in doing things. Thinking of this, the old housekeeper quickly arranged a plane according to the young master's instructions. Soon, a helicopter flew from a distance and landed in the manor. Right got on the plane and directed the pilot to fly to the Padia area. Chapter 577. In one afternoon, Naoki received 5 or 6 trainers who came to challenge the gym. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that all the trainers who had accumulated before were defeated. During the whole process, Naoki sent out 3 gym badges, and the remaining trainers who failed planned to go back for some targeted special training and then come back to challenge. Of course, there were also a few trainers who felt that the strength of the owner of the Brewing Light Gym was too strong and they could not deal with it. So he prepared to continue his journey, challenge other gyms first, and then come to the Brewing Light Gym to fight the gym leader again. Chishu said that the work of a gym leader is like this, very busy when busy, and no work at all when idle. Just like now, as those trainers left, the entire central square suddenly became empty, and Chishu had nothing to do. He looked at the time. It was already 4:07 p.m., and he could get off work in a few dozen minutes. There shouldn't be any challengers today. Naoki was going to go back to the gym to rest for a while, and then take everyone back to the ranch when it was time to get off work. Looking at the Pokemon around him, Naoki grinned at them. "Everyone, you've worked hard today." Pikachu was very happy. Pika. Jolteon, who was tired after a day, lay on the ground, looking exhausted. Bully. Zapdos still raised his head proudly. These Pokemon were too weak. That's all for today. Naoki called Rotom's phone and prepared to turn off the live broadcast. But at this moment, he suddenly received a message from Anya, saying that a new trainer had just signed up to challenge the gym. There are still trainers at this time. It seems that there is no rest. Naoki sighed, said something to a few Pokemon, and then stretched his muscles and returned to the position of gym leader. At the same time, Naoki also received detailed information about the trainer. Name, right, hometown, Unova, number of gym badges collected, 0, resume, champion of the Unova League competition 0 gym badges. At first, Naoki thought it was another rookie trainer, but when he saw the line of text at the back of the resume, he was stunned. Champion? Champion of the Unova Regional League tournament? This is incredible. A champion of the tournament actually came to challenge his gym. If ECI was here, he would probably poach the opponent without hesitation. In this case, let him help ECI. Soon, a figure slowly walked out of the entrance passage opposite the square. It was a young man in fancy clothes, about 15 or 16 years old, with long golden hair, a proud look, and an aristocratic appearance. The boy named Wright squinted his eyes, and looked at the gym leader. Naoki noticed his strange look and felt a little strange. After a short silence, he said as usual, "Welcome to the Brewing Light Gym. I am the gym leader Naoki here. The rules of this gym battle are..." Naoki wanted to say 6v6, but thinking of the strength of his own Pokemon, he finally changed his words. 3v3, each person is limited to using 3 Pokemon until... However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the boy opposite him. "No need for 3v3, let's have a 6v6 face-to-face match. Show us your full strength, and show me the so-called #1 gym in Padia." Seeing this, Naoki couldn't help but have a series of question marks on his head. He is not a good person. At the same time, the barrage also exploded. Could this guy be the lunatic who threatened to challenge the Brewing Light Gym? Just arrived. Please help me understand what is going on. In short, that person didn't believe that the gym owner was strong. After being questioned by netizens, he couldn't stand it, and decided to challenge the gym himself to prove it to those netizens who questioned and insulted him. "I know him. He was the champion of the Unova region a few years ago." Someone in the barrage recognized Wright's identity. Others hurriedly asked what was going on. "He is very strong. 5 years ago, in the first year of his travels, he and his Pokemon swept all opponents in the league competition, and became the champion of that competition." Champion of the competition? Doesn't that mean he has the strength of a champion? I'm afraid not. I'm an insider of the Unova League. Rumor has it that he challenged the champion Mr. ADK 5 years ago, but failed. But now 5 years have passed, and his specific strength is unknown. Seeing this information, netizens were shocked. Doesn't that mean this person's strength has reached the level of a king? After all, to challenge the champion, one must first defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Challenging a gym leader with the strength of a king, isn't that too much of a bully? Hey. Don't underestimate Mr. Naoki. Mr. Naoki is not an ordinary gym leader. I guarantee you will be scared to death by his true strength. The boy opposite looked arrogant. During the battle, you can also change Pokemon at any time. There is no need to send out those weak Pokemon around you to deal with it like before. That would be an insult to me. Hearing this, Naoki fell silent. So, this guy is here to challenge the gym, right? The audience around the square also noticed this strange scene. The crowd fell silent, leaving only whispers. What's the matter with that trainer? He doesn't look like he's here to challenge the gym. His eyes are so arrogant. It feels like he's looking at a country bumpkin. I don't like it. Naoki sighed slowly. He had originally thought of being humble, since this guy was ADK's champion, but now it seems that there is no need for that. As you wish, Naoki said. The boy moved his wrist, and a luxurious ball was thrown into the sky. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon with 3 heads, covered with blue-black fur, and 3 pairs of wings on its back appeared on the battlefield. That was the three-headed dragon. It was rumored that this Pokemon was extremely ferocious. It would flap its 6 wings and fly continuously in the air. It would attack anything that moved and eat everything with its 3 heads. TSK, a quasi-god Pokemon from the Unova region, is just one move. This trainer is really extraordinary, Naoki thought. When Wright saw the other party looking at the three-headed dragon, his eyes were suddenly filled with pride. It's your turn, he said. Naoki did not hesitate, and took out a Pokeball immediately. Zapdos must be a little tired after fighting for a whole day. In this case, let's send this Pokemon out next. A white light flashed, and in the eyes of everyone, a petite Pokemon with a soft and cute appearance, like a star, appeared opposite the ferocious and terrifying three-headed dragon. Seeing this Pokemon, the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned, and then they quickly asked questions, because they had never seen this Pokemon before. Another brand new Pokemon. What Pokemon is it? Soon, someone recognized Jirachi based on its appearance. I know, it's Jirachi, the legendary wishing star, the Pokemon that can make any wish come true, but it's a little strange. According to legend, Jirachi can only wake up for 7 days every 1,000 years. Could it be that it is in those 7 days? Jirachi. If this is the case, then Jirachi is an extremely rare Pokemon, awakening once every 1,000 years, and only for 7 days each time. This Pokemon is even rarer than the legendary Pokemon like Zapdos, and Mr. Naoki can even capture such a Pokemon. So amazing. However, this Jirachi looks so weak, and from the appearance, it doesn't seem to be the kind of Pokemon that is good at fighting. And sleeping for 1,000 years, there is no way to train during this period, and the strength will probably not improve at all, right? Will such a Pokemon be a match for the three-headed dragon that has experienced hundreds of battles, and has a high probability of reaching the champion level? Some people couldn't help but worry about Naoki. In the square, the referee's whistle sounded, announcing the official start of the challenge. Wright decided to adopt a strong attack tactic. Three-headed dragon, use bite. The three-headed dragon immediately roared, and the 3 pairs of dragon wings behind it flapped violently, attacking Jirachi on the opposite side. Jirachi, wish of destruction. Jirachi looked at the three-headed dragon rushing towards him with a gentle look, and it blinked and said to the three-headed dragon, "It will hurt next, but Jirachi wants to help Naoki, so I'm sorry, you have to be patient." The three-headed dragon felt provoked, and immediately lost its mind and fell into a state of rage. And the second Jirachi's voice fell, the third eye on its forehead suddenly opened. A huge energy like the sea quickly surged out from it, turning into a pure milky white light, wrapping Jirachi's small body in it. In the blink of an eye, Jirachi turned into a huge ball of light, and the three-headed dragon couldn't break in time and crashed into it directly. The next second, the light ball started to move, holding up the three-headed dragon above, and suddenly accelerated towards the sky. The bright white light made Jirachi look as bright as the sun. Three-headed dragon. Wright frowned. When the light ball rose to a certain height, it suddenly exploded in the sky. The explosion was not only Jirachi's steel attribute energy, but also contained the huge energy of the Millennium Comet absorbed by Jirachi. In an instant, as if a small nuclear bomb exploded, the whole sky was stirred up by a circle of white halo, blooming like fireworks. Seeing this scene, the surrounding audience and netizens in the live broadcast room all opened their eyes wide, stunned in place, looking at the scene in disbelief. Then, everyone saw a black shadow falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string, and then crashed onto the battlefield. Such a huge impact force directly smashed a big pit in the square, and dust and smoke filled the air for a while. The three-headed dragon lay at the bottom of the pit, with his eyes closed and his tongue sticking out of his mouth, tilted crookedly to one side. Killed instantly with one strike. The three-headed dragon lost its ability to fight. The referee reacted quickly, stepped forward to check the three-headed dragon's condition, and then announced the result of the battle. Three-headed dragon. Wright opened his eyes wide, and looked at the scene in disbelief. The weak Jirachi slowly fell from the sky, looking at this side, with a confused face. There is no doubt that this powerful three-headed dragon was killed instantly by Jirachi. The audience finally reacted, and then began to launch a crazy barrage. Arceus, the battle ended in an instant. What kind of move was that? Isn't it said that Jirachi is a Pokemon that is not good at fighting? Why is there such a terrible power bursting out of its body? The champion-level three-headed dragon can be killed in one move. What is the strength of Jirachi? I didn't believe who said that Zapdos was not the strongest Pokemon of this gym owner before, but now I believe it. The barrage of comments floated by continuously, and Naoki looked at the boy opposite calmly and asked, "Do you want to continue?" For the first time in his life, Wright felt panic, followed by an inexplicable sense of shame. Why? Why is this person so strong? Why did he send out Pikachu and Jolteon to fight? The dignity of the nobles would not allow him to fall. He can still fight. His Pokemon have not all fallen. Wright put the three-headed dragon back into the Pokeball, and then took out the second Pokeball. A white light flashed, and a Zoroark appeared on the battlefield. However, 3 minutes later, Zoroark also fell under Jirachi's wish of destruction. The third battle, Master Itachi, seconds. The fourth battle, Vulcan Moth, seconds. The fifth battle, Warrior Eagle, seconds. The sixth battle, Double Axe War Dragon, seconds. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Whether it was the audience around the square or the audience in the live broadcast room, they all had the same thought in their hearts. That Jirachi. What a terrifying power. Do you know what I want to say the most now? What? Jirachi is so strong. Then how strong should the gym owner's remaining 2 Pokemon be? As soon as this was said, countless people began to speculate what the gym owner's remaining 2 Pokemon that had not yet been used would be, and what kind of strength they had. In the square, watching all the Pokemon, he was so proud to fall under the moves of Jirachi. Wright seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Now those netizens must be laughing at him, right? Seeing this scene, Naoki sighed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, you didn't pass the gym's assessment. I can't give you the badge. Please leave." Wright looked at the trainer opposite. He took a deep breath, then put his Pokemon back into the Pokeball, turned around and left without saying a word. His strength is still too weak. No, he still needs to continue to practice. Naoki touched his head, not knowing where this person came from. It was really inexplicable. However, it was almost time to get off work, and he should go home. "Jirachi, thank you for your hard work." Naoki touched Jirachi's little head. Jirachi happily flew around Naoki. It's great to be able to help Naoki. Jirachi likes to see Naoki happy. Naoki grinned. "With you here, I am happy every day." With the departure of the last trainer, the Brewing Light Gym finally became idle. Naoki turned off the live broadcast, returned to the gym until the end of the get-off-work time, and then rushed back to the ranch. Looking at the Golden, who came to welcome him home, Naoki kissed it on the forehead. "Ah, ga." Kishu brought the Urkei and the others out to greet them, her eyes bright. "Are you back?" "Yeah." The couple hugged each other, and Chishu returned to the room to bring slippers to Shishu. "Dinner is ready, come and wash your hands, then eat." Shishu entered the house, and saw a sumptuous dinner on the table. He felt warm in his heart and couldn't help saying, "Don't be so hard, you can make dinner when I come back. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I stay at home all day long, and I'm almost covered with grass." Chishu grinned, showing his white teeth. "This little thing is still okay." Naoki smiled. "Okay, I just hope you don't tire yourself out." He turned around to wash his hands, and then returned to the table to have dinner with everyone. Chishu talked endlessly about what happened at the ranch when he was away. For example, Dragonite received another gift from Mrs. Dantes when she went to deliver a package today. Flutterbear stayed in the corner and watched secretly all day, and no one knew what he was doing. Urger invited her to the tea party held by Pokemon today. Another trainer came to challenge Sylvian's brave trial, and so on. Naoki listened with great interest, teasing the Pokemon from time to time. At this moment, the Rotom phone that Naoki had placed aside suddenly rang. Naoki took it out, and saw that it was Yessie. After pressing the answer button, Yessie's face appeared on the screen. "Naoki, you did a great job today." Yessie praised him as soon as he came up. Naoki was confused. "You defeated the trainer who came to challenge the gym, and proved to them the strength of Arcadia region gym leader. You did a good job." Hearing this, Naoshij immediately understood what happened. "Is that person really here to challenge you?" Yessie nodded. "That trainer was born in a noble family in the Unova region. I heard that he is always arrogant, and looks down on everyone. In the afternoon, he was chased and scolded by netizens because he questioned your strength. He may have never had such an experience, so he came to fight you, wanting to defeat you and prove his strength to those netizens." Naoki, He didn't know what to say for a moment. But there are indeed such nobles, with arrogant personalities in the Pokemon world. In the anime, many people even said that Pallet Town is a poor and remote place, and that Xiaoji is a country bumpkin after listening to Xiaoji's self-introduction. Fortunately, you defeated him. Yesii smiled and said, "I really didn't make a mistake." Chapter 578. UCI was very happy because Naoki's behavior not only showed the strong strength of the Padilla trainers to other regions, but also protected the dignity of the gym owner. In this era of the internet connecting the whole world, any small matter will no longer be a small matter after being spread through the internet. If the news of the trainer's successful kicking of the gym is spread online, one person spreads 10, 10 spreads 100, and no one dares to guarantee what the final result will be. Maybe it will evolve into a situation where the overall strength level of trainers in the Padilla region is not as good as that in other regions. If that happens, it will definitely have a great impact on the Padilla region. So UCI was very happy. When this person is happy, he wants to give something as a reward. Naoki, do you want any reward? UCI asked with a smile. Naoki, no. Naoki felt that his life was already very complete, with his beloved Pokemon and wife by his side, and it won't be long before his child will come into this world. If he still has any unfulfilled wishes. Naoki thought carefully for a moment, and found that he really didn't have any wishes. However, after hearing his words, UCI was stunned. You don't want anything? Naoki and Chishu looked at each other, and said with a smile, I can't even count the daily turnover of the ranch. My favorite Pokemon are all around me, as well as Chishu, and the unborn baby. UCI understood that Naoki felt that his life was complete, and he had everything. Forget it, I go back and see if there are any rare treasures on the market, and then let Aoki give them to you. UCI said. Naoki, poor Aoki. That's all for now. UCI waved his hand gently. I'm going to check out the gym to see if I can meet some talented people. See you later. Goodbye. After that, UCI hung up the phone. After dinner, the little sister AI butler went to wash the dishes. The Pokemon who had played all day were a little tired, and lay on the floor yawning. These little guys were dirty, and Naoki wanted to give them a bath first, but Chishu stretched out his hands to him. What's wrong? Naoki was slightly stunned. But the next second, he understood what Chishu meant. She missed him. Naoki smiled, looked at the sky outside, and then asked, Do you want to go outside for a walk? The weather is very good today. Although it is summer, it is not hot at night. The evening breeze feels very comfortable and pleasant. Yeah. Chishu responded in a lazy tone. So, the two of them left the house and walked in their own ranch along the path leading to the chicken coop and apple orchard. The temperature outside was just as Naoki expected. The night sky was beautiful, and the wind was comfortable. After walking for a while, Chishu smiled slyly and said quirkily, I'm so tired. Naoki glanced at her. Are you picking fruit again? Since getting married, Chishu always wanted to help him with work, either watering the fields or picking fruit and moving things. I just want you to relax a little bit. Chishu immediately defended himself. Naoki was helpless. I'm here, you don't need to help with those things. It doesn't matter if I pick them after get off work. I helped you, but you're not happy. Chishu snorted and pretended to be angry. I won't talk to you anymore. I just don't want to tire you out. Naoki said. Then carry me. Chishu suddenly said. Naoki didn't react for a while, and it took him a while to realize that Chishu was acting like a spoiled child. Okay. Naoki bent down and carried Chishu on his back, and continued walking along the path. Chishu suddenly had an idea. Tell me, when we get old, can you still carry me? Of course. Naoki didn't look back. Will you dislike me when I get old? Chishu suddenly felt a little worried. No. Naoki said patiently. After he walked for a while, Chishu jumped off his back again and said with a smile, Okay, you've been tired all day, I won't let you carry me anymore. Naoki smiled and said, Okay. The two walked around the ranch. When they passed the orchard, Chishu suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, I saw a strange tree over there today. There was a big tree hole in the middle of the tree. Did you plant it? Naoki looked at the direction of Chishu's finger, and then reacted, and explained to her, Yes, that tree is called a nurturing tree house. It is said that if you put a Pokemon egg in it, the tree house will draw nutrients from the earth to feed the egg, allowing the Pokemon in the egg to grow healthily and become stronger. In addition, it can also greatly improve the talent and understanding of Pokemon. If expressed in the terminology of the game, it should be that all Pokemon hatched from there are 6V top-grade Pokemon. Wow, how amazing! Chishu said, and then, she didn't know what she thought of, and couldn't help but look down at her abdomen. Do you think that tree is effective for our baby? Naoki, ? Isn't there a saying that humans are also a kind of Pokemon? Chishu murmured, If this is true, then can our baby also grow up healthily? Naoki, I don't know about this. Although he had heard that saying, No one knew whether it was true or not. Chishu immediately made a decision. In order for our baby to grow up healthily, I will go to sit in that tree hole for a while every day. The tree hole of the breeding tree house was originally not too big or too small, but I don't know if it has grown again in the past year or so. When Chishu went to check it last time, he found that the tree hole inside had become much larger. Chishu is petite, so it is no problem for him to lie down and sleep there. Thinking of this, Chishu nodded and said, "Okay, then I will go over and make the bed for you tomorrow morning, and you can just go over there when the time comes." Well, that's decided. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was already June 11th, 202 in the Alliance calendar. 2 months had passed since Naoki became a part-time gym leader, and he and the Pokemon had gradually adapted to their current lives. Every morning he left the ranch to go to the gym, and went home to eat after get off work. As the baby grew older, Chishu began to experience a series of physiological reactions. Her appetite began to increase, and she also became sleepy. After lunch every afternoon, she would go to the cultivation tree house to take a nap. In addition, Chishu would occasionally live broadcast her life on the ranch, record videos of Pokemon playing, and upload them to her homepage to record the present time. The work at the gym is sometimes busy and sometimes idle. Sometimes it can receive several challengers a day, and sometimes there will be no challengers for several days in a row. When he is free, Naoki will use his mobile phone to open Chishu's homepage to watch the live vlog she shot for Frostmilk, Motor Lizard, Eruption, Flutter, and Dragonite. Whenever this happened, Naoki couldn't help but smile. During his career as a gym leader, Naoki occasionally met some special trainers. For example, the girl named Korishia he met on his first day of work. At that time, she was still a rookie trainer with 0 badges. After hearing his advice, she began to train crazily in the wild around Brewing City, fighting against wild Pokemon and other trainers. Until the weak Ralts evolved into Gardevoir. Not only that, Kalisha also captured a Meowth that was very good at using crazy scratching. In the end, the Gardevoir defeated Jolteon, and the girl also received her first gym badge. Kalisha's efforts are amazing. In 2 months, she evolved her initial Pokemon into its final form. Most trainers can't bear to be stuck in a gym for 2 months. In this case, most trainers will choose to go to the next gym, and come back to challenge after they become stronger. And the way Kalisha was leveling up like crazy gave her a feeling of Shilippo's sword god. Naoki still remembered the happy look on the little girl's face when she succeeded in the challenge. She and Gardevoir cried with joy, holding up the gym badge and shouting, "I got the electric badge!" Because of Naoki, the number of fans of Chishu has skyrocketed in just 2 months. Every time the broadcast starts, a large group of netizens will flock to the live broadcast room. Countless people are looking forward to seeing Naoki's last 2 Pokemon that have not yet appeared. However, whether it was intentional or not, Naoki never let those 2 Pokemon appear. This incident made countless people anxious, as if they were crawling with ants. Some netizens even thought that it was because no one could defeat Zapdos and Jirachi. If you can't defeat these 2 Pokemon, you won't be able to see the next 2 Pokemon. For this reason, some fans even raised funds to issue a call for trainers who are strong enough to defeat Jirachi and Zapdos to challenge the Brewing Gym. As long as Naoki can send out the next 2 Pokemon, they can get a grand prize of 2 million League coins. Suddenly, some powerful trainers were eager to move, one for money, the other for fame. For a while, people from all sides began to gather in the Padilla area. Naoki was not clear about this matter. After get off work today, he immediately set out on the road home. Because today is the day when Mew and Bear Baby return from the Expedition Team Guild. Early in the morning, Naoki saw the news on Arceus's mobile phone that the 2 Pokemon successfully saved the maze world that was about to be destroyed. They awakened Rayquaza from that world and successfully prevented the danger of a huge meteorite falling and destroying the planet. Mew and Bear Baby returned to the World Tree with the blessings and specialties of the Pokemon from that world. As soon as they came back, they made a video call to Naoki and said they had a gift for him. So when it was time to get off work, Naoki rode Gulton back to the ranch. Mew and Bear Baby were sitting in the living room, eating the snacks made by Naoki. When they saw Naoki coming back, they immediately showed excited expressions on their faces. Baby Bear handed a bag full of things to Naoki. Naoki knew what was inside. He saw it on Arceus' phone. It was the special product that Mew and Baby Bear picked up in the maze world, the magical seeds. How was this trip? Naoki took it and asked with a smile. What? Meow. When talking about this, both Mew and Baby Bear showed excitement in their eyes. Because they successfully saved a world that was about to be destroyed, and became friends with many Pokemon in that world. They were called heroes by everyone. Amazing, Naoki praised. But soon, the two Pokemon hung their heads again. Is that so? Meow. Because they entered the mysterious labyrinth, they missed such an important event as Naoki's wedding. Everyone went to attend, but they were the only ones not there. When they thought of this, the two Pokemon felt very sad. Naoki sensed their thoughts through the power of Tokiwa, and then laughed. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you missed it, and you don't know that I will get married at that time. Mew and Baby Bear looked up. Besides, I have received your blessing gifts, thank you very much. As he said that, Naoki raised the bundle in his hand. Mew and Baby Bear finally grinned and laughed happily. Meow. Me. Naoki did not rush to open the bundle, but chatted with the two Pokemon. What are your plans next? Are you going to continue exploring the maze world, or continue traveling in our world? Hearing this, Dream and Baby Bear looked at each other. They thought of the unfinished commissions on Rotom's phone and answered without hesitation. 1. They wanted to stay and continue the journey because the commissions issued by Naoki before were not completed. For example, the sealed Hoopa. Is that so? Naoki was not surprised by this answer. Then I wish you a safe journey. 1. Meow. Because they had wasted too much time in the maze world, Dream and Baby Bear did not dare to delay. They only rested for 3 days on the ranch and the world tree before embarking on a new journey. 3 days later, at a port in the Padilla region. With the melodious sound of the whistle resounding across the coast, a huge ship slowly set sail. Dream and Baby Bear sat on the top of the huge ship, looking at the blue sea in the distance. At this time, a notice sounded on the radio. Attention, all passengers, this trip is about to begin, and the destination is the Unova region. In the ranch, Naoki opened the bag brought back by Dream and Baby Bear. Suddenly, a bag full of seeds came into view. As he scanned the area, the information about the seeds emerged from his mind. Resurrection seeds, happiness seeds, misfortune seeds, golden seeds. The effect of resurrection seeds is equivalent to that of life goat milk. It can be planted, and the crops grown after planting are resurrection grass. The effect of happiness seeds is like magic candy. After Pokemon eats it, it can improve their strength to a certain extent, but it cannot be planted. The effect of misfortune seeds is the opposite, and the golden seeds are the strongest, which can improve a lot of strength at once, but unfortunately they cannot be planted either. Naoki counted the number of seeds. There were 37 resurrection seeds, for happiness seeds, 3 misfortune seeds, and only 1 gold seed. In addition, there were sleep seeds that would make you fall asleep, dizziness seeds that would make you dizzy, amblyopia seeds that would make you amblyopic, and even a blindness seed that would make you blind. The only difference was that these seeds, like resurrection seeds, could be planted. But the problem was that these seeds that would put you in an abnormal state seemed useless. Who wants to become blind? Wait, Naoki suddenly thought of something. As we all know, the reverse world where Giratina is located is full of reverse power. Then the question is, if these seeds with abnormal status are brought to the reverse world and planted, will their effects be reversed? For example, the dizziness seeds can cure presbyopia and myopia. The amblyopia seeds can cure amblyopia. The blindness seeds can make the blind see again, etc. There is also resurrection grass. Although resurrection grass currently has a substitute for life goat milk, Naoki suddenly thought of a good idea about its use. So far, the grass dumplings eaten by the Mount Goat are still made of ordinary grass. If the grass is replaced with resurrection grass, what effect will the grass dumplings have? Chapter 579. Taking advantage of the fact that the Brewing Light Gym was closed today, Naoki packed up his luggage, said goodbye to Chishu, and then entered the reverse world where Giratina was. Giratina was playing with his phone over there. Since the last Arceus incident, it has become the second largest internet celebrity in the world. Except for the Bud Crown, no one can compete with it. At this moment, Giratina seemed to be invincible and retired. Seeing Naoki coming, Giratina glanced at him with his eyes slanted and asked in a rough voice, "Where are you going?" "Plant some seeds," Naoki replied without looking back. He took the 3 rats and the goat and jumped to an undeveloped island and nodded to the 3 rats. Squeak! The 3 rats straightened up and saluted like a police officer who had received a call, and then plunged into the soil. The next second, small bulges appeared on the originally flat land, and the 3 rats moved quickly below. Soon, the soil on this island began to become soft. Naoki followed behind, and spread the grass seeds that Minghuan and Baby Bear brought back. After everything was ready, it was the goat's turn to work. Me? The goat raised its foot and stepped forward, tapping the ground with its hoof tip. The next second, a strong green light surged out of it, covering the entire field in the blink of an eye. The seeds quickly broke through the soil, first growing into seedlings, and soon the seedlings began to grow again. Soon, the field became green. The strange crops that Naoki had never seen before were growing well, and strangely shaped fruits were hanging on the green rhizomes. Naoki's eyes swept across the ridges of the field, and after seeing the effects of the fruits clearly, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Success? Wake up fruit. A special fruit, grown from the wake up seed after the sleep seed is reversed. No matter how sleepy you are, you will wake up immediately after eating one. When it is made into a dish, it will have the effect of insomnia. Eye-clearing fruit. A special fruit, grown from the eye-clearing seed after the eye-blurring seed is reversed. It can cure presbyopia and myopia. When it is made into a dish, it will have the effect of vision enhancement. Recovery fruit. A special fruit, grown from the blind seed after the blind seed is reversed. It can cure blindness and let the blind people and Pokemon see the light of day again. When it is made into a dish, it will have the effect of true vision. As expected, seeing these powerful effects, Naoki was shocked. Although these fruits are not as direct and rough as the lightning buns to strengthen Pokemon, their effects are in some aspects that even the lightning buns cannot compare with. Cure myopia, cure blindness. From now on, they no longer have to worry about myopia from playing with mobile phones. Moreover, looking at the descriptions behind these fruits, it seems that there will be some special effects after making them into dishes. Insomnia, enhanced vision, true vision? I don't know what the effect will be, but we know if we try. Naoki immediately picked 2 of each fruit and prepared to take them home for experiments. The environment of the reverse world is very special. All the crops here are in a permanent state, that is, they will not wither or die of old age. If you pick the fruit, after a period of time, the crops will absorb the power of the reverse and produce new fruit. Naoki was not worried about the fruit. After confirming his idea, he left the reverse world with a few Pokemon and returned to the ranch. However, Naoki did not cook the food right away, but put them away, because he still had resurrection seeds to plant, and he planned to make them later. Speaking of resurrection grass, we have to mention the effect of this herb. The effect of resurrection grass in the game is comparable to the holy ash of the Phoenix King, which can restore all the physical strength of the dying Pokemon, but its taste is very bitter, and most Pokemon don't like it. As for the resurrection grass in this world, Naoki took out the Rotom phone and searched on the internet, and soon found content related to resurrection grass. The secret of Sanyun Island, the origin of resurrection grass. The news said that resurrection grass is a specialty of Sanyun Island in the Unova region. This herb is very special, and has a very harsh growing environment. It can only grow in certain places. It is said that Sanyun Island is a place favored by the god of abundance, the land cloud, and because of this, resurrection grass can be planted all over the island. However, the resurrection grass described in these news reports is somewhat different from the resurrection grass that Naoki knows. The taste of the resurrection grass in this world is not bitter, but very spicy. Although it can also restore the physical strength of Pokemon, it cannot completely cure the dying Pokemon. Not only that, people in the Alola region also use resurrection grass as an ingredient to make the famous Akra curry. It is said that the spicy taste of resurrection grass will give the curry a unique flavor. So, aren't these 2 kinds of resurrection grass the same kind of resurrection grass? Naoki looked at the pictures of resurrection grass on the internet, and then looked at the resurrection seeds in his hand, and felt that it was very likely because of the different worldviews. The world he lives in is an anime worldview, and the taste of resurrection grass is spicy, while this resurrection seed is a game worldview, and the taste is very bitter. So although the 2 resurrection grasses have the same name, their effects are very different. In this case, let him promote these real resurrection grasses in this world. Naoki found the wood and tools from the utility room, and with the help of Golden, transported these materials to the open space on the west side of the chicken house, near the tree orchard. This piece of land is located next to the river that runs through the pasture, and the location is very good. Naoki plans to open up a herb garden here, specifically for growing resurrection grass. First, divide the area of the herb garden, then hammer the wooden fence into the land to form a circle, and finally use the remaining wood to make a small wooden door. In this way, a herb garden is officially completed. The next work will be handed over to the professional Pokemon to complete. Naoki used 5 energy cubes as a bonus to call the 3 rats, and soon the 3 rats plowed the entire herb garden. The 3 moles, who had finished their work, left with the energy cubes in their arms. Naoki and Gulton evenly scattered the 37 resurrection seeds picked up by the baby bear throughout the garden. Finally, the goat came to finish the job. In a burst of green light, the seeds broke through the soil and grew into lush resurrection grass. Naoki's eyes swept over the resurrection grass, and immediately, the information about the herbs appeared in his mind. Resurrection grass, a rare herb grown from resurrection seeds. It tastes very bitter, but it can restore all the physical strength of a dying Pokemon. It can also be used to make food. Done in this way, the Holy Ash and Resurrection Grass, the two great remedies for resurrection in the Pokemon world, are now complete. Add to that the Life Goat milk, and the fruits that cure blindness and myopia. Now there is no Pokemon he can't cure. I can also stock new products in the store later. Naoki thought. They don't need the fruits that cure myopia and blindness. Instead of leaving them to rot in the pasture, they should be hung in the store and sold to people and Pokemon who need them. He will do this later. Now he has more important things to deal with. With a few resurrection grasses, Naoki returned to the kitchen. Chishu was not in the room. He should have gone to the glass flower house to drink tea. Let's cook those fruits first, Naoki thought. In order to see the cooking effect of these fruits as soon as possible, Naoki did not make those complicated dishes, but brought a juicer. The first to appear is the sober fruit. Remove the skin of the fruit and throw it into the juicer. With the humming sound of the machine, the sober fruit gradually turns into a strange blue juice. Sober juice, C, cooking effect. Insomnia LV1, changes the characteristics of Pokemon to insomnia in a short period of time. The effect lasts for 5 minutes, and humans will remain absolutely sober within 6 hours after eating it, and their minds will remain calm, greatly improving their learning and work efficiency. Naoki, He swears that this glass of juice is definitely Yusi's favorite. He must keep it well, and can't let Yusi know that he has this thing in his hand. However, changing the characteristics of Pokemon, it may not be useful for ordinary Pokemon, but for the lazy characteristic of the King of Leave, and the slow start characteristic of Regigigas, the sleepless characteristic must be better than their original characteristics. There was originally a lazy otter in the ranch, but that lazy otter has become Xiaoji's Pokemon. As for Regigigas, I'm afraid it is still sleeping in some ancient temple. The awakening juice is useless for the time being, and Naoki starts to make eye-brightening juice again. Eye-enhancing juice, B negative, cooking effect. Vision enhancement LV1, after Pokemon eats it, it will slightly increase the Pokemon's concentration, making it easier for it to see flying objects and dodge them. Huh? Is this the effect of vision enhancement? Naoki was a little surprised. He originally thought it was to improve the Pokemon's vision and field of vision. However, this is not bad either, improving concentration and making it easier to see flying objects, which has a great impact on Pokemon and can improve. Get out of the way to a certain extent. The success rate of this move. The last one, the vision fruit, Naoki squeezed it into juice using the same operation steps. Vision juice, a negative, cooking effect. True vision LV1, after the Pokemon eats it, it will gain true vision in battle, which can restrain Shadow Clone Stand and other interference-type moves, and see the true body from them, and there is a certain probability that the Pokemon can see the opponent's flaws and hit the vital points. Naoki was slightly stunned. Isn't this a simplified version of the Fire Eyes? The substitute poison tactics may become the biggest victim. Not only that, it can also increase the chance of Pokemon hitting the vital points. The effect of this rejuvenating fruit is amazing. What's more terrifying is that the level of these effects is all LV1. If you use better auxiliary ingredients and cooking methods, you can upgrade their effects and have more powerful effects. For example, hitting the vital points every time. Just thinking about it is amazing. Fortunately, there is a reversed world, otherwise those fruits would probably be wasted. Naoki took a deep breath. After learning about the specific effects of these fruits, he had a rough idea in his mind. Anyway, those crops would not wither, so he was not in a hurry to pick them and make large-scale dishes. Now there is one more thing to do. Naoki cast his eyes on the bundle of freshly picked resurrection grass in the bamboo basket next to him. He picked up one of them and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. Suddenly, an extremely strong bitter taste filled his entire mouth. It was an indescribable bitterness. Naoki quickly spit it out and drank a cup of sweetness. However, after drinking a cup of sweet honey, the bitter taste was still not washed away, and a little bit of it remained. Isn't this thing too bitter? Naoki had a bitter face. No wonder the Pokemon in the game would lose favorability if you feed it with resurrection grass. It would be strange if such a bad-tasting thing didn't lose favorability. The mount goat probably can't accept this taste. No, I have to try to improve it. After a little thought, Naoki took out the sweet honey brewed by 3 bees from the cupboard, and then found a few sweet tree fruits, and then mixed these materials with the resurrection grass to squeeze into green juice. Then, mix the juice with flour to make dough, and finally divide the dough into small pieces, knead it into balls and steam it. Naoki set an alarm and prepared to go to the herb garden again to check the condition of the resurrection grass. On the way, he met Gulton. Seeing Naoki coming, Gulton, who was playing alone, immediately ran up excitedly and licked Naoki with his tongue. As a result, the next second, Gulton opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face, as if he had eaten poison. Ah, gah! Gulton quickly stuck out his tongue and used his claws to scratch it, trying to get rid of the smell. It was inconvenient to stand, so he lay down and finally rolled on the ground. Naoki was stunned for a second, and then realized that the smell of the resurrection grass on his hand was not washed clean. Looking at Gulton's appearance, Naoki, who had already tasted the taste of the resurrection grass, hurried back to the room and took out a bottle of sweet honey and poured it into Gulton's mouth. After swallowing a bottle of honey, Gulton lay weakly on the grass, with his head drooping, looking pitiful. Ah, gah! Naoki was very embarrassed about this, but fortunately, Gulton quickly forgave him and stayed away from his hand, fearing that the bitter taste would stick to him again. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile. Okay, then you can continue playing here. Ah, gah! After this little episode, when Naoki returned to the kitchen, the resurrection grass dumplings were already steamed. When he opened the steamer lid, a stream of steam came out, and the dark green dumplings were quietly lying on the white steamer cloth. Resurrection grass dumpling, as dumpling made with resurrection grass, sweetness and tree juice. The sweetness of the sweetness and the sweetness of the tree fruit neutralized the bitterness of the resurrection grass, and it tastes bitter and sweet, quite flavorful. Cooking effect. Secret technique. Resurrection grass technique. After the Pokemon eats it, the healing power in the resurrection grass will be integrated into the Pokemon's energy, which will greatly enhance the healing effect of the healing move. When used at full power, it can instantly restore the physical strength of the Pokemon that is on the verge of death. It can only be used once in a short period of time, and then it will enter a cooldown. It is limited to grass attribute Pokemon. Special conditions. This resurrection effect is only effective for Pokemon whose energy control ability exceeds the champion level. Evaluation. Secret technique. Group resurrection technique. Chapter 580. Resurrection grass technique? Is the effect so exaggerated? Looking at the green balls in front of him, even the well-informed Naoki couldn't help but be shocked. Except Arceus, the only Pokemon in the Pokemon world who can restore the physical strength of dying Pokemon are Ho-Oh and Xerneas. Although Babutubo's resurrection prayer can also restore the physical strength of dying Pokemon, the effect is not comparable to that of Ho-Oh and others, and it can only be used once in a period of time. This means that if the goats eat these resurrection grass balls, their abilities will be strengthened again. However, this time the direction of strengthening is not combat power, but auxiliary ability. Once the green grass field is opened, the moves that have absorbed a lot of natural power plus the resurrection power in the resurrection grass may even be able to do large-scale group resurrection. Hiss! Naoki couldn't help but take a breath. Now the difficulty of the green grass trial may soar again. In the past, Dundee might be able to kill the Mount Goat in seconds by using the attribute restraint and burst damage of the fire-breathing dragon. But now, that kind of thing may never happen again. As long as the green grass field does not disappear, the green grass energy floating in the air can instantly restore the dying Mount Goat to full strength. Unless two people cooperate, one uses a move to clear the field, and the other uses a high burst move to attack the Mount Goat. In general, invincible. However, this power has some restrictions on the strength of the user. It is only effective for grass-type Pokemon whose energy control ability exceeds the champion level. In the entire ranch, I am afraid that only the Bud Crown and the 3 Mount Goats meet this condition. Naoki immediately found the Mount Goat lying on the grass in the sun, with a basket of resurrection grass balls, took a ball from the basket, and placed it in front of the Mount Goat. What? One of the Mount Goats came up and smelled it. The smell was a bit complicated, with a smell of grass, a smell of tree fruit and honey. This feeling. The goat's eyes lit up, and it quickly stretched out its tongue to roll the dumpling into its mouth, and then happily devoured it. Seeing this, Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked, "How does it taste?" "Meh." From the goat's answer, Naoki learned how they felt. Resurrection grass dumplings are better than ordinary green grass dumplings. In that case, I will replace green grass dumplings with this kind of dumplings in the future. Naoki immediately made a decision with a big wave of his hand. The seeds of this special resurrection grass cannot be purchased from outside, so he can only keep the seeds and breed them himself. Although it is a bit troublesome, as long as the goats are happy eating, it's fine. Naoki poured the basket of resurrection grass balls into the stone trough where the goats eat. Seeing them huddle together and chewing the balls happily, Naoki couldn't help but smile. This should be the limit of the goats, right? I just don't know if there will be some dishes that will help them in the future. In addition to the goat mount, Naoki also set aside a few resurrection grass balls and gave them to grass attribute Pokemon such as Budcrest and Urako. After all, in addition to the power of resurrection grass, this kind of ball has an additional effect, which greatly improves the healing effect. In short, the recovery move will restore more physical strength. The only pity is that it has no effect on Pokemon of other attributes, otherwise the healing ability of the Chandler working on the World Tree can become more professional. However, people can't be too greedy, right? Naoki turned to find Chishu and sat with her and the Bud Crown King in the garden for a while. The garden is located in the middle of the flower field, with a glass shed built above to protect against wind and rain, and a set of iron tea tables placed below. Different flowers are planted in the four corners around, including roses, hydrangeas, poppies, and platycodon. Whenever the weather is good, the Bud Crown King will drink afternoon tea leisurely in the garden with the Busi Hu and Lai Bei Cha, enjoying the warm sunshine and the overflowing fragrance of flowers. Chishu sat on a chair admiring the garden in front of her, while Jishu drank tea and talked to her about their next plans. The seeds that Mew and Bear brought back from other worlds are very special. I planted them in the reverse world and got some interesting fruits. They can cure myopia and various eye diseases, and there is even a kind of fruit that can make blind humans and Pokemon see the light again. Hearing this, Chishu showed a surprised expression on his face. What? Such a magical fruit actually exists. Wouldn't she be able to watch TV whenever she wants in the future without having to worry about myopia? It's true, Naoki said with a smile. So I plan to put them on the shelves of the ranch store, and then those who need them can come and buy them. I help too. Chishu laughed. Naoki raised his eyebrows. Chishu already had an idea in mind. We can promote this fruit in the Chishu program, and then there will definitely be a lot of people who will be attracted to buy it. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. Isn't this live streaming to sell goods? Live streaming to sell goods in the Pokemon world. He and Zapdos Jirachi had previously attracted a lot of fans when they served as gym leaders in the Brewing Light Gym. It was indeed a good idea to promote that kind of fruit in this way. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately agreed. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. We have nothing to do now, so let's take advantage of this time to do the live streaming. Chishu is a man of action. Okay. Naoki smiled and said, then I go get some fruits? Yeah. Chishu stayed to broadcast live, while Naoki went to Giratina's reverse world and picked some rejuvenating fruits and other fruits from the Sky Island. When he came back, Chishu had already started the live broadcast and greeted the audience there. Hey, good morning everyone. It's been a long time since we last met. It's time for Chishu's live broadcast again. A string of comments suddenly floated across the screen. Anchor, who are you? Where's my Naoki? I want to see Naoki beat the challenger with a legendary Pokemon. Anchor, call your husband over. Chishu, Hey, you guys change your mind too quickly, don't you? I haven't been live for only 2 months, okay? Chishu showed a surprised expression. The live broadcast room suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing Naoki coming, Chishu waved at him from a distance. Come over. Naoki sat down in front of Rotom's phone. But Crown sat opposite, leisurely sipping tea and watching the two. Rotom's phone didn't have the rear camera turned on, so he wasn't worried about being exposed. When the audience saw Naoki's appearance, they instantly became excited. Ah, the anchor is finally here. Are we going to have a gym battle today? Can you tell me what the next 2 Pokemon are? I really want to know. I don't know what it's like to fight against a legendary Pokemon. I'm already on my way to Padilla. Everyone, I tell you later. Looking at the content above, Naoki smiled and shook his head. Thank you very much for your support, but the Brewing Light Gym is on holiday today, and I'm not going to work, so don't sign up for the challenge. At this time, netizens also noticed the background behind the two. It was a very beautiful flower field. A butterfree and several bees were collecting nectar in the flower field, and farther away was a green grassland, where several Eevee were leisurely basking in the sun. Is that the pasture in the countryside? It looks so leisurely, so Indie+1. It's hard to see this kind of scenery in big cities. It makes me want to settle down in the countryside. Hee hee, envious? Chishu smiled. I used to have the same idea as you guys. Since you like it, then go to the countryside to experience the pastoral scenery yourself. But the pace of life there is very slow. Naoki smiled. You two are not opening a gym today, nor are you fighting. So are you doing a live broadcast to show us your affection? Such a comment suddenly floated across the barrage. Of course not. Chishu shook his head and deliberately kept it a secret. I have something very important to announce to everyone today. As expected, the audience on the barrage were attracted and asked what it was. Chishu picked up a fruit. Dang dang dang. It's this kind of fruit. A string of question marks immediately floated across the barrage. It looks like just an ordinary fruit. Does anyone recognize what kind of fruit it is? I haven't seen it. There is no information about that fruit at present. It seems to be a fruit that has never been discovered. Don't ask me how I know. I am a Pokemon breeder. Don't know? Chishu said in a lively and serious tone. This is a magical fruit cultivated by Naoki himself. After eating it, the vision of myopic people can be restored to normal. Not only that, if blind people and Pokemon eat this fruit, they will be able to see the light immediately. Naoki on the side quickly handed over the fruit of vision restoration. Hearing this, the audience watching the live broadcast were immediately shocked. What, is it true? There is such a fruit in this world? Most people expressed doubts about this. Naoki smiled and said, I will put them on the shelves of our ranch store later, and those who need them can go and buy them. How much? Someone in the barrage asked this most concerned question. Not expensive. Naoki replied, the price of the eye-brightening fruit is 5,000 alliance coins, and the price of the eye-restoring fruit is 6,000 alliance coins. This price is indeed not expensive. If the effects of these two fruits are true, they can be considered very cheap. In fact, for people who are not nearsighted or blind, these fruits are of no use at all. They are only effective for people with eye diseases. Naoki said. He logged into the merchant interface of the shopping app and put the two fruits on the shelves and limited the purchase of each to 50. There was no way. The seeds brought back by Dream and Baby Bear were not many, and they could not be planted on a large scale. Although the reverse world made up for this and allowed crops to grow infinitely, it also took time. Okay, that's it for today. Chishu waved goodbye to the audience. So fast? Some viewers didn't even react before they saw the couple turn off the live broadcast. Soon, a group of curious fans opened the shopping app and found the store called Tree House. As expected, they saw the names of the eye-brightening fruit and the eye-restoring fruit among the new products. In the town of Butu in the Hoenn region, in a two-story mansion, a man wearing thick glasses leaned close to the phone screen, looked at the message on it, and murmured, eye-brightening fruit. Treats myopia. Is it really so magical? The man's name is Sosuke. He has been addicted to the Rotom phone since it was released. He plays with it while eating, riding in the car, and going to the bathroom. Over time, Sosuke's eyes had problems, and he became nearsighted. The price of the eye-brightening fruit was not expensive. If it could really cure his nearsightedness, it would definitely be worth the money. Out of curiosity, Sosuke placed an order. About 2 hours later, a Dragonite with a red shoulder bag on its waist and a mailman's hat on its head landed in front of the house. Even though he knew in advance that the store would use Dragonite as a Pokemon to deliver goods, when he really saw Dragonite, Sosuke couldn't help but stay where he was. Wow, it was Dragonite. It looked so cute with its chubby body, round belly, and big eyes. However, after Dragonite handed him the goods, it turned around and flew away. Sosuke finally realized what was happening and returned to the topic. He opened the package and ate the fruit one bite at a time. When the last bite of the fruit went into his stomach, Sosuke suddenly felt his eyes itchy. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes with his hands. However, when he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him became extremely clear. At first, Sosuke couldn't even react. He habitually wanted to put on his glasses, but the next second, he suddenly came to his senses and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Damn! That effect is actually real. Sosuke was too shocked and hurried back to the room, took out the Rotom phone, and wanted to convey the effect of his use to other netizens. But when he logged into the website, he found that the news had spread completely. The internet was full of people who had eaten the eye-brightening fruit and their vision returned to normal, and even several blind people and Pokemon could see the world again. Sosuke was stunned for a moment, and quickly logged into the online store of Tree House, only to find that the fuming fruit and Mingmu fruit there had already been sold out. Sosuke was shocked. My god, it's been less than 3 hours. Fortunately, he grabbed it early. It was already noon, and Naoki went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for everyone with the help of his sister Ai Guancher as usual. Dragonite likes steamed sea bass, Motor Lizard and Gulton like fried steak, and Frosty Milk Fairy likes dessert pudding. Suddenly, Chishu's voice came from behind. Those fruits are all sold out, and many people are asking us to put new fruits on the shelves. Naoki was very calm. Tell them that it takes time for the fruit to grow. He was used to this kind of thing. Chishu said he wanted to eat something sweet, so Naoki found some sweet honey freshly brewed by 3 bees. Before cooking, he habitually glanced at the sweet honey, and suddenly found that the quality of the current sweet honey had been greatly improved compared to before. The color was golden, translucent, and the fragrance of flowers and honey blended together perfectly. Just smelling it made people feel happy. Sweet, sweet. Honey brewed by 3 bees. The nectar comes from flowers cultivated by the Mount Goat with natural power. The quality is extremely high, and it is a rare treasure that is hard to buy on the market. At the same time, in the sea between Padia and Galar, a cruise ship departing from the Galar region is heading towards the port of Padia. Dante and Sonia stood on the deck and looked into the distance. During this period of time, he has been investigating the matter of Wujitana and the King of Sword and Shield, and finally got some clues recently. Dante wanted to come over last time to ask Naoki and the Crown of the Flower for some information, but it was someone else's wedding, so it was not appropriate to disturb them. Therefore, it was delayed until today. Now, Dante finally found some free time. He planned to visit Naoki at Naoki Ranch, ask about the Infinite, and have a discussion with Naoki. Looking at the sea in the distance, the horizon of the Padilla region appeared at the end of the sea. Seeing this, Dante smiled brightly and said to his childhood sweetheart Sonia, "We're almost there." Chapter 581. What kind of dishes should be made with such high-quality sweets? Naoki couldn't help but get into a dilemma. Honey cake, honey lemonade, honey grapefruit tea, honey cheese. Naoki turned and looked at Chishu in the living room and asked, "Do you want to eat anything?" "Huh?" Chishu didn't react for a while. Naoki smiled and said, "It's about the type of dessert you want to eat, whether you want to eat cake, sweet juice, or something else." Chishu thought about it carefully and said, "Candy, I want to eat candy." "Candy?" Naoki was slightly stunned. He had made honey candy with honey and lemon before. "Can you make it?" Chishu looked over eagerly. "Of course." Naoki smiled and nodded. It happened that there were not many desserts at home. He could take this opportunity to make more, and leave them for Frosty Milk Fairy and Eruption. Naoki returned to the kitchen, and looked at the bottle of golden and bright honey in front of him. He suddenly had an idea in his mind. The honey brewed by 3 bees is very special. It combines the fragrance of flowers and the original flavor of honey. It has a sticky texture and a golden color. However, it does not taste as greasy as ordinary honey. It tastes like a lava. There are indeed many dessert shops on the market that use sweet honey as the lava in candies and breads. Take a bite, and the full lava will burst out and fill the whole mouth. The sweet taste makes people feel happy. In this case, let's make a honey lava soft candy. Naoki took out a large can of moo moo milk from the cupboard, and then took out a bag of white sugar and a bottle of water noodles, and put them into the pot to boil. When it was almost boiled, he added brown edible coloring and mint syrup of the same color as the baby bear's fur, and stirred evenly. Then, he poured these things into the mold, which was specially customized by Naoki when he made honey gummy candy before, and the shape was the cute version of the baby bear's head. "Glacier EV, come and help!" Naoki shouted outside. Soon, Ice Eevee appeared in front of the kitchen. "Bui!" Naoki carried it to the stove, and Ice Eevee couldn't help but exclaimed, "Bui!" Naoki put it down and said, "Come on, use the freezing wind on this mold. Don't use all your strength. Just a little bit of power will do." "Bui!" Hearing this, Ice Eevee gently opened his mouth, and a stream of cold air blew out of his mouth. Under the effect of the cold wind, the syrup in the mold quickly cooled and solidified. "Okay, let me do it next." Naoki called a halt in time, then picked up the sweetness and poured it into the candy, and finally poured a layer of syrup on it, and then closed the mold to let the candy take shape. Finally, the finishing work was handed over to Ice Eevee. Soon, dozens of honey-filled gummy candies were made. When Naoki opened the mold, cute gummy bears appeared in front of him and Ice Eevee. At a glance, the information of these gummy candies immediately emerged from Naoki's mind. Honey soft candy, B+ made with high-quality sweet honey and moo moo milk. This molten candy has a rich taste and is irresistible to Pokemon who love sweets. Cooking effect. Honey Collector Level 3 allows the Pokemon that eats it to find excellent flowers, greatly improving the efficiency and quality of collecting nectar. limited to be Pokemon. Rating: Bear Pokemon's favorite. Huh? Seeing the effects of these candies, Naoki was a little surprised. Honey collector. This is a good effect for the 3 Bs. He wanted to do it casually, but he didn't expect such a surprise. Good news. Naoki picked up a honey molten candy and put it in front of Ice Eevee. Ice Eevee hesitated a little, but still opened his mouth and ate the candy. As soon as it entered his mouth, Ice Eevee instinctively took a bite with his teeth. The next second, a stream of molten candy burst out, and the sweet smell filled the whole mouth. Ice Eevee's eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of incredible expressions. Not bad, right? Naoki smiled and took out a few more candies and handed them to him, then put the rest on a white porcelain plate and brought it to the living room. Melting candies made with honey. Want to try? Naoki looked at Chishu. Chishu picked up a candy with a curious look on her face, and she tried to take a bite, and immediately showed the same expression as Glacian. It can also burst. It's honey inside. Great. Chishu's eyes lit up. Then eat more. Naoki handed the remaining candies to the curious Gulton and Chishu's electric belly frog, and then took the remaining candies to the ranch, found 3 bees in the flower field, and fed them the candies. The 3 bees were very happy, buzzing and flying around Naoki. This is made with the sweet honey you brewed. How does it feel? If you like it, I make more. Naoki asked. The 3 bees nodded repeatedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They turned around quickly and began to collect nectar to help Naoki brew more sweet honey for him to make this candy. Seeing that the Pokemon really liked it, Naoki did not go anywhere after lunch and stayed at home to make this honey gummy candy. In one afternoon, he made a big bag of lava gummy candy and then put them under the cupboard for the Pokemon who wanted to eat to take them. When everything was done, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Summer is here, the weather outside is getting hotter, and the sound of cicadas can often be heard in the back mountains. Although the temperature is a bit high, there is often wind from the Frost Mountain blowing through the ranch, and the temperature is not as hot as some big cities. Whenever this time comes, the Pokemon will come outside, enjoy the afternoon time on the grass, go to the river to watch the gurgling water, or quietly lie down under the shade of the trees to take a nap. It is worth mentioning that Lei Gong also stayed in the ranch during this period. But Naoki didn't know why. Lei Gong stayed on the grass outside the house every day, not close to his house, not close to the crowd, lying on the grass all day, like a cat hiding in an inconspicuous corner and observing secretly. Whenever Naoki and Lei Gong's eyes met, Lei Gong would unconsciously move his eyes away and pretend to look at the scenery. Like now. When Naoki looked at it, it turned its head away, and no one knew what Lei Gong was thinking. Naoki, what a weird Pokemon. It seems necessary to send Reiku out to get to know each other by cooperating to meet the challenger. Naoki thought. He made up his mind to wait until tomorrow when he went to work. If he met a suitable trainer, he would send Reiku out to give it a try. Thinking of this, Naoki walked towards Reiku with a plate of honey jelly candy. Reiku's eyes wandered around, but he didn't look at Naoki, pretending not to see him. Until Naoki put the plate of honey jelly candy in front of it. Try it, I just made it. Then Lei Gong turned his head and looked at the plate of snacks in front of him. Naoki didn't care about Lei Gong. After delivering the things, he went to the cultivation tree house to take a look. Chishu was taking a nap in the tree house. The quiet Chishu's face gave people a sense of tranquility. She slept very sweetly. In order to accompany his trainer, Magnemite also followed and floated beside Chishu and fell asleep. As if it had noticed someone coming, the Magnemite shuddered and then opened its eyes. Naoki made a gesture to silence it, and then whispered, "Go back to sleep." Before leaving, Naoki covered Chishu's belly, because the temperature would drop at 4 or 5 o'clock, and it would be easy to catch a cold at that time. At this moment, Butterfree suddenly flew over. "Fooey! What's wrong? Did something happen?" Naoki asked. Butterfree turned around and looked in one direction. Naoki looked in the direction it pointed, and saw a man and a woman walking towards this side. That is, Dante and Sonia. Chapter 582. In the living room, Naoki sat on the sofa and looked at Dante and Sonia opposite him. Seeing the guests coming, the sister Ai Guancher turned around and brought 2 cups of freshly brewed tea to the 2 guests, and placed them in front of them. Dante politely thanked the sister Ai Guancher, and then looked at Naoki with a hearty smile on his face. "Long time no see, Naoki. How have you been recently?" "It's not bad, but now I can't be as free as before," Naoki said. Dante had seen Naoki's circle of friends, and knew that he was helping to receive challengers at his wife's gym. Hearing this, Dante burst into laughter. It's obviously a happy trouble. Sonia on the side pursed her lips and chuckled. She looked around and then asked, Mr. Naoki, where is your wife? She is taking a nap and can't come to entertain you too. If you have anything, just tell me directly, Naoki said. It seems that you are living a happy life. Sonia smiled. Naoki smiled and asked, Isn't the Galar region busy? How did you suddenly have time to come here today? Hearing this, Dante and Sonia looked at each other, and both thought of the main purpose of this trip. To be honest, we are visiting today to learn about the legendary Sword King and Shield King in the Galar region, Dante said seriously. Naoki looked at Sonia. Seeing this, Dante immediately said, It doesn't matter. Sonia is a trustworthy person. She is the granddaughter of Dr. Mulan, and is currently investigating the legend of the sword and shield. After hearing that you can get more information, she followed me here. In addition, as he said that, Dante looked at Sonia. Sonia immediately understood and took out 2 items from her bag, a sword and a shield. However, these 2 items had already become rusty and full of traces left by time. Seeing these 2 items, Naoki was slightly stunned. That is, a rotten sword and a rotten shield. Since I left you last time, I have started to investigate this matter alone in Galar. Dante looked down at the rotten sword and shield and said slowly, I have been to many places, and I followed the instructions of the Bud Crown to the Wee Forest. I searched for a long time in the mist, but I could not find the 2 heroes. At that time, I heard a voice. Someone asked me why I came here. I said I wanted to find a solution tonight, and save the Galar region from the crisis that lasted for 1,000 years. Later, 2 unclear phantoms appeared in the mist. They led me to the deepest part of the forest, and I found this rotten sword and rotten shield there. Hearing this, Naoki immediately understood what was going on. The plot of the Galar region was changed by him. Xiao Yu and Hep did not appear, and Song Xiang and Zhang Marant chose to cooperate with Dante instead. Yes, that is the Sword King Song Xiang and Zhang Marantai, Naoki said. Hearing this, Dante and Sonia immediately turned their eyes to him. If I am not mistaken, your desire to protect the Galar region and defeat Yami Yai has been recognized by them, so they will lead you to find these 2 items. Naoki said, This is the weapon that the Bud Crown King once forged for the 2 heroes to fight against the night. But, Sonia frowned slightly, with a worried expression on her face. The sword and shield are already rotten, can they still play a role? Naoki didn't know how to explain this for a while. In the game, Xiao Yu and Hep also got a rotten sword and a rotten shield, but later their courage made the 2 weapons shine again. This is quite idealistic. If Naoki guessed correctly, the sword and shield are not the real sword and shield, but the incarnation of the power of the king, so it can make Song Xiang and Zhang Marant become the form of the king of sword and the king of shield. Realizing this, Naoki said to Dante, The courage to defeat Yami and the heart to protect the Galar region will make them shine again. If I guess correctly, this is also a test given to you by Song Xiang and Zhang Marant. Dante was slightly startled, and he looked down at the sword and shield in his hand. Test? In fact, there was one thing he hadn't told Naoki, and even Sonia. Since he returned to the Galar region from the ranch last time, he began to investigate the matter of the Infinite. In the end, he discovered something amazing. The Infinite was actually sealed in the energy plant under the Chuangguan Arena, and that energy plant has an inseparable relationship with the Miraculous group. After that, Dante investigated President Roz again, and was surprised to find that President Roz had an inseparable relationship with Mujitana. He seemed to be planning to use Mujitana to do something. This matter was of great importance, even involving the entire Galar region. Even Dante, as the champion, did not dare to act rashly. Thinking of this, Dante asked again, If we defeat Mujitana, what should we do with it? If we continue to leave it alone, I am afraid that the Dark Night will sweep across the entire Galar region again. Tisk, it's really tricky. I don't know. Naoki shook his head. In the game, the Eternal was eventually captured by the protagonist Xiao Yu, while in the anime, the Eternal was captured by Xiao Hao, but was finally entrusted to Dante. Dante sought the help of Dr. Mulan, who eventually sealed Eternal in a box and put it in a safe. But they still didn't find a way to deal with Eternal, so they could only continue to entrust Sonia, who had been promoted to a Pokemon doctor, to study countermeasures when Eternal wakes up again in the future. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Dante got the information he wanted and decided not to continue discussing this annoying topic. He turned to look at Naoki, his eyes full of fighting spirit. It's been a long time since I had a Pokemon battle with you. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to have a sparring match. Since returning to the Galar region, He has not lost a Pokemon battle. In order to encourage himself, hone his strength, and let himself know that there are always better people, Dandy decided to come to Naoki for further training every year and fight against stronger trainers and Pokemon. Naoki, Seeing the appearance of Dandy, Naoki suddenly thought of the Mount Goat. The last time, the Mount Goat was crushed by Dandy's Charizard, and now it has been several years. The Mount Goat is no longer the same as before, and now it has been blessed with the power of the Resurrection Grass. Naoki was a little curious. He wanted to know, compared with the current Mount Goat and Dandy's Charizard, who would be stronger. Do you want to challenge the green grass trial again? Naoki asked. Hearing this, Dandy was a little surprised. Green grass trial? He originally wanted to fight against Naoki's Gulton. Naoki nodded. To be honest, the strength of the Mount Goat has improved a bit compared to the first time you challenged it. Hearing this, Dandy also thought of the 3 special Mount Goats. Has the strength of the Mount Goat improved again now? Dandy was immediately full of interest, and he agreed. Okay. Then let me try the green grass trial again. Chapter 583. In the ranch, Naoki and Dandy stood at the 2 ends of the battlefield, looking at each other with high morale. Naoki sent out his Mount Goat, and Dandy sent out his strongest Charizard, and the 2 of them fought almost openly. Some Pokemon were also attracted. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Babu Tubo, Saltstone Giant. Everyone watched the battle together. And Lei Gong also noticed the scene here. It looked at this scene from a distance, and secretly observed the strength of the Rainbow Warrior chosen by Lord Feng Wang. At this time, Sonia, who was acting as the referee temporarily, walked to the center, looked around, and then waved her hand with a smile, saying, I declare that this match officially begins. Charizard, it's time to attack. Air Blade, cut off the opponent. With the order of Emperor Dan, the Charizard spread its wings, and the milky white airflow intertwined on it to form several extremely sharp wind blades, which quickly attacked the Mount Goat with the sound of breaking through the air. Are you testing? Naoki smiled slightly. Mount Goat, show Charizard your progress over the past few years. Me? The next second, a green light burst out from the Mount Goat, instantly covering the entire battlefield, turning it into a special grass aura. Facing the oncoming air blade, the Mount Goat suddenly stretched out several huge vine whips as thick as pythons, and faced the air blade without fear. 2 completely different attribute energies collided in midair. The sharp air blade cut into the tough vine whip, but it stopped halfway and got stuck. The air blade was easily resolved by the goat. Even when facing a move with attribute restraint, it can still exert such an effect. It has indeed improved in the past few years. Dandy felt his blood boiling. He stopped trying and immediately went all out. Charizard, spray flames. Awoo! The Charizard roared, flapped its wings, leaned forward and rushed towards the goat from midair, burning hot flames in its mouth, and finally condensed into a blazing fire beam that swept towards the goat below. The champion-level fire-breathing dragon is naturally extraordinary. Almost instantly, the Mount Goat was engulfed by the scorching flames. Very good, it hits. But before Dandy could be happy for a second, he suddenly noticed that the green light spots floating in the air around him began to gather towards the Mount Goat at a very fast speed. The parts of the Mount Goat that were burned by the flames actually healed at a very fast speed in that energy. The damage caused by the fire-breathing dragon was not even as much as the physical strength restored by the Mount Goat. How could it be? Dandy was shocked. Is that the green grass field he was familiar with? But why would this green grass field have such an exaggerated healing effect? It seems that the Resurrection Grass Ball has brought a good improvement to the Mount Goat, Naoki thought. However, it will be their turn to attack next. Mount Goat Vine Whip, Naoki said. In an instant, countless vine whips gushed out from the Mount Goat and entangled the fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Seeing this, Dandy quickly came to his senses. Get out of the way! However, this move failed. When Charizard tried to escape, the vines had already wrapped around its body, tightly binding its limbs and waist, and tightening. Charizard's face suddenly showed a painful expression, and it felt that its internal organs were about to be squeezed out. Not good. Even in the face of such a dilemma, Dandy still responded quickly. Charizard, Flash Charge. Charizard tried hard to mobilize the fire energy in its body. With a swish, a stream of hot flames burst out from its body, and the flames quickly swept over the whole body of Charizard, and the vine whip wrapped around its waist. The vine whip condensed from grass energy was quickly ignited under the high temperature, and the power gradually relaxed. While Charizard felt the power on its body, its eyes were cast on the goat below. Once it was free, it would immediately charge at the goat with the flames. Noticing the look in Charizard's eyes, Naoki instantly understood its intention. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and seeing that Charizard was about to break free, he quickly said, "Don't give it this chance, beat it." The Vine Whip burning with blazing flame suddenly tightened, and before Charizard could react, it felt the Vine Whip on its waist suddenly become very powerful. The next second, the Vine Whip dragged its body, and suddenly fell to the ground. Donnie frowned. It was almost there, and he was extremely nervous. Just before the fire-breathing dragon was about to fall to the ground, an extremely fierce flame burst out from its body. The fierce fire feature was triggered. The terrifying flame instantly burned the Vine Whip into ashes. The fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and flew into the air, locking its eyes on the goat below, and then with a blazing flame, it rushed towards the goat like a god. Seeing this scene, Dandy breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not wrong. The scorching air swept across the earth. The speed of the fire-breathing dragon was extremely fast. Before Naoki could give an order, the fire-breathing dragon with fierce fire had already hugged the goat tightly with its dragon claws, and the scorching flame spread instantly. The next second, the strong impact caused a violent explosion on the entire battlefield. The rolling heat waves swept in all directions, and the Frost Milk Fairy next to it was almost blown away. It screamed, and the Salt Stone Giant quickly protected it behind it. Sonia also used her elbow to block the hot wind. She looked at the battlefield nervously. Who would win? After a while, the thick smoke on the scene slowly dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was the Mount Goat that was still standing. Its body was covered with scars, and the flames had scorched its grass fur, making the goat look very miserable. The green light around it surged rapidly, and the scars healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the effect of the green grass field. Ouch! Charizard looked at the scene in disbelief. Use that move. Naoki's voice suddenly sounded. Then, Charizard saw the goat in front of him leaning forward slightly, with green light surging in its mouth, and in the blink of an eye, a huge grass holy sword appeared. The next second, the goat rushed past like lightning and came behind Charizard without looking back. Before Charizard understood what was happening, it felt a sharp pain. It looked down at its abdomen in disbelief, where a clear scar appeared. Charizard felt a flash of white before its eyes, and then fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Seeing this, Dandy's pupil shrank, and his eyes were full of shock. He was not shocked by Charizard's loss, but by the terrifying healing ability of the goat. Good, such an exaggerated healing ability. The grass field of the goat mount is different from a few years ago. What should he do to defeat this goat mount? Several countermeasures flashed through Dandy's mind. If you want to defeat the goat mount, you must conquer its grass field, and the moves that can clear the field. Clear the fog, Super Giant Cyclone Roll, Ice Cyclone, Iron Roller. But Charizard can't use these moves at all, which means that even if his Charizard uses all its strength, it can't completely defeat Naoki's goat mount. As long as it is given some time, its physical strength will be restored to its peak state again. Unless it can use Dynamax. But Dynamax can only be performed in the Galar region. Can anyone really defeat such a Pokémon? As long as it cannot be defeated in a short period of time, its injuries will heal. This kind of thing makes people feel desperate. What's more terrifying is that there is more than one such Mount Goat. Dandy subconsciously looked at the other two Mount Goats. Naoki has actually cultivated his Mount Goat to this level. His strength must have already surpassed the champion level and become a Pokémon master, right? At the same time, Lei Gong was looking at the seemingly ordinary Mount Goat with a serious face. It didn't expect that it actually had such power in its body. Will it be the opponent's opponent? This thought emerged in Lei Gong's mind. We lost. After a brief moment of shock, Dandy was relieved. Sure enough, you are still the same Naoki. How could the mysterious man who could control so many legendary Pokémon lose to him again? Although Naoki said that Budcrest left the ranch and traveled around the world. But Dante had heard the story of Budcrest and Naoki's encounter. He knew very well that Budcrest, who was saved by Naoki, would never leave Naoki, and it was even more impossible for her to choose another trainer to travel with him. Even if there was, that person could only be Naoki. So Dante knew very well that the Naoki in front of him was the mysterious man who saved the Hoenn region and stopped the creator Arceus. He figured this out later. However, since Naoki didn't want to reveal it, Dante buried it in his heart. After the battle, Naoki looked at Dante. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Chishu rubbing his sleepy eyes and walking out of the breeding tree house. Huh? Seeing Dante and Sonia, Chishu quickly woke up. Guests are coming. Hello, Miss Chishu. Sonia smiled and greeted Chishu. Chishu still remembered this person. She was a researcher in the Galar region and had attended her and Naoki's wedding with Dante. Long time no see, Sonia. Chishu showed a lively and cheerful smile on his face. The two men present watched this scene and temporarily shifted their attention away from the Pokemon battle. Chishu and Sonia went over there to talk about the baby. Naoki stood there and said to Dante, "The Galar region should be vigorously developing the Gigantamax battle now, right?" Dan was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "That's right." "That's good, then the Galar region can also develop accordingly." Naoki chatted. Hearing this, Dante hesitated a little. Because according to his investigation, the Dynamax energy that can make Pokemon Dynamax is inextricably linked to the infinite. It is recorded in the ancient books handed down from the ancient Galar region that when the night phenomenon occurs, Pokemon will also become huge, lose their minds, and destroy the town. It just feels a little strange that Dynamax can only be carried out in the Galar region. Once you leave the Galar region, you can't Dynamax anymore, Naoki said. Hearing this, Dante felt a flash of inspiration, as if something was connected. Eternal Taina, Gigantamax, Gigantamax Point, the huge energy plant under the Fist Arena. He understood President Raza's purpose. The Miraculous group is using the energy plant to extract the Gigantamax energy from Eternal Taina and then provide it to the entire Galar region. President Raz is using night. But the problem is that darkness is uncontrollable. With the dense population of Chuangwan City, once Tianwuji Taina wakes up, the whole city will be in great danger. No, I have to go back and confirm it. Dante turned to Naoki and said, "Thank you very much, Naoki. I suddenly remembered that there is one thing to deal with. Let's stop here today and interview you next time. Sonia, let's go back." So soon? Sonia and Chishu were talking happily, but suddenly heard that Dante was going to go back. Dante nodded seriously. "I have new ideas about the Wishing Star and Wuji Taina." Hearing this, Sonia also stood up and said goodbye to Chishu. And Naoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. What did Dante find out? "I will come to tell you about this matter after I find out everything." Dante turned and said to Naoki. Naoki thought of Dante's character and smiled and said, "Okay, then I will wait for you here. In addition, if you need help, you can also contact me." After all, the story of the Galar region changed because of him. Now Xiaoyu and Hep are still children. If Dante acts rashly and breaks up with President Ross, it will be terrible if some bad results appear. Hearing this, Dante looked at Naoki seriously. He did not refuse, but said sincerely, "Thank you." Dante and Sonia came and left in a hurry. Naoki and the others watched their figures gradually go away, and only withdrew their gazes when they could no longer see them. "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Naoki thought that the sound of the battle just now woke Chishu up. "If you sleep any longer, you will turn into a pig." Chishu looked at the direction where Dante and Sonia left with interest, and asked curiously, "Do you know what the relationship between Sonia and Dante is?" "Them?" Naoki replied, "They are probably childhood sweethearts, who grew up together." "Wow!" Chishu couldn't help gossiping. "Does Dante like Sonia?" Naoki, "I don't know." He thought of Song Xiang and Zhang Marant, turned around and found the Regal King, and told him about their plan to cooperate with Dante. After listening, the Regal King nodded slightly. That human is suitable. Last time, he secretly observed Dante's personality and character, and was not surprised that Song Xiang and Zhang Marant chose to cooperate with him. And at this moment, Naoki's Rotom phone suddenly rang. Clicking it, it turned out to be a friend request from Sonia. Naoki was slightly stunned, and after clicking agree, a message was quickly sent over there. "Sonia, by the way, Mr. Naoki, after Dante told me the legend of the brave, I went to the Crown Snowfield to investigate, and finally found something in a hidden ruin. Sonia, it seems to be left by humans thousands of years ago." Picture.jpg. Naoki clicked on the picture, and saw an ancient mural. The mural had become mottled and dilapidated after years of precipitation, but through the pattern on it, Naoki instantly understood what was recorded on it. Temple, a Pokemon with a huge head, 2 horses, and 2 dog-like Pokemon crawling in front of the big-headed Pokemon. In another picture, a Pokemon that looks like a Cyclops is sharing an item. Further down, the item turned into a sword and a shield, which were handed over by the big-headed Pokemon to the 2 big dog Pokemon crawling on the ground. "Sonia, I have almost investigated the legend of the King of Swords and the King of Shields. As for the information about the third person, who helped to cast the sword and shield on the mural, it is still unknown. Next, I plan to investigate its information. Does Mr. Naoki know that third person?" Naoki certainly knows. Because that is the Melmetal that helped Song Xiang and Zhang Marant. In the past, It provided iron for Song Xiong and Zhong Marant to cast swords and shields, and then disappeared silently in the long river of time, and there has been no news since then. Chapter 584. Wing King. I have heard from Bud Crown that in the past, a Pokemon shared the metal on its body to help Sora and Zangmart forge swords and shields. As far as I know, there is only one Pokemon in the world that can produce that kind of metal, and that is the mythical Pokemon Melmetal. Sonia, Melmetal, this is the first time I have heard of this name. I know, thank you very much, Mr. Naoki. I will continue to investigate Melmetal. Looking at Sonia's reply, Naoki couldn't help but think of the regret and nostalgia that Bud Crown expressed when he told the story of Melmetal. There is no doubt that for the Galar region, Melmetal is also one of the heroes who saved Galar in the legend. Thinking of this, Naoki replied, Wing King, I have something I want to ask you for help. Sonia, what is it? Wing King, if one day you find out the information about Melmetal and know its location, please be sure to tell me. The Bud Crown wants to meet it. Sonia, okay, I will. The next day, the holiday of the Brewing Light Gym ended, and Naoki began his daily life of going to the gym to work. In the Nyangguang Gym, Naoki sat in the office, looking at the list of challengers handed over by Anya. Name, Cross, Hometown, Kalos Region, number of gym badges collected, 0, resume, 32nd place in the Kalos League tournament. Name, Ariel, Hometown, Unova Region, number of gym badges collected, 0, resume, top 10 in the Unova tournament. Name, Lore, Hometown, Hoenn Region, number of gym badges collected, 0, resume, top 8 in the Caillou tournament, champion of the Gorgeous tournament. After reading a page, Naoki couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Why are there so many people coming to challenge today? Anya hesitated and said, because of you, the Brewing Light Gym has been very popular on the internet recently. People from many other regions said they would come here to challenge you. Naoki, He finally understood that these people were not here to collect gym badges to participate in the Padilla conference, but to specifically harass him, Zapdos, and Jirachi. There are also many internet celebrities who come to take advantage of the popularity. They are now gathered around the central square of Brewing Light City, trying to gain traffic and popularity by taking pictures of legendary Pokemon. Anya said again. Naoki, These guys are so abominable, they are all here to increase his workload. Hard, fists are hard. Are you going to accept the challenge now? Anya couldn't help asking. Let's get started. For a trainer whose purpose is not to collect gym badges, but to increase his workload, Naoki doesn't think it's necessary to deliberately let him off. Just right, I can take this opportunity to deepen my relationship with Lei Gong, Naoki thought. Okay, then I go and help you arrange it. Anya turned and left. And Naoki also took a few Pokemon to the central square in the city center. There were already a huge crowd of people around, and when they saw Naoki coming, the dense crowd immediately burst into shouts. Several internet celebrities holding Rotom phones also pointed their cameras downwards and shouted, Family, look, this is the gym leader who has the legendary Pokemon Lightning Bird. I wonder if we can see the Lightning Bird appear today? Let's wait and see. At this time, a figure slowly walked out of the contestant channel opposite the central square. That was the first challenger of the day, Klaus from the Kalos region. At this moment, Klaus was full of excitement, and she would soon have an exciting Pokemon battle with the legendary Pokemon. The referee in the center of the venue looked at the two of them, and then said, Welcome challengers to the Brewing Light Gym. The rules of this gym battle are 1v1. Each person can only use one Pokemon. The battle will not end until the Pokemon of either party loses its combat ability. The audience was also excited. The battle was about to begin. Who knew what Pokemon Naoki would send out to fight today? Will it be the lightning god Zapdos, who could control lightning and thunderclouds at will? Or the mythical Pokemon Jirachi, whose appearance was totally inconsistent with his strength and whose wish of destruction could beat his opponent to pieces? Or the special form of Babudub, the one that was rumored to be in charge of the lightning trial? The audience was so excited that they trembled all over when they thought about the scene where Naoki would beat up the challenger next. Oh, Naoki! Naoki! Go! Send out the Zapdos and blow her up. I want to see Jirachi. Jirachi is so cute. Let Jirachi appear again. At this moment, under the gaze of many onlookers and the people in the live broadcast room, Naoki, who was at one end of the battlefield, moved. He took out a seemingly ordinary Pokeball from his waist, and then threw the Pokeball into the air. People's eyes followed closely. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon landed on the battlefield. It was a mysterious Pokemon that looked like a tiger, had a serious expression, and had a sleek golden fur. Its eyes were blood red, and its golden fur was dotted with dark lightning patterns. Its sturdy limbs and sharp fangs all announced to the world that this Pokemon was extraordinary. Such a figure appeared in the eyes of the people in the live broadcast room and the people around the square. The next second, people opened their eyes wide and looked at the strange Pokemon in disbelief. Oh my god, another completely unknown Pokemon. Does anyone know it? I know it. If I'm not mistaken, this Pokemon is probably the legendary Pokemon of the Johto region, Raikou. Raikou? Yes, it is rumored that it has an inseparable relationship with the Ho-Oh. Raikou, Indii and Suicune were resurrected by the Ho-Oh, and then began to wander around the world. As far as I know, there are people who have even been following Suicune's trail for their entire lives, but he didn't see Suicune until the last moment of his life. A netizen from the Johto region shared relevant information with everyone. Being resurrected by Ho-Oh. Doesn't that mean there is only one Raikou, Suicune, and Indii in the world? Someone noticed the key point. Yes, from a certain perspective, they are even rarer than Zapdos, because there have been more than one sightings of Zapdos around the world. And now, Naoki has captured such a rare Pokemon. This means that Naoki is the only human in the world who has been recognized by Raikou. Good, awesome. On the battlefield, Raikou glanced at the crowd around him. This was the first time he had seen so many humans, and he couldn't help but be alert. Don't worry, it's okay. The Rainbow Warrior's voice came from behind, and Raikou retracted his gaze and calmed down a little. Cross on the opposite side looked at Raikou excitedly. She took out her Rotom phone and scanned Raikou. Raikou, the Thunder Pokemon, is known as a legendary Pokemon, and its detailed information is unknown. Raikou? Legendary Pokemon? Cross was very excited. She took out a Pokeball. A random white light flashed, and a Pokemon that looked like a ninja appeared opposite Raikou. It was Greninja, one of the 3 great Pokemon in the Kalos region. In that case, let me see the power of the legend, Cross said with full fighting spirit. Naoki, as you wish. Swoosh. The referee blew the whistle, announcing the official start of this Pokemon battle. Greninja, Flying Water Shuriken. Greninja stood on its feet and jumped up like a ninja. The water energy surged wildly. Its hands condensed 2 water blue shurikens and threw them at Lei Gong. Supernatural power, Naoki said. The next second, Lei Gong in front of him moved. A layer of light blue light appeared in its blood-red eyes. In an instant, an invisible terrifying energy surged out from Lei Gong's body towards the front. The 2 flying water shurikens were instantly shattered. Seeing this, Greninja was slightly startled, but the next second, the invisible force came in front of it. Greninja instantly felt that he was hit by a huge force, and his whole body flew backwards. What? Cross was shocked. What kind of force was that? Why was he hit before he even saw it? No, that's not right. Now is not the time to think about this. Greninja, cheer up. Cross gave the order quickly. But it was too late, because Naoki on the opposite side had already reacted. It's not good to be distracted during a battle. Thunder God, thunder. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in the sky, and a terrifying electric energy surged from the body of Thunder God. The energy rushed straight into the sky, causing the sky to change suddenly. Thunderclouds gathered, and huge thunder was brewing in the clouds. The audience raised their heads and looked at the sky, looking at the terrifying scene. Danger! Greninja, get out of the way! Cross shouted nervously. Greninja on the field couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. His figure flashed and moved rapidly on the battlefield, trying to avoid the attack. However, Thunder God's eyes were fixed on Greninja. The next moment, huge lightning fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the entire battlefield was immediately submerged by lightning. The audience around them subconsciously closed their eyes, and the strong wind generated by the energy collision blew their hair. At this moment, the whole place was silent. As expected, Greninja was defeated by thunder, and its figure fell to the ground, its eyes spinning like mosquito coils. Good, so strong. It is indeed a legendary Pokemon. I am so satisfied watching it. Thunder God, Zapdos, and a Jirachi, my god, Naoki actually has so many legendary Pokemon. In fact, what I want to know more is, Naoki obviously has such a strong strength. Why does he still live in the countryside to run a ranch and be a farmer, instead of participating in various competitions to become a champion? Regarding this question, someone who knew the inside story soon explained it to him. You don't know this, right? It's not your fault. After all, you are from another place. In fact, Mr. Naoki was originally a very powerful trainer. At that time, he was always traveling outside. Until one day, He was tired of the life of fighting every day, so he simply bought a piece of land in a secluded countryside and lived a peaceful life there with his Pokemon partners. And Mr. Naoki is a very good person. He set up many trials in the ranch for passing trainers to challenge, so as to hone their strength and help everyone become a stronger trainer. Although everyone is often beaten by those powerful Pokemon, everyone is very happy because fighting against champion-level Pokemon is also a rare opportunity for us. Mr. Naoki is a great person. You lost? I'm sorry. I can't give you the gym badge. Naoki looked at Cross on the other side and spoke. Ah! Cross sighed at first, but she quickly recovered. The Brewing Light Gym is really strong. It's worth my trip to see the legendary Pokemon with my own eyes and fight it. So this guy really didn't come to challenge the gym to collect badges, right? But there is no better way except fighting. Forget it. Next time I meet this kind of trainer, I will just use Babudi and Zapdos to fight. After a day of fighting, Naoki returned to the ranch. As soon as he sat down, Chishu showed him the comments about him online with his rodent phone. Looking at what those netizens said about him, Naoki was completely silent. How did the rumors spread like this? So are they all true? Chishu asked with a smile. I guess so. Naoki thought for a moment and said, in fact, half of the reason is to help Pokemon use their extra energy. At the beginning, the Mount Goat ate too many grass balls, causing the grass attribute energy in its body to reach an extremely exaggerated level. If it is not vented through fighting, it will dance in the pasture. I see. Chishu seemed to have figured out something, and then stood up with a smile and said, You have worked hard today, come and eat. Okay. Naoki smiled and nodded, forgetting the things in the gym. He looked at the Pokemon running around the house and asked with a smile, How is Babu Dugong today? Bamo. Where are Dragonite and Motorcycle? Dragonite said that he had slept under the tree for a day. Motorcycle sneezed. It had been chasing butterflies in the garden all day and had inhaled a lot of pollen, so it couldn't help sneezing. Naoki turned his attention to other Pokemon. Before he asked, the EVs came over and told him what they had done today. Naoki touched their heads one by one, and the living room was filled with a happy atmosphere. Not far away, Chishu and his sister Ai Guancher brought the steaming hot food to the table. Meanwhile, in the Unova region Iandok, Mew and Baby Bear were also preparing to eat today's dinner. They took out the Pokemon food that Naoki prepared for them from their bags, spread a small blanket on the ground, and put the food and juice on it. Next, it was happy dinner time. The two Pokemon picked up the food with their paws, opened their mouths, and took a bite. Feeling the delicious taste in their mouths, Mew and Baby Bear both squinted their eyes happily. In the dense bushes, a small Pokemon with a pair of sky blue eyes and big V-shaped ears was hiding in the dark and observing the two strange Pokemon. The food they were eating looked so delicious. Nini! Got it. Its figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and then entered the invisible state. Then, while the two Pokemon were not paying attention, it secretly took away the food next to them, and then hid behind the tree and happily ate it. Mew and Bear finished the Pofin in their mouths, and then happily stretched out their hands to take a piece, but they touched nothing. Turning their heads, they saw that there was only one Pofin left where they had just put several pieces. The two Pokemon were shocked. Meow? What? Their dinner was gone. Chapter 585. 1,000 years ago Iandok. In the early morning, on the terrace of the royal tower, the king slowly walked out of his bedroom and looked at his kingdom with Victini. The golden morning light spread over the earth. The shadows gradually faded, dewdrops fell on the petals, and people walked out of their houses, with smiles full of hope and happiness on their faces, greeting their neighbors. Small vendors delivering fresh vegetables and fruits, women wearing headscarves and aprons going out to buy vegetables, children playing and fighting with Pokemon. The flow of people poured out from the streets and alleys like a tide, and finally gathered in the market, forming a bustling scene. In a flash, the whole town woke up. Victini, do you see that? My people are so happy, my kingdom is so prosperous, nature, humans, and Pokemon can all live in harmony here. The old king smiled kindly, looking at his kingdom with gentle eyes. Victini nodded in agreement, flying around the old king and shouting happily, Nini. The old king turned around, and slowly stretched out his wrinkled old hand towards Victini. He had a kind and gentle smile on his face, as if he wanted to touch Victini's head. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared like a dream bubble, and everything returned to silence. Victini looked around in panic, trying to find the king's figure in the darkness. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not see the old king's figure. The once prosperous kingdom began to become dilapidated, and the magnificent and majestic castle also left a lot of traces of time. In spring, everything begins to revive. In a flash, the hot summer comes again. The shadows of the trees sway. Under the scorching sun, the dark green leaves sway gently. The next moment, the leaves begin to turn yellow and dry again. The bleak autumn wind blows past, and the withered yellow leaves swirl and fall from the treetops. When the leaves float to the ground, a heavy snow falls. In the blink of an eye, the world is covered by a layer of white snow, and only a vast expanse of white remains between heaven and earth. Victini waits alone in the castle, wanting to wait for the old king to come back, but more than 1,000 springs, summers, autumns, and winters have passed, and it has never seen the old king who loves it again. It was a new spring again. Victini was alone on the terrace of the castle. Suddenly, the king came back. Victini's eyes were immediately filled with tears. But the old king did not approach. He just looked at Victini reluctantly and apologized to it in a very soft voice. "I'm sorry, Victini, I made you wait too long. I should go, and you should also welcome a new life. Go, you will definitely meet a better partner. Goodbye, Victini." After saying that, the old king turned around and walked into the darkness, and Victini immediately chased after him. But the old king's figure soon disappeared, leaving only the Pokemon floating alone in the huge castle. "Nini!" Realizing that he would never see the old king again, Victini cried sadly in his dream. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find that he was still on the terrace of the castle. "Nini!" Victini murmured softly, and he felt his face was a little wet, so he touched it with his little hand. It turned out that his tears had wet his hair unconsciously. After crying, Victini quietly flew out of the castle. The sun rose, and the world ushered in a new day. In the town, there was a tree growing next to the square. Dream and Bear Baby, who had transformed into pickpocket cats, stood on the treetops, observing this strange town with a little curiosity. People came and went in the town, and young trainers with backpacks excitedly shuttled among the crowd. Sometimes when two people made eye contact, they would hold hands and crawl into the bushes to go to the open space everywhere in the town for an exciting Pokemon battle. Others were strolling the streets in a relaxed and cheerful manner, listening to the small vendors on both sides of the street telling local legends. At this time, Dream and Baby Bear suddenly noticed a small stall with many strange dolls. "One?" The two Pokemon came forward curiously to watch. "Is that a Pokemon?" It happened that a foreign tourist came here and asked the boss what those dolls were. The boss was a kind-looking old lady, and she introduced enthusiastically, "This is the doll of the victory Pokemon, Victini." "Victini?" It is said that this Pokemon has lived in this town for a long time, but almost no one can see it. I heard that Victini can give people power. A long time ago, its power protected the sword of the earth. As long as a trainer gets these dolls, they will be blessed by Victini and win every battle. Hearing this, the trainer's eyes lit up, and he immediately pointed to a small doll and said, "Please give me one of these." "Is it?" Baby Bear was a little confused. "Is it really that magical?" "Meow." Dream shook her head, saying that she didn't know. Since she went to the mysterious labyrinth, Dream knew that there were still many things in this world that they didn't know. But since there is such a saying, maybe that Pokemon really exists. At noon, the two Pokemon found a quiet place, and sat on the rooftop to happily enjoy the food made by Naoki. The two Pokemon were a little confused about the disappearance of food yesterday. Fortunately, there was not much food, maybe it was taken away by hungry Pokemon, so Mew and Bear Baby didn't care much. They opened their bags and took out a few pieces of Pofin. As a result, just after eating one, something incredible happened again. The remaining pieces of Pofin disappeared again. Meow. Mew's face was solemn. Obviously, this was no coincidence. There must be some Pokemon that stole the food in a place they didn't know about, using methods they didn't know about. The bear cub looked at the remaining Pofin in the bag. There was not much left. This amount was probably not enough to support them to go to the next place. Thinking of this, the bear cub called out the Rotom phone and called Naoki. Soon, the call was connected and Naoki's face appeared on the screen. Mew was also attracted by the scene. It also came forward and told Naoki what happened in the past 2 days together with the bear cub. What? Did Pokemon disappear inexplicably? Naoki was a little surprised to hear the two Pokemon story. Was it taken away by other Pokemon? Meow. Meow nodded, otherwise how could Pokemon suddenly disappear? Back then, it also used this method, using instant teleportation to take away Pokemon and toys when no one was paying attention, until it watched that movie and became a hero. It never did this again. Okay, it's okay, There are still many Pokemon at home. I asked Dragonite to send another pack to you. Naoki smiled and consoled. But as he was talking, he suddenly noticed the background behind Menghuan and Baby Bear. The most attractive thing was the huge sword standing in the mountains in the distance. The sword was completely embedded in the mountain. It was hard to imagine what kind of power could do that. Naoki was slightly stunned. Menghuan and Baby Bear also noticed Naoki's gaze. They looked back, but found nothing, and asked in confusion. Meow? One? Where are you now? Naoki couldn't help asking. Meow immediately thought of the name those humans had just said. It seems to be called Eindhoek? Meow. Yes, it's called Eindhoek. Naoki immediately understood what was going on when he heard it. Eindhoek is where the plot of the movie Victini and the Black and White Heroes takes place, and the so-called Black and White Heroes are the well-known real dragon Laceram and ideal dragon Zekrom. In that movie, there happened to be a naughty Pokemon, Victini, who likes to hide and play tricks on people, share his power everywhere, and secretly take away other people's snacks. If his guess was correct, the instigator of the Bofin theft case was probably the Victini. Naoki looked around, but did not see Victini nearby. After a brief thought, he turned his gaze to Mew. Mew, use your superpowers to sense the surroundings. Meow? Mew shuddered and immediately began to try. It closed its eyes, and the next second, a huge superpower surged out of its body, with Mew as the center, and quickly spread to the surroundings. Almost in an instant, all the surrounding things were fully displayed in Dream's mind. The pickpocket cat resting on the roof, the rat rummaging through the trash can in the dark alley, the humans running on the street, the four-seasoned deer playing in the distant valley. Soon, Dream sensed the set of the Bofin made by Naoki in the hand of one of the figures. Found it. It suddenly opened its eyes and locked its gaze behind the chimney of a house. The next second, Dream used instant teleportation, and its figure, the bear cub, and the mobile phone Rotom disappeared from the original place and appeared behind the chimney. And there, a small Pokemon with two big V-shaped ears was eating the Pofin they had just lost. That was the Victini mentioned by Naoki. Meow. Isn't it? Meow and Bear Baby looked at Victini aggressively. At this moment, seeing that he was discovered, Victini seemed a little flustered. It quickly hit its body, and turned around to escape. But Meow had locked its position with its superpowers. No matter how invisible Victini was, Meow could always capture its position. Therefore, the situation eventually turned into Victini running in front, and Mew with the bear cub and the mobile Rotom chasing behind. Naoki witnessed the whole process through the camera of Rotom's mobile phone, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Anya, the receptionist of the Brewing Light Gym, came to inform Gym Master, another trainer came to challenge the gym. Naoki, this critical moment cannot be disturbed. So he said, I have something to do now, let them come back in the afternoon. Anya, okay. Gym leaders have this right, and Anya turned and left. Naoki turned his attention back to the screen of Rotom on his phone. He saw Mew chasing Victini out of Eindhoek, and into a valley in the distance. At the end of the valley, there was a sword castle, and the huge blade was inserted into the mountains. Naoki knew that it was the so-called Dragon Vein. And under the Earth Sword Castle, there was a Dragon Stone. If the test could be passed, Reshiram or Zekrom would appear from it to help the tester complete the mission. Victini flew to the Earth Sword Castle, followed by Mew and Bear. Once inside, Victini hid, and Naoki called Mew and Bear to stop, asking them to use the Rotom phone to take photos of the surrounding environment. Although Mew and Bear were puzzled, they did as he was told. As you can see, this huge castle is actually called the Earth Sword, Naoki said slowly. Meow. The Pokemon you just chased is called Victini. Since its trainer died, it has lived here alone for more than 1,000 years. Naoki continued. Hearing this, Mew and Baby Bear were stunned. Meow. Let me tell you a story. Naoki sat down and said. Story? Baby Bear immediately realized that the story Naoki was talking about might be related to this castle and Victini. It looked at Mew, then found a stone and sat down on it. Seeing that the two Pokemon did not catch up, Victini quietly hid behind a huge pillar and eavesdropped on their conversation. Once upon a time, Victini and its trainer lived happily in this castle. That man was the king here. Under his rule, the whole country prospered, and humans, nature and Pokemon lived in harmony here. And that king had a pair of twin princes. By chance, they met the dragon Pokemon Reshiram, who represented reality, and the Pokemon Zekrom, who represented ideals. Later, the king was getting older, and the two princes were about to inherit the throne, but they were opposed to the future direction of the kingdom. What followed was a tragic war. The two sides fought fiercely, and both suffered heavy losses in the end. Reshiram and Zekrom consumed a lot of each other's lives, and finally turned into two stones, and fell into a long sleep. When the princes realized their mistakes, it was too late. The energy of the dragon veins was chaotic, and the earth was destroyed. In the end, in order to stop all this, the king used the guardian pillars to set up a barrier around the castle, and borrow the power of Victini to make the sword of the earth fly into the sky and arrive at the top of the mountain where it is now. But after that, the king used up all his strength and his life came to an end. He no longer had the ability to support the guardian stone pillars and the barrier, so he left them there. With the help of the old king and Victini, the out-of-control dragon veins calmed down soon after. The king died, and the two princes reflected deeply and left. In the end, only Victini was left in the entire castle. It stayed alone in the castle for nearly 1,000 years. Victini could not leave because the guardian stone pillars and the barrier trapped it forever in Eindhoek. Chapter 586. What? Listening to Naoki's words, Mew and Bear Baby showed sad expressions on their faces. Such a poor Pokemon. What are you going to do next? Naoki asked. Mew and Bear Baby looked at each other, and then they began to search in the bag. After a while, they found the few remaining Pofin and tree fruits. The two Pokemon held Pofin in their hands, looked up and looked around the castle hall, and called out to the surroundings, Meow! Eee! No response. Meow? Meow tilted his head. And at this moment, Baby Bear saw a big ear behind a stone pillar. It immediately pointed at that place with its little bear paw and shouted, Eee! Victini's ears moved, and the next second, it saw the two Pokemon appear in front of it. For a moment, six eyes met. Victini was startled. Nini! It subconsciously wanted to run away, and seeing this, Meow and Baby Bear quickly grabbed its arms with their little hands. Because they used too much force, the three Pokemon finally let out a cry of surprise, and then they all lost their balance and fell to the ground, breaking into a ball. When they got up, the three Pokemon stared at each other, looked at the dust on each other's faces, and then burst out laughing. Eme! Meow also covered her mouth and laughed, Meow. When Victini saw the appearance of these two Pokemon, his eyes were full of curiosity. Nini? Baby Bear flipped through his backpack, took out the Pofin that had not been broken, and handed it to Victini. Independent Maine. Nini? Baby Bear nodded vigorously. Independent Maine. Nini! Realizing that the two Pokemon seemed to want to play with it, Victini was very happy, and happily accepted the gift from Baby Bear and Mew. Mew and Baby Bear also took out a piece of Pofin each, and the three Pokemon sat in the castle hall, and happily enjoyed the delicious Pofin made by Naoki. After the Pofin was finished, the three of them began to chase, and play with each other in the castle, looking very happy. Before the video call ended, Naoki saw this scene on the screen of his Rotom phone. The three petite Pokemon playing together were so cute, that he felt his heart was melted by them. Thinking that the Pokemon might not be enough for the three of them, after hanging up the call, Naoki immediately contacted Dragonite, and asked it to take the Pokemon and the energy cube to fly to the Unova region. At noon, the Brewing Light Gym was off work, and Naoki rode the Gultron back to the ranch as usual. On the way, Naoki was thinking about how to remove the barrier that trapped Victini. According to the plot in the anime, the Guardian Stone pillars are an important factor in maintaining the barrier. If you want to destroy the barrier, you must first destroy those stone pillars. But in the movie, Victini obviously didn't want to leave Eindhoek, because in the end, it didn't leave with Xiaoji who saved it, but stayed there. Just because Victini is the Pokemon of the Old King. Since the Old King lost his life due to excessive consumption of power, Victini has been guarding that place, waiting for more than 1,000 springs, summers, autumns and winters. This kind of feeling is really touching. A mythical Pokemon like Victini has almost infinite lifespan, but the Old King of humans only has a few decades of life. Alas, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little complicated. At this moment, Gul'dan landed in the pasture. Naoki jumped off it, smiled and touched everyone who ran to welcome him home, and greeted them. Naoki walked towards home, but when he opened the door, he didn't see Chishu in the room. Huh? Where's Chishu? Naoki asked. Aya? The younger sister Ai, who was preparing lunch, pointed outside. So Naoki turned around, and came to the ranch. As expected, he saw Chishu's figure far away in the farmland. In addition to Chishu, there were Butterfree, Motor Lizard, and Diglett. They were all around the crop, and seemed to be observing something. What are you looking at? Naoki asked. Hearing his voice, Chishu turned around and said, Come and see, this tomato is glowing. How magical. Glowing tomatoes? Naoki's attention was immediately drawn. He walked up quickly, and saw a rainbow glowing tomato among a bunch of green crops. Special crops. Naoki's eyes locked on the tomato, and the next second, the information about the tomato emerged from his mind. Wish tomato. A special crop. After being made into a dish, it will have the effect of wish. The introduction was only a few words, but the content instantly attracted Naoki's attention. Wish? Is that what he understood? What's going on? Chishu asked curiously. In short, the power of the goat has caused the crops here to mutate, and the crops after the mutation will have some special effects. Naoki explained. Special effects? Chishu instantly thought of the magical dishes that Naoki had made before, such as the translator melon seed crisps that could understand Pokemon's speech. She cast her eyes on the large farmland in front of her, took a breath of cold air, and exclaimed, Do all crops have such effects? Of course not. Naoki raised his eyebrows, and took the tomato off. Mutation is not inevitable, there is only a small chance of mutation. Chishu suddenly felt very sorry. Let's go eat. Naoki took the tomato, and took Chishu and a few Pokemon home. After lunch, Chishu was too curious about special crops, so he accompanied Naoki and watched him cook the tomato that emitted rainbow light. Don't you want to take a rest? Naoki took out the eggs from the refrigerator and asked. I go later. Chishu asked expectantly, What are you going to cook? Tomato scrambled eggs, have you heard of it? Naoki introduced. The sweet and sour taste of tomatoes is blended into eggs, and it tastes sour and sweet, and the taste is very special. Heat oil in a pan, wait until the oil is hot, then pour tomatoes and eggs into it and stir fry. Soon, a sour and sweet smell appeared in the air. Done! Naoki poured the pot of tomato scrambled eggs into the plate, and the next second, the detailed information of this dish emerged in his mind. Wish tomato scrambled eggs, as this dish is made by scrambling special crops and high-quality eggs. It is said to have the power to make people's wishes come true. Cooking effect, wish. After eating, the wish can be fulfilled. The stronger the wish, the better the effect. Each person can only eat it once. Evaluation, regrets, troubles, and sadness will eventually disappear. Seeing the effect of this dish, Naoki was stunned. The effect is so exaggerated? What's wrong? Chishu on the side asked hurriedly. Naoki murmured, This dish can help people realize their wishes. What? Chishu was shocked. I don't know the specific effect, but I can feel its ability. After a little thought, Naoki made a decision in his heart and tried to find a Pokemon first. If someone in the ranch has the strongest wish. Naoki found Sylvian, took out a small portion of scrambled eggs from it, and said to Sylvian, Try it, after eating it, maybe your wish can be fulfilled. Boy? Sylvian let out a cry of surprise, followed by a burst of excitement. Really? Will it have the power to defeat the dragon after eating this dish? Sylvian lowered its head without hesitation and ate the sour and sweet tomatoes and eggs into its mouth. Naoki watched the changes of Sylvian with great anticipation. Sylvian seemed to be enduring some power. It closed its eyes tightly, and its body trembled slightly. The next second, Sylvian suddenly opened its eyes and screamed towards the front. Pew! The huge sound wave was like a physical object that blasted forward, destroying everything in its path. In an instant, it seemed as if the earth was shaking along with it. Naoki covered his ears because of the noise, but Sylvian's cry still penetrated his eardrums, went deep into his mind, and made his head ache. That was a loud sound. This wish dish helped Sylvian understand the loud sound. There was almost no need to guess. Naoki could understand what Sylvian's wish was. It wanted to defeat Dragon. Kyurem, become a hero. For Sylvian with the fairy skin feature, the loud voice will undoubtedly provide great help in the battle with Kyurem. After the roar, Sylvian excitedly looked at the grass that he had destroyed. What a powerful force. Its wish really came true. Sylvian turned around, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and shouted, Bui! Naoki, take me to fight the dragon. Naoki, This level is not enough. Naoki thought for a moment and said, If you can take on Golden's 3 moves without falling, I will take you to challenge the dragon. Hearing this, Sylvian immediately challenged Golden. However, Golden just moved slightly and sent Sylvian flying. Ah, gah! It seems that this force is still not enough. Naoki said to Sylvian, who looked frustrated. Bui. Sylvian was very frustrated. But it doesn't matter. I have also developed a series of special training plans for you. As long as you can complete them, you will definitely have the strength to fight against the dragon. Naoki comforted. Kyurem is a Pokemon with Dragon and Ice attributes. Dragon attribute moves have no effect on the Fairy attribute Sylveon, so Sylveon only needs to focus on Ice attribute moves for special training. There happened to be Glacian in the ranch, and Articuno on the World Tree could provide special training for Sylveon. Naoki planned to do this later. Now, he wanted to share the remaining fried tomato and eggs with other Pokemon at home. At Naoki's call, the Pokemon in the ranch soon gathered here. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, Babu, Flutterhair, Urukyuk. Although there was only one tomato, a large pot of fried tomato and eggs could still be made. If each person had a small bowl, it should be enough for the Pokemon in the ranch. Naoki briefly told them the effect of this dish, and then shared the dish with them. Gulton looked at the dish, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have eaten the same dish before, but what wish did he make at that time? Gulton could not remember it clearly, but it didn't matter, he just needed to make another wish. Ah, gaw. Thinking of this, Gulton ate the tomato scrambled eggs in the small bowl in front of him, and then made a wish in his heart. He wanted to be with Naoki forever. After a while, Gulton opened his eyes, and everything around him had not changed, and he didn't know whether his wish had come true. Motor Lizard held a small bowl in his hand. He looked at everyone around him, then at the powerful Gulton, and then silently made a wish in his heart. He wanted to become a Pokemon as powerful and reliable as Gulton, and protect Naoki like Gulton, Dragonite, Babbitt, Flutterbear, Uruko, and other Pokemon also made wishes. Although he didn't know what they wished for, Naoki saw that after Flutterbear made a wish, food suddenly rained on his head. Various breads, sausages, dried meat, candies, and tree fruits fell down, forming a small hill on the grass, attracting other Pokemon around to look over here. Zenitha's eyes lit up, and he excitedly picked up a piece of dried meat with his wing claws, and observed it, as if he wanted to see if these foods were real. Naoki, It's obvious that Zenitha must have made a wish for unfinished food. Looking at everyone eating food around them, Naoki and Chishu looked at each other, and then ate their own food. Naoki's wish was that he wanted to live happily with Gillerton, everyone on the ranch, Chishu and the children forever. When everything was over, Naoki saw that there was still a portion of wished tomato scrambled eggs left in the pot. When he was thinking about what to do, Baby Bear and Mew happened to call. When the call was connected, Naoki saw Mew, Baby Bear and Victini sitting on the top of the Ursword Castle through the screen of Rotom's mobile phone, looking at the valley in the distance with sad faces. From the looks of the three of them, they seemed to have become good friends. Meow. Naoki, is there any way to help Victini unseal? The bear cub also looked over eagerly, because Victini was so pitiful. It was so lonely for it to be alone here. Victini also looked at the screen of Rotom's phone, blinked, looked at the human opposite, and made a puzzled sound. Nini. It had heard the story told by that person before, and the other party seemed to know a lot about it. Naoki expected the reaction of Dream and Bear Baby. He nodded and said, yes, there is. In fact, we only need to destroy the stone pillars that maintain the barrier, and Victini can regain his freedom. Dream and Bear Baby immediately decided that they would destroy the stone pillars to help Victini regain his freedom. The function of those protective stone pillars and barriers is only to gather Victini's power. Even if they are destroyed, it will not affect Eindhoek. But, is Victini willing to leave Eindhoek? Naoki is very clear about the feelings of Pokemon towards their trainers. Some Pokemon may never leave the place where their trainers were when they were alive, after their trainers passed away. Victini is one of them. Not only it, but also Hunter who guards the ghost ship appears in the anime, just because the captain of the ghost ship is their deceased trainer. At this moment, Naoki, who was thinking, suddenly noticed the last wish of tomato scrambled eggs beside him. He immediately asked, Victini, do you have any wish? A wish? Victini was stunned for a moment. Naoki continued, I have something here. No matter what your wish is, maybe it can help you realize it. Hearing this, Victini's eyes instantly brightened up. Is it really possible? And Naoki's next words instantly hit its heart. Maybe you can see the old king again. Victini was stunned for a moment, and tears began to well up in its eyes. Chapter 587. On June 20th, 202 of the Alliance calendar, Mew and Bear destroyed the Guardian Stone Pillar in Eindhoek. Once the Guardian Stone Pillar collapsed, the barrier surrounding Eindhoek was also lifted. The three Pokemon took Dragonite, the deliverman sent by Naoki to deliver Pofin, from the Unova region to Naoki Ranch. As soon as Victini landed, it immediately looked at Naoki pitifully, looking at the human who said he could help it see the old king again. Nini? Don't worry, I know you want to see him, but before we start, I have something to tell you. Naoki said. Nini? Victini looked over with tears in her eyes. Naoki took out the remaining wish-fulfilling tomato scrambled eggs and said to Victini, "This dish can help you realize your wish, but I can't guarantee the effect. It may only allow you to meet the old king in your dreams, or it may bring the old king back to you. The specific effect depends on you. The stronger your wish, the better the effect will be," Naoki said seriously. He hoped that Victini could brew it first before eating this dish. Hearing this, Victini looked at the food in front of him and then fell into memories. A wish. It wanted to see the old king again, wanted to be with him forever, and didn't want to see him lose his life due to overconsumption. Victini. Chishu, who was standing by, had heard Naoki's story about this Pokemon, and she felt a trace of pity and heartache in her heart. Naoki gently held her hand and silently comforted her, saying that everything was fine. Victini recalled the past, the fight between the Black Dragon and the White Dragon, the destruction of the Dragon Vein, and the old king borrowed its power to suppress the Dragon Vein. After that, the old king ran out of vitality and left it. The once prosperous castle was deserted, leaving only it, a Pokemon, to stay there for more than 1,000 years. "No, I don't want this." Tears burst out of Victini's eyes, and it almost shouted, "Nini! I want to see him, I want to stop everything in the past." The next second, a dazzling light burst out from Victini, and infinite energy rushed out of it. Victini's eyes became extremely firm. It picked up the small portion of tomato scrambled eggs, and ate it firmly. In an instant, the dazzling light from Victini filled the whole room. Naoki and other Pokemon subconsciously covered their eyes. The colorful light like a DNA spiral quickly poured out from Victini, and everything around it changed dramatically. After an unknown amount of time, the light on Victini gradually disappeared, and the originally quiet surroundings suddenly became noisy. Naoki opened his eyes suddenly and found that they had left the ranch and came to a completely unfamiliar place. The buildings here were full of medieval style, the streets were paved with bluestone slabs, and the pedestrians around were dressed in classical clothes, women in simple dresses, and men in robes made of coarse linen. These people covered their mouths and looked at the strangers, who suddenly appeared on the street with surprise. "Where is this place?" Chishu looked around and asked blankly. Chishu noticed the huge sword castle standing on the distant mountains at a glance. He remained calm and said slowly, "I'm afraid we have come to the past Inoke." "Is this Victini's wish?" In an instant, Chishu understood what was going on. Victini's thoughts for the old king transcended time and space. The infinite energy in its body resonated with the wish dish, causing the effect of the dish to be infinitely magnified, thus taking them back to the past. After a brief moment of shock, Victini soon noticed the familiar castle in the distance. Its eyes instantly showed an expression of disbelief. Tears flashed in its eyes, and it uttered a trembling voice due to excitement, "Nini." Obviously, Victini has recognized this place, and it will never forget it. Looking at the crowds gathering around, Naoki said to Menghuan, "Menghuan, take us away from here first." Meow. The teleportation was activated, and the figures of several people disappeared from the original place in an instant, and appeared on another uninhabited hill. Victini looked at the castle in the distance excitedly, and turned back to Naoki, Menghuan and others and said, "Nini. It's back to the past. The old king is in that castle now. Victini can't wait to go over and see his trainer." "Then go," Naoki said to Victini with a smile. Victini wanted to fly away immediately, but suddenly turned around and looked at the Pokemon and humans who helped it. "Nini! Let's go together." Meow. E-meow. Meow and Bear Baby readily agreed. Since they decided to help Victini, they would help him to the end and go back with Victini. The two Pokemon turned to look at Naoki and the other Pokemon. Naoki and Chishu looked at each other, and then cast their eyes on Gulton. A minute later, Gulton carried Naoki and Chishu to the Sword Castle. Victini was flying in front, spinning around excitedly, with Mew and Bear Baby smiling beside it. Looking at that scene, Chishu was a little worried. If Victini went back to the past, then at this time, are there two Victinis at the same time? She asked. Naoki nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be like this. But the problem is that he can't be sure whether the Black and White Dragon battle has happened at this time. Chishu already has a baby in her belly, and Naoki doesn't want her to take risks with him. But Chishu has seen his thoughts. It's okay, since we are here, the baby and I will immediately hide behind you when there is danger. Naoki is very helpless, that's it. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look together. The Sword Castle is located on the top of the mountain just above the town. Soon, the group arrived at the bottom of the castle. Strangely, it was quiet here, without a single guard. Shouldn't it be? Logically, The guards of such a castle should be very strict. Naoki looked at Victini, but Victini didn't seem to pay attention to this. Its attention was now focused on the trainer, who was about to meet it. The first floor of the Earth Sword was the royal hall, which still had no guards. It was empty all around, and the red carpet connected to the throne was covered with dust. The golden sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the dust. At the end of this long red carpet, there stood a majestic throne. On the throne sat an old man wearing a crown, gorgeous clothes, and full of decay. He supported his head with his hands, sitting quietly on the throne, his eyes closed, as if he was resting. Seeing that person, Victini's eyes lit up. "Nini!" it shouted excitedly. The old man was awakened. He opened his cloudy eyes, and looked at the visitors, who suddenly arrived with surprise. However, the next second, Victini's voice stopped abruptly, because it suddenly saw Victini next to the old man, and that was it in the past. "Nini." Victini stood there for a while, a little overwhelmed. Dream and Baby Bear also saw the Victini, and they didn't know what to do. "Who are you?" The old king looked at the man and woman in strange clothes. "Why are you here?" But while he was talking, his eyes suddenly noticed the Victini, and the old king suddenly felt a familiar feeling, and he couldn't help but stand there. Naoki and Chishu looked at each other, and Naoki answered, "We are from the future." "The future?" The old king looked at the man, who was speaking with his cloudy eyes. 1,000 years in the future, at that time, the people of the earth lost their ties with the earth and scattered all over the world. The two princes chosen by the white dragon and the black dragon launched a tragic war against each other, causing the dragon veins to go out of control. In order to suppress the dragon veins, you borrowed the power of Victini. But you lost your life due to excessive consumption, and only Victini remained in the castle. It has been nearly 1,000 years. Victini made a wish to see you, so we came here. Victini. Hearing this, the old king was stunned. He looked at Victini beside him, and then at Victini opposite him. No wonder he felt so familiar, but when the man talked about the future, the old king couldn't help but frown. The old king was old, and the two new kings began to fight for the throne. The old king was not surprised. But could his two sons make such a big mistake? As their father, the old king was a little unconvinced. After all, he had watched them grow up since they were young. "Those two kids are so brave and kind." "Victini," the old king called out. Victini's eyes were already full of tears. Now that he heard the trainer's call, he couldn't hold it back any longer. He flew over crying. Seeing Victini's appearance, the old king reached out and touched his head. "You must have been lonely all these years, right?" "Nini!" Victini burst into tears. The Victini in the past tilted his head and looked at this scene in confusion. After a long time, the old king sighed slowly, and he looked at the two people below with his old and turbid eyes. "Because of Victini, I am willing to believe you. Just as you said, my two sons started a war because of different ideas. The guards in the castle also all chose the new king. Although I want to stop all this, I am too old and there is no way to stop them," the old king said slowly. Naoki was silent, because he didn't know what to say. "So Reshiram and Zekrom have already chosen two princes. Where is Kiram now?" Seeing that they didn't speak, the old king asked, "What are your names?" "My name is Naoki." Naoki introduced. "This is my wife, Kiki. Thank you very much for helping Victini. You two can stay in the castle today. I will send someone to entertain you too," the old king said. "Thank you very much," Naoki said. They were brought to the past of Einhak because of Victini's wish. They have not yet found a way to go back, so they can only temporarily agree. The old king summoned an old woman, and under the guidance of the old woman, the two came to a luxuriously decorated room. After the man left, Chishu asked worriedly, "How should we get back to the ranch?" Naoki spread his hands. "I don't know either. The only way now is to go to the Sinnoh region to find the god of time Dialga, and let it send us back to the future." Chishu. "But if we leave for too long, everyone at the ranch will be worried." Naoki was also a little troubled by this. He looked at Gulton. The man and the Pokemon stared at each other. August. It didn't know how to go back either, but Gulton was sure that Naoki successfully returned to the ranch in the end. "It's okay, it won't matter for a short time. The AI Guancher brothers and sisters will take care of everything," Naoki comforted. Since Victini's wish was to go back to the past to see the old king, it stands to reason that they would automatically return to the future after the wish was fulfilled. But he hasn't returned yet. Could it be that Victini's real wish is not to see the old king? What could it be? Naoki carefully recalled the contents of the movie. If he remembered correctly, the old king died in front of Victini after suppressing the dragon vein. That scene must have been a serious blow to Victini. Could it be that Victini's real wish is to stop the old king from dying? What? Meow? Mew and Bear Baby showed worried expressions on their faces. I wonder how Victini is doing now. They just saw another Victini. That Victini should be the Victini from the past, right? Can the two of them coexist peacefully? A group of Pokemon were worried. And Chishu thought that since we are here, we should make the best of it. After all, there is no point in being anxious. She stood in front of the window of the castle with great interest, looking at the bustling ancient town in the distance, and then took Naoki's arm and said, "It's not easy to come to this place. Let's go there together." Naoki didn't care. He looked at Golden, Mew, and Baby Bear and asked, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Golden nodded happily. "Ah-gah." Mew and Baby Bear didn't know what to do now, so they decided to go out with the two of them. So, the two of them took the Pokemon and prepared to sneak downstairs, but soon, Naoki thought that the clothes they were wearing were too conspicuous, and they would definitely attract people's attention when they went out. After a little thought, the two found the old woman just now. After explaining their purpose to the other party, the old woman found 2 sets of local clothes for them, but when she looked at Golden, she showed a look of fear in her eyes. Naoki noticed this scene, and he was not surprised, because such things would happen from time to time even in the future, just because Golden's appearance was too fierce. After they changed their clothes, they thanked the old woman, and in the astonished eyes of the other party, they took Golden, Menghuan, and the Baby Bear out of the door. Only the old woman was left standing there in a daze. That beast master could actually tame such a terrible beast. After living in the royal city for so many years, the old woman had never seen such a powerful beast master. Chapter 588. There are big differences between the ancient and modern Pokemon worlds in some aspects. For example, people here have not yet completely regarded Pokemon as friends, family, and partners. Although some people live with some gentle Pokemon, it is more of a taming relationship. That is, taming Pokemon and letting them help transport goods, work, make fire, weave cloth, etc. The name of Pokemon here also remains in the distant past. They call Pokemon monsters. As for how Naoki knew it, because the residents looked at Golden with fear in their eyes and whispered to each other, "It's a monster. It looks so scary. Is that human a monster user?" Monster user? Chishu heard this name keenly, and she asked with interest, "Is that what the people in this place call Pokemon trainers?" "It should be like this," Naoki answered. At this time, they were like a small boat sailing on the water. The people around them were like the river water. When they saw them, they immediately began to retreat to both sides, leaving a path in the middle. In this era, humans still call Pokemon monsters, Naoki said. In fact, it is not until modern times that humans train Pokemon and fight together. This phenomenon has existed for a long time in the past. And these people are also called monster masters, wave guide messengers. They often travel around the world with Pokemon. When they meet humans in need of help, they will also help them together with Pokemon. Magic Beast. Sounds totally inconsistent with the image of Pokemon, Chishu muttered. "Ah-gah." Gillardin completely agreed. Naoki, Seeing the one-to-one Pokemon, he twitched his mouth and thought that Gillardin was not as cute as he looked. There was still a big gap between different Pokemon. For some Pokemon, it is completely fine to call them magic beasts. For example, the three-headed dragon, the evil king, and the infinite. But in the eyes of Chishu, who has received modern education since childhood, all Pokemon in the world are companions who can live with humans. After a simple walk, the two found a restaurant to eat. When the waiter saw that it was the master of the magic beast, his attitude immediately became very respectful, which made Chishu a little uncomfortable. He touched his pocket and took out a golden bead that Flutter Hair picked up from the wild in the morning, and asked the waiter if he could use this thing to exchange for a meal. The waiter invited the restaurant owner. The owner was a fat man with a round figure. When he saw Naoki, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Master Monster Master, as long as you are willing to help our store, we can prepare a sumptuous dinner for you for free." Naoki raised his eyebrows. "Oh?" The owner smiled bitterly and said, "It's like this. Not long ago, a terrible monster broke into the garbage incineration room of our store. It occupied the place and didn't allow people to get close. If you get close, you will be attacked by it. As a result, many leftovers in the store cannot be processed in time. Take me to see it." Naoki immediately became interested. Led by the boss, they soon came to the alley behind the restaurant. At the end of the alley was a brick house, with a strong stench coming out of it. "That's the place." The boss pointed there and said. Naoki covered his mouth and nose, and went forward to see a Pokemon that looked like a garbage dump in the garbage dump. Is that Dust Mountain? Seeing someone coming, the Dust Mountain thought they were coming to compete with it for food, and quickly released a purple smoke from its body. The smoke quickly spread in the dark and damp alley. Menghuan and Baby Bear immediately covered their mouths and noses with disgust. The boss said in horror, "Be careful, the smoke is poisonous." "Menghuan, stop it," Naoki said. Meow. Menghuan's eyes suddenly lit up with a blue light, and a huge superpower burst out from its body, wrapping the purple smoke and gathering inside. Then, Dust Mountain's body was controlled by telekinesis to fly out of the garbage dump, and it immediately became panicked. "Are there any leftovers or other garbage?" Naoki asked, turning back. The boss was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Yes. "Go get it," Naoki said. Although the boss was puzzled, he still did it quickly. The magician has a very high status among ordinary people like them. After the boss left, Chishu looked at Naoki's actions and guessed his intention at once. "You want?" Naoki nodded. "Pokemon like Dust Mountain will not attack people at will. It is very likely that it regards the boss and others as enemies who are competing with it for food, so it has been guarding here and not letting others get close. For Dust Mountain, the garbage dump is its own 5-star restaurant." Naoki walked forward and tried to communicate with Dust Mountain using the power of Chompan. "Dust Mountain, please calm down. We have no ill intentions, and will not compete with you for these delicacies." Sensing the warm power flowing into its body, the Dust Mountain really calmed down. It lowered its head and looked over in confusion. Naoki signaled Menghuan to put it down, and at this moment, the boss ran over with a waiter. The waiter pushed a wooden cart with various kitchen waste piled in the buckets on it. "Pour these garbage into the garbage dump," Naoki said. "Huh?" The boss and the waiter were stunned. "Don't worry, it won't attack you," Naoki said. The two took a look at the monster that seemed to have calmed down, and then they mustered up their courage and tremblingly poured the garbage in. Seeing the fresh garbage, Dust Mountain's eyes bloomed brightly. "Eat, these are all yours. No one will snatch them from you," Naoki said. Dust Mountain jumped into the garbage dump and started to eat it. The two bosses were stunned by the scene. "It's all right now. This treasure. This monster specializes in eating garbage. The reason why it attacks you is because it regards you as an enemy who is trying to steal its garbage." After a pause, Naoki said, "It has understood this matter. From now on, you can send all the garbage here. It is a monster that specializes in eating garbage." The boss and his two friends were stunned. The brave waiter tried to step forward and found that the monster did not attack him again. "Awesome." The waiter was inexplicably excited. "In this case, can we no longer burn garbage in the future?" "If nothing goes wrong, yes." Naoki nodded. Hearing this, the boss was finally relieved. He looked over gratefully and said, "Thank you very much, Master Monster Master. I have already given the order. The kitchen is preparing dinner for you. Please wait a moment." Naoki grinned. "Thank you very much." The restaurant gained a professional garbage disposal worker, and they got a sumptuous dinner. In the restaurant, Gulton's mouth was full of oil, and Mew and Bear Baby were also very happy. Naoki and Chishu looked at the Pokemon in front of them with a smile, and Chishu couldn't help saying, "It feels like the status of trainers in this place is very different." Naoki nodded and said, "After all, most people in this place are ordinary people, and few people would think of catching Pokemon and commanding them to fight. In everyone's eyes, Pokemon is probably a very scary creature, right? The Beast Masters, who can control Pokemon, are naturally very powerful in the eyes of humans in this era." At this time, the two guests at the table next to him suddenly talked about something that Naoki was more concerned about. "Hey, have you heard? The armies of the two princes fought a fierce battle on the plains of Pompeii not long ago. What was the result? Who won?" "I don't know. I heard that the losses were very heavy, and the plains of Pompeii were like rivers of blood and corpses everywhere." "What about the two princes? Wait, they won't attack the royal city, will they?" "I don't know. They haven't said any news yet." "They won't attack the royal city, will they? I heard that the two princes avoided the royal city because they didn't want to scare the old king. They wanted to have a fair fight, and the winner would inherit the throne. Alas, now it seems unknown. The two princes are crazy. I don't know when they will attack the royal city." "War?" Naoki was slightly stunned. "Has the war between the two princes chosen by Reshiram and Zekrom begun? Reality and ideal. If nothing unexpected happens, history will probably repeat itself. The two princes were both injured, and Reshiram and Zekrom consumed a lot of vitality and turned into stone again. The dragon vein energy was chaotic, the earth was destroyed, and the entire country of the earth people would be destroyed. Until the old king and Victini once again controlled the sword of the earth to suppress the dragon vein. This was destined to happen. What's wrong? Chishu noticed Naoki's expression and looked a little worried. It's okay. Are you full? Let's go back to the castle. Okay, let's go back. Chishu was full. She helped Golden wipe the oil off his mouth and then stood up. The two said goodbye to the restaurant owner and returned to the castle together. The castle was still so quiet. There were only the old king and several old women who took care of the old king's daily life. At night, when Naoki was sitting on the bed helping Golden sharpen his claws and combing the hair of Menghuan and Baby Bear, there was a knock on the door. He was a little surprised and went forward to open the door and saw Victini appearing outside the door. Victini? Mew and Baby Bear also flew forward. Victini looked at the few people, feeling a little depressed. Nini, what's wrong? Are you not happy to see the person you want to see again? Naoki asked, puzzled. Nini! Victini shook his head vigorously. Of course not. It was just a little sad, because the old king now had its past self by his side, and they had not experienced it yet. Through the power of Tokiwa, Naoki quickly understood what Victini meant. Well, that's a problem. As Victini from the future goes back to the past, there will be two Victinis in this time and space at the same time. And Victini and the old king in the past did not experience that incident personally. So, for Victini, the old king now is not its old king. Time paradox, parallel time and space. It's very complicated to think about it. What? Meow. Baby Bear and Dream looked at Victini, who was in a low mood. They felt sorry for him. Baby Bear asked, What are your plans next? Hearing this, Victini raised his head and slowly glanced at the people in front of him, and then seemed to have made a great decision. Nini! It had just told its past self to stay with the old king. Now, it wanted to stop all this and stop the two princes from destroying the dragon vein. In this way, the old king can be protected. Hearing this, Naoki could not help but freeze in his tracks. Changing the past means that the future will be corrected accordingly. He had experienced this once before. In the Arceus incident, Xiaoji and his group who went back to the past changed the past, causing the future to be corrected as well. But the question is, if the past is changed, what about Victini in the future? If you do that, the future will also be affected. You who exist in the previous timeline are likely to be affected by the butterfly effect and disappear. Naoki frowned. Hearing this result, Dream and Baby Bear also became terrified. Gulton's expression became particularly solemn. Ah, gah. Naoki didn't know much about time, but thinking of the grandfather paradox and time paradox that Dr. Olin had told him in the past, Victini might. However, Victini's attitude was very firm. Nini! Nini! It was very happy to see the old king again, and that was enough. Next, it didn't want to see the old king lose his life because of that incident, so it wanted to stop it from happening. Victini looked at Naoki, Bear Baby and Dream in front of him almost pleadingly. Nini! For a moment, everyone was silent. Dream and Bear Baby were a little at a loss, and finally they all looked at Naoki. Have you really thought it through? Naoki asked. Nini! Victini nodded seriously. Naoki sighed and said, Okay, I promise you. Since this is Victini's wish, let's help it fulfill it. Dream and Bear Baby were so sad that they were about to cry. Seeing the expressions on the faces of several people, Naoki thought carefully, and then comforted them. Don't be so nervous, the future is uncertain. In addition to that result, there is another possibility, that is, Victini will not disappear, and there will be an extra memory of the past in its mind. Just like Arceus at the beginning, after Xiaoji changed the past history, he suddenly remembered Xiaoji. Nini. Victini smiled, as if he was using this method to comfort his two good friends, Dream and Bear Baby. Nini. Then, it looked at Naoki again. Nini. You're welcome. Naoki smiled and touched Victini's little head. Take a good rest tonight, and tomorrow, we will go together to stop the fight between the two princes. Nini. Victini nodded vigorously, and looked at Naoki in front of him with gratitude. The enemies are Reshiram and Zekrom, and Naoki is a little worried about fighting two legendary Pokemon at the same time. So after Chishu and several Pokemon fell asleep, Naoki quietly brought Golden to the terrace of the castle. Are you confident? Naoki asked. Golden nodded seriously. Does. It is now a very powerful Pokemon, and it can definitely protect Naoki. From a long time ago, when Golden was still a motor lizard, it has always dreamed of being like Golden, so it has been chasing Golden. Until now, it has finally become golden, and has the power to protect Naoki. Even if everyone is not here now, and it is the only Pokemon, it can definitely protect Naoki. Golden was very confident. Very good. No matter what black dragon or white dragon it is, just fight it. With Victini, even if Zekrom and Lishram join forces, they still have the strength to fight. After all, Victini is a Pokemon that will bring victory. It is said that the trainer with Victini will win any battle. It is only because it can produce unlimited energy in its body, and Victini can distribute energy to the things it touches. Agahi. The next morning, Naoki asked Chishu, Baby Bear, and Mew to stay in the castle, and he took Golden and Victini to find the old king and asked him to stop the two princes. The old king on the throne was slightly stunned. He looked at the man below with old and turbid eyes and said, They have already been chosen by two dragons. The two dragons have unparalleled wisdom and power. Even Victini is no match for them. Even so, do you still want to go? The old king did not ask this question, but his eyes revealed this meaning. Naoki nodded and looked at Victini beside him. If they are allowed to continue, the energy of the dragon vein will be chaotic, the earth will be destroyed, and the entire country of the people of the earth will be destroyed. Hearing this, the old king opened his eyes wide. Will the people of the earth be exterminated? I don't know. I only know that in this war, the people of the earth suffered heavy casualties. This land will become barren, and the remaining people of the earth will be scattered all over the world. Hearing this, the old king's wrinkled hands trembled uncontrollably. What is the difference between this outcome and the destruction of the country? But he was too old and no longer had the strength to stop his two grown-up sons, who had their own opinions. The old king was silent, and the huge throne room was extremely quiet. After a long time, a sad sigh came from the throne, and the old king opened his eyes and looked at Victini beside Naoki. If the war is stopped, Victini will not be so lonely in the future, right? Nini. Victini murmured. The old king looked at Naoki. Victini has a powerful power in his body, and it will share the power with your monster. All this is up to you. Nini! Victini nodded seriously. It must save the old king. Where are the two princes? Naoki asked. Their army is gathered in the Pompeii plain east of the castle. You can see them there. The old king paused and looked at Victini beside Naoki. He called Victini, stretched out his hand, touched its head, and said to it, Victini, I asked someone to prepare cookies for you. Fill your stomach before starting the battle. Nini! The old king looked at Victini beside him again. I ask you to go with it. Nini! The two Victini left obediently. Suddenly, only Naoki, Golden, and the old king were left in the hall. In Naoki's eyes, the old king slowly said, Victini has a very long life. I don't have much time left. After I die, Victini will probably live alone for another 1,000 years. Traveler from the future, I, an old man, want to ask you for something. You say, Naoki said. In the future, I hope you can find Victini and take care of it for me. In this way, Victini will not be lonely, right? The sky was bright, and the sun was shining. Naoki rode on Gillerton and took Victini all the way east to the direction of the Pompeii plain. On the terrace of the castle, the old king and Victini looked up in the direction they left, unable to calm down for a long time. Nini? Victini was a little confused. It could have gone over to help. In this way, their chances of winning would have been even greater. But the old king had stopped it just now, which puzzled Victini. I know my two sons. Once they have decided on something, they will never look back. If it is really as that person said, the energy of the dragon vein will be chaotic, and the earth will be destroyed. At that time, I am afraid. So we have to stay to prevent that from happening. Nini! Victini suddenly panicked. But if you do that, you will lose your life. The old king gently touched Victini's head. It's okay, I'm already very old. He lowered his head and looked at the town below the castle with Victini. The golden sunlight fell on the town, and the housewife, with a basket of vegetables, opened the door and walked out. A little boy was lying on the second-floor window and waved goodbye to his mother. Innocent children chasing and playing in the town, young people full of hope, wives waiting for their husbands to return, workers building the city wall. There, his people lived. If we fail, we will never see this beautiful scene again, the old king said slowly. Nini. Victini seemed to understand what he heard, and at this moment, it understood what the old king meant. Chapter 589. Nini! On the way to the Pompeii plain, Victini followed Naoki and Golden, his eyes full of determination. Victini, will you be happy to do this? Naoki asked. Nini? Victini turned his head and looked over, a little confused. If the past is changed, the future will also change. The people of the earth will not be scattered all over the world, but will still live in the future Eindhoek. The dragon veins will not be destroyed, and the land of the earth will still be rich and beautiful. Naoki imagined what might happen in the future. Nini. Victini followed his imagination and nodded his head vigorously. Nini. Because that was also the old king's wish. Is that so? Naoki nodded and smiled. I understand. In that case, let's go. Gulden was moving very fast, and the forest below quickly passed by, and in a blink of an eye, a vast and endless plain appeared in front of him. However, the plains at this time were like hell on earth, with the grass dyed red with blood, and countless corpses of humans and Pokemon lying on the field. On one side, there was a raging fire, and on the other side, there were constant terrifying thunders, which scorched the earth. The entire battlefield was filled with a bleak atmosphere. There were only a few surviving soldiers and Pokemon. They had stopped fighting at this moment, but raised their heads and stared blankly at the dark sky. And above the high clouds, two huge figures, one black and one white, were constantly colliding. The fire and lightning intertwined, illuminating the surrounding clouds. This magnificent scene reminded Naoki of the legend described in the history of the land of the earth. The two dragons gave wisdom and power to the two princes they recognized, but the two princes were opposed to each other on the issue of the future direction of the kingdom. What followed was a tragic war. The two sides fought extremely fiercely, and in the end both sides were injured. The two dragons consumed a lot of life from each other, and their bodies turned into two stones and fell into a long sleep. And the two princes. Naoki cast his eyes on the two blood-stained men on the plain. He jumped off Gulden and said to it and Victini, Gulden, Victini, stop them. Ah, Gulden's body suddenly changed into a standing position with a roar. The gorgeous feathers on its head suddenly stretched out, and turned into a pair of huge wings that flew into the sky. Then, a crimson energy surged from Gulden. In an instant, the world seemed to pulsate with it, and a beam of red light rose into the sky and penetrated the clouds. The next second, the dark clouds covering the Pompeii plain were directly dispersed by the huge energy. The golden sunlight instantly fell on the earth. This strange scene instantly attracted the attention of the two princes on the plain. They turned their heads, and saw a red figure rushing straight towards Reshiram and Zekrom like a meteor. Who is that? Reshiram and Zekrom, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed the scene. However, Gulden's speed was too fast. It was so fast that the two dragons had no time to dodge, and were knocked to the ground. Gulden did not stop, and its body, along with Zekrom's dark body, fell towards the ground. With a loud bang, the two Pokemon fell on the plain, creating a big hole on the ground. Before Reshiram could come to his senses, he saw Zekrom's figure suddenly disappear in front of him. He looked down, and saw that Zekrom had already fallen to the ground. And on Zekrom's body, there was a being that it had never seen before, the aura of that Pokemon. So powerful. At this moment, Reshiram suddenly heard a cry of Nini. From not far ahead. It turned its head, and saw a small Pokemon floating in the air, looking at it firmly. Reshiram was slightly startled, and the next second, a V-shaped flame appeared on the forehead of the Pokemon, and then it rushed towards it fiercely. That's it. The great prince on the plain noticed Victini. He reacted almost instantly. Father came to stop them from fighting, but this was impossible. Things had come to this point. If they stopped, wouldn't everything they had done before be in vain? Reshiram, remove all obstacles to the road to truth, the eldest prince shouted. His thoughts were conveyed to Reshiram, who opened his mouth at the tail, and spit out a bunch of interlaced flames. The next moment, Reshiram's interlaced flames met Victini's V-heat flames in midair. Amidst the violent explosion, a stream of scorching flame shot up into the sky. Nini! Victini's small body was blown away by the force, and just when it thought it was about to fall, it was suddenly caught by someone. Victini opened his eyes, and found that it was Gulden. Nini! Ah, Gulden nodded at it, and then cast his eyes on Reshiram in front of him. Nini! Victini quickly flew to the side, and shared the infinite energy in his body with Gulden. The next second, the fire of victory ignited on Gulden's body, and the ancient breath began to spread from it. Gulden suddenly rose into the air, and then changed its form while launching a fierce attack on Reshiram. Reshiram flapped its wings quickly, condensing the staggered flames to try to fight, but the Pokemon broke through its staggered flames in just 1 second and attacked it. Reshiram only had time to let out a cry of surprise, and the next second, it felt a huge force hitting itself, and then it fell uncontrollably to the bottom at a high speed. Boom! Another loud crash resounded across the plain. The first and second princes noticed this scene, and their faces showed disbelief. How is it possible? Zekrom. The second prince reacted quickly, and he ran to the pit where Zekrom was, shouting down. Zekrom slowly opened his eyes. No, I absolutely cannot lose. The second prince almost fell into madness, and his belief was transmitted to Zekrom. The next second, a large amount of electricity suddenly burst out from the turbo engine on the tail of Zekrom. Then, Zekrom flew out of the pit again and landed next to the second prince, looking at the strange monster and Victini opposite with him. Golden jumped out of the pit and landed on the plain. The seriously injured Reshiram flew out after him and landed next to the eldest prince. At this moment, the eyes of the two princes were all on the strange monster in the middle. At this moment, they suddenly saw a man slowly approaching from behind, and walked to the side of the monster and Victini. Who are you? The eldest prince frowned and asked. Alas. Naoki sighed. He looked at the red earth around him, and said to the two, Stop, too many people and monsters have sacrificed because of you. Sacrifice is inevitable on the road to the ideal. These sacrifices are inevitable. The second prince said, After that, I will create a better country. The eldest prince. This is the belief we hold fast to. If you want to stop us, come on. At this moment, facing outsiders, the two brothers who grew up together chose to join forces. Reshiram. Zekrom. Eliminate all obstacles. With two strong beliefs, Reshiram and Zekrom instantly turned into overclocking drive mode, attacking Golden from the left and right. Naoki frowned slightly, and Golden reacted very quickly. It jumped up and took Naoki to the back. The interlaced flames and lightning struck the place where Golden had just stood, and the terrifying energy instantly caused a violent explosion on the ground. The explosion went deep into the ground, and in an instant, the earth seemed to tremble with it, and the aftermath of the vibration spread rapidly in all directions. In Ainduk, where the dragon vein is located, the energy in the dragon vein was affected by the vibration and began to tremble violently, and there was a faint sense of chaos. Golden, stop them! Following Naoki's order, Golden leaped up and flew towards Reshiram in front of him. His claws tightly grasped Reshiram's neck. No matter how it struggled, Golden did not let go. Zekrom tried to launch a surprise attack from the left, but Golden exerted force and threw Reshiram in his right hand towards it. The two dragons collided with each other and staggered, but quickly adjusted themselves. They realized that they could not fight the violent Pokemon head-on, so they immediately distanced themselves and attacked it from a distance. The interlaced fireballs and lightning struck at the same time, and Golden jumped up suddenly and easily dodged them. The two completely different energies collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. Nini! Victini flew forward and used his help on Golden. Golden's golden pupils locked onto Reshiram, and his body rushed out swiftly, like an asteroid impact, hitting Reshiram. The huge force clamped Reshiram tightly, pressing it into the large pit formed by the violent impact. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the sky seemed to be dyed blood red. Noticing this scene, Naoki felt uneasy. Wait, he suddenly realized something. Dragon veins. Could it be a phenomenon caused by the energy of Reshiram and Zekrom? As we all know, dragon attribute energy can make the soil fertile, plants abundant, and the climate pleasant. The life gem that Arceus gave to Deimos contained the dragon slate, and since the Dragonites came to the ranch, the climate of the ranch has been like spring all year round. Damn it! Now Reshiram and Zekrom's breath is disordered, their vitality is greatly consumed, and with so many lives lost on this land, the dragon vein in Aindok is in chaos, just as recorded in history. The earth began to get angry, and Victini also felt something, and its expression suddenly became anxious. If it continues like this, history will repeat itself, the old king. Naoki frowned and said loudly, Golden, do your best to solve them. Ah, gasped. Guillerton responded, looking down at Reshiram, pressing him to the ground with his left hand, clenching his right fist, and punching out. In a beam of dazzling white light, Reshiram turned into a light stone, because he had consumed a lot of vitality. Guillerton did not stop at all, flying away and ramming Zekrom with all his might. Amidst the huge explosion, a dark stone appeared on the grass. The two princes looked at this scene in shock. How is it possible? Two giant dragons were actually. Go back to the castle, and see the consequences of your actions. As Naoki rode on Golden, he said to the two dazed princes, the dragon veins are already in chaos. If this continues, the entire Earth country will be destroyed. Hearing this, the eldest and second princes froze in their places. In the distance, the Earth Sword Castle had already risen from the ground. The old king stood on the top of the castle with Victini, looking at the dragon veins glowing red below. Since the disaster was caused by his two sons, let him, as a father, atone for his sins now. Naoki noticed the sword of the earth in the air, frowned, and said to Gul'dan, "Speed up." "Ah, Ga." The eldest and second princes also saw the sword of the earth, and at this moment, they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Could it be? Turning their heads to look at the blood-stained plain, the two princes all stayed where they were. Could it be that all this was because of them? When Naoki and Gul'dan arrived at the sword of the earth, Victini had already entered the barrier. The old king stood in front of the control panel, controlling the sword of the earth to fly to the location of the dragon vein, trying to suppress it. Gul'dan landed on the castle at a high speed, and big tears flowed from Victini's eyes. The scene 1,000 years ago was played out again in front of it. "Nini! Victini, you're back?" The old king looked at Victini. "Nini, I'm sorry." The old king gently apologized to it. "I left you alone for so long. You have met new humans. If I am gone, he will take good care of you. With Dream and Baby Bear, you will never be lonely again." "Nini." Victini burst into tears. Naoki watched this scene from the side. There must be a way. Wait, he suddenly remembered that in the anime, Dorito did not die after controlling the sword of the earth. Instead, he was alive, and kicking with the descendants of the earth people to find the ideal land. This means that controlling the sword of the earth will not kill people. It is just because the old king is too old, and has consumed too much energy and physical strength, and the fight between his two sons has exhausted him, so he will lose his life. There is a way. Naoki stepped forward and grabbed the old king's control panel, pushing the old king aside. Seeing this scene, the old king and Victini were stunned. "You? Nini! Leave it to me." Naoki grinned, and then controlled the sword of the earth and flew towards the source of the chaos in the dragon veins. After a short moment of shock, Victini also reacted quickly. It flew behind Naoki and gently pressed its two small hands on his back. The next second, a layer of golden light shone on Victini's body. A warm energy poured into Naoki's body. Victini is controlling the sword of the earth with him. The old king stood up again, staring at this scene in a daze. At this time, Minghuan, Baby Bear, and Chishu also hurried over. They watched the sword of the earth move slowly, came to the top of the dragon vein, and then began to descend. The huge sword body then embedded itself into the mountain, and the collision between the earth sword and the rock made a rumbling sound. Soon, half of the earth sword sank into the dragon vein. The chaotic dragon vein was finally suppressed, and the purple energy that escaped turned back to green, and the earth stopped shaking and calmed down. Seeing the scene, Victini first looked up carefully, and when he saw that everyone was fine and the dragon vein had returned to its original state, he immediately let out an excited cry. "Nini!" Tears flashed in the old king's eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly he saw golden spots of light emanating from Victini's body. Those spots of light drifted away with the wind, and Victini's body was gradually disappearing. Seeing this scene, everyone who was still happy in the last second was immediately stunned. The past was changed, and the future began to correct itself. Dream and Baby Bear hurriedly flew forward and tried to catch Victini. But Victini disappeared very quickly, and disappeared in the wind in the blink of an eye, leaving only a light. "Nini." Naoki understood the meaning of that sentence. Victini is saying, "I am very happy to meet you." Gillerton looked at this scene with a serious expression. It guessed correctly. If it told Naoki about the matter in advance, Naoki would definitely stop the motorcycle lizard. At that time, it will definitely disappear like this. "Victini," the old king murmured. Naoki opened his mouth blankly. He was about to say something, but the next second, the scene around him began to change. In the blink of an eye, he and Chishu returned to the ranch. Victini's wish was fulfilled, so they returned too. However, no one was happy about this. Naoki quickly took out his Rotom phone and searched the history of Eindhoek on the internet. Soon, he found relevant information. Eindhoek, a country established by the people of the earth, is a rich and beautiful city. It detailed the customs and practices of Eindhoek. But this was not what Naoki wanted to find out. He quickly searched for information and traces related to Victini. And Chishu, who was standing next to him, found the legend of Victini first. Found it. Naoki hurried over to check. The legend of Victini is still circulating in Eindhoek. It is said that it is a Pokemon that can bring victory. Not long ago, someone saw Victini in Eindhoek, Chishu said. Hearing this, Naoki was inexplicably relieved. And Chishu continued, according to the history of Eindhoek, 1,000 years ago, two princes chosen by the dragon once launched a war, but the war was finally stopped by a hero, who also helped the kingdom suppress the chaotic dragon veins. Naoki was slightly stunned. The past history was indeed changed by them. What happened later? Naoki asked hurriedly. The old king left a stone tablet in the royal city, on which were engraved some ancient characters, and someone has deciphered those characters. Chishu opened a picture and showed it to Chishu. On it was an ancient stone tablet, and below the ancient characters, the contents were translated into modern characters. Traveler from afar, on behalf of the people of the kingdom, I express my gratitude to you. I wonder if you still remember our agreement. I ask you to take care of it for me. There are also many comments from historians below. They believe that this information was left by the old king to a passing traveler. People speculated that the old king became friends with a bard in his later years. Later, the bard left. Before they parted, the two agreed to meet again next time. Because the old king was too old, he was worried that he would no longer be alive when the traveler came next time, so he left this information and asked someone to give it to the traveler when he came to the royal city again. However, only Naoki knew that the old king was talking to him across more than 1,000 years of time and space. But, where is Victini? Naoki put away his phone with mixed feelings and walked out of the house. The sky outside was still clear, and the Pokemon were playing and fighting with each other in the pasture. It seemed that everything was the same as before, nothing had changed. But the figure of Victini always lingered in Naoki's mind. Has it really disappeared? Chapter 590. The Victini of the past disappeared, so the Victini of the future probably has no memory of the experience with them. Naoki didn't know, but life went on. It took a long time for Mew and Bear to accept this. Finally, they decided to go to Eindhoek in the Unova region again to look for Victini. The two Pokemon left, and life on the ranch returned to peace again. Naoki would go to the gym on weekdays, and stay at home on weekends to accompany his Pokemon and his wife. But one day, on an ordinary day, a visitor suddenly arrived at the ranch. That afternoon, Naoki had just gotten off work and returned from Brewing City, when he saw a familiar figure at home. A petite body, standard V-shaped ears, and a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Is that Victini? Naoki was stunned. Seeing Victini, Chishu was also attracted, only Golden had an expression that he had known for a long time. Nini! Victini cried happily. Then, it flew forward until it came in front of Naoki. Do you still remember me? Naoki asked tentatively. Nini! Victini immediately gave a positive answer. It has always been Victini. After disappearing in the past, when it woke up again, it returned to Eindhoek, and there was an extra memory in its head. In addition to the memory of meeting the Great Hero Expedition team and returning to the past to save the old king, with the help of Naoki, there is also the memory of seeing the future self coming back to help the old king. Victini didn't know how to express it. Anyway, this is really magical. Hearing this, Naoki quickly understood. Victini's memory was also corrected. Just like Arceus back then, it didn't disappear at that time, but just returned to the future Eindhoek. Nini, Victini complained pitifully. After it came back, it wanted to go to the ranch to find Naoki, Mew, and Baby Bear, but it came here on Dragonite last time and didn't know the way to the ranch at all, so it hit a lot of obstacles along the way and got lost for a long time. Finally, thanks to a migrating giant petrel, it learned the location of Naoki Ranch from it. And that giant petrel had visited the Pokemon Tavern at Naoki Ranch many times. Great. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and murmured. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, have you seen Dream and Baby Bear? Nini? Victini was a little confused. Naoki explained, a few days ago, they didn't believe that you disappeared, so they decided to set out to Eindhoek to look for you. They should be there now, right? Nini. Victini shook his head and said that he hadn't seen them. I see. Naoki nodded. It seems that when Mew and Baby Bear went to Eindhoek, Victini also left there and rushed to the ranch. They just missed each other. We need to inform Mew and Baby Bear about this. Naoki said as he took out the Rotom phone. They will be very happy if they know. Soon, the call was connected, and as Naoki expected, Mew and Baby Bear were sitting on the sword of the earth, with sad expressions on their faces. Meow? Is there? Seeing Naoki, the two Pokemon asked what happened. Naoki smiled and said, guess who came to the ranch? As soon as he finished speaking, Victini flew up, got in front of the camera, and greeted the two Pokemon opposite. Nini! Meow and Bear's eyes lit up. Meow! Is there? Victini is fine. The reason you didn't find it in Indawak was because it had just set out for the ranch and happened to miss you," Naoki said. Dream and Baby Bear were very excited. They flew up immediately and said they would go back to the ranch now. "Okay, we wait for you here," Naoki said. After hanging up the phone, Naoki invited Victini to eat a plate of cookies at the tea party of the Bud Crown. Victini's cheeks were bulging from eating, and he kept telling Naoki what happened afterwards. It turned out that after Naoki and the others left, the two princes finally woke up, and they all regretted the consequences they had caused. They returned to the castle, and all withdrew from the election for the throne. After deep reflection, they handed the two stones transformed from the dragons to their father, the old king, for safekeeping. Later, the old king grew old and passed away. Before leaving, he gave the two stones to Victini for safekeeping, hoping that Victini would give them to the traveler in the future. Because the old king believed that the man was a kind person, he was able to go alone to stop the two dragons in order to help Victini travel through time and space. The old king didn't want anyone to use the power of the two dragons to fight again. Nini. As he spoke, Victini touched his body, and then a magical scene happened. He took out two stones from nowhere. They were two round stones. One was as dark as the night, and the other was as white as the day. Victini handed them to Naoki. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then looked at the light stone and dark stone in his hand in disbelief. The light stone and dark stone did not react, but their information emerged from Naoki's mind. Light stone, the appearance of Reshiram's body after its destruction. It is said that it is waiting for the arrival of a hero. Dark stone, the appearance of Zekram's body after its destruction. It is said that it is waiting for the arrival of a hero. The old king wants to give these two stones to him for safekeeping. These are Zekram and Reshiram. The evil organization Plasma Group in the Unova region has always dreamed of something, but now it has come into his hands so easily. If Kishi's knew, he would be so angry that he would die. However, the great battle 1,000 years ago consumed a lot of vitality of Reshiram and Zekram, and then they turned back into stone and fell into a long sleep and have not woken up yet. But it's not right. If according to the plot in the movie, even if these two dragons are still in stone form, they should have woken up and had their own consciousness. Thinking back to the way Reshiram and Zekram were beaten by Gul'dan, Naoki couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. Could it be that they didn't dare to wake up because Gul'dan was next to them? But this shouldn't be the case. After thinking for a while, Naoki decided to fulfill his promise to the old king and keep the two stones for him. So, that afternoon, Naoki sent the two stones to the World Tree, the next level of the Earth Town where Gul'dan was. There was still a vast wilderness there, with a mountain standing in the center. Naoki came to the top of the mountain and put the light stone and dark stone into the groove of the stone on the top of the mountain. Alright. Having completed this task, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Nini! However, just as he turned around and prepared to leave with Victini, he suddenly heard two ethereal voices. What is your ideal? What is the truth you are pursuing? Naoki paused and turned back to look at the light stone and the dark stone. The two stones did not make any more sounds, as if they were waiting for his answer. Nini? Victini didn't hear anything. Seeing Naoki stop, he looked back in confusion. My dream is to see Reshiram and Zekram merge. Naoki replied silently in his heart. He knew that the two dragons could sense the thoughts of humans. After all, Reshiram and Zekram were originally one. It was because of two people with different ideas that they split into light stone and dark stone, and the remaining body became Kuram. The legendary three dragons of town merged into one. If possible, Naoki really wanted to see it. Light stone, dark stone, Okay, let's go! Naoki turned around, took Victini away from the World Tree, and returned to the ranch. All solved? Shishu asked. Naoki nodded. I put them on the World Tree. As long as the World Tree is not discovered, the past will not happen again. That's good. Hearing this, Chishu breathed a sigh of relief. Naoki took out his Rotom phone and searched the internet for information about the Unova Region Plasma Group. As far as he knows, Team Plasma's goal is to separate Pokemon from humans, claiming that Pokemon in human hands is a misfortune and should be allowed to return to nature, and they give speeches about this everywhere. But in fact, they want to use this idea to make other trainers give up Pokemon, so that Team Plasma can monopolize the power of Pokemon. As for opponents, Team Plasma will also forcibly seize the opponent's Pokemon and take it for themselves. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, Naoki couldn't find any other information except some news and videos of Team Plasma's speeches. After a brief thought, he sent a message to ADK. Wing King, I saw on the internet that there is an organization called Plasma Group that is promoting the liberation of Pokemon in major cities. It always feels like a cult organization. Is it okay in the Unova region? ADK quickly replied. ADK, even heard about it in the Padia region? This organization is really strange. They promote the liberation of Pokemon from Pokeballs everywhere. Not only that, they will also forcibly snatch the Pokemon of trainers who disagree with their speeches. Currently, the Unova Alliance has begun to plan to investigate and deal with this matter. Wing King, I vaguely heard that the leader of Plasma Group is a man named Kishis. You should pay more attention to him. The next second, ADK's video call came in. How do you know? He widened his eyes. From what the netizens said on the internet. Naoki answered, as a matter of course. They said they heard it from the members of the Plasma Group. They seemed to admire the leader very much. Quickies. ADK nodded and said, okay, then I will ask someone to investigate. Let me put it this way, I still have to deal with official business. We can talk later when we have time. Okay, then you go and get busy. After hanging up the phone, he reminded ADK of everything he should remind. Everything that follows depends on the United Alliance. The next morning, Mew and Baby Bear returned to the ranch. The three Pokemon reunited and hugged each other and cried with joy. Naoki and the other Pokemon stood by and watched the scene with a smile on their faces. At noon, Naoki prepared a sumptuous lunch for them to celebrate the day of reunion. After lunch, when Victini heard that Mew and Baby Bear were going to continue their journey, he made a decision. It wanted to join the Great Hero Expedition team and help Pokemon in need like Mew and Baby Bear. In fact, he wanted to play with Mew and Baby Bear more. Of course, Victini kept this idea in his heart and didn't say it out loud. As the head of the family, Naoki was very happy to see Victini come out of the loneliness of the past. However, Naoki felt more because Victini and the old king did not leave any regrets in this world. As the past was changed, the old king did not die suddenly, but aged normally and passed away. The nightmare in Victini's heart also dissipated, which also made it go out and no longer feel regret and sadness for the past. Looking at the playful Victini, Naoki slowly exhaled. In this way, including the Zapdos that helped him fight at the gym, the Great Warrior Expedition team has a total of 4 members. Great! The 3 Pokemon rested in the ranch for 3 days, and then continued their journey. Victini and Baby Bear rode on the toucan that had transformed into a dream, and waved goodbye to Naoki. Naoki also waved hard at them, and only when he could no longer see the toucan did he retract his gaze. Time passes quietly, and after the hot summer, the cool and refreshing autumn season comes. The fallen leaves in the back mountain begin to turn yellow. When the wind blows through the forest, it will roll down one leaf after another, just like a maple leaf snow, covering the mountains and plains with a thick layer. These fallen leaves will eventually wither and decay, turning into nutrients for the earth and giving birth to new life. After a continuous autumn rain, many mushrooms grow in the mountains and forests. Occasionally, you can see the scene of ranchers living nearby and passing trainers picking mushrooms with their Pokemon partners. On September 29th, 202 of the Alliance calendar, the lights in the town of Shichi were bright at night. Mayor Thomas and the townspeople were all preparing for tomorrow's harvest festival. Naoki was also called over to help. He and Golden mixed in with the men and moved the stall to the mountain road with Guiley. The women shuttled around the shrine and hung up lanterns representing the harvest. The firelight illuminated the mountain road and guided the tourists at night. In 6 months, Chishu's belly gradually grew bigger. Naoki didn't dare to let her run around, for fear that she would bump into something, so he asked his careful sister Ai Guancher to help take care of her. Today, I heard that the town was preparing for the festival, and Chishu insisted on coming to see it. Naoki had no choice but to agree. After helping Mayor Thomas set up the stall, Naoki took Golden back to Chishu. Seeing her accompanying him with a big belly, he couldn't help but said distressfully, "Are you tired? Do you want to go back and rest first?" Chishu looked at the stalls with shining eyes. "Let's come and set up a stall tomorrow night." Set up a stall? Naoki was stunned. "Well, I want to try it too. It looks so interesting," Chishu said excitedly. She had heard Naoki talk about the experience of setting up a stall with Pokemon to sell specialties from the ranch before, but they didn't know each other at that time. So now Chishu also wants to experience it. Naoki had no choice but to agree. "Okay, then we will come and set up a small stall tomorrow night." "Great," Chishu cheered. Under Naoki's love and the care of the caring brothers and sisters, she didn't look like an adult, but more and more like a child. Chapter 591. Naoki hasn't set up a stall for a long time. It has been more than 4 years since he last set up a stall. That time, he and Golden rented a stall at the Cherry Blossom Wine Party in the Arif Cherry Orchard and sold some simple Chinese dishes. So what should they sell this time? Crops? Tree fruits? Fresh moo milk? Apples? Or some simple snacks? But they are not in a hurry. The celebration will not be held until tomorrow night, and they have a full day to think about it. Mayor Thomas has set up many stalls this year. They only need to rent a stall in advance, and they can set up the stall here when the time comes. Although there is still one day before the Harvest Festival, many passing trainers and tourists have heard the news and come here to visit in advance. During the period, they also encountered a group of wild Pokemon making trouble. Naoki wanted to go and see it, but when he got there, he saw that a trainer had solved the problem before him. Naoki heard from Ivan next to him that a Pokemon accidentally fell into the barrel of fireworks, and the other Pokemon blocked the townspeople's way and prevented them from approaching. The trainer saw that the Pokemon seemed to be in trouble, so he went to investigate and then found the Pokemon that fell into the barrel. In the end, everyone was happy and stood on the grass to watch a beautiful and grand fireworks show. So happy, it's time to go home. It was late, and the bright moonlight fell on the earth, illuminating the road to the ranch. In the quiet night, you could occasionally hear the cries of insect Pokemon in the grass. The Pokemon in the ranch had already fallen asleep. Naoki patrolled the ranch with a flashlight to check if any Pokemon had gotten lost. After making sure everyone was there, he returned home to wash up. Golden was so sleepy that he yawned and lay on the bed, looking at Naoki with his eyes wide open. Go to sleep. I take a shower and then go to sleep too. Naoki touched his head. Ah, gah. Golden yawned, 2 tears came out of his eyes, and then he rested his head on his arm and closed his eyes with peace of mind. Before going to bed, Chishu suddenly cried out. What's wrong? Naoki got up quickly. Chishu looked at his belly in disbelief. The baby seemed to move just now. She's kicking me. Huh? Naoki put his head forward, and after a while, he really felt a movement coming from Chishu's belly. Baby, I'm daddy. Can you hear me? Naoki tried to communicate with the baby. The baby in the belly did not respond, as if everything just now was Naoki's illusion. Chishu chuckled. How could she hear it? She's only a few months old? Naoki, forget it, go to sleep. At the same time, in the western part of Gaylor, in Sudan town, Sonia, with a backpack on her back, slowly explored this unknown area on the rugged mountain road. The terrain here is very complex and steep, with towering peaks and bottomless valleys, and the mountains stretch endlessly. Except for some backpackers and explorers who love mountaineering, almost no one would come to such a place. Sonia had not originally planned to come here, but according to her investigation, the hidden mysterious hero is likely to be in such a place. It should be just ahead. Sonia murmured as she looked at the map in her hand. She took out a poke ball from her waist, and with a flash of white light, a huge bird Pokemon with steel-like black feathers, a stern expression, and a large body appeared in front of Sonia. Steel-armored crow, please take me there. Sonia pointed to the valley below and said, if nothing unexpected happens, that is the end of her journey, the hiding place of the 4th hero. The steel-armored raven then spread its huge wings, and when Sonia rode on it, it leaned forward and rushed down. The wind blowing through the valley hit Sonia's face, and at this moment, Rotom's mobile phone suddenly rang. Sonia took it out and looked at it, then pressed the answer button, and Dante's face appeared on the screen. How is your investigation going? Dante asked. I have found the place recorded in the mural, and will be there soon. What about you? You are not lost again, are you? Sonia asked with a smile. Of course not. Dante immediately retorted, There is just one thing I can't figure out. What exactly does President Ross want to do with Wuji Taina? Don't worry. We already know the truth about Yi, don't we? Sonia said, even if Wuji Taina wakes up, we still have you, the strongest champion. Dante was slightly stunned. Sonia continued, as well as the Sword King and the Shield King, I suspect that the phenomenon of wild Pokemon becoming Gigantamaxes that have appeared frequently in various places in recent years is the influence of the infinite. It didn't exist in the past, but it has become active in modern times. This shows that the infinite has gradually begun to recover. Before it officially wakes up, we should be prepared in advance. Dante nodded solemnly. I understand. That's it, I'm already there, and I'm going to start investigating this cave ruins. See you later? After the call ended, Sonia jumped off the steel-armored crow and looked up at the cave in front of her. In Chuangwan City, Dondi, who had hung up the phone, leaned against the wall and fell into deep thought. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Mr. Dondi?" Dondi turned around and saw a tall woman wearing a burgundy short skirt on the upper body, black stockings on the lower body, and a white coat looking at him. Dondi was slightly stunned. That was President Raza's secretary, Oliver. What a coincidence! Olivia greeted with a smile and asked, "Why did you suddenly come to the Chuangwan Arena today?" "I came to see if there are any outstanding trainers." Dante replied without changing his expression. "Is that so?" Olivia nodded. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Olive turned and left. When she turned around, her face changed immediately. When they came to a place where no one was, Olive took out her mobile phone and made a call. "We have found out the identity of the person who sneaked into the energy plant last time." The next morning, Naoki and the Pokemon began to prepare for the night market stall tonight. After a night of thinking, Naoki had already figured out what to sell. That is candied haws. If there is anything that his ranch does not lack, it must be all kinds of tree fruits and apples from the apple orchard on the other side of the river. After Naoki's special cultivation, the quality of those apples is very high. Each one is big and round, sweet and crisp, plump and juicy, and is no less than the apples from Kitakami Township, the famous apple town. "Ma?" Seeing Naoki sitting there boiling sticky syrup early in the morning, Frosty Milk Fairy thought Naoki was going to make some desserts that it had never eaten before, so it rushed over excitedly, stood in the big bowl of syrup, and curiously poked its head in. The other Pokemon heard what Frosty Milk Fairy said, thinking that Naoki was going to make something delicious for them again, and they all stopped running outside and turned around and ran to Naoki's side. For a while, Naoki was surrounded by Pokemon. Babu Tubo, Ibrahimovic, Urgue, Flutterwing. "I'm making candied haws." Naoki looked at them with a smile and asked, "Have you heard of it?" "Mama, I've never heard of Frosty Milk Fairy, but it sounds so delicious." It happened that Naoki had already boiled the syrup. He put the syrup aside, and then took out the freshly picked fruits and apples from the fruit basket beside him. After washing the fruits, remove the roots and stems, cut them in half, and use a knife to dig out the cores. Finally, string the bamboo sticks, put them in the bowl of clear syrup and roll them a few times, then find ice ED to blow some cold air, and a string of candied haws is ready. The crystal clear syrup has completely solidified, and the fruit pieces with distinct colors are wrapped inside. Under the natural light, they look shiny and translucent, and look very tempting. They don't look like food, but rather like a craft decoration. Candied haws, see, made from syrup boiled from rock sugar and various tree fruits. It tastes sweet and sour, and is a very good snack. Cooking effect. Sweet syrup LV1 slightly improves the quality of syrup, honey, and juice brewed by the Pokemon that eats this cooking. Comment. It is said that the candied haws are sour, but they are also sweet in the sourness. Naoki glanced at it, and the information of this string of candied haws emerged from his mind. Improve the quality of syrup. There are not many Pokemon in the Pokemon world that have the ability to brew. Naoki can only think of the pot that brews tree juice, the sweat of the Tyantuza family, and the honey brewed by the 3 bees. Although the effect is minimal, it is better than nothing. Naoki held up the string of candied haws. Frosty Milk Fairy's eyes were immediately attracted by the string of candied haws. "Mama, it looks delicious. Try it?" Naoki picked one of them, and handed it to Frosty Milk Fairy. After tasting it carefully, Frosty Milk Fairy's face instantly showed a happy expression. "Mama! Bammo!" The other Pokemon also looked envious, and Naoki shared the remaining candied haws with them. The fruit pieces wrapped in crystal syrup have the unique sweetness of rock sugar, which blends perfectly with the fruity aroma. The taste and flavor are all super good. Soon, the Pokemon who had finished eating a candied haws looked at Naoki eagerly. Their expression seemed to say, they want more. Naoki smiled and said, "Okay, I continue to make it for you." So, it became a situation where Naoki and Glacian made it in the front, while Gorilla, Motor Lizard, Babu and other Pokemon ate in the back. As a result, the basket of fruit that Naoki specially prepared was eaten up by the greedy Pokemon at home before it was used to set up the stall. Even the pot of syrup he boiled was almost gone. Naoki, He twitched his lips. These Pokemon are too greedy, aren't they? But Naoki felt that they were eating together, so they kept eating one after another. Seeing that the fruits that Naoki was going to use to set up the stall were eaten up by them, Pokemon such as Babu and Tubo immediately showed embarrassed smiles on their faces. "Aww!" Dragonite stepped forward first, picked up Naoki's fruit basket with its big claws, and prepared to go to the orchard to help Naoki pick some more fruits. The rest of the Pokemon also rushed over to help pick the fruit. Chishu's Pokemon also ran over to join in the fun. Chishu on the sofa looked at the scene with a smile. You've worked hard. Fortunately, there are no Pokemon with the gluttonous characteristic at home. Naoki couldn't help but say. After finally feeding a group of Pokemon at home, Naoki had time to prepare the candied haws to sell in the evening. At 5 p.m., after dinner, Naoki took a bunch of candied haws and set off for the night market under the Fengzao Shrine. Golden, who was the strongest, carried 2 boxes. Frostmilk Fairy stood on Naoki's shoulders, and Babu Tubo carried a bag with some water and some simple food for them to drink when they set up the stall later. Ergue and Sai Fuhao followed behind, calling out Boni Boni non-stop, obviously full of anticipation for the upcoming celebration. When the group arrived at the destination, all the stall owners around had arrived in advance. They greeted each other while cleaning up their stalls. Seeing Naoki coming, some people who knew him greeted him with a smile. Good evening, Naoki. Hello, Mr. Chris. Naoki took out the candied haws from the box, inserted them into a special mold, and placed them in the stall. Soon, rows of red candied haws appeared on the stall, which were very tempting under the orange light, and looked very beautiful. Is your baby going to be born soon? The shop owner next to him smiled and blessed. Congratulations, you be a father soon. Yeah, there's still 4 months to go. Naoki nodded. He glanced around and saw many stalls. There was an uncle selling Magikarp in a transparent fish tank, a vendor selling wooden sculptures of the same style as the Bud Crown, a vendor selling Pokemon masks, and food like takoyaki, various props and handmade poke balls. In short, there was everything on sale, and the night market was long and looked very lively. Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. When I first moved here 4 years ago, Zichin Town wasn't this lively. It's changed so much now. A town where the culture of the Bud Crown King prevails, a seaside town with developed commerce, and an agricultural town with abundant products and resources. All these factors have attracted people from all over the world to settle in Zichin Town. In the past 2 years, some high-rise buildings have been built in the town. Naoki always feels that it won't be long before Zichin Town will develop into Zichin City. That's great. Nyangwang City used to be like this. Chishu said. Later, a port was built there, and gradually, the city prospered and became what it is today. Maybe Zichin Town will also build a port leading to other areas in the future. It will be much more convenient to go to other areas. Naoki was filled with emotion, and then nodded gently. Yes. The times are developing too fast. From afar, foreign tourists, who came to visit the Harvest Festival, and trainers on the road came with Pokemon. Those boys and girls are always full of youth and vitality. Some trainers were quickly attracted by the signboards of Yurakyo and the golden Saifuhao. Boni Yurakyo made a happy cry, and then recommended the goods of the stall to the 2 guests. The teenage trainer realized that it was not polite to stare at other people's Pokemon without buying anything, so he quickly asked, how much are these candied haws? 300 alliance coins per string. Naoki said. 300 alliance coins? So cheap. The EV on the trainer's shoulder was already drooling. It wanted to eat. I want 3 strings. The young trainer said. Okay. Chishu took the money, and Naoki wrapped 3 strings of candied haws, and handed them to the other party. 1 tree fruit cost 20 alliance coins, and a bag of rock sugar for making syrup costs 500 alliance coins. After deducting the cost, the net profit of a string of candied haws is more than 200 alliance coins. It's a huge profit. The price of 300 made Naoki feel that it was a bit expensive. He originally wanted to set it at 200, but this person actually thought it was cheap. It seems that I will make a lot of money today. Chishu was quite excited. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Naoki turned his head, and saw rows of flames on the mountain road leading to the Harvest Shrine. This means that the Harvest Celebration and the Harvest Festival of the Bud Crown King have officially begun. Chapter 592. Selling Magikarp. Superb Magikarp. Look at their size. Each one is the king of fish. Buy one and it will evolve into Gyarados in no time, helping you pass the gym test. Each one is for $9.98. Come and buy it. Takoyaki. Steaming hot, freshly baked takoyaki. Here are souvenirs of the King of Plenty. Come and buy it. The same rare wood carving of the Bud Crown King is never sold to the public, and you can no longer buy it after passing the town of Zichin. At the night market, vendors shouted one after another. Tourists from other places and their Pokemon shuttled between the stalls with curiosity, and the atmosphere of the whole market was extremely lively. Naoki and Chishu mixed in with the vendors. Naoki was behind with Gul'dan to sort out the goods. while Chishu and Ergian handed out candied haws to the customers with smiles on their faces. Magnemite and Babu Tupo sat on the bench, and from time to time a trace of electricity ran through their bodies, providing power for the colorful lights on the top of the stalls. A trainer who had challenged the brewing light gym recognized Naoki and Kiki. The girl was surprised. "Miss Kiki, Mr. Naoki, why are you here?" "Kiki, because this is our home." The girl suddenly noticed Kiki's belly, and she opened her eyes in disbelief. "Miss Kiki, your belly, is there a baby in it?" Kiki gently stroked her belly, then smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's 6 months." The girl was stunned. At this time, a boy ran over and put money on the stall. "Boss, I want 3 strings of candied haws." "Bony." Ergue took 3 strings of candied haws happily, and handed them to him. The boy ran back to his parents with the candied haws excitedly. The girl also cast her eyes on the stall in front of her. She looked at her Pokemon and said, "I want 2 too." The popularity of candied haws exceeded Naoki's expectations. Just 1 hour after the celebration began, most of the stock they brought was sold out. Fortunately, most of the tourists climbed up the mountain path to the Fengza Shrine to visit the festival. There were only a few people left at the night market, and the stalls gradually became empty. Naoki took out 2 bottles of water from his bag and handed them to Erky and Chishu, and asked, "How do you feel?" "Erky, Bony." Chishu smiled. "Before today, I have never had such an experience. It feels so interesting." "Really?" Naoki grinned. "The important thing is not to set up a stall to sell candied haws, but to participate in the lively market and become a part of it. This kind of atmosphere and environment cannot be compared with setting up a stall in the town. Next time, you can bring your baby to set up a stall." Chishu looked at her belly again. After 10 months of pregnancy, Chishu carefully calculated the time. After this winter, their child will be born. Hearing this, the other Pokemon around also looked at Chishu's belly curiously. Ergian approached cautiously. "Bony? Is there really a baby in here?" Seeing Ergian's curious look, Chishu nodded gently and said, "You can touch it." "Bony?" Ergian was surprised. It looked at Chishu's belly, and finally couldn't hold back its curiosity, and stretched out its hand carefully. When its hand touched the belly, it immediately felt a clear movement inside. "Bony!" Ergian was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand. "That's the baby," said Chishu. After calming down, Eruption became even more curious. It circled around Chishu, wanting to interact with the baby in its belly again. Babu Tubo couldn't help but fly forward, looking eager to try. "When the baby is born, it will definitely make friends with the baby in the future. The baby will definitely like you very much," said Chishu. Naoki and Golden sat aside and smiled at this warm scene. He could already imagine the scene of the Pokemon playing with the baby when it was born in the future. At this moment, Naoki's Rotom phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Sonia. "Sonia, Mr. Naoki, I have found the hiding place of the mysterious hero." Naoki was slightly stunned, and then immediately realized that Sonia had found Melmetal. Noticing his reaction, Chishu looked over and said, "What's wrong?" "I have found the matter I asked Sonia to investigate before." While answering Chishu, Naoki quickly replied to Sonia's message. "Wing King, where is it?" "Sonia, Map Link." Sonia directly sent a location. Naoki clicked it, and the screen automatically switched to the map of the Galar region. Sonia's current location is in the mountains west of Sichuan town. "Sonia, I went inside to investigate before, and in short, the situation is not optimistic. Is Mr. Naoki free tomorrow? Do you want to come and see for yourself?" The situation is not optimistic? What does this mean? After thinking about it for a long time, Naoki couldn't come up with an answer. He decided to go to the Galar region tomorrow to see the situation. Time passed slowly, and the harvest festival gradually came to an end. The tourists yawned and left here one after another, and the surrounding stalls began to pack up and prepare to go home. After packing up their things, Naoki and his party returned to the ranch. Naoki immediately found the Bud Crown King and conveyed to him the situation revealed by Sonia. After hearing this, the King of the Flower Crown was also slightly startled. Then, he closed his eyes, and a layer of blue superpower light flashed on his body. His sight passed through the distant time and space, and he saw the figure of Melyamita in a cave. The huge silver metal body of the past had already become rusty, and the rust had corroded its body. Melyamita was sitting deep in the cave, and there was a dead silence around him. Seeing this, the King of the Flower Crown instantly realized Melyamita's current situation. Its lifespan is about to come to an end, and it is waiting for the last moment in the cave. The Bud-crowned king suddenly opened his eyes, not caring about the future consumption of his body, and quickly said to Naoki, "I will go with you." Seeing the solemn expression of the Bud-crowned king, combined with the information revealed by Sonia, Naoki had already expected it in his heart. He didn't say much, just nodded and said, "Okay." The next morning, Naoki asked Yusei for a day off. After handing over the affairs of the ranch to the Ai Guancher brothers and sisters in Chishu, he took the Bud-crowned king away from the ranch and took a taxi to the reverse world. Pluto Dragon Express train to Galar. Under the escort of Giratina, Naoki and Bud Crest finally arrived at the town of Sooting in Galar at 9 o'clock in the morning. This is a small town famous for its sandstone buildings and ancient art murals. The whole town is located on the mountain. Walking up the mountain road in the town, you can see a huge ancient mural. In order not to attract other people's attention, Naoki put Bud Crest into the pokeball in advance, and then met Sonia in the inn in the town. Seeing Naoki coming, Sonia immediately packed up her things and walked out of the hotel, saying, "Come with me." She released Steeljaw in the open space of the town and rode on it. Naoki also rode on Gulton. The two Pokemon rose into the air one after the other, and flew towards the mountains in the west. After about half an hour of travel, Steeljaw landed in a deserted valley. "This is it." She jumped off Steeljaw, looked back, and then walked towards the cave not far away. Naoki also got off Gulton, and the Bud Crown automatically floated out of the Pokeball. The two Pokemon followed Sonia, constantly looking at the surrounding environment. According to my investigation in the Crown Snowfield, 1,000 years ago, the Pokemon provided the metal for the Sword King and the Shield King to forge swords and shields and left there. After several twists and turns, it came here to live in seclusion, but the strange thing is, Sonia was talking, and suddenly turned her head. When she saw the figure floating beside Naoki, she was stunned. Sonia opened her mouth slightly, her eyes flashing. "Bud Crown King. You are indeed the motorcycle mask." Naoki, It was quite embarrassing to hear someone call out this code name. Naoki said, "Please keep it a secret for me, Miss Sonia. I don't want others to disturb our peaceful life." Sonia was shocked. Although it was just a guess before, when her guess was verified, she felt that no one could remain calm. The mysterious man who repelled the god of the earth and the god of the sea and commanded many legendary Pokemon to defeat the god of creation Arceus, his real identity turned out to be a rancher who farmed in the countryside. This kind of thing, no matter who sees it, will find it impossible. Putting the rancher and the hero who saved the world together, it doesn't go together. But now, this thing actually happened in front of her. Sonia looked at the former king of Galar in front of her, and nodded belatedly. "I know. Thank you very much." Naoki thanked him, and then said, "Please continue." Sonia continued to lead the way in front. She organized what she wanted to say just now, and continued, "But strangely, the Pokemon is not the same as the record. It is full of rust, and its breath is very weak. I tried to take it to the Pokemon Center to find Miss Joy for treatment yesterday, but it refused me. It seems that his guess was right. The life of this Melmetal is about to end." Naoki sighed and said, "Miss Sonia, do you know what some Pokemon will do when their lives are about to end?" Hearing this, Sonia was slightly stunned. As a Pokemon scholar, she naturally knew something about this. In nature, most Pokemon will quietly leave the tribe when their lives are about to end, looking for a place where no one will disturb them, and spend the last journey of their lives quietly there. So, could that Pokemon be one too? Sonia suddenly had an idea. She immediately looked at Naoki in front of her and saw Naoki nodded, confirming her guess. So that's it. No wonder that Pokemon refused to go to the Pokemon Center with her. The group passed through the passage and soon arrived at the end of the cave. There, Naoki finally saw the Melmetal that was from the same period as Bud Crown. In the anime, Satoshi also had a Melmetal, and Naoki still remembered what that Melmetal looked like. It has a huge silver body, pure enough to reflect light, without a single rust mark on it, and looks very beautiful. The Melamita in front of him was covered in rust, and the metallic light on its body was completely dimmed. The huge silver fist was corroded by the rust, and a dark hole was decomposed. The eye was closed, and it looked as if it had lost its life. "This is it," Sonia murmured. Naoki nodded gently. The Bud Crown King looked at Melamita, then slowly floated forward, trying to use his healing power to help him heal. But it had no effect at all. At this time, Melamita seemed to feel something, and slowly opened his eyes. It raised its head, and saw a familiar figure floating in front of it. Melamita was stunned for a moment. Was it dreaming? But soon, it realized that it was not dreaming. The Bud Crown King in front of it was real. After a short moment of shock, Melyamita quickly came back to her senses and asked anxiously, "Lu?" The Bud Crown King shook his head gently. "Crown Muji." "Lu?" Melyamita seemed very uneasy. Sonia looked at the scene and couldn't help asking, "What are they talking about?" "Melyamita is asking the Bud Crown King, is the dark night over?" Naoki's voice came from the side. Hearing this, Sonia was slightly stunned. Dark night? Is it referring to the infinite Tana? This dying Melyamita was actually still concerned about the disaster that enveloped the Galar region at this time. The first thing it said was to ask if the night had ended. Sonia felt a little sad for some reason. Naoki walked forward and took out the life goat milk from the ranch, and the holy ash of the Phoenix King from his backpack, and tried to feed Melyamita. Melyamita then realized that there was a human next to it. But Crown looked at it, and said, "Eat them." Melyamita opened its mouth, and let Naoki use the goat milk and holy ash on it. But the combination of the two only restored Melyamita's spirit a little, and her speech was not as weak as before, but it did not change her condition. Naoki was slightly stunned. What happened? Are holy ash and goat milk ineffective? At this time, the voice of the Bud Crown King came. It is not injured, but its life is about to end. I am afraid that kind of thing will not work. Melyamita continued to look at the Bud Crown King. Lu, I can no longer help you. The Bud Crown King felt heavy in his heart. Don't worry, I have found a way to completely defeat the Dark Knight. The Bud Crown hinted to Naoki with telepathy. Naoki then said, Don't worry, Melmetal, Songxiang and Zangmarat are ready. In addition, we have gathered many powerful Pokemon. The night will soon end. The Bud Crown nodded with certainty. Melmetal had 100% trust in the Bud Crown. It murmured, Lu. Great. Then everything from now on will be left to you. After saying this, Melmetal's body relaxed, as if the worries deep in her heart were relieved. The next second, a silver light shone on its huge body. Melmetal slowly disintegrated in the light, and the rusty metal fragments scattered all over the ground. After learning that the Dark Night was about to end, it passed away peacefully. The Bud Crown King looked sad, and even the king who once ruled the Galar region couldn't help but wet his eyes at this moment. In this world, nothing can make people feel sadder than seeing a companion die with their own eyes. But the next second, the rusty metal fragments suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. Bud Crest? ? What? In the light, the mottled rust on the metal slowly dissipated, and the metal seemed to have turned into a jelly-like liquid and slowly trembled. In Bud Crest's astonished eyes, a golden nut suddenly popped out from above the liquid metal, and in the middle of the nut, a dark eye floated. A moment later, a large number of small Pokemon with soft silver bodies and golden nut-shaped heads appeared in front of Naoki and Bud Crest. Woo woo woo. The Pokemon made innocent calls, and then all looked up at Naoki and Bud Crest. Bud Crest? ? Chapter 593. What on earth is going on here? Looking at the group of small Pokemon in front of him, a big exclamation mark appeared on the top of Bud Crown's head. Sonia in the back also opened her mouth in surprise. Only Naoki remained calm and explained to the others, I have heard of the legend about Melmetal. When its lifespan is about to end, its body will rust and disintegrate into tiny pieces of iron. And those tiny pieces will eventually be resurrected as Meltan, which is the previous stage of Pokemon like Melmetal. The Meltans will live together, and when the time comes, the strongest one will absorb the others to evolve, and this will repeat over and over again. Doesn't this Pokemon have eternal life? Sonia couldn't help asking. No, after resurrection, Meltans don't have previous memories. They are like newborn babies. Although it is still it is no longer the same as before. Naoki said. Ah? Sonia imagined it and murmured, if a trainer captures a Melmetal, but that Melmetal dies, it will forget its trainer and past. It feels so sad. Naoki, in fact, compared to humans, Melmetal's lifespan is still very long. Sonia, I almost forgot. After hearing Naoki's explanation, the Bud Crown King has figured out what happened to Melmetal. It lowered its head, looked at the Meltan that crawled to its feet, and then whispered, Naoki, let's take them home. Okay. The Bud Crown King should also want to reunite with his former friends, right? Naoki squatted down, took off his backpack, opened the zipper, and carried the pile of Meltan into the backpack and packed it. The newly born Meltans were still ignorant of the outside world, so they were all put into the backpack without struggling. After doing this, Naoki stood up, thanked Sonia, and promised, Thank you very much for your help, Miss Sonia. If the Everlasting awakens, and the Galar region cannot handle it, you can contact me. Just think of it as a thank you gift for finding Melmetal, Moreover, solving the crisis of everlasting has always been the wish of the Bud-crowned king. Although he didn't say it, Naoki knew it very well in his heart. After all, as the former king of Galar, how could he watch the Invincible continue to wreak havoc in the Galar region? Although he was once forgotten, Bud-crown has always been the king Pokemon with a kind heart. After hearing Naoki's promise, Sonia's heart was full of gratitude. She knew the identity of the man in front of her, and knew that he had prevented crises in other regions, and even the god of creation was no match for him. Yes. Sonia nodded vigorously. Since the work is done, he should go back. Just as Naoki was about to leave Galar and return to Padia, he heard Sonia ask, "By the way, Mr. Naoki, there has always been a mural handed down from ancient times in Sichuan town. Do you want to go and see it?" Mural? Naoki was slightly stunned, and after a little recollection, he thought of the content in the game. After a little thought, he nodded and said, "Okay." Naoki put on the backpack containing Meltan, and then returned to Sichuan town with Sonia, and came to the mural. The mural shows a sword and a shield placed in a bush. Sonia introduced, "This is a relic that can be regarded as the symbol of the town of Sudden. It is regarded as a high art by the local people. It seems that there may be some relationship between Song Xiang and Zong Marant." Naoki certainly knew that there was something behind this mural. In the game, this mural will be broken by Peter, revealing the statues of Song Xiang and Zong Marant. This also proves the lie of the Galar royal family. The hero is not a person, but two Pokemon working together with two humans in the past. But now that the Galar royal family's lies have been exposed, there is no point in breaking the mural. Naoki took out his Rotom phone and took a photo as a souvenir. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a movement in the backpack behind him. Turning around, he saw that the metal zipper on the backpack was eaten by the group of Meltans. At this moment, one Meltan after another popped its head out of the backpack and struggled to climb out. Naoki quickly picked up the Meltans that fell on the ground and stuffed them back into the backpack. "Woo woo woo!" Meltan cried out. Sonia, a Pokemon scholar, saw this scene and immediately understood what was going on. "Mr. Naoki, they seem to be hungry." Hungry? Naoki was stunned. Sonia took out a berry from her backpack. "I just happen to have some berries here, eat it." She handed the berry to Meltan, but the group of Meltans continued to howl after sniffing it, and it seemed that they were not interested in the berry at all. "Aren't tree fruits on their menu?" Meltan is a steel-type Pokemon. Naoki recalled carefully. If he remembered correctly, this Pokemon's favorite food is various metals. 3 minutes later, at the counter of a hardware store in Sichuan town, a group of hungry Meltans whimpered at the screws in Naoki's hand. "Here, eat it." Naoki put the pile of screws on the table. The group of Meltans immediately pounced on them, picked up the screws, and stuffed them into their bodies. Their bodies are made of soft liquid metal, which can dissolve other metals and absorb them into their bodies. The owner of the hardware store looked at these Pokemon with curiosity. There are Pokemon that eat screws, so magical. Not only screws, but some Pokemon also feed on emotions. Sonia also looked at this magical scene curiously. The way Pokemon like melt and eat is so special. Pokemon is so magical. The owner of the hardware store sighed. Naoki spent 3,000 alliance coins, and finally fed the Meltans. The Meltans, who were full and satisfied, lay lazily on the counter, and touched their bulging stomachs with their little hands in a very humane way. "Are you full? If you are, we should go home," Naoki said. The Meltans did not respond. Naoki continued, "There are still many delicious metals at home. Have you eaten silver coins and large gold beads?" The owner of the hardware store was shocked. What? Is this guest's family so rich? They are willing to feed the Pokemon with such expensive metal as the golden bead. Hearing this, the Meltans immediately opened their eyes and looked over excitedly. Naoki opened his backpack, and the Meltans immediately stood up and ran inside, quickly stuffing a full bag, and sat down obediently in the backpack, waiting to go home with this human to eat gold. Naoki put on his backpack and said to Sonia beside him, "Okay, we should go back too. See you later if we have a chance." Sonia nodded. "Be careful." Naoki came outside, rode on the Golden, and then began to fly away. He sent a message to Giratina using the Rotom phone until he could no longer see the town of Suikoden below. A minute later, a passage to the reverse world slowly opened in front of him. Golden flew into it, and then officially embarked on the return journey. When Naoki returned to the ranch, it was exactly noon. After returning home, Naoki found a cardboard box and put the Meltans in it. He took out a big golden bead from the utility room. The Meltans in the cardboard box squeezed to one side, like hungry birds, chirping and chasing the metal. The Bud Crown King floated on the side, looking at the scene with a loving face. Melmetal, Spirit Horse, Snowstorm Horse. Now half of the companions of that era have reunited at Naoki Ranch. Although there was an accident in the middle, which turned Melmetal into a baby, it is a happy thing to be able to reunite anyway. Naoki threw the big golden bead into the box, and the Meltans immediately pounced on it and happily ate it. This scene attracted many Pokemon to watch. Babutu holding a hammer, Motor Lizard, Gultron, Chishu's Magnemite. Chishu also saw this scene. She looked at these small Pokemon with a face full of novelty. Wow, they look so cute. Are they Melmetal? Naoki smiled and said, no, they are the previous stage of Melmetal. He briefly told Chishu about what he encountered in the Galar region. Melmetal's life came to an end. After hearing that the night was about to end, he left with relief. His body turned into this group of Meltans and started a new life. As he was talking, Babutubo suddenly cried out, Bammo! Babutubo! Surprise! Naoki turned his head and saw that the Meltans pounced on the small hammer in Babutubo's hand, as if they wanted to eat the hammer. Babutubo was startled by the sudden action, and instinctively waved the small hammer in his hand to throw the Meltans off. When the Meltans returned to the cardboard box, Babutubo hid the small hammer behind himself with lingering fear, and then said to the group of Meltans seriously, Bammo Bammo! Woo woo woo! The Meltans seemed to understand, but they roughly understood that the hammer belonged to that Pokemon and could not be eaten. So they turned around and sniffed the smell of metal in the air. Soon, they really found another metal. In an instant, all the Meltans turned their heads and looked at Magnemite, who came to join in the fun. The next second, a group of Meltans jumped up and pounced on Magnemite. Magnemite's pupil shrank slightly, a layer of nervous sweat appeared on his face, and then he instinctively released a current. The Meltans were shocked and cried out, and then they fell to the floor one after another like mosquitoes hit by electric mosquito swatters, and their black round eyes all turned into X shapes. Obviously they had fainted. Magnemite turned around and flew away angrily, leaving these Pokemon to attack him again. Naoki, Chishu, Naoki immediately took out his Rotom phone and ordered 5 boxes of screws and 10 boxes of bottle caps online. These are food specially for Steel Attribute Pokemon like Metagross. At this moment, Safelhao, who was standing by, seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at the Pokemon just now, and then a light bulb suddenly flashed in his head. Like a magic trick, he turned out pieces of golden coins and piled them up into a small mountain on the floor. The unconscious Meltans seemed to smell the smell of metal. The next second, they opened their eyes one after another, and the light of the gold coins was reflected in their black eyes. Woo! The Meltans were so excited that they flew into the pile of gold coins, held a gold coin in their little hands, and stuffed it into their bodies. Dingling! Saifuhao was very happy. Seeing this scene, Naoki was slightly stunned. He almost forgot that Saifuhao could also make gold coins. After a while, the Meltans, who had eaten and drunk enough, lay lazily in the cardboard box. They touched their bellies with their hands, and seemed to be just born not long ago, so they soon fell asleep. Naoki went forward and held the paper box, and put it on the windowsill. It was late autumn, and the temperature gradually dropped. Only at noon, the sun would be a little warmer. It won't be long before winter comes, and then the Padilla region will usher in a winter snow. The Pokemon who were watching gradually dispersed, and in the end only a few Pokemon such as Frostmilk and Urako were left around Meltan, observing these Pokemon that eat gold coins. Babutubo was afraid that his hammer would be eaten by these Pokemon, so he stayed away from them. The same was true for Magnetron of the strange tree. It floated to the other side of the TV, and kept a certain distance from those Pokemon. Naoki and Bud Crown stood aside. Bud Crown looked at Melmetal in the paper box gently, and then thanked Naoki softly. Thank you for helping me find it, Naoki. Naoki grinned. Don't worry, Melmetal is a hero just like you. Heroes should not die silently like this. They deserve a better life. The Bud Crown King smiled and nodded gently. Everything was self-evident. He understood Naoki's intentions, just as Naoki understood his intentions. Afternoon. In order to prevent the Meltans from eating the kitchen knives, televisions, pots and pans, computers, Babutubo's hammer and other items in the house, Naoki specially built a small wooden house for the Meltans with wooden boards and other tools as a nest. The wooden house was placed in a corner of the living room by Naoki. It was about 1.5 meters high, 2 meters long, and 1.7 meters wide. It was divided into 2 floors. The upper floor was covered with a soft blanket, which was the bed for the Meltans to sleep. The bottle caps and screws that Naoki ordered from the internet had not arrived yet, so the lower floor was only filled with gold coins provided by Saifuhao. If the Meltans were hungry, they could automatically go downstairs to eat. In this way, they would not go to the room to cause damage and eat other metal objects. However, it turned out that Naoki's idea was too simple. Late that night, after Naoki and the Pokemon fell asleep, the Meltans woke up from their sleep. After eating the gold coins downstairs, Meltan, who has a strong curiosity and is very interested in everything, began to explore the house. The trophy on the cabinet is a golden trophy, which looks delicious. Eat it. The pan used for cooking smells so good. Eat it. The spoon emitting silver light under the moonlight looks so beautiful. It must be delicious. The Meltans who have not eaten enough kept exploring the house. Whenever they saw the bright metal, they would drool and then eat it. Soon, the Meltans pushed open a small door in a row. Their eyes were instantly attracted by a small hammer on the cabinet. Under the bright moonlight, the small hammer emitted a beautiful silver glow, which looked extremely tempting. Chapter 594. Woo! In the darkness, the Meltans broke into the room. Everyone in the room was asleep, and no one noticed the door opening. The Meltans' eyes were fixed on the small hammer on the table. They rushed over in a swarm, but the next second, they all hit a wall and were forced to fall to the floor, making a bang 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 sound. Pa! Then, the lights in the room were turned on, and the Meltan saw a huge red Pokemon blocking them. Meltan? Naoki, who was awakened, was a little surprised to see this scene. When they heard his voice, the Meltans immediately jumped up, turned around and ran towards Naoki, as if they were frightened by something. Soon, Naoki was surrounded by Meltans, who half poked their heads out and carefully observed the Gulton opposite. After feeding during the day today, the Meltans regarded Naoki as a mother-like figure, which is why they did such a thing. Ah, gah! Golden was speechless. Naoki was a little amused, but then again, why did the Meltans come in? Could it be that they saw that he was missing and came to look for him? Naoki couldn't help but think. After all, he was the first person that the Meltans saw when they opened their eyes after rebirth. Normally, Pokemon would regard the first person they saw after hatching as their closest relatives. Thinking of this, Naoki was instantly filled with fatherly love. The Meltans are so cute. He held a group of Meltans in his arms, and said in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's a Gulton. It won't hurt you." Meltans, woo woo. Okay, it's getting late. I take you back to bed. As he said that, Naoki got out of bed, holding a group of Meltans, and prepared to send them back to the little nest in the living room. However, when he came to the living room, he suddenly found many things wrong. Wait, where is his trophy from the fishing competition? Naoki was stunned for a moment, then belatedly looked at the group of Meltans in his arms. After settling the Meltans, Naoki stood up and began to patrol the living room. The frying pan he used to cook rice and omelette was gone, the kitchen knife was gone, and the spoon and fork were all gone. Looking at this scene, Naoki stood there blankly, and an unbelievable thought immediately emerged in his mind. Could it be that the Meltans ran into the room not to find him, but to find food? Naoki was struck by lightning. He thought Meltan was looking for him, but it turned out that he was just being sentimental. Suddenly, he felt so sad. Naoki turned around and looked at the Meltan in the cabin with mixed feelings. The Meltans also looked at him innocently with their round eyes. Forget it. Don't run out and cause trouble again. Stay here honestly, you hear me? Naoki pointed at the group of Meltans and said, "Wait until tomorrow. The food I bought for you will arrive. There are many kinds and flavors. I guarantee you won't be able to finish it." The Meltans listened in confusion, and the eyes of the Meltan standing in front were attracted by his fingers. One of them suddenly jumped up, hugged Naoki's fingers with two soft little hands, and cheered, "Woo!" Naoki was slightly stunned, and then relieved. He injected some Chompan power into the Meltan to tease it, and the Meltan immediately made a comfortable sound of woo woo woo. "Okay, sleep well." Naoki stood up, settled the Meltan, and then turned back to the room and ordered various tableware and iron pots from the internet. The next morning, the screws and bottle caps he bought for the Meltanks arrived. Naoki fed the metal to the Meltanks, and then went to the gym to work as usual. Babu and Zapdos stayed in the ranch, because most of the time, the gym battles would not exceed 3v3. Rather than letting them stay in the Pokeball all day, it is better to keep them at home and rotate them every few days. And today, it was Babu's turn to rest at home. After Naoki left, the Meltanks happily feasted around the pile of screws, bottle caps, and the pile of Saifuhao gold coins. The pile of metal was quickly eaten up by them. Chishu was still sleeping in the room, and several Pokemon in the ranch were in the living room, watching Meltan eating. Bammo! Babu Tubo picked up his hammer, and the Meltans were attracted by his hammer. They squeezed into the cardboard box. Babu Tubo moved the hammer to the right, and the Meltans squeezed to the right side of the cardboard box. Babu Tubo moved the hammer to the left again, and the Meltans squeezed over again. Bammo! Seeing this scene, Babu Tubo suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, and he thought of a good idea. Babu Tubo put away his hammer, and then took a box of bottle caps, looked at the Meltans, and said to them, Bammo! The Meltans immediately obeyed. Babu Tubo rewarded them with the bottle caps. After the Meltans finished eating, they began to look at Babu Tubo impatiently. Babu Tubo played with them in this way for a while, and soon it was time to go to the chicken coop to graze. It shook its head and said to the Meltans, Bammo! After that, Babu Tubo flew away with the hammer. The Meltans immediately jumped out of the box and followed it out of the room, chasing Babu Tubo's footsteps. The other Pokemon stared at this scene blankly. Some of them didn't know what was going on. Babu Tubo came to the chicken coop as usual. It opened the door of the chicken coop, and the hens inside came to the grass outside with a cluck. The morning sun shone on the river, and the water surface was sparkling. Babu Tubo watched the hens walking around the river and smiled with satisfaction. Bammo! Now, it's time for it to go to the chicken coop to pick up eggs. However, before Babu Tubo entered the house, he saw a large group of Meltans squeezed in from the fence. Babu Tubo was shocked. Bammo! The Meltans looked at it with their round eyes. After a long while, they didn't see anything new. Bammo? Babu Tubo touched his head in confusion, turned around and went back to work. Flying into the chicken coop, after a night, the hens laid many eggs, one after another lying on the ground of the chicken coop. Bammo! Babu Tubo's heart was filled with the joy of a good harvest. And just at this moment, the group of Melotan followed in. After seeing Babu Tubo's actions, they also imitated him. The Melotans formed a group of 2 or 3, picked up the eggs with their silver hands, and put them into the basket like Babu Tubo. Seeing this, Babu Tubo was confused. After a while, it realized what the Meltans were doing. They thought they could get bottle caps by doing this. To thank the Meltans for their help, Babu Tubo quickly flew back and brought back a bunch of bottle caps. After the Meltans ate the bottle caps, they worked even harder. In just a few minutes, all the eggs in the chicken coop were moved to the basket by them. Bammo! Babu Tubo was stunned. After picking up the eggs, Babu Tudger flew to the roof of the chicken coop, ready to bask in the sun and let the warm sunlight shine on its fur. For a long-haired Pokemon, leisurely basking in the sun is the most relaxing and comfortable moment of the day. Babu Tudger flew to the roof, and the Meltans looked up at it from below. Babu Tudger noticed this scene and flew down again, carrying the group of Meltans to the roof to bask in the sun together. Meltans surrounded Babu Tubo and looked up at its hammer. Noticing their gazes, Babu Tubo quickly put away the hammer. Bammo! When Naoki returned home from the Brewing Light Gym after a day of work, this was what he saw. On the roof of the chicken shed, Meltans were sleeping around Babu Tubo. The evening sun shone on them, making them look very warm. Huh? Seeing this scene, Naoki was a little surprised. How did Babu Tubo play with Meltan? Soon, he heard what happened today from Golden. After hearing this, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. What is this? Is Gaylord Hero Ranch reemployed? Rape Crown came to the ranch as a farmer, and the 2 Snow Kings, Lingioma and Zubeoma, became horse breeders after coming to the ranch. Meltan became an egg carrier after coming to the ranch. What professions will Song Xiang and Zangren change to? Guardians of the Gate? A strange idea emerged in Naoki's mind. However, Naoki could only think about it, as Song Xiang and Zong Marant still had their own missions to complete. And after defeating Wuji Taina, they would most likely return to the Waimei Forest to live in seclusion again, just like they did 1,000 years ago. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the Meltans were settled in the ranch and became a member of the ranch. I don't know if it's because Babu Tubo's hammer contains the power of the King of the Bud Crown King. The Meltans listened to it very much. Every morning, they would follow Babu Turd to the chicken coop to help. But Crown often stood aside and watched all this. Looking at his gratified eyes, he should also be happy for Meltan. Because there is no darkness here, there is no crisis, and there are many Pokemon to play with. Sometimes, forgetting the past is not a sad thing, but Crown thought. With the arrival of winter, the temperature gradually dropped. In mid-November of the 202nd year of the League calendar, with the arrival of the first heavy snow, the first competition of the Padia League was officially held. Naoki watched all the games at home. Trainers from all over the world competed fiercely at the Padia League headquarters. Thanks to the local crystallized nature of Padia, the popularity of this league competition directly exceeded the league conference of the Old Alliance Kanto region. The surge in tourists has brought great development to all walks of life in Padia. The entire Padia region presents a thriving scene. UCI was so happy that he could hardly close his mouth. The annual gym badge collection trip is over, and gym leaders from all over the country have entered their vacation period. Another heavy snowfall has arrived. Early in the morning, Naoki moved the beehives outside into the glass greenhouse. The air conditioner in the glass greenhouse is on warm air, blowing 24 hours a day, and the flowers here are very bright. The 3 bees and Butterfree all stayed in this place. Naoki stored enough treacle and honey here, which is enough for these Pokemon to survive this winter. After leaving the glass greenhouse, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes swept over, and Naoki rubbed his hands because of the cold. He looked at Golden, who followed him, and said, let's go home." Ah gah! One person and one Pokemon walked forward against the wind and snow, and after entering the room and closing the door, the wind and snow outside were completely isolated. The heating in the room was sufficient, and the heat from the lava worms was continuously transmitted to every corner of the room through the pipes. The Pokemon stayed by the fireplace with a comfortable look on their faces, dozing lazily. Seeing Naoki coming back, Chishu, who was pregnant, hurried forward, brushed the snow off his clothes, and asked, "Is everything okay in Alola?" "I've already told Kachi," Naoki said. "He is willing to help us continue to look after the ranch there." "That's good." This winter, Naoki still did not go to Alola to spend the winter, because it is almost December now, and Chishu's due date will soon be approaching. At this time, if there are any accidents, it will be bad if there are bumps. To be on the safe side, Naoki decided to stay in the ranch with his family this year, and Kachi will continue to help take care of Alola. With the lava worms and cold-proof food, it won't feel cold. Now that the child is older, it seems a little inconvenient for Chishu to do anything. Fortunately, Naoki and AI Guancher are around and can help take care of it. Gulin ran to the fireplace and lay down, and Naoki also helped Chishu sit on the sofa. "Where is Sylvian?" Chishu asked. "Still training with Articuno on the World Tree," Naoki said. "In order to defeat the dragon and become a hero, Sylvian is working very hard now. According to the plan made by Naoki, it goes to the World Tree every day and eats Articuno's Freezing Beam and Blizzard to train its resistance to ice attribute moves, just like the martial arts bear master in the past. The upgrade seeds brought back by Mew and Baby Bear were kept by Naoki, and he was going to use them when Sylvian's strength broke through to a certain level." "Are Baby Bears coming back soon?" Chishu asked again. Chishu nodded. "The Baby Bears just called me yesterday and said they are on their way back." "Great, this way we can celebrate the new year together." Chishu's eyes were full of anticipation. This was her first new year at the ranch after she got married. Chishu smiled and suddenly thought of something. It was the end of the year now, and the main storyline in the Unova region should have ended, right? In the past 2 months, he has been busy working at the gym, and he also has to take care of the ranch, so he didn't pay too much attention to the things in the Unova region. Because Reshiram and Zekrom are now in his hands, no matter how powerful Plasma Group is, it can't cause much trouble. Thinking of this, Naoki used Rotom's mobile phone to search for news about Plasma Group on the internet. Soon, he found relevant information. See through the truth, Plasma Group is actually a cult organization. Interpol infiltrated it and successfully collected evidence of Plasma Group's crimes, and arrested its leader Kishis and other leaders. Huh? Interpol took action? Naoki was a little surprised. What about N? Where did N go? He tried to continue searching, but could not find any information about N. But it was good this way. In this way, the crisis in the Unova region would be resolved, and ADK could relax a little. This was a good result. After this year, it would be the year 203, and Xiaoji's journey would also come to the Kalos region, and the story of the Kalos region would officially begin. Team Flare, Fladali, Zernia as the god of life, Yveltal the god of death, and Zygarde. By then, Mega Evolution will officially appear in the eyes of the whole world. Unfortunately, there are only a few Pokemon in the ranch that can Mega Evolve, neither Gultrin, Motor Lizard nor Babbage. Otherwise, Naoki really wants to make a Mega Evolution bracelet to realize his middle school dream. However, what Naoki cares more about is the plot about Hoopa. He wants to invite Hoopa to join the ranch, so that he can use Hoopa's light wheel to travel freely around the world. Chapter 595. On November 20th, 202 of the Alliance calendar, the heavy snow that had been falling for several days finally stopped. Early in the morning, when Naoki opened the door, he saw that the outside world was completely covered in ice and snow. The thick white snow buried the roads and the ranch, making it inconvenient to even go to the town. Pokemon of all sizes poked their heads out from behind Naoki and observed the situation outside. Naoki turned around and saw this scene, and asked with a smile, "Would you like to go with me to sweep the snow?" Gah! The motorcycle lizard shivered. It wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was a stress reaction to the cold wind blowing on its body. Babu Tupo was not afraid of the cold. It patted its chest and flew out of the house. Partner Eevee carefully stretched out its paw pad and touched the snow in front of it. The next second, a chill spread through its paw pad and spread throughout its body. Partner Eevee shivered and quickly retracted its paw pad. "You? If it's cold, go play in the living room." Naoki looked up at the sky. The snow has stopped, and the sun is about to come out. It should be warmer at noon, so you can come out and play then. Building snowmen, having snowball fights, playing hide-and-seek in the snow maze, there are many games in winter that can't be played in other seasons. You? The EVs, led by their partner EV, nodded repeatedly, and they can come out and play then. Seeing this scene, Widow Bear Master sighed silently, and without saying anything, he turned around, picked up the shovel, and walked outside to help Naoki shovel the snow. Naoki watched this scene with a smile. Master Widow Bear was really reliable. Ah, gah! Gulton, who was standing by, saw this scene, and picked up a shovel and started working. Naoki was already used to this kind of thing. He took another shovel as if nothing had happened, and with the help of several Pokemon, he shoveled the snow blocking the road to one side, and shoveled out several roads. One leading to the chicken house, one leading to the Pokemon house, one leading to the underground cave. After everything was done, Babu Tubo directed Meltan to move a food box full of food out of the house. The Meltans were full of fighting spirit, and worked hard. There were 4 Meltans on each side of the box. They carried the box on their shoulders, and moved forward. The leading Meltan stood on the top of the box, and commanded the other 8 Meltans. They transported the food box to the stable, carried the black radish and ice radish inside, and put them into the trough of the spirit horse, and the snowstorm horse. Then, the Meltans carried the food box to the shed of the Mount Goat, the hut of the big milk tank, and the braided sheep, and the underground cave of the saltstone giant, and the 3 moles, and delivered food to them. After all the work was done, the Meltans returned to the living room, chirping and waiting for dinner. The little sister AI butler brought them a large box of breakfast mixed with bottle caps and gold coins, and placed it in front of the Meltans. The Meltans immediately ate happily. At the same time, in the ranch, Naoki had already started to use the shoveled snow to build a snow maze for Pokemon to play hide-and-seek. The maze was located in an open space. In order to build the maze better, Naoki specially found a spatula to compact and smooth the white and soft snow, piled it together, and piled up a maze wall that was almost 2 meters high. It took Naoki a whole morning to build this maze. They moved almost all the snow in the pasture, and the surrounding snow here. At noon, the Pokemon who were warming themselves in front of the fireplace at home heard Naoki shout. They ran out, and saw a beautiful snow maze in the pasture. "Boy!" the EVs exclaimed in unison. The playful Eruption and Saifuga had already run up to observe excitedly. "Okay, let's go play hide-and-seek inside," Naoki said with a smile. The Pokemon cheered, and then rushed into the snow maze that Naoki had spent a whole morning building, and started playing the game. "Would you guys go play with everyone?" Naoki looked at the Martial Bear Master and Gulton beside him. However, the 2 Pokemon thought they were big Pokemon, and they could no longer roll around in the snow like small Pokemon. Therefore, Martial Bear Master and Gulton shook their heads and rejected the proposal. Naoki suddenly remembered that the 2 of them had been busy with him for the whole morning. "You must be tired after working all morning, right? Then let's go back and rest together. We can have lunch later." He had already seen smoke coming out of the chimney. Hearing this, Golden and Wudao Xiongche readily agreed. 1 person and 2 Pokemon returned home. Naoki turned around and saw Chishu preparing lunch in the kitchen. He quickly stepped forward to take over the work. "Didn't you say you don't want to do this?" AI Guancher, the sister who was helping out, was helpless. AI. It had already advised. Chishu smiled foolishly. "It's not a hard job, huh? Why are your hands so red?" Naoki looked down, and saw that his hands were red like a pig's hoof. "I went to build a snow maze for the Pokemons. I guess they were frozen by the snow." Naoki didn't care much. Anyway, he was in good health. Chishu touched it, and immediately exclaimed, "It's so cold." Naoki was afraid that she would be frozen, so he quickly pulled his hand out, squatted down, and looked at the lava worms eating the fruit under the stove. "It will be ready after a while. It's okay, you can go and have a rest. Leave lunch to me and my sister." The sister AI Guancher nodded in agreement. Aya. It went forward to help Chishu, trying to help her sit on the sofa in the living room. Chishu could only reluctantly agree. Okay then. After they left, Naoki hummed a little song while cooking lunch for everyone. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and 3 petite figures flew in from outside excitedly. Naoki turned around and saw that the expedition team of heroes, who had been traveling outside for several months, had finally returned to the ranch. Naoki was not too surprised about their return, because Baby Bear had told him about it a few days in advance using Rotom's mobile phone. "Back? Are you happy traveling outside?" Naoki asked. "Yes." Baby Bear nodded happily. Mew and Victini were also very happy. This time, they brought back a lot of gifts for Naoki. After the little sister AI Guancher settled the strange tree, she turned around and took out some honey bread, honey sweet tea, and snacks such as baofan for the baby bears. After running around for so long, they should have been hungry a long time ago, right? Sure enough, the 3 Pokemon immediately started to feast on the snacks after seeing them. They rushed on the road against the wind and snow, and now they finally returned to the ranch. Both the baby bear and Mew felt relaxed at this moment. Naoki put the ingredients into the pot, covered it, and started to cook the soup. While he was there, he went to the living room and watched Mew and Baby Bear. Victini was performing a food show in front of him. Gift 1. Baby Bear wiped his mouth and nodded his head vigorously. He took out his travel backpack. There was some snow on the small travel backpack. Naoki guessed that they must have come back from the Unova region in the snow and wind. Baby Bear opened the zipper and began to take out the things inside. "I mean, this is a treasure I found in a cave," the baby bear said while holding a huge golden bead. Sure enough, the Pokemon with the picking up ability can't resist the golden jewels, Naoki thought. Independent Main. This is the fruit given to us by the Pokemon we helped. The huge golden bead, fruit, glass marbles, round stones. The baby bear took out the treasures he had picked up one by one. During this time, Mew and Victini also joined in. Mew was holding a plastic flower, and Victini was holding a large, brightly colored mushroom. Meow. Nini! This is the treasure they brought back, Naoki. Mew and Victini were also infected by the bear babies picking up. He glanced and found that Mew was holding an ordinary plastic flower, while Victini was holding a poisonous mushroom. Toxic mushrooms, inedible ingredients, but a favorite of some poisonous Pokemon. Naoki, Meow? Meow was a little confused. Didn't Naoki like it? This flower is very magical. It will never wither, so it picked it up. Naoki realized that although this plastic flower looks ordinary, in Menghuan's opinion, this flower that will never wither is probably very precious. He took the flower and put it in a vase. "Thank you, Menghuan, I like it very much." Meow. Menghuan was very happy. And Victini thought of the mushroom soup that Baby Bear and Menghuan mentioned. It held a poisonous mushroom and said excitedly, "Nini." Naoki, "Wait, that's a poisonous mushroom. You will faint after eating it." Nini? Victini was shocked. It saw that the color of this mushroom was so beautiful. The brighter the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. Naoki explained to Victini that there were no poisonous Pokemon in the ranch, so they couldn't use this mushroom. But this was also a little thought from Victini. Naoki finally accepted the poisonous mushroom. The baby bear's gift was not over yet. It touched the backpack, and finally took out an iron box from it. Naoki saw the words Feiyun Ice Cream written on it at a glance. What? The baby bear was quite excited. It opened the lid and revealed the ice cream inside, which was as white as clouds. This was the gift they prepared for Naoki. Feiyun Ice Cream, a specialty of the Unova region, is said to be a treasure that cannot be bought in other regions. They heard about this from the local Pokemon in Feiyun City. Naoki also saw the information about Feiyun Ice Cream at this time. Feiyun Ice cream produced in Feiyun City in the Unova region, which can cure all abnormal conditions of a Pokemon. Huh? Feiyun Ice Cream actually has such a magical effect? Naoki was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, it was not easy to buy this kind of ice cream, because even in Feiyun City, it was limited to purchase, and it was said that each person could only buy it once a day. It seems that Baby Bear has put a lot of effort. I like this gift very much. Naoki reached out and touched the baby bear's head. What? At noon, In order to celebrate the return of the expedition team, Naoki prepared a very sumptuous lunch for them. After lunch, the long-term uninterrupted travel made the baby bear and the dreamy ones exhausted, so after filling their stomachs, the three Pokemons fell asleep on the sofa. Naoki sat aside and watched the scene. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the first time he saw the baby bear. Baby bear is the Pokemon that has changed the most in recent years, Naoki said. Chishu looked over and said, "Huh? Didn't they look like this before?" Naoki hummed, "Before I met Baby Bear, I heard about it from other ranchers. At that time, Baby Bear was very cunning. It often used its cute appearance to cheat other ranchers of food and drink, and stole their honey collection when they were not paying attention." Chishu was stunned. She had never heard Naoki mention this before. What happened next? She couldn't help asking. "Later, Baby Bear came to my ranch. Some things happened in the middle, and then I adopted it. Baby Bear was actually very kind-hearted. At a festival held by local ranchers, it apologized to those ranchers. Later, it met Mew, and then it formed a great hero expedition team with Mew, and began to help those Pokemon in need." Speaking of this, Naoki couldn't help but feel very emotional. The relationship between humans and Pokemon is really magical. Chishu heard what he meant and nodded with a smile. "That's right. Pokemon is the best creature in the world, and many of my fans have been saved by Pokemon." The couple looked at the sleeping Pokemon in front of them silently, and no one spoke again, but the same thought emerged in their hearts: it's great to meet them. After the heavy snow, Naoki began to prepare for the New Year's goods this year. On a sunny day, he drove his old pickup truck and took Golden to Jichin town to buy a lot of things. Vegetables, steaks, New Year gifts for Pokemon, new clothes for him and Chishu, and baby products for their upcoming baby. Milk powder, diapers, small quilts, cribs, etc. Because Chishu's due date is between December and January, it will be too late to prepare by then, so they have to prepare all this in advance. Naoki started to rush back after he had arranged everything. As soon as he sat in the driver's seat, he heard the Rotom phone in his pocket ring. Naoki took it out, and found that it was Yessie who called. He pressed the answer button, and Yessie's face appeared on the other side of the screen. "Happy New Year, Naoki." Yessie greeted him with a smile. Naoki raised his eyebrows. "It seems that it is not the New Year yet. Blessings in advance. I am afraid that the Padilla Alliance will be very busy and have no time. You know, the more things happen at this time." UCI sighed helplessly. "Naoki, thanks for your hard work. By the way, judging by the time, your and Chishu's child should be born soon, right?" UCI asked. Hearing this, Naoki was a little surprised. "How could UCI remember it so clearly? I have prepared the reward I promised you before, but I see that you don't need anything, so I plan to keep it for your child as a talisman." "Amulet?" This aroused Naoki's curiosity. "What is it?" However, UCI smiled and said, "Keep it secret. You will know when the time comes." Naoki, mysterious. UCI seemed to be very busy, because Naoki saw Xinli hurried over and handed her a stack of documents. UCI turned around and said a few words to Xinli, and then said to Naoki, "That's it for now. Remember to tell me the first time the baby is born. I will definitely rush over to visit you immediately when the time comes." Chapter 596. After hanging up Yessie's phone call, Naoki set off for home. The carriage was filled with food and daily necessities. The new year was coming soon, and Naoki planned to stay in the ranch for a while, because this kind of cold weather was the best time to stay at home for the winter. In the afternoon, snowflakes fell from the sky again. Naoki called all the Pokemon into the house, closed the doors and windows, and isolated all the cold wind outside. The Pokemon were playing on the floor, and Naoki was in the kitchen stewing delicious mushroom soup in a pot. This autumn, he picked up a lot of wild mushrooms in the back mountain. He hung all the mushrooms under the eaves to dry and made dried mushrooms. After a nap, Bear Baby, Dream, and Victini regained their original spirits. While Naoki was making soup, they sat in front of the fireplace in the living room with Babu Tubo and others, telling a group of Pokemon about the things they encountered and the friends they made during their travels. Seeing how vividly they talked, Naoki secretly ate several pieces of translation melon seed crisps out of curiosity and eavesdropped on their conversation. There is no way. The evergreen power can only sense the general thoughts of Pokemon, and there is a distance requirement. You must get close to the Pokemon or touch them to understand. In comparison, the translation of melon seeds has a wider range of applications. Meow. We met a Pokemon that sang very well. It was captured by the bad guys, and we helped it defeat the bad guys. It gave us a very nice song to thank us. Me. That's right. Its name is Meloetta. We originally wanted to invite it to live on the world tree, but it refused and returned to the forest with a human to live a secluded life. Meloetta? Naoki was slightly stunned. Is it the Meloetta he knew? If he remembered correctly, while the plasma group in the Unova region was acting, Sakaki of the rocket team was also secretly acting in the Unova region. He formulated the storm plan and wanted to obtain the apparition mirror through Meloetta to control the 3 cloud gods in the Unova region. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by the Great Hero Expedition team. Sakaki would probably be pissed off, but what made Naoki even more curious was what kind of expression he would show when he saw a living Mew. Because Team Rocket has a close relationship with Mew in some ways. Sakaki's mother, the first founder of Team Rocket, learned by chance that Mew was real, so she sent Musashi's mother Miyamoto to find it. However, during the mission, Miyamoto encountered a blizzard and never came back. She died in the mission when Musashi was only 5 years old. It was during that opportunity that Team Rocket got the eyelash fossil of Mew. After Sakaki took over Team Rocket, he started to implement the cloning plan and created the strongest Pokemon Mewtwo. Mew, did the bad guys see you? Naoki asked from a distance. Meow? Mew shook his head, meow. It turned into a toucan, and when the bad guys wanted to attack it, it turned into a Groudon. Then the bad guys were scared away by it. Naoki, that's fine. Chishu was confused. Bad guys? Did Mew meet bad guys? Meow. Mew nodded repeatedly. They were bad guys who specialized in catching Pokemon, Naoki explained. If I'm not mistaken, the bad guys Mew is talking about should be Team Rocket. Team Rocket? Well, they are a criminal gang active in the Kanto and Johto regions. They are very large in scale. I heard that they have infiltrated the Kanto and Johto alliances, Naoki said. Hearing this, Chishu immediately exclaimed, No way, even the alliance has been infiltrated? There is no way. The alliance was just established in the early years, and the situation was not stable. It was more chaotic at that time. Some organizations that capture Pokemon for profit came into being and have continued to this day, Naoki said. So far, the Pokemon alliances in various places have only been established for more than 200 years, and Team Rocket has obviously existed for 60 or 70 years. Then our Paidia alliance should not be infiltrated, right? Chishu was very worried. Chishu smiled and comforted, Of course not. According to my previous travel experience, the security of the Paidia League is one of the best in all regions, and Guandu is so far away from us, it is very difficult for the Rockets to infiltrate. What's more, there is a chief champion like Yessie above. In terms of the professionalism of the champions of the major leagues, Yessie is second, and no one dares to claim to be the first. She will never allow such a thing to happen. And even if the Rockets infiltrate, I am afraid that Yessie will send them out to work the next day. One person will do the work of several people, and then become the second Aoki. That's good. Chishu breathed a sigh of relief. And Naoki looked at Lei Gong lying on the soft carpet not far away, and asked casually, Lei Gong, thank you very much for your help during this period. The work at the gym has been completed. What are your plans for the future? When the baby is born in March next year, Chishu's body will recover, and the gym will be reopened, and he will not be needed to take over. Of course, everything depends on Chishu's health. Hearing this, Lei Gong stood up silently and replied, Everything must be obeyed by Lord Fengwang's orders. The past 10 months of getting along have slightly changed its attitude towards humans. It turns out that not all humans are like that. There are still humans in this world who love Pokemon so much and treat every Pokemon with care. Is Naoki trying to drive it away? Lei Gong thought silently, feeling a little reluctant in his heart. Ho-Oh hasn't communicated with him for a long time, but in winter, Ho-Oh should also be nesting in the world tree, right? Suicune and Nei might be there too. Thinking of this, Naoki invited, In that case, you can stay at the ranch to celebrate the new year this year. Everyone is here. It will definitely be very lively then. Thank you very much. Lei Gong breathed a sigh of relief and spoke in a very polite tone. It turned out that Naoki was not going to drive it away. Last year, Bear Baby and Dream ran to the mysterious labyrinth and did not celebrate the new year with them. This year, they stayed with Victini. Jirachi, Farfetch'd and Oliva are all here. This year's New Year Pokemon are more complete than ever before. Naoki was very happy and bought several more barrels of fireworks, ready to have fun in the ranch. The 202nd year of the Alliance calendar came to an end as Naoki expected. On New Year's Day, it was rare that there was no snow. Early in the morning, Naoki started to work in the kitchen. Some Pokemon stayed with Naoki to help him. Some Pokemon happily played hide-and-seek in the snow maze that Naoki built for them, and some Pokemon took out the blessing letters sent by the townspeople from the mailbox. Some Pokemon from the World Tree also came to visit the ranch. Inai and Suakun, who were curious about the ranch, came to see the Rainbow Warrior and observe how Reiku lived here. Jigglypuff, who worked as a doctor on the tree, also returned home and shared his eggs with the Pokemon on the ranch. Babu Tubo's parents also came here to reunite with him. For a while, the whole ranch seemed very lively. These Pokemon reminded Naoki of the scenes during the Chinese New Year when he was a child. At that time, his parents were also busy in the kitchen preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, while he and his friends were playing outside with firecrackers and fireworks. Now it's his turn, he has become an adult, and the Pokemon have become children. Thinking of this, Naoki was full of emotion. Chishu sat on the sofa, stroking her belly, and watching the scene around her with a smile. In order to make Chishu happy, after learning that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were also celebrating the New Year with him, Naoki secretly invited them to the ranch to celebrate the New Year together. When Chishu saw her parents, she was stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. "Silly child, what are you staring at? Don't you recognize us?" Chishu's mother said with a smile. Chishu reacted quickly. She turned around and looked at Chishu, and sure enough, she saw a familiar smile on his face. At this moment, Chishu felt that she was surrounded by great happiness. She went forward and hugged her mother, and shouted happily, "Mom! Hey, good child, go and rest for a while." Chishu's mother helped her daughter sit on the sofa. The father-in-law also looked at this scene with a gentle expression at this moment. He looked at his son-in-law and nodded with satisfaction. He could see that their daughter was living very happily here. Naoki smiled and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. After a while, Chishu's mother also came to the kitchen to help cook, and the two prepared a large table of dishes together. The family had a meal together. In the afternoon, after Chishu's mother gave her daughter some instructions, she returned to Nyangwang City with her husband. After they left, Chishu turned around and threw herself into Naoki's arms. "Thank you." Naoki patted her back gently. "We are all family. There is no need to say thank you." Ai. The sister Ai Guancher beside him also nodded softly. Chishu's face immediately bloomed with a bright smile. "I am really happy to meet you." At this moment, Chishu suddenly felt a pain in her stomach, and then a hot stream flowed down her thighs, and she hissed. "What's wrong?" Chishu immediately noticed something was wrong. Chishu lowered his head, looked at his legs, and said in a trembling voice, "Yang, the amniotic fluid broke, the baby is about to be born." Hearing this, Naoki felt a rumble in his head. He quickly kept calm, turned around and looked around, and said to his sister Ai Guancher, "Sister, help me take care of it, I go drive." Ai. Sister Ai Guancher was also very nervous at this moment. Naoki quickly brought a blanket, and put it on the passenger seat. He inserted the car key into the keyhole, quickly drove the car to Chishu's side, and then got out and carried Chishu into the car. Sister Ai Guancher was full of worry. Naoki started the car and said to it, "Sister, help me take care of the house, don't worry, it's okay." Ai. The younger sister Ai Guancher nodded repeatedly. After that, Naoki quickly started the car. Golden, who followed him habitually not far away, seemed to have sensed something when he saw this scene. It seemed to have sensed something, and ran forward quickly on the snow, and jumped onto the back of the car a second before the car started. The car had already started at this time. Naoki heard the movement and looked back, and saw Golden looking over at him, while leaning on the car. "Golden, what are you doing here? It's so cold outside," Naoki asked. However, the only response he got was, "Aw gosh." Naoki had no choice but to drive Golden out of the ranch and call his father-in-law and mother-in-law who had just left to tell them that Chishu was about to give birth. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital in Zichin town. After hearing that someone was about to give birth, the nurses on duty immediately pushed the pregnant woman into the operating room. Before entering the operating room, Naoki held Chishu's hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, it's okay, Pokemon and I are by your side." Chishu was already sweating. She held Chishu's hand tightly, nodded gently, and then was sent to the operating room by a nurse wearing a nurse's cap. Chishu forced himself to calm down, and Gulatin stayed by his side, also looking at the operating room. After a while, Chishu's parents also rushed over. After hearing the current situation, they accompanied Chishu and waited anxiously outside. About an hour later, accompanied by a loud cry, the door of the operating room was opened, and a nurse came out holding a blanket, and said to the waiting family members, "Congratulations, it's a girl." Naoki stood up immediately. When he saw the child for the first time, he was stunned. Is this child his child? He is a father. An unprecedented strange feeling rose from the bottom of Naoki's heart. He reacted quickly and looked up and asked, "Where is my wife?" "Don't worry, the mother is also very healthy. She is inside. Do you want to go see her?" the nurse asked. Naoki nodded and said, "Mom and Dad, you take care of the baby first, I go see Chishu." "Okay." The couple quickly took the baby from the nurse, and they were equally excited. They were going to be grandparents. Naoki walked into the operating room quickly and saw Chishu lying there. He quickly checked Chishu's condition and was relieved to see that she was just a little pale and there was nothing wrong with her. "How do you feel?" Chishu had just given birth and didn't have much strength. She gently held Naoki's hand and said softly, "Where's the baby?" "Mom and Dad are here too. The baby is with them. Don't worry. The baby is healthy. It's a girl. We call her Xiaoshu from now on." The couple had thought of this name a long time ago. If it's a girl, we call her Xiaoshu. If it's a boy, we call him Yushu. Chishu slowly closed her eyes, and then opened them again. She felt relieved and said in a very light voice, "I'm so sleepy." "Then take a nap. Mom and Dad are here too," Naoki said softly. Hearing this, Chishu fell asleep peacefully. Almost the baby pushed her to the ward, and Jishu followed. Chishu's parents and Golden also came here. Chishu then looked at the child in his arms seriously, and with excitement, he reached out and gently touched her little hand. "Jac? Golden, you can also touch her. Her name is Xiaoshu. She is our child," Chishu said to it. Golden's golden pupils revealed unprecedented tenderness, and it stretched out its claws very lightly and gently touched the baby's little hand. At this moment, Golden said to the child in front of him in his heart, "Jac. Little master, I'm back." Chapter 597. On the hospital bed, Chishu, who had just given birth, was still sleeping. Beside the bed was a baby incubator of the same model as the one in Pokemon, and the child had fallen asleep inside. Chishu's parents stood by and looked at their granddaughter with a loving smile. Even the father-in-law, who always had a stern face, showed a gentle smile at this moment. Naoki thought that Chishu would have no strength after giving birth, so he left the place to his mother-in-law and father-in-law to take care of her, and he took Golden home and cooked a pot of goat milk porridge in the small kitchen at home to nourish the body. The Pokemon in the ranch didn't know what happened yet. When they saw Naoki coming back, they all ran forward to ask, "Bamo? Meow? Emo?" While Naoki was cooking porridge, he smiled and replied, "The baby in Chishu's belly was born." Hearing this, the Pokemon around him immediately showed shocked expressions on their faces. They all turned their heads and looked around, trying to find the baby, but they found nothing. "Meow? Where's the baby?" Mew asked. "They are in the hospital. Do you want to go see them?" Naoki asked as he poured the cooked porridge into the thermos. "Meow." The Pokemon, led by Mew, nodded. "Well, I take you there," Naoki said with a smile. Babu, Mew, Bear, Victini, Frosty, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, Frog, Dream Demon, Magnemite. Hearing Naoki's words, Reiku, who was watching silently not far away, also stood up and walked over there. Entii and Suakun, who were visiting, were puzzled. "What are you doing?" they asked. Reiku's voice was deep and full of magnetism. "Don't you want to go and see the child of the Rainbow Hero?" A minute later, Naoki had just put the Pokemon in his home into the Pokeball when he saw the three sacred beasts walking in front of him. Naoki was slightly stunned. "What's wrong?" "Suakun, Thunder God wants to see your child." Reiku's eyes widened immediately. "You want to see it yourself?" "Naoki, The three sacred beasts are interested in his child." Naoki was a little confused, but since they wanted to see it, let's just go together. When Naoki brought a large group of Pokemon to the hospital ward, Chishu's parents were stunned. Chishu's father looked at the three majestic, beast-like Pokemon and stood there speechless. Legendary Pokemon? After a long time, he looked at Naoki and asked, "Are they all Pokemon you captured?" Naoki didn't know what to say, so he thought for a while and replied, "We are friends." "Friends?" Chishu's father murmured these two words. He had seen Naoki when he was the gym leader of the Brewing Light Gym. At that time, he had seen Reiku, and learned from other viewers that it was a legendary Pokemon and an organization. In addition to Reiku, there were two other legendary Pokemon in that organization, Entii and Suakun. And now, the two next to them should be Entii and Suakun, right? Now, he admired his son-in-law more and more. "The baby is there. Go see her. Be careful not to wake her up," Naoki said to Miu and the others. Kiki had woken up, and Naoki sat beside the bed and fed her the goat milk porridge he'd brought. And the Pokemons gathered around the incubator with curiosity, observing the baby inside. Meow? Is this Naoki's baby? Miu asked. Me. The bear baby nodded repeatedly. Victini looked at the baby in the incubator with bright eyes. Nini. She is so cute. Not only Victini had this idea, but Indie, Suakun and Reiku also had this idea. Indie put his big head close to sniff the smell of the human baby, and then communicated with Suakun and Reiku through telepathy. She smells like the rainbow hero. Suakun was very elegant. Not only that, I also felt a strong natural force, just like the energy on the world tree. Hearing what Indie and Suakun said, Reiku also wanted to come forward to smell it. But before he could get close, the baby in the incubator suddenly woke up, and the soft little hands fluttered, grabbing its beard randomly. Reiku was startled, but he didn't dare to move, for fear of scaring the baby in front of him. Then, a loud cry came from the incubator. This movement immediately attracted the surrounding Pokemon to look at Reiku. Indie scolded, "You woke her up." Reiku didn't dare to move, and his body froze in place. Is he hungry? Naoki walked forward with a smile, and took the child out of the incubator. He had experience in this kind of thing. He also took care of Eevee just hatched from the egg in this way. Thunder God felt relieved, retreated to the back with Suakun and Indie, and lay on the floor to watch this scene. Give it to me. After drinking the goat milk porridge cooked by Naoki, Chishu felt full of strength in her body. She sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, took the baby from Naoki's arms, and began to feed her. Seeing this, Chishu's father automatically found an excuse to go outside for some fresh air to avoid it. Chishu's mother sat by the bed, looking at her daughter, with a face full of satisfaction. From today on, you are also a mother, so you must be more cautious in the future. Got it, Mom. Naoki and the Pokemon sat on the other side to help. After the baby ate a few bites, smacked his lips a few times, and then began to feel drowsy again. Newborn babies are like this, sleeping 20 hours out of 24 hours a day. Naoki helped her wipe the milk stains from her mouth, then gently covered her with a small blanket, and the baby soon fell asleep. Motorcycle Lizard stood by, and Naoki asked, "Motorcycle Lizard, do you want to touch her?" Gale? Naoki nodded. Motorcycle Lizard then carefully stretched out his hand, and gently touched the baby's face. Because it was too soft, Motorcycle Lizard was startled and quickly withdrew his hand, fearing that he would accidentally hurt her. Gale. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it's okay. Naoki smiled and said, when she grows up a little bit, you can play with her outside. Gaw. Motor Lizard was looking forward to it. Meow and Victini were floating beside them, looking at the baby with their big round eyes. Naoki took out his Rotom phone, took a photo with a click, and then posted a circle of friends. Wing King, safe birth, the best gift for the new year. Picture.jpg soon. This circle of friends received likes and comments one after another. Yesy, congratulations. I will visit you there as soon as the work of the Alliance is done in a few days. ADK, ha ha, I finally waited for this day. Congratulations, Naoki, you are going to be a father too. I have prepared a gift for you. Just wait at home. Dante, Sonia, Sirona, Professor Oak, Daigo and others also congratulated him. Naoki thanked them one by one. At the same time, the Pokemon on the World Tree also saw the circle of friends that Naoki posted. In the reverse world, Giratina didn't know what it meant at first. After the detailed explanation from Rotom, it immediately widened its eyes. What? Such a big thing, Naoki didn't even tell it. No, it wants to join in the fun too. Giratina twisted its huge body, stood up and rushed away. On the World Tree, the Ho-Oh, who was standing on a branch, also saw the circle of friends. It didn't say anything. After sensing the location of the rainbow hero, the Ho-Oh spread its wings and flew away, leaving a gorgeous rainbow in the sky. At the headquarters of the Expedition Guild, Mutuo looked at the circle of friends on the phone screen in silence. Is that Naoki's child? Humans gave birth to new offspring in this way. If it had not been cloned, would it have been born in this way? Mutuo enlarged the picture and looked at the human cub in the photo. She looked so young and slept so sweetly. On the New Year's Day of the 202nd year of the Alliance calendar, auspicious signs suddenly appeared in the town of Zichin. Countless people witnessed the legendary Pokemon Ho flying over the town, leaving a beautiful rainbow in the sky. Points of light fell from the sky, as if they were sending blessings for something. The townspeople were shocked, and the trainers on the street excitedly chased the figure of the Phoenix King, while some ordinary townspeople happily looked at the back of the Phoenix King and prayed for their families. Many people thought this was a good omen, because the Phoenix King was a Pokemon that represented auspiciousness and happiness, and its appearance would definitely bring happiness to those who saw it. In the hospital, the three sacred beasts that were lying on the floor seemed to suddenly feel something, and they stood up suddenly and said, "Lord Phoenix King is here." Phoenix King? Naoki was a little surprised. Legong didn't say anything. He came to the window and swooped out. After a while, he jumped up with a rainbow feather in his mouth. When Naoki saw the feather, he was slightly stunned. Legong walked to the baby incubator with the feather in his mouth, lowered his head, and put the feather on the baby. They already understood the purpose of Lord Phoenix's appearance. Lord Phoenix was sending blessings to Naoki's baby. This is really... After a short moment of shock, Naoki also understood what Lord Phoenix meant. He walked to the window and saw a gorgeous rainbow in the sky. "Thank you, Ho-Oh," Naoki said silently. It is said that Ho-Oh's feathers shining with colorful light can bring happiness to people. For Ho-Oh, this is its best gift, right? At this moment, the lights in the hospital suddenly dimmed, and the shadows in the room suddenly rippled. A gloomy atmosphere began to spread in the ward. The Pokemon who noticed the abnormality became alert. Chishu's parents also looked around in confusion. Naoki suddenly realized what was happening now. He quickly took out his Rotom phone and sent a message to Giratina. "Wing King, don't come out, the room can't accommodate it. I'd bring the baby to you when I get back." "You're kidding, the room is so small, and the Giratin and Dragonite have almost filled the room. If Giratina, a behemoth nearly 3 meters tall, comes, won't it break the roof directly?" After this message was sent, the shadows surrounding the surroundings suddenly stagnated, and after a moment, the surroundings returned to normal, and the flashing light stopped. Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. What was that noise just now? Kiki's parents were a little worried. "I don't know, maybe some ghost Pokemon passed by here?" Naoki said. Although the two were puzzled, they didn't know what was going on, so they had to give up in the end. In the afternoon, Naoki asked Kiki and the Pokemon to rest here, and he went to pay the relevant fees alone. "Please wait." A total of 5,200 Alliance coins, cash or online payment? The nurse asked. Naoki was in a hurry this time and didn't bring much cash, so he said, "Let's pay online." "Okay." The nurse finished the operation and then reminded, "Tell the mother to take care of her body when she goes back in the afternoon. It's cold outside, so try not to go out." Naoki was slightly stunned. "You mean, I can go home in the afternoon? No need to stay in the hospital for observation?" "Of course not." The nurse smiled and said, "The mother is in good health and will recover completely in a week at most." "So fast?" Naoki was dumbfounded. "Don't you need to stay in confinement or something?" "What is confinement?" The nurse was a little confused. "It's the recovery period after giving birth," Naoki said. "It's those 7 days." The nurse said, "If the nutrition is adequate, the mother can recover in just 3 days." Naoki, Is the human physique in the Pokemon world so special? This is too exaggerated. What about the baby? Naoki asked again. Does the baby need to be hospitalized for observation? No, your baby is very healthy. When you go back, pay attention to keeping warm, feed her every day, and let her get enough sleep, so that she can grow up healthily. At this point, the nurse paused and said, "You are a trainer, right? Have you taken care of Pokemon that have just hatched from eggs?" "Yes." Naoki nodded. "That's no problem. Just take care of the baby like you take care of Pokemon," the nurse said. Naoki was shocked. Is this too much? This reminded Naoki of the protagonist Coco in the movie Pokemon, The Adventures of Pikachu and Coco. Coco was adopted by a Pokemon named Salud when she was a baby, and later grew up healthy to the age of 10. In that movie, Coco and Salud lived in the wild, and probably only ate tree fruits every day. Even so, he was able to grow so big. So, humans are indeed a kind of Pokemon, right? This incident further confirmed Naoki's guess. He returned to the ward with mixed feelings, and saw his mother-in-law and father-in-law saying goodbye to Chishu there. "We are going back too. Remember to take good care of yourself. We will come to see you again in a while." Chishu replied, "I know." The old couple turned back and gave Naoki some instructions, then said goodbye to the two and turned to leave Jichin town. After they left, Naoki also began to pack up. In order to prevent Chishu from catching a cold on the road, he invited the Bud Crown King, and asked the Bud Crown King to use instant teleportation to directly transfer Chishu and the baby to his home. He drove the pickup truck, carrying the Pokemon home. On the way, Snowflakes fell from the sky again. Naoki didn't feel a bit cold in his heart. From today on, he would be a father too. Gulton, I will be a father too. Naoki happily shared his feelings with Gulton. Ah gah. Gulton was also sincerely happy. What do you think she will be like when she grows up? Will she like Pokemon as much as I do? Naoki couldn't help but imagine the future. A cute little girl sitting under the eaves waiting for him to come home, throwing herself into his arms, and calling him daddy in the future. Gulton, you know, I'm really happy. Naoki whispered, this is a feeling that can't be expressed in words. Ah gah. Gulton still responded happily. When the time comes, we will watch her grow up together. I wonder if she is willing to inherit my ranch in the future. Or become a trainer. Naoki murmured. Ah gah. Gullerton didn't know about this, because it had never seen such a distant future. Anyway, as long as she is happy. Naoki figured it out, the important thing is never the ranch, but where the Pokemon are. Gullerton, where they are, their home is there. The old pickup truck drove towards the ranch, and their home in the snow. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground. Naoki got out of the car, and took Gullerton into the living room. There was a crib in the living room, with a soft cushion in the bed, and their baby was lying on it, dreaming sweet dreams in the firelight of the fireplace. The sister AI Guancher stood gently beside, coaxing the baby to sleep. The three holy beasts lay on the floor, and looked in this direction. Dream, Victini, Jirachi, and Baby Bear sat by the crib. The Bud Crown King floated on the other side, looking down at the baby inside. Seeing Naoki coming back, the Bud Crown King raised his head and looked at him, with a kind smile on his face. Congratulations, Naoki. The Bud Crown King said. Naoki grinned and nodded. Yeah. Chishu also walked out of the room. Seeing her, Naoki asked quickly, don't you need to rest for a while? Chishu was very confused. I don't know why, after drinking the goat milk porridge you cooked, I felt as if I had endless energy in my body, as if I was completely healthy again. Naoki, life goat milk actually has such an effect on pregnant women. Are there any other discomforts? Naoki asked. Chishu shook his head. No, I feel better than before. That should be the reason for the life goat milk. Naoki said. Hee hee, this way I don't have to lie in bed for so long. Chishu laughed. Naoki felt like he was almost turning into an old woman. It's better to pay more attention. It's too cold outside. You should stay at home these days, and don't go out. Chishu also knew that Naoki was concerned about him, so he nodded and said, I know. After settling the baby and the strange tree, Naoki contacted Giratina, and told it that it could come to the ranch to see the baby. Just after sending the message, Naoki received another message from Mutuo. Mutuo asked, can it go to see the baby? Naoki readily agreed. Not long after, the shrunken Giratina and Mutuo arrived at the ranch. Mutuo silently looked at the sleeping baby in the crib, wondering what he was thinking. Giratina poked his head out, and got close to observe the human cub inside. Suddenly, the baby inside seemed to sense some terrible breath, and opened his eyes uneasily. The next second, the four looked at each other. Giratina grinned, revealing a ferocious smile on his face. Waha! A loud cry came from the crib. Giratina, Naoki, Giratina looked too scary. Chishu chuckled, then walked forward and said, the baby should be hungry, I go feed it something. After that, she went forward and picked up the baby, and went to the room to feed the child. Giratina had an expression of disbelief on his face. Does it look so scary? Naoki resisted the urge to laugh and said to Giratina, she is still young and doesn't know you yet. When she grows up, she can play with you. Naoki could feel that his child seemed to have inherited his power of dragon riding and power of Chompan, and that he could help Giratina with a massage. Giratina felt better. It immediately promised, when the time comes, I will take her wherever she wants to go. Okay. Naoki was very happy that he could let his daughter recognize Giratina as her godfather. Giratina left the ranch contentedly and returned to the reverse world. Mutuo also quietly returned to the world tree. Raidong, Inai, and Suikun stayed at the ranch and spent the new year with Naoki's family. The next morning, they went to the world tree and found Ho-Oh. Thunder God reported, Lord Phoenix, I have completed all the tasks of helping the Rainbow Warrior. Emperor Yin asked, Lord Phoenix, what orders do you have next? The Phoenix King looked at them and said, I can feel that the child also has the potential to become the Rainbow Warrior. Before she officially becomes the Rainbow Warrior, I hope you can stay with her and protect her until she grows up, until the day she becomes the Rainbow Warrior. The three sacred beasts were slightly stunned, but still responded respectfully. Yes. At the same time, the ranch also welcomed two guests from afar. One is the chief champion of the Padilla Alliance, Yessie, and the other is the champion of the United Alliance, ADK. Today is January 1st, 203 of the Alliance calendar. At the beginning of the new year, Yessie stayed up late to work overtime yesterday to finish all the work in the Alliance. This morning, she came to visit Naoki and her favorite future Padilla champion. ADK had just solved the crisis of the Plasma Group. Now the United region is clear. He had nothing to do, so he took the morning flight to Padilla. The two champions met in the ranch, greeted each other, and were welcomed into the living room by Jishu and Chishu. Seeing ADK coming from afar, Yessie was a little wary. Could this guy want to snatch talent from her? ADK didn't notice it at all. He smiled and patted Naoki's shoulder and said, "Congratulations. Where's the baby? Let me see it." "Sleeping in the room?" Naoki smiled and took the two into the room. Yessie and ADK took a look at the baby. "Wow, so cute," ADK said, taking out a fiery red egg from his backpack. "This is my birth gift for you." "This is?" ADK grinned. "This is the egg laid by my Vulcan moth. It won't be long before it hatches. By then, it can grow up with your child. By the way, what's her name?" Naoki was slightly stunned. "That's the offspring of the champion-level Vulcan moth." "Xiaoshu," Chishu replied. "Xiaoshu? What a good name." ADK put the egg aside. "Take it. Naoki saved my Vulcan moth. I should have given this gift a long time ago." Hearing this, Yessie quickly understood what happened. It turned out that ADK was not here to compete with her for talent, but to thank her. "This is too precious," Naoki subconsciously said. After all, it was a champion-level Vulcan moth egg, and its value was extremely precious. However, ADK didn't care much. "Compared to your previous help to me, this gift is nothing, and I am also looking for a suitable trainer to entrust the egg to her care. After thinking about it, there is no one more suitable than you." Hearing this, Naoki understood what ADK meant. He did not refuse again, but said, "Then I will thank you on behalf of Xiaoshu." At this time, Yesii also took out a gift from his body. It was a feather that radiated the light of the moon. "This is the reward I promised you before. It took me a lot of effort to find it," Yesii said with a smile. "It is said that it has the power to dispel nightmares and protect the holder, so I thought I would give it to Xiaoshu as a talisman." Naoki's eyes turned to the feather, and the next second, the information of the feather emerged from his mind. Crescent feather, the feather of the dream god Cresselia, which emits a moonlight-like light, and is said to have the power to dispel nightmares. Chapter 598. The feather of the dream god Cresselia. Naoki really didn't expect that the reward that Yessie mentioned before would be this. Cresselia, known as the incarnation of the new moon, is the opposite of the nightmare god Darkrai. Similarly, its power has the ability to make people have beautiful dreams. It is rumored that if you sleep with the feather of Cresselia, you will have a beautiful dream at night, and if you always carry the feather with you, it can protect the holder from nightmares forever. Undoubtedly, this is a very precious gift. Naoki accepted the feather and thanked Yessie earnestly. "Thank you very much, Chief. May his daughter never be disturbed by nightmares." Yessie smiled, leaned down, looked carefully at the child lying in the crib, and said to her softly, "Xiaoshu, you must grow up healthily." Yessie did not stay in the ranch for long. After delivering the gift and seeing the child, she said goodbye to Naoki, and said she was going back to the Padilla Alliance to deal with this year's affairs. It's only the first day of the new year. Is the Padilla Alliance so busy? Naoki was a little surprised. "Well, although we have finished last year's work, we have accumulated a lot of work this year. This period is often the busiest time for the Padilla Alliance," Yesii said. "The weather is very cold, and heavy snow will block roads from time to time, causing traffic accidents. In addition, in this kind of weather, it is difficult for wild fruits to grow, and those wild Pokemon have no way to find food, which will lead to accidents such as some wild Pokemon breaking into the city and causing damage. All these matters, big and small, will be reported to the Padilla Alliance and then handled by the staff of various departments of the Alliance. In short, the work of the Chief Champion is very busy." "I see." Naoki nodded, indicating that he understood. "That's it, see you later." After that, Yesii turned and left. ADK looked at her back and couldn't help but sighed. What a strong woman. What do you mean?" Naoki was a little surprised. ADK's tone was full of praise. "Don't you know? The Chief Champion of Padilla is the President of the Alliance and the Champion at the same time. Yesii is really amazing." After ADK said this, Naoki realized that the Padilla Alliance seemed to have no president of the alliance. UCI has been handling the two affairs of the president of the alliance and the champion at the same time. Isn't this too amazing? At this moment, Naoki finally understood that the Padilla Alliance, from top to bottom, is full of office workers. Admire. Unlike Yessie, ADK was not in a hurry to leave, so the couple invited him to stay at the ranch for lunch. ADK readily agreed. I've missed Naoki's cooking for a long time, and today I can finally eat his dishes. Shishu couldn't help laughing. Naoki smiled and said, Okay, I promise to let you eat enough. It was already late. Naoki simply packed up and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. ADK sat on the sofa and chatted with Naoki from a distance. By the way, the egg will hatch soon, probably in the next few days. Remember to pay more attention to it. So fast? Naoki was stunned. Compared with other bug-type Pokemon, the growth of Volcanus is already very slow. Other bug-type Pokemon can hatch from eggs in just a dozen days, but it takes several months for the incinerator. Adik said. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. As far as he knew, although Volcanus was also a bug-type Pokemon, its growth cycle was as slow as some quasi-god Pokemon. In the game, the incinerator needs to be upgraded to level 59 before it can evolve into the Vulcan Moth. Even the Dragonite only needs to reach level 55 to evolve into Dragonite. It is conceivable how slow the growth cycle of a Pokemon like the incinerator can be. However, this is also within Naoki's expectations, because the Vulcan Moth is a very rare Pokemon, even rarer than the quasi-god Pokemon Triceratops in the Unova region. In the distant past, the incinerator was believed to be the messenger of the sun, and its evolutionary form, the Vulcan Moth, was even portrayed as the god of fire, the incarnation of the sun. These are enough to show how precious the Pokemon Vulcan Moth is, not to mention that this egg is the offspring of the champion-level Vulcan Moth. It seems that ADK is very grateful for his previous help. However, for Naoki, it is really just a small matter. Naoki was full of emotion. Sometimes it is like this. The seeds you planted unintentionally will bloom and bear fruit one day in the future and grow into towering trees. And ADK's friendship is the fruit of that seed. Maybe this is the charm of the Pokemon world. People meet, get to know each other, and become friends because of Pokemon. At noon, Naoki prepared a sumptuous lunch to celebrate his acquaintance with ADK. ADK enjoyed the meal very much. After lunch, he started to talk to Naoki about some recent news in the Kalos region. By the way, Naoki, have you heard about the recent rumors about super evolution in the Kalos region? ADK asked. Super evolution? Naoki was slightly stunned. ADK nodded. Yes, those doctors seem to be called this name. In short, the 3 stages of evolution of Pokemon that we know so far are not their end. Those Pokemon can continue to evolve upwards. Take the Pokemon Niki from the Unova region for example. The first evolution will become Chow Chow Pig, and the second evolution will become Fiery King. According to the original statement, Fiery King seems to be the limit of Niki, but the doctor in the Kalos region said that Pokemon can surpass the limit and continue to evolve upwards. Naoki, So the signs of Mega Evolution have already appeared at this time, but think about it. When Xiaoji set out to travel to the Kalos region, Mega Evolution had already been popularized. The first time, they met Flame Chicken Mask and Mega Flame Chicken is an example. Yes, I have heard of it. Naoki did not hide it. Isn't that the research that Dr. Blatano is currently doing? Yes, it seems to be called Blatano. It's amazing. I didn't expect that Pokemon could evolve again. I wonder if Volcano has that chance. ADK said with longing. Hearing this, Naoki recalled carefully. If he remembered correctly, ADK's Pokemon were Volcano, Agile Bug, Afro Buffalo, Red-Faced Dragon, Double Dodo Ice and Night Snail. Unfortunately, ADK, like him, had no Pokemon in his team that could undergo a super evolution. They really are sympathetic. So, I decided to travel to the Kalos region later, go there to take a look, and look for an opportunity to make the Vulcan Moth super evolve. ADK made a decision. He said. He looked at Naoki. If I encounter the super evolution items of Gulton, I will bring them back to you as soon as possible. Naoki, However, Gulton cannot super evolve at all. But he still said, Thank you very much. I wish you all the best in your trip to the Kalos region. Good luck to you. It was not until the evening that ADK left the ranch and set out on the road back to the Unova region. After he left, Naoki returned to the room and looked at Xiaoshu lying in the crib and the fiery red Pokemon egg beside her. Naoki reached out and touched the egg and immediately felt a very warm temperature from it. With this egg, there is no need to worry about Xiaoshu catching a cold, Naoki said to Chishu next to him. The crib has a lot of space, which can accommodate the egg and Xiaoshu. That's it. Chishu looked at his daughter on the bed tenderly. Chishu remembered what ADK said, that the egg would hatch in a few days. Before that, he had one more thing to do, which was to put the egg into the breeding tree house, and use the power of the breeding tree house to cultivate the egg. The breeding tree house has a very special power. It can draw nutrients from the earth and nature, and then feed them to the Pokemon in the egg. Then it will greatly improve the physical fitness, talent and understanding of the Pokemon in the egg. Thinking of this, Naoki took a look at tomorrow's weather, and found that it was a sunny day tomorrow, so it would be warmer. Forget it, let's just leave it at that for today. I take Xiaoshu and the egg to the breeding tree house tomorrow, Naoki thought. He originally wanted to find a Dragonite on Dragonite Island, who was willing to entrust the egg to Xiaoshu, so that the mini dragon inside would accompany Xiaoshu to grow up. But it would be difficult for Xiaoshu to get along with two Pokemon at the same time, and take care of two Pokemon. One of the three will be ignored, and it would be bad if there was a conflict at that time. After a little thought, Naoki decided to wait until Xiaoshu grew up a little, and let her go to Dragonite Island by herself to see if she could get some recognition from Mini Dragon and Haxorus. Let her continue to sleep here, Naoki said. Chishu nodded gently, and the two of them left the room quietly. But when Naoki just closed the door carefully, he saw Lei Gong, Inai, and Suakun came to the living room at some point. Seeing the three of them, Naoki was slightly stunned. Haven't you returned to the World Tree? As far as he knows, the three sacred beasts of the King of Phoenix should also have their own missions, and it is almost impossible for them to stay on the ranch all the time. In the anime, the three of them are wandering around the world, and Suakun was even caught by humans with a bug net. It's just that it's unknown whether that Suakun and the one in front of him are the same Naoki. Hearing Naoki's question, Suakun said in a soft tone with telepathy, Lord Ho-Oh has arranged a new mission for us. The majestic Inai continued, Lord Ho-Oh saw the possibility of becoming a rainbow warrior from Xiaoshu. Like you, she is a person who inherited the power of nature. Finally, Lei Gong said, so, before she grows up, we have to stay by her side to protect her and guide her until the day she becomes the rainbow warrior. Hearing the words of the three sacred beasts, Chishu covered his mouth in surprise. What? These three legendary Pokemon are going to stay to protect their daughter? But Naoki was also very surprised. He asked uncertainly, did the King of Phoenix arrange for you to do this? The three sacred beasts in front of him nodded in unison. But don't you need to complete your mission? Naoki was very puzzled. As far as he knew, the three sacred beasts all had their own missions to complete. For example, Suakun, using the power of the north wind to purify a polluted water source. However, he heard Inti say in a majestic tone, guiding the chosen person to become the Rainbow Brave, this is our mission. Naoki, that's true. In the movie, Satoshi was also guided by the three of them, and only then did he successfully pass the test, become the Rainbow Brave, and meet the Phoenix King. However, Naoki always had an indescribable feeling about letting the three sacred beasts protect his daughter as she grew up. A strange picture emerged in his mind. When Xiaoshu turned 10, he brought the three sacred beasts to Xiaoshu and told her that these were the three sacred beasts he prepared for her. Naoki, other people's three sacred beasts, Dumbfire Crocodile, New Leaf Cat, Runshui Duck. Xiaoshu's three sacred beasts, Inti, Suakun, Reiku. Then Xiaoshu will ask you to take care of her, Naoki said. Hearing this, the three sacred beasts knew that Naoki agreed to their request to stay. And Naoki cast his eyes on Inti. The Inti in front of Naoki reminded Naoki of the Inti in the theatrical version of Inti, the Emperor of the Crystal Tower. Not to mention, the solemn and dignified look of Inti was quite like the role of a father in the family. Inti seemed a little confused by Naoki's gaze. What are you looking at? Do you know Xiaomei? Naoki suddenly asked. He remembered that the protagonist in that theatrical version was Xiaomei. Yendi played the role of Xiaomei's father. I don't know him. Yendi shook his head. I know. Naoki nodded. The Yendi was indeed transformed from an unknown totem. Yendi was even more puzzled, but his character would not let him dig into the details. If he couldn't figure it out, he simply ignored it. In this way, the three sacred beasts stayed in the ranch. The next morning, when the temperature gradually warmed up, Naoki took out the burning insect eggs and the small tree, and put them in the breeding tree house. Chishu often slept here before, and there was still a blanket in the tree house. In order to keep warm, Naoki called Flareon and asked it to jump into the breeding tree house, and then put the small tree and the eggs of the burning bug in it. Flareon cleverly used its big tail to protect the small tree and the eggs. The heat from its body soon filled the entire tree house, making the surroundings warm. Flareon, I leave this to you. Naoki touched its head. Booey! Flareon nodded happily, feeling very happy that he could help Naoki. Seeing this, other EVs around him also jumped into the breeding tree house. Sylvian, Moon EV, Sun EV, Leaf EV, Jolteon, Partner EV. With the cry of "Bew Bew," a group of EVs surrounded the small tree and the eggs of the burning bug, using their furry fur and body temperature to keep them warm. Seeing this scene, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Thank you everyone. Bew. The three holy beasts lay not far away and watched the scene. They followed the orders of the Phoenix King and guarded the future rainbow hero very professionally. Chapter 599. After Naoki posted it on his WeChat moments, not only ADK and his friends, who were far away in other areas, but everyone in the town also knew about the birth of Naoki's child. At 9 a.m., when Naoki was milking his goats, Mrs. Dantes from the town came to the ranch with a hand-sewn bag. 5 years have passed, and Mrs. Dantes' hair has completely turned white, and the wrinkles on her face have become more and more obvious. But because she has been ordering fresh milk from the ranch for a long time, the old woman is still in good health. Mrs. Dantes, why are you here? Naoki hurried forward. Mrs. Dantes had a kind face and a gentle smile on her face. She opened the bag in her hand and took out a small hand-sewn dress from it. Naoki, I heard from Ivan that your child with Chishu was born, so I came to see you. This is the dress I sewed for her. It is made of wool from a braided sheep and is very warm. Hearing this, Naoki looked at the sweater. The style of the sweater was very cute, but it was impossible to sew it in such a short time. Could it be that Mrs. Dantes had started preparing long ago? Thank you very much. Naoki smiled and thanked him. The child is sleeping over there. Let's go and take a look. Okay. The two came to the tree house, and Mrs. Dantes saw the baby lying in the tree hole, protected by a group of Ibrahimovic. Look at this child. How cute. How soundly she sleeps. Mrs. Dantes showed a happy smile on her face. Have you named her? Yes, call Xiaoshu. Naoki answered. Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu. Mrs. Dantes repeated. Great. This way, we know that you and Chishu are one family. Naoki nodded with a smile. Mrs. Dantes looked after the child for a while, until she felt a little tired. Then she said goodbye to Naoki and returned to the town. The couple saw the old lady off, and when they returned to the ranch, Chishu couldn't help but say, Mrs. Dantes is a nice person. Yes. Naoki nodded. She used to order milk from the ranch. Every time Dragonite came to deliver the milk, she would make some cookies for Dragonite. She likes Pokemon and children very much. However, Mrs. Dantes is old now. After careful calculation, she seems to be 70 years old this year. In a few 5 years, Mrs. Dantes will be 100 years old. However, even in the Pokemon world, there are very few people who can live to be 100 years old. Under normal circumstances, they will die in their 70s or 80s. Naoki sighed. He really hoped that everyone could stay together and live like this forever. Soon, Mayor Thomas also came to see the children. He wore a top hat and a cane, followed by a motorcycle lizard with a scarf. He stood in front of the breeding tree house and watched for a long time. Great, great, in this way, your grandfather can rest assured. As he said this, he wiped the tears from his eyes, raised his head, and looked at the prosperous ranch with emotion. Neat ridges, beautifully maintained gardens, orchards in the distance, stables, chicken coops, goat sheds, milk tanks. Everything is so well organized. Pokemon of all kinds can be seen everywhere in the ranch. This scene is even better than when the ranch was at its most prosperous. We are old. Mayor Thomas sighed. It will depend on you young people in the future. Naoki turned his eyes to Xiaoshu. Yes. He is already 25 years old this year, and he is already approaching 30. In another 5 years, he will become a real uncle. The two stood in front of the breeding tree house with a lot of emotion. Mayor Thomas and the motorcycle lizard mother did not stay here for too long. The affairs of the town were busy. In recent years, the town of Shichin has been in a stage of rapid development. After seeing Naoki's children, he said goodbye to Naoki and turned to leave the ranch. The next visitor was Carrie, who gave Xiaoshu an exquisite wooden toy. Congratulations, Kelly said. Shishu smiled and asked, when do you plan to get married? You can't force this kind of thing. Kelly shook her head and said that in fact, she came here to say goodbye to Jishu. I'm leaving the town of Jichin, Kelly said. Jishu was slightly stunned. Huh? You don't want your store anymore? Don't you know? Kelly asked. What? The town has been very lively recently. The development in the past few years has attracted many investors to the town. Many new shops have been built in the town, and I heard that the Padilla Alliance is planning to build a new port here, Klee said. Naoki understood that the town of Jichin was slowly modernizing, which made it impossible for craftsmen like Klee to continue running the shop. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The more important thing is that I want to go out and take a look, Klee said. I am almost 30 years old. I have been staying in this town for the past 30 years and have never been outside. So, I want to experience the life of traveling with Pokemon. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he understood Klee's idea. He nodded and said, I understand. I wish you a pleasant journey and a safe journey. Best wishes to you. Claire left. Naoki was a little sad that the carpenter, who had helped him build the ranch from the beginning, was leaving. Because the home they live in now, the milk tank hut, the chicken hut, the milk tank shed, etc. were all built with the help of Claire. Naoki sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone has their own life. All he could do was to silently give blessings. Not long after, a light rain fell from the sky. In the continuous spring rain, the cold winter officially ended, and another spring is coming. The snow covering the earth gradually melted, the mountain streams gurgled, and the trees bore fruits. The Pokemon that hibernated in the nests for a winter also left the nests, and jumped onto the fruit trees to pick fresh fruits. The skin of the newborn baby was wrinkled. After these days of growth, the small tree gradually grew and turned into a baby with pink hair and black eyes, looking delicate and cute. I don't know if it's because of the special physique of humans in the Pokemon world, but after that initial period, Xiaoshu rarely cried except when she was hungry. Whenever someone approached, she would open her big cute eyes and look at the person in Pokemon. Just like now, Xiaoshu was lying in the crib, and Jishu was beside her, teasing her. Hello Xiaoshu, I'm Daddy. Jishu was swinging a toy above. As expected, Xiaoshu's eyes were attracted by the jingling toy ball, and she cried out. Call Daddy, Daddy. Naoki stretched out his voice. Xiaoshu, woo. Naoki, Chishu was speechless. She is still so young, how could she call for help? You made her cry, comfort her. Naoki quickly picked up the child, and comforted her, good boy. Just at this moment, Motorcycle Lizard ran in from outside. Xiaoshu's eyes were attracted by Motorcycle Lizard, and then he stopped crying. Gale? Motorcycle Lizard was very confused. Naoki held his daughter's hand, and asked her to touch the Motor Lizard. This is the Motor Lizard. It's Dad's partner. It's very powerful. Xiaoshu, yeah. Gale. The Motor Lizard responded softly, although it didn't understand what the little master was saying. Seeing this, Naoki smiled and asked, Motor Lizard, do you want to try to hug Xiaoshu? Gale? The Motor Lizard was shocked. It looked at the little master in front of it, a little afraid. It's okay, just like me. Just do it gently, Naoki said. The Motor Lizard hesitated for a moment, then slowly stretched out its claws. But soon, it realized that it seemed that it could not hold the child because there was a bulging air bag on its body. Gah! The Motor Lizard was a little distressed, but then it thought of a good idea. It quickly lay on the floor, and switched from standing to riding. In this way, the little master can ride on it. Naoki cooperated and put Xiaoshu on the back of the Motor Lizard, then held it with his hand, and the Motor Lizard walked forward carefully. As a result, a burst of crying came from the room soon. Naoki, Motor Lizard, Chishu helplessly held his forehead. Hey you two. Forget it, give me the child. Naoki obediently handed Xiaoshu to her mother. Chishu began to feed the child, and soon, Xiaoshu, who was full, began to feel drowsy again. Seeing this, Chishu put the child in the crib and let her continue to sleep. But at this moment, the Pokemon egg next to Xiaoshu suddenly lit up a beam of fiery red light. With a slight crack sound, several cracks appeared on the top of the eggshell, and then it broke quietly. The cracks continued to spread, and pieces of eggshells of different sizes slowly fell off from it. The eyes of Naoki and the surrounding Pokemon were instantly attracted by this scene. The red light in the egg became brighter and brighter, and in an instant the whole egg seemed to turn into a fiery red sun. After a while, when the red light dissipated, a Pokemon that looked like a moth larva, with a pair of sky blue eyes and 5 slightly curved red antennae around its head, emerged from the sun. The figure appeared in the picture. Burning Bug, hatched. Chishu had never seen a Pokemon like Burning Bug. she couldn't help but cover her mouth and murmured, "Is this burning bug?" Yes. This was also the first time that Naoki saw a real burning bug. He looked at the burning bug, then walked forward, released the power of evergreen towards it, and conveyed his thoughts. "Burning bug, hello, I am Naoki. This is my daughter, her name is Xiaoshu. From now on, you will grow up together, please take care of me." The newly hatched burning bug's eyes revealed a hint of innocence. Hearing the words of the person in front of it, it turned its head and looked at the sleeping human baby beside it. For some reason, the burning bug felt a familiar feeling from her, making it feel very close. Naoki noticed the burning bug's thoughts. He was a little surprised, but soon thought of a possibility. As we all know, even in Pokemon eggs, Pokemon have some consciousness, and they can simply perceive the situation outside. During this period of time, the burning bug was familiar with the scent of the little tree by sharing a crib with it, so it naturally felt close to the little tree. Seeing the burning bug showing such behavior, Naoki was very happy. From now on, you two have to help each other and grow together. The burning bug looked at the little girl beside it with its blue eyes, and it vaguely realized that it and this girl might always be together in the future, becoming partners and family. The gears of fate began to turn slowly, and just like that, Xiaoshu and her first Pokemon met by fate. Hearing the news of the birth of the burning worm, the sister Ai Guancher, who was good at taking care of Pokemon cubs, came over with some fresh milk and tree fruits. It handed the food to Jishu, who then fed it to the burning worm. Because it consumed some energy to break out of the shell, the burning worm was a little hungry. It looked at the food in front of it, then looked at the human in front of it, then lowered its head and ate slowly. After filling its stomach, the burning bug felt sleepy again. It yawned, lay down beside the girl, closed its eyes, and fell asleep. It finally hatched. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Although ADK had said that it would hatch in a few days, it actually took more than a month for the egg to hatch. In order not to disturb the burning bug and Xiaoshu's rest, Naoki and Chishu quietly left the room with a group of Pokemon and came downstairs. Chishu seemed to be still a little unresponsive. Is Burning Bug Xiaoshu's first Pokemon? She heard that Burning Bug is a very rare Pokemon. Although Bug Attribute Pokemon are the first choice of many trainers because they are easy to cultivate and capture, Burning Bug, which is also a Bug Attribute Pokemon, is not at the same level as those green caterpillars in the grass on the roadside. The first Pokemon of their daughter is such a rare Pokemon. This treatment is even better than those children of the aristocratic families. Naoki nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be like this. Didn't your parents prepare Pokemon for you when you were a child? Chishu shook his head. No, I didn't get my first Pokemon until I was 10 years old. A little dream demon, that dream demon has now evolved into a dream demon. At that time, everyone had to be 10 years old to capture Pokemon. This was the rule of the Alliance. Chishu said. That's right. The Paideia Alliance may be worried that they are too young to take care of Pokemon. Naoki nodded. But our situation is a little special. To be precise, the relationship between Burning Bug and Xiaoshu is not that of a trainer and Pokemon, but a family that grew up together. As for what will become in the future, it depends on Xiaoshu herself. As he said, Naoki cast his eyes on Enei, Reiku and Suakun who were guarding downstairs not far away. Maybe, in the future, Xiaoshu can subdue these 3 Pokemon and become a true mythical beast girl. Then he can punch Dan T and kick Yessie and become the youngest champion in the history of Pokemon. At that time, he can proudly announce to the world that this is his daughter. Chapter 600. On January 9th, 203 of the Alliance calendar, with the arrival of spring, the temperature in the northwest of Paideia began to gradually warm up. People took off their thick winter clothes, put on light outerwear, and walked with Pokemon in the mountains and forests, starting a new journey. The Great Warrior Expedition team composed of Mew, Zapdos, Bear Baby, and Victini also officially set off. This time, their destination is the Kalos region. As Chishu's body recovered, she began to serve as the gym leader of the Brewing Light Gym again. Naoki stayed at the ranch, continued to do his job, and take care of the children. However, with the professionally trained Ace-Ho brothers and sisters around, he didn't need to worry too much. In addition, Xiaoshu slept for 20 hours out of 24 hours a day, so for Naoki, everything seemed to be the same as before. The 3 sacred beasts followed the instructions of the King of Phoenix, and took care of the future Rainbow Hero. With them and Pokemon such as Babu, Dragonite, etc., Naoki didn't have to worry about Xiaoshu being in danger. Recently, he had heard a lot about the great changes in Jichin Town. Therefore, after finishing his work on the ranch, Naoki took Gulden into the city and strolled through the streets and alleys of Jichin Town. In the new year, many changes have taken place in Jichin Town. There are many construction sites under construction in the town. Workers wearing yellow safety helmets and Pokemon such as Strange Power and Construction Master are hammering and building new high-rise buildings on the construction sites. Continuing forward, Naoki came to the place where the Jichin market is located. The original skin market was like a vegetable market with a greenhouse. Now the greenhouse around the market has been renovated and rebuilt, and the scale has expanded many times, and it has become a very impressive supermarket. Their town is developing rapidly. Naoki stopped to watch for a while, and then continued to walk forward. He passed by many places, and finally came to the seaside of Skin Town unknowingly, and saw the port terminal under construction that Kelly mentioned. The workers used a crane to transfer construction materials into the sea for the construction of the lighthouse, and several ships were docked not far from the coast. Although the port is under construction, Naoki can already foresee that in the near future, there will be ferries carrying goods from all over the world docking at this port, and then transporting them to the Jichin market for sale. Jichin Town, where commerce, agriculture and animal husbandry are very developed, will surely become an important economic center in the Padilla region. Naoki was full of emotion, but there was one good thing, that is, they would not have to go to other areas so troublesome, and could take a cruise ship directly at the port here. After visiting the changes in the town, Naoki rode Gulderton back to the ranch. He first went to the room to take a look at Xiaoshu, and saw that she was sleeping soundly with the burning bug, so he did not disturb them, but walked out of the room quietly and closed the door. There were not many Pokemon in the living room. Dragonite was out delivering goods, Babbitt was taking Meltan to work in the chicken coop, and Frostmilk also went to play on the grass outside. Naoki wanted to check on the special training of Sylvian, and at this moment, a video call came in. It's Dr. Olin. Naoki pressed the answer button, and Dr. Olin's face appeared on the screen. Her heroic face still had a smile on it. Long time no see, Naoki. I'm sorry, I was busy doing research some time ago, and didn't send you my blessings in time. It's okay, doctor. Naoki shook his head indifferently. Dr. Olin smiled gently, and then asked, How is your child? Is it a boy or a girl? It's a girl. She just turned 1 month old, and she is sleeping in bed now. Naoki replied. That's great. Congratulations. From now on, you are a parent like us. Dr. Olin said with a smile. Naoki also had his own child, and their research had made new progress. Dr. Olin felt that everything was going in a good direction. Perhaps the smile on Naoki's face reminded her of the time when she had just given birth to Piper, and Dr. Olin was full of emotion. Then, she thought of how she and her husband had been obsessed with experiments for many years, and had not been with a child to help him grow up, and Dr. Olin felt very guilty. I wonder how Papa is doing now. Dr. Olin couldn't help but ask. Huh? Didn't the doctor contact Papa recently? Naoki was a little surprised. Speaking of this, Dr. Olin felt very distressed again. Since the child grew up, he has become more and more independent. Now he hardly takes the initiative to contact us. I can only ask the principal of the college for his recent news. Naoki, Calculating his age carefully, Papa is now 13 or 14 years old, in adolescence, and coupled with family reasons, he is likely to become autistic. If this continues, Papa will probably become the silent, lonely and sensitive Papa in the game again. And all this is because Papa has been lacking love for a long time. I will help contact Papa and invite him to the ranch later. Naoki said that all he could do was to cook a meal for Papa. Then I trouble you. Dr. Olin thanked him. In fact, she and Futu were very grateful to Naoki, because Naoki has been very caring for Papa over the years. Well, when the research on Paradox Pokemon is finished, Futu and I will leave Area 0 and return to the ground. Then, we will go to the ranch with Piper to visit you. Dr. Olin sighed and said. Naoki thought it would be too late by then, because by then, Piper's personality would have been set, and it would be difficult to change. But for Dr. Olin, it was impossible for her to abandon the experiment in the Padilla pit and return to the land. Thinking of this, Naoki didn't know what to do for a while. Let's not talk about this topic anymore. Where's Gultan? Is Gultan okay? Dr. Olin asked again. Gultan! Naoki called out, and soon Gultan ran in from outside and put his big head close to the screen. So energetic. Dr. Olin smiled. Every time I see Gultan living with you, I feel that research is full of motivation. Maybe one day, Pokemon from the past and the future can really live around us like Pokemon now. After hanging up the phone, Naoki thought for a moment, took out the Rotom phone and invited Papa to come to the ranch as a guest. Wing King, hello Papa, how are you doing recently? Would you like to come to the ranch to play for a day? Paidia Academy, Orange Academy. Papa heard the sound of the Rotom phone and picked up the phone to take a look. Papa, I'm very sorry, Mr. Naoki. There are still some things at the academy. I can't leave. At first, Papa was reluctant to come because he didn't want to disturb Mr. Naoki's life. But soon, he received another message. Wing King, huh? My child is born. I wanted to invite you to come and see her. Seeing this message, Papa was stunned. Mr. Naoki's child is born? Wouldn't it be a bit bad if he didn't go to see it? Papa pondered for a moment, and finally decided to visit Mr. Naoki. Papa, congratulations, Mr. Naoki. I will probably have time tomorrow, and I will visit you then. Wing King, do you want Dragonite to pick you up? How could Papa have the nerve to trouble others? He quickly replied, No, there is a flying taxi of the Angry Parrot that goes directly to Jichin Town in Shuatai City. I can just take the taxi. Wing King, then I will wait for you at the ranch. After the communication ended, Papa breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice full of energy came from behind. Papa, let's have a Pokemon battle. Hearing the voice of the person coming, Papa turned around and saw Nemo in the school uniform looking at him with fighting spirit. Nemo just entered school this year. Because the two met at Naoki Ranch when they were young, she recognized Papa at a glance, so she rushed over to challenge him. After a while, the two became friends. But Papa didn't like Pokemon battles very much. He shook his head and said, Forget it this time. I'm going to visit Mr. Naoki tomorrow. His child is born. When Nemo heard this, she immediately got excited. Mr. Naoki's baby was born? I want to go too. She wants to see Mr. Naoki's baby, and then have an exciting Pokemon battle with him. Just thinking about it is so exciting, Papa. I need to ask Mr. Naoki about this, Papa said. Naoki was naturally very welcome to hear that Nemo and Papa were going to visit the ranch together. He immediately responded and said that he would prepare delicious food to entertain them. Yeah. Nemo celebrated immediately. Papa, So the next morning, the two took the Angry Parrot flying taxi from Shuatai City to Jichin Town. Nemo had no airs of a big lady at all, and kept chattering along the way. She hadn't decided which trial to challenge yet. Papa occasionally replied, but didn't say much most of the time. The Angry Parrot flying taxi took off all the way, and finally arrived at the taxi station in Jichin Town at 9 o'clock in the morning. The two got out of the car and headed straight for Naoki Ranch. When they arrived at their destination, Naoki was loading the fruits picked from the fruit trees into the back of the pickup truck. Seeing Naoki, Nemo immediately opened her eyes wide and shouted excitedly, Mr. Naoki, let's have a Pokemon battle. As soon as I heard the voice, I knew it was you, Nemo. Naoki smiled and looked at the two, and then said, Wait for me to move all the fruits to the car. A dessert shop in Jichin Town ordered a batch of fruits from him yesterday to make energy cubes, so Naoki had to deliver them to the customers before noon. Hearing this, Nemo immediately raised her hands. Then I will help too. Naoki wanted to say that the fruit was heavy, but before he could say anything, he saw Nemo hurriedly carrying a box of fruit and running to the car. Naoki, Papa, She doesn't look like a rich lady at all. I help too, Papa said. With the help of the two, the car was quickly filled. Sister Ai Guancher was taking care of Xiao Shu, and brother Ai Guancher was doing housework. Naoki asked Gillerton to bring 2 bottles of drinks for Papa and Nemo to quench their thirst. You guys take a rest in the ranch first. I go deliver this truckload of fruit to the town and I be back soon. Okay, Nemo responded. Pepper, you can play here without worry. Naoki smiled, then took Golden into the car and drove to Jichin Town. It took Naoki nearly 40 minutes to deliver this batch of goods. When he returned to the ranch, Pepper and Nemo were watching the evil spirits playing hide and seek. Have you seen the baby? Naoki got out of the car and asked from a distance. The two turned around after hearing the noise, and Nemo nodded vigorously. Yeah, she's already asleep. The baby is so cute. Does she have a name? Yes, her name is Xiao Shu. Naoki smiled and nodded. Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu. Nemo repeated twice. What a cute name, Mr. Naoki. When Xiao Shu grows up, let her fight with me. Of course. Naoki thought this was very Nemo. Now, I want to challenge you. Nemo took out a pokeball. 5 minutes later, with a move of the dragon claw of the motor lizard, Nemo's scaled dragon fell to the ground. So strong, as expected of Mr. Naoki. Nemo was very excited. Naoki smiled and invited, Let's go to the living room to rest." The three of them returned to the living room, and the elder brother and butler poured 2 cups of black tea for the 2 guests. Seeing Nemo and Papa coming together, Naoki was very curious. "Has Nemo started school too?" "That's right." Nemo nodded. I met Papa on the first day I arrived at school. Nemo wanted to have a Pokemon battle with me as soon as we met, which scared me and Godfather Mastiff at the time," Papa recalled. Naoki was a little surprised to hear this. He remembered that Nemo and Papa didn't know each other at the beginning of the game. Is it because of him that the two of them met and became friends in advance? In this way, the only ones left in the Shuzi 4 are Mutant and the protagonist Xiaoqing or Xiaochun of the game. Naoki remembered that when the plot happened in the game, Nemo had already become the champion, and she was about 15 years old at that time. And now Nemo has just entered school, and has not yet become the champion. So, there are only about 5 years left before the plot of the game happens? Naoki pondered silently in his heart. He once implicitly reminded Dr. Olin of the disaster that would happen in the future, and wondered if the fate of the 2 doctors would change because of his appearance. If it changes, everything will be happy, and Papa will not lose his parents. But if it does not change, it means that Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda will still lose their lives in the Padilla pit, and Juzi's plot will be staged again. Chapter 601. In the living room, Naoki looked at Piper and Nemo in front of him and asked with a smile, "What dreams do you two have in the future?" Piper was slightly stunned. "Dream?" "Yes, what kind of person do you want to be, or what do you want to do in the future?" Naoki nodded. After hearing this, Nemo immediately became excited. "In the future, I want to become a champion trainer of the Padilla League and have a Pokemon battle with all the powerful trainers in the world." It's a good dream. Naoki remembered that Nemo had realized this dream in the game. She really became the champion and made many good friends. Then you have to work hard. "Yeah." Nemo nodded vigorously. "What about Papa?" Naoki looked at Papa again. "Dream?" Papa seemed a little hesitant. After a long while he answered, I don't know." "Huh?" Nemo was shocked. "Is there nothing Papa wants to do?" "No." Piper thought for a moment and said, "I just want to live with Godfather Mastiff forever. Just like Mr. Naoki and his Pokemon. This is also a good choice." Naoki nodded. Both of them looked up. "Naoki, there is more than just one profession in this world, trainer. In addition to these, we can do many, many things with Pokemon. Live together, struggle together, travel together, see all the beautiful scenery in the world, and when we are tired, we will return to our hometown with Pokemon to live a peaceful life together, and accompany each other until old age. This is my life now." Papa listened in a daze. Nemo's eyes also lit up. What a great experience. Naoki smiled. "Nemo, do you want to try it too?" "Yes, I'm going to challenge those powerful trainers in other places." Nemo was full of fighting spirit. Naoki, Papa, As expected of Nemo, it was almost noon, and Chishu was about to get off work. Naoki looked at the time and stood up and said to the two, "Okay, kids, I'm going to prepare lunch. You can play in the ranch for a while, or watch TV." As he said that, Naoki turned on the TV. In response, Nemo chose to go to the ranch to observe those powerful Pokemon, while Papa stayed in the living room to watch TV. Naoki went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. He looked at Papa sitting on the sofa from a distance, wondering if his words today could make Papa more optimistic. Papa sat on the sofa and watched TV. He was very moved. His parents were away from him all year round, which made Papa very precocious. He could hear what Mr. Naoki meant, and he also knew that Mr. Naoki invited him to the ranch as a guest. Maybe it's because he's always alone and lonely. With Naoki and Nemo, his chattering friends, his life is indeed brighter. And just at this moment, the noon news on TV suddenly interrupted with an urgent news. Crisis moment. A teenager climbed up the Prism Tower, the tallest building in Mir City, at 11:05 this afternoon to save a mad land shark. It's so dangerous. Pepper's eyes were attracted by the news. Naoki in the kitchen also heard the noise, and a plot immediately emerged in his mind, and then he walked to the living room. As expected, the TV was showing a scene of a boy climbing a tower with Pikachu. That was Ash. Then, Ash helped the Garchomp to remove the collar, allowing Garchomp to regain his sanity, but then Pikachu accidentally fell down. In order to save Pikachu, Ash jumped down from the high tower regardless of everything. At the critical moment, a fiery red figure attacked from a distance, accurately caught the falling Ash and Pikachu, and put them on the ground. The crowd and reporters exclaimed, and the camera was pointed at the Pokemon. It was a humanoid Pokemon with white feathers, a V-shaped comb, and a pair of blue eyes. Its claws were wrapped in bandages. Its legs looked strong and powerful. There was a horn on its forehead. Its feathers were shaped like flames, and there were 4 long flame streamers on its arms. Naoki recognized the Pokemon at a glance. It was the super evolution of Flame Chicken. Super Flame Chicken. What a handsome Pokemon. What Pokemon is that? Pepper also thought that Pokemon was too handsome. That's the evolved form of Blaziken. Naoki said, Dr. Blatano of the Kalos region recently studied a phenomenon that allows Pokemon that have evolved to the final stage to surpass their limits and complete super evolution. That Pokemon is the evolved form of Blaziken, and its name is Super Blaziken. At this time, Serena should also be watching this news. After that, she will embark on a journey, reunite with Xiaoji, and start a journey with Xiaoji. Super Flame Chicken. Pepper murmured and repeated. Naoki did not explain much, but turned around and continued to prepare lunch. Near noon, Chishu returned to the ranch after work. Seeing Chishu, Nemo and Piper stood up and greeted, Ms. Chishu, hello? You are here? Chishu smiled and replied, then relaxed in the ranch. As soon as Naoki put the food on the table, the baby's cry came from the room. Chishu quickly put down his bag and went to feed the baby. Naoki was used to this kind of thing. He said to the two, it's okay, you eat first. The baby is crying, Nemo said. Every child is like this. Naoki smiled and said, she is hungry. After filling her stomach, she will continue to lie in bed and sleep. Newborn babies sleep for a long time a day. Sure enough, the baby's crying stopped after a while. Chishu walked out of the room, and Chishu asked, are you asleep? Chishu nodded, yeah, huh? It's finally over. The baby has been crying more and more frequently recently. Chishu, I checked online and found that 2-month-old babies lack a sense of security. If they don't see anyone, they will cry non-stop. Fortunately, there are usually burning insects, and my sister likes to take care of them and accompany the children. Just now, it may be because my sister likes to take care of them, and came to the living room to help prepare lunch. Xiaoshu opened his eyes and didn't see anyone in the room, so he cried. It sounds so hard. Nemo couldn't help but say. Naoki smiled and nodded. Because the baby is still very young at this time, you must take good care of it. Was it like this when I was a child? Nemo was very curious. Of course, this is a necessary stage for every child. Naoki nodded. Wow! Nemo couldn't help but ask again, then Mr. Naoki, do you feel hard? Hard? Although it will be a little bit, but watching your children grow up gradually is also a very happy thing for parents. Just like watching Pokemon evolve from the beginning to the final stage. So that little bit of hardship is nothing. Naoki said. I see. Nemo suddenly realized. She turned to look at Papa and suddenly said, Papa, don't worry. Although Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu are not with you now, as Mr. Naoki said, they must love you very much. Maybe when they finish their work, they will come back to accompany you. After hearing this, Papa's body stiffened. Naoki was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Nemo looked so carefree on the surface, but had such a delicate heart. Papa looked up at everyone and saw that several people cast caring eyes at him. This made Papa, who had been living alone and had not felt cared for a long time, suddenly feel moved. Thank you, Papa whispered. In the afternoon, Nemo and Papa left the ranch and returned to Padilla College to continue their studies. Naoki and his wife stood in the ranch to see them off. Looking at the figures of the two children, Chishu couldn't help asking, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu are not with Papa for a long time. Yes. Naoki nodded. They are now conducting a hidden research under the Padilla giant pit. They are very busy on weekdays, and have no time to come to the land. Hearing this, Chishu opened his eyes wide, looking very surprised. Padilla pit? I heard that it seems very dangerous, and the Alliance has long banned outsiders from entering. It doesn't seem that dangerous, right? Naoki felt that Golden could break through it by himself, but the Pokemon ecology there was too cruel, and the paradoxical Pokemon would prey on each other and fight for territory. After thinking for a while, Naoki said, I was invited by the two doctors to go there. Golden and Flutterbear came to the ranch from the Padilla pit, and the two doctors gave them to me and asked me to take care of them. Chishu realized something belatedly. So you are so caring for Papa? That's one of the reasons. I met the two doctors 5 years ago, but more importantly, it's because Papa is so pitiful. Naoki slowly narrated. Papa's parents have not been around since he was a child. He has always lived alone. These experiences have made the child very mature at a young age, but he also lacks love. Alas. Naoki sighed. We can't treat Xiaoshu like that in the future. Yeah. Chishu nodded repeatedly. Luckily, one of them is a rancher, and the other is a gym leader. If they don't go out, they can be with their daughter 24 hours a day. As soon as the Super Evolution came out, it immediately set off the entire trainer world. The prices of key stones and mega stones, which were originally ordinary, also rose with the tide. Not only the trainer world, but also other fields related to Pokemon have triggered a frenzy. The next day, Naoki had nothing to do, so he moved the computer at home to Xiaoshu's room, and searched for information on the internet while accompanying his daughter. The burning bug beside the crib was no longer sleepy. Pokemon grow much faster than humans. In just a few days, the burning bug grew to more than 1 meter tall, with fine white hair all over its body, looking furry. The small crib could no longer accommodate it, so the burning bug had to move to the bedside, where it accompanied its trainer. Mega Evolution. Some Pokemon. Alliances around the world began to introduce Mega Evolution in battles. While browsing the internet, Naoki searched for products related to Key Stones and Mega Evolution Stones. He planned to buy a few because he might encounter a Pokemon that can Mega Evolve in the future. Unlike the crystallization of the Padia Alliance, the Key Stones and Mega Stones needed for Mega Evolution Stones do not need to be specially made. They are hidden in the corners of some caves and ruins. It is for this reason that Naoki saw a craze for mountaineering and caving in various places. Soon, Naoki saw a post on a forum selling super stones. The poster's name was Yamano, a mountaineering enthusiast. He said that he had collected many stones during his past travels, among which there were super stones that could make Pokemon super evolve. But those super stones had not been identified. And there were some other stones mixed in, which ordinary people could not identify. Yamano said that he was willing to sell these stones to the outside world, but not directly, but through the form of guessing blind boxes. That is, a bunch of stones are put together, and customers are asked to identify which one is a super stone with their naked eyes, and then choose it by themselves, which depends entirely on the buyer's luck. And the price of a stone is as high as 40,000 Alliance coins, which is equivalent to the price of a huge gold bead. There are several pictures attached to the post, each of which is a different room. There is a cabinet on all 4 walls of the room, and the cabinet is full of stones, and the number seems to be no less than 1,000. In addition, Sean Nan also said that buyers can visit offline in person, and then choose the stones they like. After reading it, Naoki was a little confused. Isn't this gambling on stones? What you get depends on luck. Europeans may get the super stone they want in one go, but Africans may not get one even if they dig through a wall. Every trainer has the power to make Pokemon super evolve, becoming more powerful, handsomer, and stronger. Even Naoki is no exception. If he were an ordinary person, it might be a little difficult. But now, he has made countless money by selling goat milk, crops, apples, and wool, and his golden finger can also be used to identify ingredients. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly got excited. Maybe he could make a lot of money this time, and those rare super stones, even if there are no Pokemon to use, it would be great to buy them and collect them. Naoki suddenly found that he and the bear baby were exactly the same in some aspects, and they both had a habit of collecting rare and precious things. And this time, it was a good opportunity, and the Kalos area was very close to the Padilla area, just north of the Padilla area, connected to the Strike Falls. It's just that it connects to the South Carlos region, while the player's stage in the game is the North Carlos region. But it doesn't matter, both are Carlos regions, and riding Gulton, it can be reached in about an hour. Naoki immediately checked the address provided by Shannon to the guest. Number 203 Autumn Avenue, Mirror City. That afternoon, while the Brewing Light Gym was on vacation, Naoki told Chishu about this matter, and left the ranch and the baby to her care, and he and Gulton set off for a trip to the Carlos region. Chapter 602. Kalos region, Mirror City. When Naoki and Gulton arrived in the city, it was just 9 o'clock in the morning. The originally quiet city gradually became lively, like a large beast awakening. The cobblestone streets surrounded the office buildings outside the city, and the inner avenues were lined with typical Parisian buildings. The wide road provided safe and convenient driving conditions for the whole city. The diagonal canal flows through the center of the city. There is no doubt that this is a megacity full of romance and artistic atmosphere. One person and one Pokemon walked on the street. The Gulden, which was originally very eye-catching in Jichin Town, seemed a little too ordinary here. Because there were all kinds of Pokemon walking on the street everywhere. The tall Mount Goat, the ladylike Delimia, the handsome and cool Soundwave Dragon, the rogue panda holding a vanilla and looking fierce. Along the way, there were all kinds of cafes on the street. It seems that the cafe culture is very popular here. Like the Roundabout Cafe, the Handsome Cafe, the Luoke Cafe, the Shooting Cafe, the Fashionable Cafe, the Wangwang Cafe, etc. Well-dressed upper-class people frequent these cafes, sitting by the window drinking a cup of coffee and reading an old-fashioned newspaper. Ah, gah! Golden had never seen such a prosperous metropolis. Compared with this place, the town of Jichin was simply a backward country town, and Naoki noticed the promotional photo of the movie Kalyuni printed on the billboard. Kalyuni, the champion of the Kalos region, is also a very famous female star. But because she can't beat Xiaoji in the anime, can't beat Hua Tianwang in the comics, and is even pushed by players in the game, this also led to Kalyuni being nicknamed the weakest champion among the players. I wonder how strong the Kalyuni in this world is. Naoki was very curious, but unfortunately, he didn't come here to explore Kalyuni's strength today. He walked along Autumn Avenue, and soon found number 203 on the forum on the left side of the cobblestone street. He went forward and knocked on the door. Soon, footsteps came from inside the door. Then, the door was opened, and a dark-skinned, rugged-looking uncle in a mountaineering suit came out in front of Naoki. Without a doubt, this person is the Yamano who provides gambling services on the forum. Naoki simply told the other party his purpose, and then he was welcomed into the house. Yamano, please come in. You should be the guest from Padilla, right? Naoki had briefly communicated with the other party online before, and told the other party that he would visit this morning, so Yamano guessed it at once. It's me. Naoki nodded slightly. Yamano couldn't help but cast his eyes on Golden and praised, "Look at that handsome figure, and that domineering look, what a beautiful big guy." Ah, gah. Gillerton could understand that the human in front of him was praising him, and he immediately became very proud. Naoki, Yamanen laughed out loud. What an interesting Pokemon, come with me, I take you to see the stones. Oh, by the way, there's a customer selecting them, so you two have to wait a moment. Okay, it's okay. Naoki nodded. He took Gillerton and followed Yamanen to his stone collection room, where a young man in a sweater was standing in front of a display cabinet selecting the stones he liked. Naoki looked around. The layout here was exactly the same as in the picture. The cabinets on the four walls were filled with various stones. However, it was impossible to identify the types of stones with the naked eye, because each stone was either covered with a layer of brown soil or wrapped in rock fragments. Although a part of it was exposed, there was no way to tell what was inside. At this moment, the man was pacing back and forth on the counter. After a while, he stopped in front of a stone and said, "This is it. Mr. Yamano, I want to buy this." "Are you sure?" Yamamano asked. "Yes, this must be the Greninja Super Stone I want." The man was full of confidence. As he said that, he paid the money and took the stone to the Blatano Institute for identification. Before the other party left, Naoki took a glance, and the information of the stone emerged from his mind. Thin fossil. The fossil of an ancient Pokemon that lived on the ground a long time ago. It seems to be a part of the head fin. If you give it to some fossil research institutions, you can get the ancient Pokemon Ice Dragon. Seeing this, Naoki secretly said it was a pity, but compared to returning empty-handed, the fin fossil was also a good harvest. Because the long-extinct Ice Dragon is also very rare in modern times. "It's your turn," the mountain man said with a smile. "These stones are all collected by me when I was climbing mountains in the past 20 years. These stones can often be seen in caves in the mountains, underground tunnels dug by moles, and places where big snakes pass by. I don't know whether there are Pokemon evolution stones in them. One stone costs 40,000 Alliance coins. What you get depends on your luck." Naoki nodded, and then came to the display case, and scanned the stones carefully in order. Gillerton looked at so many stones in front of him, and felt dazzled. Ah, gah! The golden finger was activated, and the information of the stones popped out one by one. Stone fragments, food for some Pokemon. Rare earth or composed of soil buried deep underground, Kira's favorite food. Sand rock. General prop, rock containing the power of sand, can enhance the power of sandstorm. If the Pokemon carrying it uses sandstorm, the sandstorm will last longer than usual. No. Naoki looked around but didn't find any Mega Evolution stones. There were more rare soils and minerals, the kind that most rock Pokemon use as food. Naoki continued to look down, and soon, one of the stones caught his attention. Mysterious crystal, an important item, a crystal ball dug out from the ground. Although the surface is covered with rocks and dust, It is very beautiful. This is... Naoki was slightly stunned. He remembered this stone. In the game, players can use it to exchange hard drops with Daigo. I want this. Naoki picked up the mysterious crystal. Okay. Yamanin was very happy. In this way, he got another 40,000 alliance coins. Do you want to continue? Naoki nodded. Seeing this, Yaman was very happy. This is a big customer. He is going to make a fortune. Naoki continued to search on the display cabinet. In addition to those ordinary stones, there are also many evolution stones stored on it, such as the sun stone, the water stone, etc. Naoki did not buy these stones, because it was not worth spending 40,000 yuan to buy them, not to mention that there were many in the ranch, all of which were picked up by the baby bear from outside. In addition, there are some fossils here, but Naoki is not very interested in fossils, so he did not buy them. With Naoki's unremitting efforts, after checking rows of display cabinets, he finally found a piece of what he wanted. Tanabata Bluebird Evolution Stone, a magical super stone that can be super evolved in battle after being carried by Tanabata Bluebird. Found it. Although it is Tanabata Bluebird Super Stone, it is also a very good start for Naoki. He bought it immediately, and then accelerated the search. Firestone Pass, Heartstone Pass, Common Stone Pass, Horse Evolution Stone, another one? Naoki picked up the stone. Horse Evolution Stone, a magical stone that can be used to super evolve in battle after horse carries it. Do you want to buy it? Yama asked with a smile, as if he saw 40,000 alliance coins waving to him. He used to like to bring back some spoils when he went mountain climbing, but he didn't expect that these spoils today could make him rich. The mountain man was very excited. He was not interested in super evolution. After all, he was not a trainer. In comparison, money could do more things. Naoki nodded and took the Houndoom Evolution Stone. The mountain man seemed to realize that the person in front of him was a big customer. He specially found a box to follow behind, specifically for storing stones. In an hour, Naoki swept through all of Yaman's collection rooms and collected a total of 1 mysterious crystal, 1 Houndoom Evolution Stone, 1 Tanabata Bluebird Evolution Stone, 1 Beedrill Evolution Stone, 1 Lizard King Evolution Stone, 1 Metagross Evolution Stone, 1 Venusaur Evolution Stone, 1 Banjira Evolution Stone, and 1 Almost Doll Evolution Stone. After sweeping the last collection room, Naoki packed the stones with satisfaction. There were a total of 9 stones, and he spent a total of 360,000 alliance coins. Shan Nan looked like he had made a fortune. He had never thought that the stone he picked up could be sold for so much money, and Jishu also looked like he had made a fortune. Even if he and Chishu didn't need it, they could leave it for Xiaoshu to use when Xiaoshu grew up. Welcome to visit us next time, Shan Nan said happily. If you pick up new stones, remember to contact me. Jishu gave his contact information to the other party. No problem, no problem. Yameo was very happy. Then we say goodbye. Naoki smiled slightly, then put on the backpack with the evolution stone and came to the door. He stretched out his hand to open the door, but the second the door opened, a familiar face suddenly came into view. The man had silver hair and a handsome face, and his raised hand was suspended in the air. Is that Daigo? Naoki was stunned, and Daigo was also stunned. After a long while he said, Mr. Naoki? Naoki quickly came back to his senses, smiled and greeted him. Long time no see, Daigo. 5 minutes later, in the Yo-Yo Cafe on Autumn Avenue, Naoki and Daigo sat by the window and ordered 2 cups of coffee and a plate of Pokemon snacks. Gillerton squatted beside him and ate the snacks happily. Why is Mr. Naoki in Mir City? Daigo asked. Mega Evolution was officially released recently, and I thought maybe my Pokemon could also Mega Evolve, so I came here to see if I could buy some Pokemon Evolution Stones. Naoki asked, What about you, Daigo? To be honest, I am the same, Daigo said. He saw a post about stones on the internet yesterday, and wanted to come here to see if there were any rare stones, and then look for Mega Evolution Stones, but he didn't expect to meet Naoki here. Mr. Naoki, have you found the Mega Stones that can make Pokemon evolve? Daigo asked. I found some, but I don't know if my Pokemon can use them. But by the way, Daigo, your Metagross should also be able to Mega Evolve, right? Naoki said. That's right. Daigo nodded. In fact, as soon as the Mega Evolution was announced, he conducted an investigation in his stone collection and found the Metagross Evolution Stone and Key Stone in it, and then performed the Mega Evolution immediately. You can go to Dr. Bertano's Research Institute for identification. Dr. Bratano will determine which Pokemon it corresponds to based on the energy wavelength in the evolution stone. Daigo said. Thank you very much. Although Naoki knew it, he still thanked Daigo for his kind reminder. Daigo continued. In addition to the evolution stone of Pokemon, Super Evolution also requires the trainer to carry a key stone. Does Mr. Naoki have a key stone? No. He didn't find the key stone from Yameo just now. Hearing this, Daigo couldn't help but smile. He took out a bracelet from his waist, which he originally wanted to share with his friends. But since he met Mr. Naoki here, he gave this keystone bracelet to Mr. Naoki. Naoki was slightly stunned, and he cast his eyes on the bracelet inlaid with colorful stones. Super Bracelet. A bracelet inlaid with a key stone can resonate with the super stone carried by Pokemon, allowing Pokemon to super evolve. This is a keystone bracelet. With it, plus the corresponding super stone, Pokemon can super evolve. Daigo explained elegantly. Please accept it, just as a thank you gift for that incident. 3 years ago, it was Mr. Naoki who helped them solve the disaster brought by Groudon and Kyogre, and restored peace to the Hoenn region. Naoki did need the key stone, but he couldn't take Daigo's things for nothing. After a little thought, Naoki asked, Has your Metagross found the evolution stone? Daigo nodded gently. In that case, Naoki thought of the mysterious crystal he had just bought from Yamano. The moment he took the mysterious crystal out of his bag, Daigo's eyes were immediately attracted to it. That look was the look of seeing a beloved thing. Seeing this scene, Naoki smiled and said, Then use this stone to exchange with you, Daigo. Facing such a beautiful stone, Daigo simply couldn't say no. Seeing the expression on Daigo's face, Naoki couldn't help laughing. He accepted the keystone bracelet and pushed the mysterious crystal in front of Daigo. It's getting late. I have to go back to the ranch. Naoki glanced at the time, then stood up and said goodbye to Daigo. If you have time in the future, you can come to the ranch as a guest. My wife and I will definitely treat you well. Gillerton, I'm going home. Ah, gah. Golden stood up quickly and moved his body like a big dog shaking off water. Well, see you later. Naoki looked at Daigo. Daigo finally reacted. He nodded slightly. A smile appeared on his handsome face, and nodded seriously. Yes, I will definitely visit you too. Chapter 603. Herod, Tanabata, Beedrill, Lizard King, Metagross, Venusaur, Bangira, almost all. Adding the Dragonite evolution stone that Daigo gave him before, Naoki now has 9 Mega Evolution Stones. You know, among thousands of Pokemon, only 40 to 50 Pokemon can Mega Evolution. After returning to the ranch, Naoki placed the evolution stones he got this time in the living room, surrounded by a circle of Pokemon, curiously looking at these round stones. Bammo. Babu Tubo reached out and picked up a stone, then carefully observed the appearance of the stone. Is this the super stone that can make Pokemon super evolve? Chishu asked. Chishu nodded, and then introduced to Chishu. Yes, each evolution stone corresponds to a Pokemon. In addition to the evolution stone, the trainer needs to carry a key stone to resonate with the evolution stone. After super evolution, the Pokemon will not only change in appearance, but also greatly increase in strength. As he was talking, Naoki noticed the excited look in Chishu's eyes, and immediately guessed what she was thinking. It's just a pity that neither the Frog, Dream Demon, nor the Dragonite have corresponding Mega Stones, Naoki said. Chishu suddenly felt very disappointed. Ah, how could this be? Naoki spread his hands helplessly. I don't know either. He didn't know how these key stones and Mega Stones were formed, and how they corresponded to those specific Pokemon. Forget it, let's keep them for Xiaoshu later, Chishu said. At their age, they have passed the period of catching Pokemon everywhere. They will not capture Pokemon for super evolution. It depends more on fate. Chishu also means this. He puts these super stones away, and prepares to do it later. Time flies, and before we know it, it is the end of April in the year 203 of the Alliance. With the arrival of summer, the temperature in the air gradually rises, the grass and trees in the fields grow more vigorously, and the trees in the back mountain show a vibrant dark green color under the sunlight. Every evening, there would be cicadas chirping in the back mountain. Amid the cicadas and insect Pokemon, Xiaoshu was 4 months old. Her body began to have considerable strength, and Chishu began to teach her to roll over and introduce her to the family members on the ranch. In the crib, Xiaoshu lay on a soft blanket, looking at the toy in Jishu's hand with a pair of big black eyes. It was a plastic toy in the shape of an ancient moon bird. There was a long tube behind the toy. Whenever someone blew air into it, the ancient moon bird would make a sound, open its mouth, and stick out its long tongue. At the end of the tongue, there stood a little Pikachu. Ga. Naoki blew the Guyu bird toy, and Xiaoshu's attention was immediately attracted. Ya. She fluttered to grab the toy, and Naoki guided her in front of her. Come here. He moved the Guyu bird toy back a distance and placed it above Xiaoshu's head. Seeing the toy running away, Xiaoshu quickly stretched out her hand to grab it, but she couldn't reach it. The short legs and short hands fluttered randomly in the air, and then accidentally turned over, lying on the crib, looking at the Guyu bird toy in front of her. Ya. Xiaoshu reached out and grabbed the Guyu bird, swinging it randomly in the air, looking very happy. Great. Shishu gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of being your father's daughter. However, Xiaoshu ignored him and played with the Guyu bird toy. After a while, Xiaoshu let go of the Guyu bird toy and threw it aside, perhaps because he was tired of playing. Don't you want to play anymore? Shishu asked. Ya. Xiaoshu opened her arms and reached out to him. Okay, daddy will hold me. Naoki picked her up and gave her a kiss. Good girl. Shishu came in from outside holding the clothes hanging out to dry. She smiled and said, It's warm outside. Take Xiaoshu out to bask in the sun. Sunbathing is good for health and can help the baby grow up healthily. Naoki immediately nodded and agreed. Okay. He carried Xiaoshu out of the door, and the burning bug followed silently behind. Naoki took Xiaoshu across the river in the ranch and came to the Snorlax park on the other side. Snorlax was still lying on the grass, sleeping soundly, the sun warming its belly. Naoki put Xiaoshu on it, and at this time, Yuriko and Eevee, who were playing in Snorlax Park, saw Naoki coming and gathered around him. Looking at everyone, Naoki smiled and introduced Xiaoshu. This is Yuriko, it's Dad's good friend. Bony! Yuriko jumped up happily. Xiaoshu looked at Yuriko and blinked his big eyes. Eeyore. Eevees. The Eevees also jumped onto Snorlax's belly, surrounded Xiaoshu, and happily introduced themselves to her. Xiaoshu was not unfamiliar with Eevees. In the previous winter, she often slept with Eevees, and was already familiar with their scent. So when she saw Eevees surrounding her, Xiaoshu excitedly, Eevees, called out. Naoki stood aside and watched this scene with a smile, and said to the Pokemon, Now is not the most fun time. After a while, she will learn to walk, and then she can play with you. Agassi. Golden nodded repeatedly to testify. Then it can let the little master sit on its back and carry her around. Bony? Can she play hide-and-seek with me? Urgue raised his hand to ask. Of course. Naoki smiled and nodded. Bony! Urgue was very happy. Boy! When will the little tree grow up? The Eevees asked. She will grow up soon. Do you remember how small she was when she was just born? Look at it now. She has grown so big in the blink of an eye. It won't be long before she becomes as big as Babu. Naoki answered. Bu. The Eevees were looking forward to it. On the grass not far away, the three holy beasts were lying there basking in the sun, their eyes looking far in the direction of Snorlax Park. Xiaoshu is getting bigger and bigger. Inti said in a majestic tone. Yes. Suicune was also full of emotion. When they first saw the child, she was still a wrinkled ball, very small. And now, in the blink of an eye, it has become a very cute baby. Looking at the small tree surrounded by Eevees, at this moment, the three holy beasts felt an unprecedented feeling in their hearts. It was an indescribable sense of satisfaction and relief. Even in human language, there was no way to accurately describe it. Lei Gong did not speak, and he was a little worried. Neither he, Yan Di, nor Suicune had ever had this experience, guarding a person all the time like now, watching her being born, growing up, eating, sleeping. And this kind of life will obviously continue for a long time, until the three of them are completely accustomed to and adapted to such a life. If one day, the child grows up and no longer needs them, where will they go? Thunder God has already anticipated the day when they will separate in the future. Why did Lord Fengwan do this? Did he let them establish a bond with humans? Thunder God didn't understand, and he turned his eyes to the girl. The answer to this question may only be known by them a long time later. In the evening, Naoki took the sleeping little tree back to the room and gave it to his sister Ai Guancher to take care of. The younger sister Ai Guancher patted her chest and assured, Aya, don't worry. It will definitely take good care of Xiaoshu. Then I leave it to you. Naoki smiled and nodded. He looked at the crib next to him. In the crib, Xiaoshu was lying on her side, hugging the warm and furry burning bug, and was sleeping soundly. The crescent feather given by Yi was placed by Naoki next to Xiaoshu's pillow to protect her from nightmares. Naoki retracted his gaze. Next, He planned to take Gulden to the World Tree to check on the special training of Fairy Eevee. One man and one Pokemon bid farewell to their sister, Ai Guancher, and traveled through Giratina's reverse world to the World Tree. Finally, they found Sylveon, who was undergoing special training in the ice and snow village where Articuno was. When Naoki arrived there, a blizzard swept across the snowfield. Naoki looked into the distance and saw a figure flying through the blizzard at high speed. The biting cold wind and snow hit its body, but the Pokemon was not afraid at all, and a faint glow appeared on its body. The light enveloped the whole body, as if it was helping it resist the cold ice and snow. Seeing this scene, Naoki was a little surprised. Has Sylveon learned a new move? Judging from the appearance of that move, it seems to be a general-type Mystic Guardian. Mystic Guardian, being protected by magical power for a period of time, so as not to fall into an abnormal state. Have you learned to use Mystic Guardian to resist the freezing of blizzards and freezing beams? Naoki looked at Sylveon with admiration in his eyes. This Pokemon is getting serious about becoming a hero. It seems like it's time now. Naoki took out the Arceus phone from his pocket. A long time ago, he issued a commission to the Pokemon on the World Tree, and the commission was to ask them to help find the seeds of happiness and gold seeds. These two seeds are products of the other world. To put it in the terms of the game, they can increase the level of Pokemon. The seeds of happiness can increase the level of Pokemon by 1 level at a time, while the gold seeds can increase the level of Pokemon by 5 levels at a time. The effect is comparable to 5 magic candies, which is very exaggerated. Now, there are some gains. The screen of Arceus's phone shows the completion status of the commission. With the joint efforts of everyone in the Expedition Team Guild, a lot of seeds have been collected now. Naoki's commission, find happiness seeds and gold seeds in the mysterious maze. Commission completion status. Farfetch has completed, Charizard has completed, Milotic has completed. Total happiness seeds collected, 12. Total gold seeds collected, 2. In addition to the 4 happiness seeds, and 1 gold seed that Dream and Baby Bear brought back from the maze world before, Naoki now has a total of 16 happiness seeds and 3 gold seeds. If Sylveon eats all of them, it can soar to level 31 in one go. Although there is no concept of levels in this world, if converted, it is equivalent to directly greatly improving Sylveon's strength. This is also the reason why Naoki asked Sylveon to undergo special training, because in this way, the effect of these seeds can be maximized. If Sylveon is currently at level 69, then these seeds can make its strength soar directly to level 100. At that time, a loud sound can directly defeat Kyurem, thus realizing Sylveon's dream. But the only problem is that he can't see the specific strength of Sylveon, and can only roughly guess a range. And what is certain is that with Sylveon's current strength, if converted into levels, there is definitely no level 69. Should I feed the seeds to Sylveon now? After a brief contemplation, Naoki decided to see the specific strength of Sylveon first. At the same time, the blizzard that swept the snowfield finally ended, and Articuno flew through the sky with ice crystals all over his body. The mysterious protection on Sylveon ended, and it shook off the snowflakes on its fur, and then prepared to go back to the ranch to eat the delicious food made by Naoki. But at this moment, Sylveon suddenly saw Naoki's figure not far away. Bui? It hurriedly ran over there. Articuno. Naoki raised his head, and shouted loudly to Articuno in the sky. Articuno heard his voice, and slowly landed in front of him. Sylveon also ran over and looked at Naoki excitedly. Bui! I came to see you, Naoki said with a smile. He touched Sylveon's head, and said thank you for your hard work. Then he looked at Articuno and asked, Articuno, can you have a Pokemon battle with us? Bui? Articuno looked at Gulden beside Naoki calmly with its ice blue eyes. Naoki was slightly stunned, then reacted and shook his head and said, No, it's not Gulden, I want you and me, and Sylveon to have a battle. Hearing this, Articuno looked at Sylveon. Boo? Sylveon, boo? Naoki explained, Kyurem is an ice attribute Pokemon that is much stronger than Articuno. If you can't defeat Articuno, then you may have no chance of winning against Kyurem. This time, Naoki has brought all the seeds from his home, and he is going to conduct a comparative experiment. First, let Sylveon fight with Articuno, then let Sylveon eat all the seeds, and then fight with Articuno. In this way, observe the change of Sylveon's strength before and after eating the seeds. The commission to find seeds is a long-term commission. Even if these seeds are eaten now, it doesn't matter. There will definitely be Pokemon to help bring back new seeds in the future. Hearing Naoki's words, Sylveon fell into thought. Bye. Kyurem is an ice attribute Pokemon that is stronger than Articuno. Naoki is right. If it can't even defeat Articuno, then even if it faces Kyurem, it will definitely be defeated. Thinking of this, Sylvian immediately made up his mind. Bye! Sensing the determination of this Pokemon, Articuno nodded slightly. The next second, it spread its wings and flew into the sky. Amid the howling cold wind, crystal ice crystals danced all over the sky and swept towards Fairy EV. Chapter 604. Sylvian, are you ready? It's time to attack. Seeing that Articuno was ready to fight, Naoki immediately gave orders to Sylvian. Bui! Sylvian jumped forward and looked up at Articuno in the air, her beautiful blue eyes full of fighting spirit. Bui! A crisp bird song came out of Articuno's mouth, and it spread its wings, and a terrifying ice attribute energy instantly poured out. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, and the ice attribute energy condensed and formed, turning into a violent blizzard that swept towards Sylvian. Run, use Mystic Guard. After the command was given, Sylvian responded immediately, moving its limbs and running quickly on the snowy plain. A white light emerged from its body, and the soft light spread like ripples, quickly covering Sylvian's entire body, mysteriously protecting it in the center. While running, Sylvian's plum blossom-shaped pads left clear footprints on the snow. But the footprints were soon buried by the howling blizzard. After eating the frozen buns, Articuno's strength has been greatly improved. The ice attribute moves it used contain terrifying power that is no less than the king level. If Sylvian was hit, it would be in danger. But fortunately, Sylvian worked hard enough. It avoided the range of the blizzard by running straight. After failing to make a move, Articuno immediately turned around and flew towards Sylvian, just like an eagle catching rabbits on the grassland. A gust of wind began to blow in the direction Articuno was facing. A tailwind. The situation began to go bad, and Naoki immediately issued an attack order. Sylvian, power of the moon. Sylvian, running on the snow, suddenly turned around, raised its head, and looked up into the air, its eyes locked on Articuno's position. Sylvian opened its mouth, and a full moon quietly emerged from behind it. Fairy energy from all directions quickly gathered towards its head, and finally formed a light ball like the moon, flying towards Articuno. A layer of cold snow also appeared around Articuno. The snow was not as fragile as snowflakes, but was extremely hard and cold. Blown by the wind, it flew towards Sylvian first. Two completely different energies collided in midair. The power of the moon broke through some of the snow, but the remaining snow was like a sharp ice spike, and Sylvian was submerged in it. Bui! Sylvian, who was constantly hit by the snow, cried out in pain. The moon power in the air also caused a violent explosion after hitting Articuno. Naoki looked up at the sky with some concern. The wind blew away the energy aftermath of the explosion, and Articuno in the air flapped its wings intact. Obviously, due to the huge gap in strength, Sylvian's moon power did not cause much damage to it. Its cold eyes locked onto Sylvian below, and then it opened its mouth, and a terrifying ice attribute energy began to gather from its body to its mouth. A blue ball of light quickly condensed and formed, and the next second, it turned into a blue beam of light, which shot out with a bang. Seeing this, Naoki's heart was immediately alarmed. Danger, get out of the way. Although he gave the order to Sylvian one step ahead, with the help of the favorable wind, Articuno's freezing beam was successfully used before his voice fell. Sylvian had no time to dodge, and was hit by the freezing beam. Although the mysterious guardian protected Sylvian from being frozen, the powerful energy shock wave still directly blasted Sylvian away. Boo-boo! Sylvian fell to the ground, making a weak cry, and then lost the last bit of strength and closed his eyes tightly. Seeing that Sylvian had lost its ability to fight, Articuno circled and landed on the snow, looking at it with some concern. Naoki ran over quickly with Gul'dan. Don't worry, Articuno, it will be fine soon. He first signaled Articuno not to worry, and then quickly took out the life goat milk he brought specially from his pocket, opened the lid, and poured it into Sylvian's mouth. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sylvian's injuries healed, and it opened its eyes. Bui? It lost. Sylvian was so disappointed. Naoki said that Kyurem was a Pokemon stronger than Articuno, but now it was no match for Articuno. In this case, let alone Kyurem. I'm afraid that even if it came to the front of the dragon, it would be defeated in an instant. Bew. It's not so easy to be a hero. Sylvian sighed slowly and humanely. Seeing this, Naoki laughed. Are you going to give up like this? Bew. Sylvian shook his head without hesitation. Bew. It has been working hard for so long. How can it give up halfway here? I will never give up. Very good, very energetic. Naoki reached into his pocket. In that case, let's take a look at the secret weapon I prepared for you. Bye? Sylvian was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up, and she looked over with surprise. Naoki slowly took out a small bag from his pocket. When Naoki untied the rope tied to it, Sylvian immediately saw a bunch of seeds she had never seen before. Sylvian was very confused. Bye? Eat them. Naoki smiled, but did not explain much. Because everything will be known after Sylvian finishes eating. In this regard, Sylvian chose to believe Naoki. It reached into the bag with its ribbon-like tentacles, and tried to take out a seed from it, and put it into its mouth to eat. And when it swallowed the seed, it immediately felt that the seed turned into a hot stream, and merged into its body. Sylvian was startled by this sudden change. It looked down at its body in doubt. The temperature on the snowfield was very cold, but it didn't feel any chill at the moment. On the contrary, Sylvian felt its body gradually getting hotter. Boy! It's so hot, the power is gushing out. This is the secret weapon I prepared for you, Naoki said with a smile. Boy! Sylvian looked at the bag of magical seeds in front of it in disbelief. If it eats all these seeds, can it become a super powerful Pokemon? The secret weapon that Naoki prepared for it. Naoki is so good. Boy! Sylvian raised its head, looked at Naoki excitedly, and wrapped its ribbon around Naoki's arm like a child. This is a way for Sylvian to express its feelings. When they use their ribbon-like tentacles to wrap around the trainer's arm, it means that they like this human very much. Naoki also sensed Sylvian's mood at the moment. Moved, excited, happy. He smiled slightly, reached out, and touched Sylvian's head, and said to it, "Eat them all." You? Sylvian nodded repeatedly, no longer hesitating, then lowered its head, buried its face in the bag, and quickly ate the seeds that could help it become stronger. Every seed that entered its stomach would turn into a warm current that would flow into its limbs and bones. The power in its body was growing at a rapid rate. Boom! At this moment, Sylvian only felt that a volcano had erupted in its body, and with it came an unprecedented feeling. After eating the last magical seed, Sylvian burped uncontrollably. It looked down at its body in disbelief. So strong! It felt so strong now. Articuno beside it also suddenly noticed the change of the Pokemon in front of it. It instantly locked its eyes on the other party, and at this moment, it actually felt a huge energy from Sylvian. No, something is wrong. Even the aura has changed. That's the aura that only powerful Pokemon can have. What happened? Articuno looked at Sylvian in doubt. What on earth is going on? Why can it change so much in such a short time? Could it be? Articuno looked at the bag that Naoki brought over, and a shocking idea immediately appeared in his mind. How does it feel? Naoki carefully observed the changes in Sylvian, and then asked tentatively. Boy! The answer was Sylvian's energetic voice. At this moment, it felt its body was stronger than ever before. Sure enough, Naoki thought that it was a powerful item that could directly upgrade Pokemon. The seeds he brought were equivalent to 31 magical candies. This meant that in just this short moment, Sylvian's level soared by 31 levels. If its strength was originally level 10, it would now be level 41. But it is obvious that Sylvian's strength is more than level 10. From last year to this year, it has been trained to defeat the evil dragon Kyurem. The brave trial in the ranch, and the ice and snow training with Articuno are all helping it to improve its strength. In a year, Sylvian has reached at least level 25. This means that if its strength is converted into levels, the current Sylvian's level is probably at least LV56. You know, even the level of Cyronus Pokemon in the game is only around level 60. Now, in addition to combat experience, Sylvian's strength is infinitely close to the champion level. After a little thought, Naoki asked, "Have you realized any new moves?" Bye? Hearing this, Sylvian carefully felt the changes in its body. Soon, it seemed to have discovered something. Its eyes lit up, and it nodded its head quickly. Bye. Very good, then show me, Naoki said. Boy! Sylvian responded, then ran to the snow and began to show Naoki its newly learned moves. Sylvian's eyes showed a layer of light pink light. It stared at Naoki, with a cute expression on its face. Almost instantly Naoki had the idea of this Pokemon is so cute, I want to hug it and play with it. Wait! Naoki shook his head, and quickly woke himself up. Was that just a coquetry? Coquetry is a fairy-type move that can greatly reduce the opponent's attack power. It is a very powerful skill when facing a physical attacker. Good, keep going. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Then, Sylvian ran over quickly, a layer of white light covering its body, and then stuck to Naoki's side face. Naoki was slightly stunned, but the next second, he reacted. This is a sucking kiss. The sucking kiss is also a fairy-type move. The effect is to absorb the opponent's physical strength to restore your own physical strength. However, Sylvian didn't absorb his energy, but deliberately controlled the energy so as not to hurt him. What else? Naoki touched Sylvian's head. Bui! Sylvian was like a pink elf, running nimbly on the snow. It stood still and made a crisp cry. In an instant, a layer of light pink mist enveloped the surroundings. That was the mist field. Unlike the grass field, the mist field will not restore the physical strength of Pokemon, but it can protect the Pokemon on the ground from falling into abnormal states, and the power of Dragon attribute moves will also be affected, becoming half of the original. This is also a very powerful move when facing Kyurem. On the misty field, Sylvian was full of fighting spirit. With a cry of "Bew!" a strong pink light burst out from Sylvian's body. Magic Flash. Naoki recited the name of the move in his mind. The light dissipated, Sylvian opened its mouth, and a vague sound came out of its mouth, just like the song of the mermaid in the Legend of the Seaside, full of charm. The voice of enchantment. Naoki nodded. Continue. Sylvian responded, and it stood on the misty field, mobilizing the energy of its body, causing the pink mist floating in the air to begin to vibrate violently. The color of the pink mist quickly deepened, and when it reached a certain level, it seemed to resonate with the energy in Sylvian's body. The next second, a terrifying energy, with Sylvian as the center, turned into a hemispherical pink light ball and swept in all directions, swallowing up all the snow wherever the light ball passed. There was a loud bang, and a terrible explosion occurred in front of him, leaving a big pit in the place. When the explosion dissipated, Sylvian stood weakly in the place. Just when it was about to fall, Naoki stepped forward to support it, and quickly fed it a bottle of life-giving goat milk. When Sylvian regained its vitality, Naoki could not help but scolded. You still use such a dangerous move. Sylvian wrapped a ribbon around his arm, and acted coquettishly. Boo-boo. Naoki, forget it. Mist Explosion, a fairy-type move, has a similar effect to Big Bang, both of which trigger explosions and attack all Pokemon around, but then the player will be in danger of death. The only difference is that when Mist Explosion is used on a misty field, its power will be increased by 50%. Anything else? Naoki asked. Sylvian shook its head. Bui. That's all it has learned. Agni, Sucking Kiss, Misty Field, Magic Flash, Mist Explosion, Charming Voice. In addition to the previously mastered moves such as Moon Power, High Speed Star, Lightning Flash, etc., Sylvian now can be regarded as the top configuration in terms of skill pool. Thinking of this, Naoki stood up and turned his head to look at the shocked Articuno not far away. Articuno, can you fight with us again? Naoki asked. Bui. Sylvian also jumped forward and looked at Articuno with high morale. Yes, it has become so powerful now. Chapter 605. Hearing Naoki's voice, Articuno came back to his senses. Perhaps to verify his inner guess, or perhaps to be curious about how far this Sylvian has grown, it immediately nodded and agreed. Sylvian versus Articuno, the second battle officially begins. Sylvian starts with a misty field, and the light pink fairy energy spreads in all directions in the form of mist, covering the battle area in the blink of an eye. Articuno opened its mouth and condensed a stream of ice while diving towards Sylvian. A blue-white energy beam cut through the sky. Get out of the way! Sylvian looked at the oncoming ice, stretched out its limbs, and ran around the field at a high speed. Articuno flapped its wings and chased after it, and the ice in its mouth quickly followed the path that Sylvian passed. Naoki looked at this scene nervously. There is a big difference between the moves in the real world and the moves in the game. In the game, the freeze can only attack once. If the opponent dodges it, it will not be able to cause further damage. But in the real world, as long as the user's energy is not exhausted, it can always maintain the frozen state and adjust according to the opponent's actions. Just like now, the frozen bird, known as the ice god, naturally contains a huge amount of ice energy in its body, which can maintain the freezing beam for a long time. Sylvian continued to run around the snow. Naoki looked around, and suddenly his eyes caught a few large rocks not far away, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Sylvian, learn to use the terrain. Naoki shouted. Sylvian didn't understand what it meant at first, but when it noticed a large rock covered with snow in front of it, it immediately understood what Naoki meant. Bui! Sylvian responded loudly. It immediately sped up its running speed, jumped high at the moment it was about to reach the boulder, flew over the boulder, and then landed accurately behind the boulder. The next second, Articuno flew over, and a blue-white freezing beam swept across the boulder. Now, use the high-speed star. Naoki found the right moment, and spoke immediately. Sylvian immediately jumped out from behind the boulder, locking onto Articuno in midair with its beautiful blue eyes, and condensing star-shaped light from its mouth. In an instant, countless stars flew out from in front of Sylvian and attacked Articuno in midair. Articuno staggered, and his eyes were full of shock. It's injured. Articuno was shocked. It was only a dozen minutes. How could the strength of Sylvian change so much? Articuno was stunned. 3 parts of his eyes were unbelievable, 4 parts were shocked, and 3 parts were confused. It had never encountered such a thing before. Naoki and Sylvian also took the opportunity to catch the moment when Articuno was stunned and chased it. Power of the moon. A full moon rose from behind Sylvian. Fairy energy from all directions quickly gathered towards its head, and finally formed a light ball like the moon. Under the control of Sylvian, it flew towards Articuno. Articuno was unable to dodge, and was directly hit by the moon, and the pink light instantly devoured its body. Ooh-hi-hi. In the sky full of crystal ice crystals, Articuno let out a cry of pain, and then performed a crash on the spot. Although this move did not make Articuno lose its combat ability, Naoki already had the answer in his heart. Those upgraded seeds really brought great improvement to Sylvian. Before eating, it was timid, but after eating the seeds, it could actually compete with Articuno. What if it faces Kyurem? Naoki is not sure, because compared with Articuno, Kyurem's strength and status are obviously superior. Although there is a property restraint between it and Sylvian, for the sake of safety, Naoki feels that Sylvian still needs to get familiar with the new power it has obtained. The day when Sylvian can do it easily, it will be the day when it can challenge Kyurem. Thank you very much, Articuno. The life milk has been drunk by Sylvian. Naoki walked forward, reached out, and touched Articuno's forehead, and used his power of Tokiwa to help it recover its strength. Green, life-filled light poured into Articuno's body, causing its injuries to heal immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, Articuno recovered. Ooh-hi-hi? After recovering, Articuno did not pay attention to its own injuries, but immediately asked about what happened to Sylvian. How did it do it? It was a very weak Pokemon in the last battle, but in that short moment, its strength soared to this level. Could it be because of the food it just ate? Articuno's mind flashed back to the steamed buns that Naoki had made for it and Moltres. That kind of steamed bun was very special, and eating it would make them stronger. And Zapdos said that it was the special ability of this human named Naoki, and the food he made had the effect of making Pokemon stronger. Thinking of this, Articuno seemed to realize something, and immediately looked at Naoki with a face full of desire. Even without translating the melon seed crisps, Naoki could sense what Articuno meant from his eyes. Naoki was silent for 2 seconds, then explained, "That seed was not made by me." "You-hi-hi? You know the Upper Expedition Guild, right?" Naoki asked. Articuno nodded. "Bew. There is a time-space door connecting to other worlds, and you can enter other worlds through that door. And those seeds just now are the specialties of that world, but no matter which world they're in, they are very rare and precious things. Everyone in the Expedition Guild spent a whole year, and only found a dozen seeds." Naoki said. He understood what Articuno meant. If that kind of seed was easy to obtain, he believed that Articuno would immediately run into the mysterious maze to look for seeds. In order to prevent it from returning empty-handed, Naoki had to explain everything to it first. Sure enough, after hearing this, Articuno gradually calmed down. It nodded slightly, indicating that it had understood. Ooh-hi-hi. Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Sylvian and said goodbye to Articuno. "Okay, that's all for today. We won't bother you anymore. See you later." After that, Naoki left with Sylvian. Articuno stood there, watching Sylvian leave behind Naoki. For a moment, he envied Sylvian for being his Pokemon. After leaving Articuno's ice and snow village, Naoki did not return to the ranch immediately, but took Sylvian to the Expedition Guild headquarters. He remembered that there was a little lamb there, which had challenged Kyurem in another world. And it happened more than once, because if the Pokemon in the Mystery Labyrinth lost their fighting ability, they would be teleported back to the World Tree. The lamb's continuous challenges made Kyurem overwhelmed. It can be said that it has a lot of experience in dealing with Kyurem. Everything was normal in the Expedition Team Guild, with Pokemon carrying large and small bags going back and forth between the Mystery Labyrinth and the guild. Some Pokemon saw Naoki coming and immediately ran over excitedly. Naoki smiled and greeted everyone, then walked into the guild, found the president of the Jigglypuff, and asked him about the Mount Lamb. "Long time no see, Jigglypuff. Is the Mount Lamb in the guild recently?" "Jiggle." Jigglypuff greeted Naoki happily, and then nodded. "Jiggle." It left the counter and walked outside, and turned back to wave at Naoki, signaling him to follow. Naoki and Sylvian quickly followed, and under the leadership of Pancake, They soon found the Mount Lamb practicing moves in the training area. What? Seeing Naoki looking for it, the Mount Lamb that had defeated Kyurem stopped and turned to look at Naoki. It's like this, the Mount Lamb. Naoki looked at his Sylvian. Sylvian wants to challenge Kyurem. Now you are the only one who has fought Kyurem on the World Tree, so we want to know from you what Kyurem looks like. Meh? Hearing this, the Mount Lamb was a little surprised at first. It looked at Sylvian, and then carefully recalled the scene when it met Kyurem. At that time, it was exploring in an incredible maze, and accidentally broke into a world, and met 3 Pokemon called Holy Swordsmen in a valley. It heard the rumors about Kyurem from them, and then set out to Kyurem's nest and challenged it. But at that time, its strength was too weak, and it was sent back to the World Tree by the Pokemon in one move. Fortunately, there was Chandler at the time. After Chandler's careful treatment, it recovered and set out to challenge Kyurem again. In this way, it challenged again, and finally Kyurem was moved by its perseverance, and recognized its courage and identity as a holy swordsman. As for Kyurem, Mount Lamb, Mia, it is a dragon Pokemon that can freeze people. Boy? A dragon Pokemon that freezes people? Fairy Eevee immediately understood why Naoki had sent it to Articuno for special training. What else? Naoki asked, for example, what kind of moves Kyurem is good at, and what kind of methods it uses to fight you. Mia. The lamb recalled carefully, and then answered, Mia. Kyurem can use a very scary move. When it releases that move, the whole cave will be frozen, and even the air seems to be frozen. The lamb clearly remembers that it was difficult to breathe because of this reason. Freeze the cave, and the air? After hearing the description of the Mount Lamb, Naoki immediately thought of a move. Could it be Kyurem's exclusive move, Frozen World? But when Naoki thought of the Frozen World in the game, which was an ice move with a power of only 65, and a hit rate of only 95, he felt that it didn't match the description of the Mount Lamb. A powerful move that can freeze even the air must have more power than that. And compared to Reshiram and Zekrom, Kyurem is very special. Whether in the game or the movie, it is neither an ideal nor a reality, but a lone dragon that transcends the realm. Me? The lamb nodded. Yes, it froze the air. After that, it fainted because it couldn't breathe. When it woke up again, it was teleported back to the World Tree. But what confused the fat lamb was that Kyurem only used it that one time, and never used it again. Naoki, Obviously, Kyurem was irritated by the constant harassment of the lamb, so he used that move. Later, he found that it not only did not scare the lamb, but also stimulated its fighting spirit, so he never used it again. Interesting. Naoki murmured. He recalled the plot between Kyurem and Keldeo in the movie, and suddenly felt that the character of this Kyurem was very interesting. However, in the world they were in, Kyurem had not yet appeared. Because he changed Victini and the past, he indirectly stopped the Plasma Team's plan, and because ADK's Vulcan Moth did not die, ADK took on the responsibility of protecting the Unova region. And he stopped the Plasma Team's plan in advance. They had no time to shift their target from the Black and White Dragons to Kyurem, and were sent to Interpol's prison. But according to Naoki's speculation, the Kyurem in his world should be similar to the Kyurem in his memory. After getting the information they wanted from the lamb, Naoki took Gulton and Sylvian away from the World Tree and returned to the pasture. It was already evening, and the sun was about to set in the distance. On the way back, Naoki had already thought of a new special training plan for Sylvian. He said to Sylvian, "From today on, Gulton will accompany you for special training to help you master the new moves you learned today. Until the day when you have mastered all the moves, then I will take you to challenge Kyurem. Gulton, Sylvian will be handed over to you next." August. Gulton nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Fairy Eevee also nodded. Boy! It will definitely study hard. Very good. Naoki smiled, and touched the heads of the 2 Pokemon. He looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late, so he prepared to go home and prepare dinner. And at this moment, a guest suddenly arrived in the ranch. It was a boy wearing the uniform of Padilla Academy. The boy was not very old, and seemed to have just turned 10 years old. He looked at Naoki and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Naoki's ranch?" Naoki was a little surprised, and he nodded, "Yes, I am Naoki." The boy's eyes lit up. "Great, Mr. Naoki, my name is Sada. I am your loyal fan. I grew up listening to your stories. Now I have become a trainer, and I heard not long ago that the ranch has opened a new Brave trial suitable for novice trainers, so I want to try it with my Pokemon." Naoki, It's over. The Brave trial suitable for newcomers is no longer what it used to be. Chapter 606. I'm very sorry. Sylvian is not very convenient to fight today. Naoki made an excuse. Sylvian beside him was confused when he heard what Naoki said. Bui? It looked at Naoki, a little confused. Its condition was obviously very good. Naoki winked at it frantically, and Sylvian suddenly realized it. Although it didn't understand, it still cooperated very well, and drooped its ears, pretending to be weak and lying on the grass, making a very weak cry. Boo. Bye. Naoki, Although it's a bit exaggerated, it's exactly like this. Naoki looked at the boy named Sada across from him and said, That's right, Sylvian has been fighting all day, it needs a good rest. Ah? The young and innocent boy didn't see anything wrong with the two. After hearing that Sylvian was going to rest today, he immediately showed a look of loss on his face. Sada hesitated for a moment, and then asked nervously, Then tomorrow is okay? I will challenge the hero trial again tomorrow. Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly became interested. He couldn't help but ask, Why do you want to challenge the hero trial so much? Because I grew up listening to your stories, Mr. Naoki. Sada's eyes were excited. I was only 7 years old at that time, and I heard about the trials of Naoki Ranch from other trainers. They said that Mr. Naoki was amazing. Later, the name of the ranch became more and more popular, and gradually, trainers from other regions were attracted. I was very happy every time I saw news about you and the ranch on the internet. Because Mr. Naoki, you are the most powerful trainer in the Padia region, so I admire you very much. Then I will have a Pokemon battle with you, just like everyone else. Naoki, has his reputation spread that far? Looking at the sincere emotion in the boy's eyes, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. Facing such a simple and honest trainer, the only thing he could do was to have a Pokemon battle with him seriously. This is the greatest respect for the other party. Huh? Naoki sighed helplessly, and smiled slowly at the boy's shining eyes. In that case, I will accept your challenge. Huh? Sada was stunned. He looked at Sylvian, his face full of confusion. But Sylvian can't fight Pokemon today, right? After hearing your story, I think Sylvian will be happy to fight with you. Naoki looked down at Sylvian. As expected, Sylvian stood up from the grass and looked at the boy opposite with high morale. Boy! Seeing this, the boy smiled and nodded. Then, Mr. Naoki and Sylvian, please accept our challenge. After the voice fell, Sada took out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it hard. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a Pokemon covered with light yellow fur appeared on the grass. It has a pink pig-like nose and triangular eyes. Hands and feet are divided into 3 fingers, and a thin tail grows behind it. Monkey, a pig-monkey Pokemon, evolves into Infernape, and in the Padia region, it breaks free from the constraints of the flesh and evolves into a more powerful Forsaken, a Pokemon with a very high upper limit. It can be seen that you have cultivated this monkey very well. Naoki shifted his gaze from Monkey to Sada. But before the battle begins, I have something to tell you first. During this period of time, in the battles with those trainers who came to challenge the trial of the brave, Sylvian has also made rapid progress. Now it is no longer suitable for new trainers to challenge. Sada listened very seriously. I understand. We will work hard. Naoki nodded slightly. Then, let's start. Sylvian versus Monkey Monster. The battle officially began. Sada's face was full of tension, and his command was quite a newcomer style. Monkey Monster, use grab. A pair of sharp claws condensed on Monkey Monster's hands, and grabbed the Sylvian on the opposite side. Sylvian, use high-speed stars. Booey! Sylvian's whole body exuded star-shaped light, and suddenly, countless stars flew towards Monkey Monster. These high-speed stars collided with Monkey Monster, hitting it and breaking its grip, causing Monkey Monster's body to fly backwards. So strong. Sada was extremely nervous. Monkey Monster. Hearing the trainer's voice, Monkey Monster held onto his body, in order not to worry the trainer, and held on. Hold on, use the tile split. Sada ordered loudly. Monkey Monster insisted on standing up, and then raised his right hand high, and attacked Sylvian again. Sylvian, magic shines. Naoki knew that the best way to respect such a trainer was to go all out with Pokemon. Bui! Accompanied by a cry, Sylvian burst into a strong pink light, which turned into a beam and blasted towards the Monkey Monster. In an instant, the Monkey Monster fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Good, so strong. Sada was completely stunned, but then he felt extremely excited. As expected of Mr. Naoki. You and Monkey King have a good relationship. Naoki praised. Generally speaking, when Pokemon and trainers have a deep relationship, they will stick to their trainers in battle, or show more powerful strength. This is the power of bond. Yeah. Sada nodded. Monkey King is a Pokemon I met in the forest when I was 9 years old. At that time, I helped it when it was bullied by other wild Pokemon. Since then, it has lived with me. I see. Naoki smiled and nodded, then called Golden to get a bottle of life-giving goat milk. Golden turned and left, but returned in less than half a minute and handed the goat milk to Naoki. Naoki handed the goat milk to the boy. Feed it to the monkey monster, this is. I know. This is the specialty of Naoki's ranch, the life-giving goat milk produced by the goats on his mount. Before he could finish, Sada excitedly answered. Naoki was a little surprised. I am a loyal fan of you, Mr. Naoki. Sada's eyes were burning. Naoki laughed. Then this fan, please keep cheering with Monkey King. I will be waiting for you at the ranch. I am looking forward to the next battle with you. Yes. Sada nodded vigorously, his tone firm. I will. He will continue to practice with Monkey King, and when he becomes a more powerful trainer in the future, he will challenge Mr. Naoki and Sylvian. When Isai arrived at the ranch, he heard such a conversation. So after the boy left, she said to Naoki with a smile, Oh my, you are going to be a big star trainer in the Padia region. Even I, the chief, will be outdone. Naoki, But what the kid said is indeed right. You are the strongest trainer in the Padia region now. Isai said with a smile. Naoki looked helpless. There are always people who are better than you. Chief, please stop joking. Isai smiled but said nothing. Naoki, After a long silence, Naoki asked, But by the way, Chief, how did you suddenly have time to come to the ranch today? Come and see Xiao Shu. How is the child recently? Isai asked. Still the same, eating and sleeping every day, or crying and being dazed. Naoki replied. Every child is like this when they are babies, and they will be fine when they grow up a little bit. As he spoke, Isai took out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it over. This is. Naoki subconsciously reached out to take it, and then saw a line of big words on it. Invitation letter for faculty and staff of Blueberry Academy. Blueberry Academy? Naoki vaguely felt that he seemed to have heard of this name somewhere. After a little recollection, he quickly remembered it. A few years ago, Isai seemed to have told him that the Padia Alliance and the United Alliance cooperated to establish the Blueberry Academy, a sister school of Orange Academy and Grape Academy, on the sea. They invented the technology that can control the Taijing mechanism. Now the academy is officially on the right track and has begun to expand and recruit faculty members. The principal there heard about you in the Padilla area, so he asked me to invite you to be a teacher at Blueberry Academy. Isai then explained the purpose of his trip to the ranch. Naoki, To be honest, before listening to Isai's story last time, Naoki had never heard of the name of Blueberry Academy. But it seems that Take-crystallization has also appeared there. As far as Naoki knows, the only places that can perform Take-crystallization are the Padilla region and Kitakami Township, and Kitakami Township happens to be the content of the first part of the Juzi DLC. Then the question is, will this Blueberry Academy, which can also perform Take-crystallization, be related to the second half of the Juzi DLC? Or, in other words, the third god Tail Bagos in Juzi besides Gulton and Milton is in the Blueberry Academy located on the sea. Seeing Naoki mumbling in silence, Isai smiled and asked, How is it? Are you interested in being a teacher there? To be honest, Naoki was quite curious about that place. But from what Isai said, Blueberry Academy was obviously not in the Padilla area and was a long way from the ranch. But the problem was that he usually had to take care of the Pokemon and children in the ranch, and he simply didn't have that much time. After a little thought, Naoki shook his head and said, Forget it, I still have a family to take care of. It was agreed that we couldn't leave the child alone at home, like Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda did. We couldn't leave Xiaoshu alone at the ranch while he and Chishu went out to work. Shishu couldn't do that. From the moment the child was born, he was determined to be a qualified father. Hearing Shishu's answer, Isai didn't seem too surprised. Instead, she smiled and said, I knew it would be this answer. Shishu looked at her in surprise. In fact, before Principal Shilan of Blueberry Academy contacted me, I told him that there was a 99% chance that you would not agree, so he made a special case for you in order to recruit you. Isai couldn't help laughing. Naoki was slightly stunned and asked subconsciously, What? He said that if you are willing to work there, you can choose a time you like to go to work, and you don't need to go there every day. You only need to take half a day to attend classes within a week. In addition, the monthly salary is 1 million Alliance coins, and any facilities in the academy can be used freely, and the Pokemon in it can be captured freely. Isai said. Hearing this, Naoki was completely confused. Just to poach me? He asked in disbelief. Of course. Yi smiled and nodded. After all, you are a well-known hidden boss in the Padilla region, the strongest trainer, and you have captured legendary Pokemon such as Zapdos and Raikou. If we can recruit you, Blueberry Academy will definitely become more popular and attract many trainers to listen to your championship experience. Naoki realized belatedly that he was already so famous outside. But until now, he still subconsciously thought that he was just a rancher. So, you should think about it carefully. Don't rush to give me an answer. You can discuss it with Chishu when she comes back. Yi said. I have already conveyed the matter. If you make a decision, remember to contact me with Rotom's mobile phone. I will convey the message to Principal Shilan. That's it. I have something else to do at the Alliance. I leave first. After that, Yessie said goodbye to Chishu and turned to leave the ranch. Not long after Yessie left, Chishu returned to the ranch after get off work. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa with Pokemon to watch a movie. Seeing Chishu absent-mindedly, Chishu was a little confused. What's wrong? Did something happen today? She asked. Chishu came back to his senses and asked, Have you heard of Blueberry Academy? Blueberry Academy? Chishu was a little surprised. Is it the academy established by the United Alliance and the Padilla Alliance? I have heard of it because they have been holding exchange activities with Padilla Academy in the past 2 years. The principal of that academy invited me to be a teacher. Naoki told Chishu everything about Yes's visit today. After listening, Chishu instantly understood what Naoki meant. Go if you want to. She smiled. And you only need to work half a day a week, and only 2 days a month, and you can get a salary of 1 million Alliance coins. It's super profitable. Naoki was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, When did you become a money grubber? Chishu, not really, I just think it's a good deal. Naoki thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed a good deal. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you're a bastard. But the problem is that if he leaves, what should we do with the ranch? However, Chishu gave an answer to this question. The gym leader will have 1 day off every week. You can go to work that morning. I can take care of the Pokemon and the little tree, so you can rest assured, and my sister will help take care of them. After thinking about it, Naoki felt that this was a good solution. He stayed at the ranch on weekdays, working there for half a day a week, about 4 weeks a month, and only 2 days in total. Moreover, he was a little curious, and wanted to know the relationship between Blueberry Academy and Tailbagos. Thinking of this, Naoki took out his mobile phone and told Yessie his decision. Wing King, I agree. Chapter 607. The next morning, Shilan, the principal of Blueberry Academy, visited the ranch. After hearing that the trainer had accepted the invitation, and was willing to become a teacher at Blueberry Academy, Shilan rushed to the Padilla region overnight. When he appeared at the ranch, Naoki was milking his goats. He turned around when he heard the noise, and saw a man in a white suit with dark skin, dressed like the saps from Africa that Naoki had seen in the video in his previous life. Through Yisi's description last night, Chishu recognized the identity of this person at a glance. Good morning, Mr. Chishu. I am Shilan, the principal of Blueberry Academy. I heard from the chief that you have accepted the invitation of the academy, so I came to visit you specially. Shilan took off the gentleman's hat on his head and saluted. Hello, Principal Shilan. It happened that Chishu heard the voice and went out to check. Shilan turned his head and looked over, and Chishu introduced. This is my wife, Chishu. Hello, Ms. Chishu. Shilan seemed very polite. Chishu also nodded in response. Naoki put the milk of life aside, then touched the head of the goat on which he rode, and invited Principal Shilan to the living room to chat. Then I will obey your orders. Principal Shilan put on her hat again, and followed the couple to the living room. There were many Pokemon playing in the living room. Shilan, who was born in the Dujiansha family, could tell at a glance how rare these Pokemon were. A golden humanoid Pokemon, a Pokemon wearing a green coat that looks like a little girl, a Pokemon that looks like a dream demon and has small tiger teeth. Each of them is a rare Pokemon that is hard to see outside, and is not even recorded in the Pokemon Encyclopedia. He is indeed the most mysterious and powerful trainer in the Padilla region. Shilan couldn't stop praising him. Seeing that there were guests visiting, the younger sister Ai Guancher went to bring a few cups of black tea and placed them in front of the guests. The older brother Ai Guancher took a look and then quietly swept the floor with a broom. Thank you very much. Shilan smiled and thanked him. The little sister Ai Guancher was very happy. She turned around with a tray and continued to do her own thing. I heard that Blueberry Academy was founded by you, Principal Shilan. Such a large academy was built on the sea. It's amazing. Naoki found a topic casually. It's not just me, but also the power of many Pokemon and workers. Shilan smiled and said, I'm very happy that you accepted our invitation. Because I also want to see what the Academy on the Sea looks like. Naoki said. Of course, have you made a decision? Shilan asked. He was referring to the promise to go to Blueberry Academy to become a teacher. Yeah. Naoki nodded. I have tried many things in my life, but I have never tried teaching, so I want to experience it. He has been a human in 2 lives. He has been a social animal, and worked in a factory during the summer vacation. After traveling through time, he became a farmer. Now he has the opportunity to be a teacher, and Naoki still wants to try it. Ha ha ha, it seems that Mr. Naoki is more interesting than I thought. Principal Shilan smiled. In that case, I won't introduce you anymore. Come and visit the academy when you go there. It just so happens that Naoki has time today. It's the weekend, the Brewing Light Gym is on holiday, and Chishu is at home. The purpose of Principal Shilan's visit today is to invite him to visit Blueberry Academy first, and introduce him to the academy's situation and facilities. The two hit it off, and Chishu fully supports this. Hee, if that's the case, then you can go without worry. Just leave the house to us, she said. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Naoki handed over the affairs of the ranch to Chishu, and then set out for Blueberry Academy with Golden. Principal Shilan accompanied them, and they took the characteristic angry parrot flying taxi in the Padilla area. It took them just over 2 hours to reach their destination. The blue sea was calm, and from a distance, Naoki saw a huge blue building above the vast sea level. The overall shape of the building resembles an Inuit igloo, with a narrow battle bridge at the front, connecting a group of buildings, and behind the group of buildings stands a huge hemispherical facility. The angry parrot flying taxi stopped on the battle bridge, surrounded by students in blue school uniforms. This is different from Padilla College, where most of the students are very young, between 8 and 20 years old. We're here, this is Blueberry College. Principal Shilan looked up at the buildings in front of him, and then said, Come with me, I show you around the college. Naoki nodded, and then followed him forward. After passing through the college gate and looking at the rooms on both sides of the hall, Principal Shilan said, This is where students usually stay. On the left are the classrooms, club activity rooms, and canteens, and on the right are the student dormitories and student cafeterias. Of course, all this is not the point. Shilan continued to walk forward. When he passed through an automatic door, he saw a vast wilderness. In the distance stood tall mountains, a beach with coconut trees, and even a stretch of snow-capped mountains in the farther direction. Above these areas, there was a huge transparent protective cover. This is... Naoki was stunned for a moment, and 3 words emerged in his mind. Ecological Park. Principal Shilan was very proud, and his eyes were full of passion. This place is the sea garden I designed by myself. There is only one in the world. Here, all the environments are built to cultivate powerful trainers. We call this place Ecological Dome. Ecological Dome. Naoki repeated in a murmur. Before crossing into the Pokemon world, he often imagined that he could have an ecological park and raise his favorite Pokemon in it. This is exactly the place he had dreamed of before. It's amazing. Naoki couldn't help but exclaimed. His eyes cast towards the grassland in the distance, where, as he expected, there lived all kinds of Pokemon. Scyther, Furball, Egg, Moth, Dodo, Rhinoceros. Hearing Naoki's amazed tone, Principal Shilan smiled. Okay, let me introduce this place to you in detail. As you can see, the Eco Dome has 4 areas. We are currently in the grassland area. In addition, there are the coast area, the canyon area, and the polar area. Each area has different geographical features and climates, which form a variety of natural environments. We have introduced Pokemon that adapt to this ecological environment from all over the world. It can be said that this place is home to no less than 200 types of Pokemon. These Pokemon will thrive here. The Eco Dome perfectly simulates the ecological environment of the outside world. The artificial sky projected on the walls and dome of the Eco Dome will also show various styles according to the time of day and weather. Our students can fight and adventure here to their heart's content and meet all kinds of Pokemon, whether it is Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, or Pokemon from the distant Alola region, they can all be seen here. Principal Shilan was full of pride in his masterpiece. How great! Naoki was amazed. You know, there are only more than 1,000 species of Pokemon discovered in this world, and this place has 1/5 of them. Even the entire Kanto region does not have so many Pokemon species. Maybe this is the reason why Blueberry Academy has emerged. Compared with other traditional Pokemon schools, everything here can be called A great masterpiece. I won't introduce you to the specific types of Pokemon. When you have time in the future, you can explore slowly by yourself. If you encounter a Pokemon you like, you can also capture it. Shilan smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce you to the class process." Shilan looked at Rotom's mobile phone and said, "Come with me. Let's go to the coast area." The coast area is next to this grassland area. Although it is far away, fortunately both of them have mounts Pokemon for transportation. Soon, they arrived at the coast. As soon as they entered here, Naoki clearly felt the change in temperature and climate. The air in the grassland area was slightly dry, while the air in the coastal area became obviously moist and warm. In the distance, you can see a stretch of beach and sea water, and the Pokemon living here have also completely changed. The big jaw ants and armored rhinos that like dry environments have completely disappeared, replaced by the flower therapy ring, flower dance bird, Meowth, and the Alola region form of the stinky mud, etc. Under Shilan's guidance, Shishu and Guillerton came to a hillside where they could see the beach. There were open-air facilities and pavilions. Many students in blue school uniforms gathered here, listening to a female teacher wearing glasses and a ponytail talking about the attribute-restraint relationship between Pokemon. This will be one of the places where you will take classes in the future. By the way, are you going to come here every Saturday morning for classes? Shilan asked. Shishu nodded. The Brewing Light Gym was closed that day, and Shishu would be at home taking care of the children. If he had time, he could come and stay for half a day. In that case, your class will be held that morning. I will send you your class schedule and the location and time of the class. You just need to come, Shilan said. Then what do I need to teach the children? Naoki asked. His eyes were cast on the female teacher and the group of young students who were teaching not far away. Teach them to understand the ecology of Pokemon. Or teach them the restraint relationship between attributes? Shilan quickly understood what Naoki meant. He smiled and said, "It depends on you, such as your understanding of Pokemon battles, experience in training Pokemon, and experience as a champion." Naoki, However, he is not a professional trainer at all. He is not able to achieve what he has today by sweat and hard work. Fortunately, Naoki still has experience in playing games and fighting in his previous life. When the time comes, he can combine the situation of this world and pass it on to the students here. Moreover, your students are not these freshmen who have just enrolled. The class you lead is some junior and intermediate trainers who have already become trainers and have a certain amount of experience, Shilan said with a smile. Naoki understood and nodded. This was not a problem. As long as they were not trainers of the king level or above, he could still share some experience. Near noon, Naoki did not return to the ranch, but was invited by Principal Shilan to have lunch with the students in the cafeteria of Blueberry Academy. In the afternoon, he handed Naoki's class schedule to Naoki and introduced him to the teachers in the academy. Hearing the rumors and identity of him, all the teachers seemed very shocked. Principal Shilan is so amazing that she can invite such a great person. When one of the teachers heard that Naoki was from the Padilla region, she immediately showed an interested look in her eyes. She took the initiative to step forward and introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, my name is Bailia, and I have some relationship with the Padilla region. I don't know if you have heard of Haija's story. I am the descendant of Haija, the captain of the Zero District Observation Team 200 years ago." Haija, hearing this, Naoki was stunned. Of course he knew Haija. 200 years ago, Haija organized the Zero Zone Observation Team to explore the Padilla crater and reached the bottom of the crater for the first time, where he observed the Paradox Pokemon. And the author of the Vermilion book in the hands of Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu was Haija. After he left the Padilla crater and returned to the ground, he wrote his experience into the Vermilion book to inform the world of this great discovery. However, because the content was too bizarre, those stories were eventually regarded as strange stories by the world, and the Book of Vermilion was gradually neglected in the second-hand book market. And now, this teacher by Leia is actually the descendant of Haija. Could it be that this teacher by Leia is related to the main plot of the Vermilion DLC? Naoki couldn't help but guess. Because all this is so clever, Haija went deep into the Zero area and found the paradoxical Pokemon, and wrote everything he saw into a book, which is full of mystery. Everything he experienced was in contradiction with what Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu discovered. After all, the two doctors believed that they had summoned the paradoxical Pokemon from the past and the future to the present through the time machine. But 200 years ago, Haija had already discovered the existence of the paradoxical Pokemon in the Padilla pit. All this was like a huge mystery, and the game itself did not answer it for the players. Could it be placed in the DLC? Naoki looked at Bailia in front of him, and then greeted her. I didn't expect to meet the descendant of Hyja here. Hello, my name is Naoki. Bailia was a little surprised when she heard this. From the tone of this trainer, it seems that everything Hyja experienced is real. This is rare, after all, many people regard the bizarre experience as a strange story. A powerful trainer from Padilla believes that Hyja's story really happened. At this moment, Bailia couldn't help but have a strong interest in the trainer in front of her. She recalled the disc Pokemon recorded in the Book of Vermilion, and thought of her request to enter the Zero Zone for investigation, which has not been approved. Maybe, the trainer in front of her can help her, Bailia thought. Chapter 608. However, although she was very curious, Bailia did not immediately seek help from the trainer named Jishu. She still had to find out clearly whether the other party believed the contents recorded in the Book of Vermilion. It would be bad if it turned out to be a mistake in the end. After briefly introducing the teachers, Principal Shilan said with a smile, Okay, let's do it this way for now. You can come to the academy directly for class at this time next week. At this time, the Dean of Studies reminded him, Principal, you haven't introduced this new teacher to the students yet. Oh right, I almost forgot about this. Principal Shilan slapped his head. Let's go, I take you to say hello to the students. Okay. Naoki nodded, indicating that it was okay. The two left the faculty office, walked through a long corridor, turned a corner, and came to the door of a row of classrooms. Naoki followed behind Principal Shilan and listened to his introduction. This is the classroom where we usually have theoretical classes. The first floor is for the first grade, the second floor is for the second grade, and the third floor is for the third grade. Each grade has 4 classes. Although it sounds like a lot, it may be too busy in one morning, but in order to save time, we have specially arranged your class in a large lecture hall, and the second and third grade students will go there to listen to your class. Naoki, Principal Shilan really maximized his role. The children have already gone to the classroom to wait in advance. The classroom is on the 4th floor. Let's go, Shilan said. The two went up the stairs, and soon arrived at the large lecture hall that Principal Shilan mentioned. Principal Shilan asked Jishu to wait outside for a while, and he would go in to tell the students about this, and then he would come in. Jishu nodded, indicating that there was no problem, and he still knew the process. So, Principal Shilan walked into the classroom. Seeing him come in, the students in the classroom quickly quieted down and looked at the podium in unison. But there were still a few people whispering below. Hey Nayli, have you heard? It seems that there is a new teacher in the school today. The girl named Nayli adjusted her glasses, was silent for a moment, and calmly reminded, Danyu, Principal Shilan is speaking. It is very impolite to whisper here, and it will waste a lot of time. Danyu curled her lips, supported her face with her hands, and sat in her seat, looking at the scenery outside the window boredly. It was so boring for everyone to gather together to listen to the class. On the podium, Principal Shilan smiled and looked at the students in the classroom, and then said to them, I believe everyone has received the news in advance. Today our school will welcome a new teacher to join. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the classroom. New teacher? What kind of new teacher will it be? I don't know. It seems that the school is still short of training teachers. Did the principal specially find a powerful Pokemon trainer? The students couldn't help but speculate. About this new teacher, I think many people may have heard rumors about him. At this point, Principal Shilan deliberately kept it a secret. Until the students sitting below couldn't help asking, he finally continued. Some people say that he is a farmer in the countryside. Some people also say that he is a legendary trainer whose strength surpasses the champion, and even legendary Pokemon are fascinated by him. He runs a ranch and holds many trials on the ranch for passing trainers to challenge and help them practice. His story spread throughout the region, and even trainers, who have not yet set out on their journey, admire him very much. He is Mr. Naoki from the Padia region, who is called the strongest by local trainers. After listening to the whole paragraph, Naoki said, Help! Isn't this too embarrassing? But Principal Shilan turned around excitedly and looked outside the door, motioning Naoki to come in, and led the applause. Naoki suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He walked into the classroom with his head held high, and instantly felt countless eyes on him. He walked to Principal Shilan, then nodded to the students below and said, Hello everyone, I am Naoki. From now on, I will teach you some methods of cultivating Pokemon and battle knowledge here. Hearing this name, Danyu, who was originally bored and looking at the scenery outside the window, turned her head instantly. She looked at the familiar figure on the podium, and opened her mouth in disbelief. Nayli, who was standing next to her, was no longer as calm as usual. Instead, she was shocked. It turned out to be that trainer. Suddenly, Naoki noticed the expression of her friend next to her. That was clearly the expression of seeing someone she knew. Naoki tried to stay calm. "Danyu, do you know him?" Recognize, know him, of course I know him." Danyu's eyes immediately became extremely excited. She didn't expect that she could actually meet Mr. Naoki here. It has been several years since they last met. During this time, she and Wooly also came to Blueberry Academy to start school. It's a pity that they don't have much time on weekdays, otherwise they will definitely go to Padilla to visit Mr. Naoki and Uruguay. Wait, is Mr. Naoki here to be a teacher at their Blueberry Academy? Danyu suddenly realized this. Because she was too excited, Danyu even waved her hand vigorously and greeted Jishu. Jishu and Principal Shilan noticed this scene at a glance. The two looked up, and when Jishu saw the figure clearly, he was stunned. That was Danyu? He clearly remembered what happened to Danyu and Wooly when he went to Beishang Township for agricultural exchanges a few years ago. But why was Danyu in Blueberry Academy? Seeing Jishu's expression, Principal Shilan was also a little surprised. "Do you know that child?" he asked. Naoki nodded. "I have had agricultural exchanges with Kitakami Township before, and that child's hometown is Kitakami Township." "I see." Principal Shilan suddenly realized and couldn't help but sigh. Fate is really ingenious. At this time, through word of mouth among students, the rumors about Naoki soon became known to everyone. A rancher in the countryside, a farmer who worked the land, a champion trainer, a hidden boss in the Padilla region, a man who captured many legendary Pokemon. When all these terms appear on the same person, the identity of this person must be full of mystery. Such a powerful being was invited to be their teacher. "Teacher Naoki, when are you going to come and teach us?" The students who were not looking forward to this class, and even hated having an extra class changed, and became full of expectations for this class. After all, he is a champion-level trainer. He is a powerful being at the same level as the champion of the Unova League, ADK. Naoki looked at the student who was talking and replied with a smile. "I will come to teach you this day next week." That's right, Naoki has his own things to do. There is only half a day a week. You must make good use of that day, understand? "Ah, that much time?" The student suddenly felt disappointed. "It takes a long time, but the key is that there is only half a day." Shilan said, "Mr. Naoki usually has a ranch and a newborn baby to take care of. I spent a lot of effort to get you half a day." Hearing this, the students felt that half a day was already very good. Naoki looked at these children in surprise. They seemed to be looking forward to his class. He thought for a moment, and then whispered a few words into Principal Shilan's ear. After listening, Principal Shilan's eyes lit up, and then he explained to the students and left the classroom. Suddenly, only Naoki and the group of students were left in the classroom. In their puzzled and curious eyes, Naoki slowly said, "Since everyone is looking forward to my class next week today, I will use this time to have a simple chat with you. What do you think is the relationship between humans and Pokemon?" "Partners," one student answered. Naoki nodded, then looked at the others and asked, "What else?" "Friends," another voice came. "That's right." "Family." Naoki looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Danyu answering excitedly. Danyu's answer is also correct. Naoki smiled and nodded at her. Hearing this, Danyu was extremely excited. Yeah, Mr. Naoki really still remembers her. There is no fixed answer to this question. Unconsciously, Pokemon have become an indispensable existence in our lives. They accompany us for a longer time than parents, husbands, wives, and children. From the moment they meet us, until we grow white hair, and then leave this world. Hearing this, the children below couldn't help but look thoughtful. Naoki smiled slightly, and then changed the subject. Raising Pokemon is not just about training with them, and exercising your body. In addition, it is also very important to improve your relationship. Your bond is also a kind of strength. As your relationship gets better and better, Pokemon will occasionally persist in battle to avoid making you sad, or force itself not to fall asleep when it is hit by sleeping powder. So, I hope everyone treats the Pokemon companions around them well. This is the first lesson I want to teach you. In the thoughtful eyes of the students, Naoki nodded to them, then turned around and left the classroom. It was getting late, and the tour of Blueberry Academy was over. He should go back to the ranch to take care of the Pokemon and the little tree. As for the rest, let's talk about it during the next formal class. Naoki said goodbye to Principal Shilan and rode on the road back to the ranch. Shortly after he left, in the faculty office, Bylea once again submitted her application to visit the Padilla Giant Pit to the Padilla Alliance through the computer. Meanwhile, at the Padilla Alliance headquarters, Xian Li looked at the application report on the computer screen. She was silent for a moment and said to Yci on the other side, Ms. Bylea has submitted another request to enter the Padilla Giant Pit. Huh? Yci was a little surprised. Has she not given up yet? In fact, Bylea started applying to enter the Padilla Giant Pit a long time ago. For this descendant of Hyjia, Yci did not mind her entering the Padilla Giant Pit for exploration. But the problem is that the Padilla Alliance is now cooperating with Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu. And the two doctors have no intention of letting the news of the existence of the paradoxical Pokemon out for the time being. Under this premise, once an outsider enters to explore, they will find out that Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu are conducting secret research deep in the Zero area. As a cooperation, Yci and the Padilla Alliance agreed to help them conceal this matter. Huh, it's really a bit of a headache. Yci sighed helplessly, and then said, it's still the same. Reject Bylea's application. As for the reason, just say that the giant pit is very dangerous and trainers, who are not at the champion level are not allowed to enter. Yci had met Bylea before, and learned from her communication that she is currently a teacher at Blueberry Academy, not a trainer, and does not have much combat ability. Yes. Xian Li was not too surprised. She nodded, and then gave another answer. Padilla Alliance. I'm sorry, Ms. Bylea, the Padilla Pit is very dangerous, and there are many dangerous Pokemon living in it. For your safety, the Padilla Alliance will refuse entry to anyone before the strength reaches the champion level. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gillerton landed in the ranch. Naoki got off it, and then took out the Rotom phone to check the time. 3:02. They came back from Blueberry Academy at 2:40. This trip only takes 20 minutes, which is not too far. Everything was normal in the ranch. Today's weather was very warm, and the afternoon sun was very bright, covering the entire ranch. All the Pokemon that usually stayed in the house came out, lying on the grass and basking in the sun leisurely. There were even several EV that comfortably exposed their little bellies. Chishu also brought out the cradle, letting the baby and the burning bug bask in the sun, while she sat next to it and gently rocked the cradle, coaxing Xiaoshu and the burning bug to take a nap. The Pokemon surrounded them, looking very lively. Entei, Reiku and Suicune, 3 big cats, were lying not far away. They were looking at the future rainbow hero while enjoying this rare relaxing time. Seeing Naoki coming back, Chishu immediately looked over. In order to avoid disturbing the baby and the Pokemon taking a nap around, she mouthed, "Are you back? Is everything going well?" Naoki nodded, then returned to the living room and moved a bench to sit on the grass. It went well. Blueberry Academy is really spectacular. There are more than 200 different Pokemon living in that ecological park. No, the ecological dome. He couldn't help but tell Chishu about his experience today. So many? Chishu was a little surprised. That's why it's spectacular. You know, even if the Pokemon on the ranch and the World Tree are added together, there are still not so many types. Principal Shilan said that I can capture the Pokemon inside freely. Next time I go there, I must take a good look at the Eco Dome. Chishu, hey, there are already so many Pokemon at home. If there are more, we won't be able to take care of them. Golden on the side nodded repeatedly to show that it was right. Ah, gah. Naoki, he just likes those cute Pokemon, like Alola Vulpix, Litten, Ripple, Chinchilla, Jengar. They are all cute Pokemon. If they are in the ranch, it will definitely be more lively. Chapter 609. However, looking at the eyes of Chishu and Gillerton, Naoki finally compromised. Okay, I have you guys, that's enough. He said. Ah, gah. That's right. Each person and Pokemon nodded in satisfaction, but Chishu added, everything depends on fate. If a Pokemon wants to live with us, of course we can take it back to the ranch, but if it's like the kind of Pokemon that is captured at one time for the purpose of collection, forget it. Of course, I would never do that. Naoki smiled. The Pokemon in the ranch were all those he met by chance and brought back to live with. He was not Xiaohao, who would throw the ball at strange Pokemon and then throw it into the backyard without caring about it. Isn't that right? Seeing that Xiaoshu in the cradle opened her eyes, Naoki reached out his hand to her and pinched her little face. Xiaoshu waved her little hands randomly and babbled. Then he bit Naoki's finger. Although it didn't hurt, Naoki discovered something. It seemed that Xiaoshu had started to grow teeth. He looked down and quickly told Chishu the news. Xiaoshu has started to grow milk teeth. Huh? Chishu also came forward to watch. Gillerton was very curious and also stuck his head out to watch. Time flies. Chishu couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Xiaoshu had just been born from her belly in the last second, and now he had started to grow teeth. After a while, she should be able to call Mom and Dad. I just wonder who she will call first, Dad or Mom. The couple was full of expectations. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and it was May of the 203rd year of the Alliance calendar. That morning, Naoki handed the ranch to Chishu and Ai Guancher, then put a few poke balls in his pocket and rode Gillerton to Blueberry Academy on the sea. Some teachers saw Naoki and greeted the new teacher. Naoki responded politely one by one. Not long after he returned to his post, it was time for class. Naoki stood up and walked towards the classroom with Gulden. When they arrived there, the classroom was already full of students. They were looking at this side with excitement. In the crowd, Naoki noticed Danyu, who came to class. Next to Danyu, there was a little boy with black hair. That was her younger brother, Wooly. Naoki was a little surprised. Isn't Wooly a first-year student? Why did he come to the senior class? In fact, after class last week, Danyu immediately found Wooly and told him the news that Mr. Naoki was coming to be a teacher. So in order to understand Mr. Naoki's recent situation and Ergue's current life, Wooly, a first-year student, secretly came to listen to the class. At this moment, Danyu was excited and she couldn't help but wave to Naoki. Although Wooly was also excited, due to his personality, he did not wave in public like his sister, but sat in his seat with a pair of shining eyes. Naoki nodded to the siblings, then smiled and said, "Okay, before the class officially starts, I want to ask, have you been getting along well with your Pokemon during this period?" "Yes," the students answered in unison. Last time, Mr. Naoki said that the bond and feelings between trainers will also become a force for Pokemon, helping Pokemon become stronger. So during this week, each of them has been deepening their relationship with their Pokemon through camping, surfing, cooking, etc. Very good. It seems that the effect of my first class is not bad. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps it is because he has become a father that he can't help but treat children of this age from the perspective of an elder. Will Xiaoshu be as energetic as these children when he grows up? This thought came to Naoki's mind, and he continued, "In this case, in today's class, I will teach you another piece of knowledge about Pokemon." Naoki turned around and wrote two big words on the blackboard with chalk. "Linkage, linkage?" A boy read out the two words and raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Naoki, what does linkage mean?" Linkage can refer to many aspects. For example, the link between characteristics and moves, the link between weather and moves, and the link between different Pokemon. Naoki talked eloquently on the podium. This was what he decided to teach these children after careful consideration during the week. The students listened very carefully, and seemed to be full of curiosity about this so-called combination. Naoki smiled slightly and continued, "Let's start with the simplest combination between characteristics and moves. I wonder if you know the Pokemon Charizard?" "I know." A child raised his hand. "It is a Pokemon with fire and flying attributes, and it evolved from Charmander." "Yes, Charizard has a characteristic called Fierce. The effect of this characteristic is that when its physical strength decreases, the flames on its body will burn more fiercely, making the fire attribute moves used by Charizard more powerful. Not only Charizard, but also Grass-type Pokemon and Flood, Water-type Pokemon and Torrent. This is the connection between characteristics and moves. Do you understand?" A group of students listened attentively. They had learned about Pokemon's characteristics before, so they quickly understood what Naoki meant after listening to his explanation. So, as trainers, we should pay more attention to the characteristics of Pokemon. If we combine useful characteristics with moves, we can definitely make Pokemon more powerful. The same is true for the connection between weather and moves. When a water attribute Pokemon uses Pray for rain, it will rain, and in this weather, the power of water attribute moves will increase, while the power of fire attribute moves will decrease. Of course, this is just the most basic content. You should have learned similar content before. I heard that Blueberry Academy seems to focus on doubles. Compared to singles, doubles have higher requirements for the tactical system, and are very entertaining. They focus on the cooperation between different Pokemon. So, next, I will teach you how to connect different Pokemon. Naoki looked at Gulden beside him. He thought for a moment, and took out another Pokeball from his pocket. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Flutter appeared next to Gulden. As you can see, this Pokemon is called Gulden. When its characteristic is activated, it can turn the weather into a sunny day. And this Pokemon here is called Flutter. Its characteristic is that in sunny weather, the potential in the body will be triggered and the energy will become stronger. if the two of them fight in a doubles battle together. At this point, Naoki deliberately kept the topic a secret. But even if he didn't say it, the students below could guess what he wanted to say. The characteristics and abilities of the two Pokemon work together, and from the beginning of the battle, they will have an advantage over those Pokemon that don't work together. At this moment, all the boys and girls understood what Naoki wanted to say. This is cooperation, Naoki said. After the class ended, the next class was an outdoor practice class. Naoki was going to take the students to the Eco Dome for a practical demonstration. But before that, Naoki went back to the office to drink some water. He had been talking for more than half an hour, from the characteristics and moves of Pokemon to the weather and venues. Naoki was already thirsty. He took out the juice he brought from the ranch from his bag and drank it. At this time, Baileya, who was sitting at another table, suddenly came over and greeted him. "How do you feel? Are you used to it, Teacher Naoki?" Baileya asked. "It feels pretty good." Naoki smiled and said, "For us, it is also a new experience in life." "That's good. By the way, from your tone, you seem to have heard of my ancestor Hyjia?" Baileya asked. "Yes, because I have also read the Book of Vermilion written by Hyjia. The content in it is very interesting. Even now, I still remember what they encountered in the giant pit." Naoki nodded. Hearing this, Baileya's eyes lit up, and she asked with surprise, "Do you think the stories recorded in the Book of Vermilion are true?" Naoki was a little surprised to hear Baileya's tone. It seems that the other party seems to care about this matter. However, as a time traveler, Naoki knows very well that the things that Hyjia encountered in the book all happened in reality. And the paradoxical Pokemon also exists in reality. Gillerton and Flutterwings are proof of this. The only thing that confuses Naoki is that Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortis said that the paradox Pokemon were summoned by them from the past and the future. So the question is, how did Hyjia encounter the paradox Pokemon in the first place? Or the power of the Tailbagos allowed him to travel through time and space and see the scene of the Zero Zone in another time? As far as Naoki knows, the time machine of the Zero Zone Research Institute was created by Dr. Olin and Dr. Forti using the Tai crystal energy and the special environment at the bottom of the giant pit. It is precisely because of this reason that the time machine cannot be replicated in the outside world. Thinking of this, Naoki had a rough guess. "I believe that Hyjia's experiences are all real," he said. "That's right." Baileya clasped her hands together happily and agreed. But then, the expression on her face became a little sad again. "It's just that the content of the red and purple book is too bizarre, and it is regarded as a strange story by the world, and my ancestor Hyjia himself has also lost his reputation." As she spoke, Baileya took out a book that was very similar to the Book of Vermilion from behind her. "This is the original version of the Book of Vermilion, passed down by my ancestor Hyjia. Most of the books of Vermilion on the market now lack some content." Baileya opened the book, turned to a certain page, and then showed it to Naoki. Naoki looked down and saw a strange picture on it. The picture seemed to be a planet, and a Pokemon that looked like a disc and a turtle was lying on top of the planet. At the bottom of the picture, it describes Hyjia's experience when he encountered this disc Pokemon. "Disc Pokemon, when I got separated from the observation team, I found myself at the bottom of the giant pit and saw a strange object. I don't even know if the mysterious crystal is a Pokemon, or if it is still active. Its shell is made up of multiple layers of hexagonal crystals, shining brighter than gems. The shape is just like a disc. Baileya, in fact, I am conducting a research in this area. This disc Pokemon must be deep in the Padilla giant pit. As long as we find it, we can prove that what my ancestor Hyjia said is correct. It's a pity that my request to enter the Padilla pit for investigation was not approved." Baileya was very sorry. Hearing this, Naoki quickly had a guess in his mind. This so-called disc Pokemon must be the third god besides Gillerton and Millerton, Tailabagos. But is Tailabagos now in the deepest part of the Padilla pit? Then why didn't he encounter it when he went to Area Zero last time? Nor did he hear about it from those researchers? Or did Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda deliberately conceal this matter? Naoki was not clear about this. At this time, the class bell rang again. Naoki looked outside and said, "I have to go to class." "Okay, let's talk next time." Baileya seemed a little regretful. Naoki nodded, and then left the office with Golden and walked towards the Eco Dome. On the way, he recalled Zuzi's plot and Baileya's words just now. He couldn't help but ask ECI about the disc Pokemon. "Wing King, Chief, do you know the disc Pokemon?" ECI replied quickly. "ECI, disc Pokemon? What kind of Pokemon is that? I have never heard of it." Wing King, to be honest, I just met a teacher named Leah at Blueberry Academy. She is a descendant of Hyja. She said that she has submitted an application to the Padilla Alliance to enter the Zero Zone, and seems to want to investigate the truth about the disc Pokemon. Yi, you met her? Regarding this matter, we promised Dr. Olin and Dr. Forte to temporarily conceal the existence of the Paradox Pokemon from the outside world. And I heard that those Paradox Pokemon are now all over the pit. If Bylea goes there, she will definitely find it. And those Pokemon are very dangerous. Bylea is not a trainer, and has no way to deal with them, so we temporarily rejected her application. If Dr. Olin and Dr. Forte plan to make the news of the existence of Paradox Pokemon public one day, then we should be able to agree to her request. Lien Yessie doesn't know about the so-called disc Pokemon? Naoki was a little surprised. It seems that the control of the Padilla Alliance over the Padilla Pit is not as deep as he imagined. King E, okay, I understand. Naoki quickly replied to the message. In this case, he would not care about it for the time being. Yi rejected Bylea's application. He couldn't bring her into the Padilla Pit privately. Besides, they didn't know each other before. Forget it, Naoki thought. When the main plot of the Padilla region officially takes place in the future, maybe we can know the answer. Chapter 610. Ecodome, Coastal Area. The artificial sky projected on the walls and dome of the Ecodome showed a sunny scene, and occasionally there was a salty and humid sea breeze blowing past. Needless to say, it was also simulated by the Ecodome. The temperature in the coastal area was a bit hot, but it was obviously not as enthusiastic as the students. When Naoki arrived here, the boys and girls had already released their Pokemon from the Pokeballs, and were excited to communicate with their companions with them. Seeing Naoki coming, the students' eyes turned to this side. Naoki looked around and said with a smile, "It seems that everyone is ready, so now, let's start the class." This class is a doubles practice class. Blueberry Academy focuses on doubles. Naoki believes that these students are not unfamiliar with this rule. Therefore, he did not introduce it too much, but took out a Pokeball from his bag. With a flash of white light, the figure of Flutter Hare appeared again. Gullerton and Flutterfaw stood on the left and right of Naoki. Facing the excited eyes of these children, Naoki continued, "Is there any student willing to come over and cooperate with me in a battle demonstration? Fight? Being able to fight against a real champion-level trainer is a rare opportunity and experience for them." The students raised their right hands in unison and shouted loudly, "Me, me, me! Teacher, choose me, choose me! Mr. Naoki, look here!" In the crowd, Danyu jumped up while waving her hands. Little Wooly stood beside her sister, looking like she wanted to go on stage, but was too shy to speak. "In that case, please ask the students over there to cooperate with me," Naoki said with a smile. Everyone followed Naoki's gaze, and saw a short figure in the middle of the crowd. Mr. Naoki chose him. Realizing this, Wooly froze in disbelief. Danyu shouted excitedly, "Go, Wooly, Mr. Naoki chose you." Wooly came to his senses, and hurriedly stepped forward. Naoki smiled and nodded to Wooly, saying, "Long time no see, Wooly." Wooly was very excited at the moment. He had a lot to say to Mr. Naoki, but now there were so many people watching, he didn't know how to start. Then continue. Naoki changed the topic to the classroom. "Student, can you release your 2 Pokemon from the Pokeball?" Wooly nodded vigorously, of course. He dug into his pocket, and took out 2 red and white balls. With 2 beams of light flashing, a tail and a honey bug appeared opposite to Golden and Flutter. "Ah, gah! Dream?" The 2 Pokemon looked at the tail and honey bug in front of them with some uncertainty. "They look very weak, don't they?" Wooly was also a little nervous at this moment. He knew very well how powerful the Pokemon named Golden beside Mr. Naoki was. He had just become a trainer not long ago. With the strength of the tail and honey bug, they would not be the opponents of Golden and Flutter, right? Naoki didn't think too much about it. After all, this was just a demonstration, not a real battle. "Relax, this is just a demonstration. I will show you the connection between different Pokemon through a battle," he said. Akuri's nervous heart relaxed a little. "Then, let's start." Amid the expectant eyes of everyone, the demonstration officially began. Gullerton knew what Naoki meant, and the crimson ancient energy began to pulsate in its scales. As if it resonated with the sky, the bright sunshine became even more dazzling the next second. At the same time, the aura emanating from Fluttering Hare also changed. A strong aura spread from it. All the students noticed this scene. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "That's..." The characteristics of the 2 Pokemon are linked. At this moment, The students had a clearer understanding of the link between Pokemon. Sensing the auras emanating from Golden and Flutter, the Otari and Honeybug in front of Akuri became very nervous. "Try to attack us," Naoki said. "Yes." Akuri tried to give a command. "Otari, use help. Honeybug, use Dragon Breath." The command was given, and the two Pokemon on the grass immediately moved. Otari ran behind Honeybug, and his two little paws transmitted a stream of energy into Honeybug's body like a power transmission. The Honeybug opened its mouth, and the purple dragon energy condensed in it, turning into a purple breath, sweeping towards Gulton. Gulton stood there motionless. Everyone's eyes followed the dragon's breath nervously, and when the dragon's breath was about to hit Gulton, the flapping wing next to it suddenly flew forward and blocked Gulton. The dragon's breath instantly enveloped the flapping wing, but it could not cause any damage to it at all. Instead, it was like a river water encountering a boulder, automatically diverting from both sides of it. Seeing this, the students were shocked. That's... Flutterhair helped Golden block the dragon's breath of Honeybug. Could it be that Flutterhair is a fairy-type Pokemon? The demonstration on the field was not over yet. At the moment when Flutterhair blocked the dragon's breath, Golden jumped high from behind it, clenched its right claw into a fist, and launched a surprise attack on Honeybug. Honeybug only felt an extremely terrifying breath coming towards it, as if the eyes of some ancient beast were locking on it. If it had hair, I'm afraid all the hair on its body would stand up at this moment. The Honeybug subconsciously closed its eyes. However, the terrifying breath stopped abruptly when it came in front of it. The Honeybug was slightly stunned. When it opened its eyes carefully, it found a huge fist stopped in front of it. "Okay, stop," Naoki said. Guillerton retracted his fist and retreated to his side. Naoki turned his head, looked at the people with wide eyes, and asked, "Everyone, did you find anything?" "I found it. In a doubles battle, you don't just have to attack your opponent. Pokemon with different attributes can also defend each other and protect your companions according to their attribute restraint," a teenager said excitedly. "That's right, but even so, it's just the tip of the iceberg in doubles battles." Naoki nodded, and then continued, "Pokemon's characteristics, attributes, moves, partners, and even the props they carry can all be used to achieve greater effects through cooperation with each other. So, the most important thing in a doubles battle is to get familiar with your Pokemon partner, figure out their characteristics, and the moves they have mastered. Only in this way, as trainers, can we formulate better tactics." Seeing the students thoughtful, Naoki smiled and continued, "Okay, everyone is free to move around in the next period of time. Whether it is to understand the characteristics and moves of your partner, or to play doubles with others, if you have any questions, you can come and ask me." "Yes." With Naoki's order, the group of students began to try. Naoki sat on the grass, smiling at their energetic appearance. At this moment, Naoki couldn't help but think, if he was a member of this world since birth, he would probably choose to become a trainer, right? Travel around the world, meet different Pokemon, challenge gyms, participate in competitions, and work hard to become a Pokemon master. But in that case, he wouldn't meet Motor Lizard and Gulton. So, it's better now. He runs a ranch and raises a group of cute Pokemon. He doesn't have to work 996, and doesn't have to run around. He also has a virtuous and beautiful wife and cute children, and he is full of expectations for the future. Guillerton and Flutterwing stayed on the left and right beside Naoki, sitting on the grass with him. After watching the students, Naoki began to have a strong interest in the Pokemon ecology of this coastal area. Although the Pokemon ecology in the Ecodome is artificially created, looking at the appearance of those Pokemon, it seems that they are not affected by human beings. The long-necked coconut palm tree stands on the grass. At first glance, it looks like a coconut palm. Several Pokemon jump around them and have fun. While patrolling their own territories, the slithering snake and the mongoose slasher look at each other vigilantly. If one of them invades the other's territory, a war will probably break out immediately. These two Pokemon are famous enemies in the Pokemon world. Their ancestors have been fighting each other until now. The memory of fighting each other has even been engraved into the cells in their bodies. Once they meet, they will start a war. No one knows why the relationship between these two Pokemon has evolved into this state. Even the most famous scholars in the Pokemon world cannot find out. In addition, there are flower healing rings flying in the flowers, and flower dancing birds dancing in the lush grass. These Pokemon seem to have long been accustomed to the students who take classes here, and they are not panicked even if someone approaches them. Naoki observes the ecology of the Pokemon around him with interest. At this moment, Danyu and Wooly suddenly left the crowd and ran towards him. Danyu excitedly greeted him, Mr. Naoki. Danyu? Naoki looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems?" "No, no." Danyu shook her head repeatedly. She looked at her brother and urged, "Hurry up and say it. Don't you have something to say to Mr. Naoki?" Wooly plucked up the courage and asked, "Mr. Naoki, is the ghost Ergian living well in your place?" "So that's what happened." Naoki smiled and took out a poke ball from his pocket. When he met Danyu and Wooly last week, he had anticipated what was happening now. Given their personalities, they would definitely come to ask about Erkei. Therefore, Naoki found Erkei before leaving this morning and told him that two old friends wanted to see him. After hearing that they were Danyu and Wooly from Kitakami Township, Erkei readily agreed. When Naoki took out a new poke ball, a bright light immediately shone in Wooly and Danyu's eyes. Could the Pokemon in that poke ball be? The next second, accompanied by a flash of white light, a familiar figure appeared in front of the siblings. Bony. Looking at the unmasked Yurakuen, Danyu opened his eyes wide, while Wooly stood there blankly. "Mr. Naoki, Yurakuen. Where is its mask?" Danyu couldn't help asking. "Bony?" Ergue looked at Danyu, then at Naoki. Naoki smiled and said, "Ergue no longer needs a mask to cover his face, because no one is afraid of him anymore." Ergue nodded repeatedly. "Bony. That's right. Everyone in the ranch is very nice. Even if he goes to the town and the festival, the people there are not afraid of him, and there are many children who are willing to play with him." Seeing this scene, Danyu opened his mouth in surprise. Wooly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "That's great," he murmured with emotion. "In this way, the ghost can live happily forever, right?" Wooly was happy for Ergian from the bottom of his heart. He had admired Ergian's power since he was a child, and thought it was very cool that it could defeat Baoban. When he learned the true history of Kitakami Township, his inner thoughts turned into sympathy for Ergian's experience, and at the same time hoped that it could live a better life. Fortunately, Mr. Naoki captured Yurakyo and took it away from the sad Kitakami Township, went to a new place, and started a new life. But even so, Wooly never forgot the ghost. He often wondered how Yurakyo lived in the Padilla area, and whether it was used to it. With this idea in mind, Wooly gradually grew up and became a trainer. He and his sister came to Blueberry Academy to learn about Pokemon and trainers. But what he didn't expect was that he met Mr. Naoki here. At this moment, looking at the happy smile on the face of Yurukshan, Wooly finally felt relieved. Great! This is all so great! At noon, Naoki got off work and rode Gulton back to the ranch. Chishu and his sister Ai Guancher had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Babu Tupo, Bud Crown, Frost Milk, Widow Ursa, Meltan, Grave Dog, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, and other Pokemon were sitting around the dining table, waiting for them to come and eat. Naoki released Yurukshan and Flutterbear from the Pokeball. The two Pokemon ran to the dining table and happily started to eat lunch. Naoki sat down at the dining table, looked around and asked, "Where's the baby?" "Just had some milk, and now it's asleep. Don't worry. With Inai and the others guarding the little tree, nothing will go wrong," Chishu said. "Naoki, have they eaten?" "Well, I made sandwiches for them, as well as the energy cubes and pofin you made before, and my sister Ai Guancher also prepared live goat milk for them." Chishu nodded. "That's good." Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of the three Pokemon, Inti, Suicune, and Reiku, since they settled down in the ranch, there have been 3 more pairs of chopsticks in the house. Those 3 Pokemon eat a lot, and together they almost surpass Snorlax. Naoki was helpless. Maybe this is the price of raising legendary Pokemon.